Chapter 45. Elizabeth. 1599. Though the dominion of the English over Ireland had been seemingly established above 4 centuries, it may safely be affirmed, that their authority had hitherto been little more than nominal. The Irish princes and nobles, divided among themselves, readily paid the exterior marks of obeisance to a power which they were not able to resist. But, as no durable force was ever kept on foot to retain them in their duty, they relapsed still into their former state of independence. Too weak to introduce order and obedience among the rude inhabitants, the English authority was yet sufficient to check the growth of any enterprising genius among the natives, and though it could bestow no true form of civil government, it was able to prevent the rise of any such form from the internal combination or policy of the Irish. Most of the English institutions, likewise, by which that island was governed, were to the last degree absurd, and such as no state before had ever thought of, for preserving dominion over its conquered provinces. The English nation, all on fire for the project of subduing France, a project whose success was the most improbable, and would to them have proved the most pernicious, neglected all other enterprises, to which their situation so strongly invited them, and which, in time, would have brought them an accession of riches, grandeur, and security. The small army which they maintained in Ireland, they never supplied regularly with pay, and as no money could be levied on the island, which possessed none, they gave their soldiers the privilege of free quarter upon the natives. Rapine and insolence inflamed the hatred which prevailed between the conquerors and the conquered. Want of security among the Irish, introducing despair, nourished still more the sloth natural to that uncultivated people. But the English carried further their ill-judged tyranny. Instead of inviting the Irish to adopt the more civilized customs of their conquerors, they even refused, though earnestly solicited, to communicate to them the privilege of their laws, and everywhere marked them out as aliens and as enemies. Thrown out of the protection of justice, the natives could find no security but in force. And flying the neighborhood of cities, which they could not approach with safety, they sheltered themselves in their marshes and forests from the insolence of their inhuman masters. Being treated like wild beasts, they became such. And joining the ardor of revenge to their yet untamed barbarity, they grew every day more intractable and more dangerous. As the English princes deemed the conquest of the dispersed Irish to be more the object of time and patience than the source of military glory, they willingly delegated that office to private adventurers, who, enlisting soldiers at their own charge, reduced provinces of that island, which they converted to their own profit. Separate jurisdictions and principalities were established by these lordly conquerors, the power of peace and war was assumed, military law was exercised over the Irish whom they subdued, and, by degrees, over the English by whose assistance they conquered. And, after their authority had once taken root, deeming the English institutions less favorable to barbarous dominion, they degenerated into mere Irish, and abandoned the garb, language, manners, and laws of their mother country. By all this imprudent conduct of England, the natives of its dependent state remained still in that abject condition into which the northern and western parts of Europe were sunk, before they received civility and slavery from the refined policy and irresistible bravery of Rome. Even at the end of the 16th century, when every Christian nation was cultivating with ardor every civil art of life, that island, lying in a temperate climate, enjoying a fertile soil, accessible in its situation, possessed of innumerable harbors, was still, notwithstanding these advantages, inhabited by a people whose customs and manners approached nearer those of savages than of barbarians. As the rudeness and ignorance of the Irish were extreme, they were sunk below the reach of that curiosity and love of novelty by which every other people in Europe had been seized at the beginning of that century, and which had engaged them in innovations and religious disputes, with which they were still so violently agitated. The ancient superstition, the practices and observances of their fathers, mingled and polluted with many wild opinions, still maintained an unshaken empire over them. And the example alone of the English was sufficient to render the Reformation odious to the prejudiced and discontented Irish. The old opposition of manners, laws, and interest was now inflamed by religious antipathy. And the subduing and civilizing of that country seemed to become every day more difficult and more impracticable. The animosity against the English was carried so far by the Irish, that, in an insurrection raised by two sons of the Earl of Clanricarde, they put to the sword all the inhabitants of the town of Athenry, though Irish. Because they began to conform themselves to English customs, and had embraced a more civilized form of life than had been practiced by their ancestors. The usual revenue of Ireland amounted only to £6,000 a year. The Queen, though with much repining, commonly added 20,000 more, which she remitted from England. And with this small revenue a body of 1,000 men was supported, which, on extraordinary emergencies, was augmented to 2,000. No wonder that a force so disproportioned to the object, instead of subduing a mutinous kingdom, served rather to provoke the natives, and to excite those frequent insurrections, which still further inflamed the animosity between the two nations, and increased the disorders to which the Irish were naturally subject. In 1560, Sean O'Neill, or the Great O'Neill, as the Irish called him, because head of that potent clan, raised a rebellion in Ulster. But after some skirmishes, he was received into favour, upon his submission, and his promise of a more dutiful behaviour for the future. This impunity tempted him to undertake a new insurrection in 1567. But being pushed by Sir Henry Sidney, Lord Deputy, he retreated into Clandeboy, and rather than submit to the English, he put himself into the hands of some Scottish islanders, who commonly infested those parts by their incursions. The Scots, who retained a quarrel against him on account of former injuries, violated the laws of hospitality, and murdered him at a festival to which they had invited him. He was a man equally noted for his pride, his violence, his debaucheries, and his hatred of the English nation. He is said to have put some of his followers to death because they endeavored to introduce the use of bread after the English fashion. Though so violent an enemy to luxury, he was extremely addicted to riot, and was accustomed, after his intemperance had thrown him into a fever, to plunge his body into mire, that he might allay the flame which he had raised by former excesses. Such was the life led by this haughty barbarian, who scorned the title of the Earl of Tyrone, which Elizabeth intended to have restored to him, and who assumed the rank and appellation of King of Ulster. He used also to say, that though the Queen was his sovereign lady, he never made peace with her but at her seeking. Sir Henry Sidney was one of the wisest and most active governors that Ireland had enjoyed for several reigns. And he possessed his authority 11 years, during which he struggled with many difficulties, and made some progress in repressing those disorders which had become inveterate among the people. The Earl of Desmond, in 1569, gave him disturbance, from the hereditary animosity which prevailed between that nobleman and the Earl of Ormond, descended from the only family, established in Ireland, that had steadily maintained its loyalty to the English crown. The Earl of Thomond, in 1570, attempted a rebellion in Connaught, but was obliged to fly into France before his designs were ripe for execution. Stukely, another fugitive, found such credit with the Pope, Gregory XIII, that he flattered that pontiff with the prospect of making his nephew, Buon Compagno, King of Ireland, and, as if this project had already taken effect, he accepted the title of Marquis of Leinster from the new sovereign. He passed next into Spain. And after having received much encouragement and great rewards from Philip, who intended to employ him as an instrument in disturbing Elizabeth, he was found to possess too little interest for executing those high promises which he had made to that monarch. He retired into Portugal, and following the fortunes of Don Sebastian, he perished with that gallant prince in his bold but unfortunate expedition against the Moors. Lord Grey, after some interval, succeeded to the government of Ireland, and in 1579 suppressed a new rebellion of the Earl of Desmond, though supported by a body of Spaniards and Italians. The rebellion of the Borks followed a few years after. Occasioned by the strict and equitable administration of Sir Richard Bingham, governor of Connaught, who endeavoured to repress the tyranny of the chieftains over their vassals. The Queen, finding Ireland so burdensome to her, tried several expedients for reducing it to a state of greater order and submission. She encouraged the Earl of Essex, father to that nobleman who was afterwards her favourite, to attempt the subduing and planting of Clandeboy, Fernie, and other territories, part of some late forfeitures, but that enterprise proved unfortunate. And Essex died of a distemper, occasioned, as is supposed, by the vexation which he had conceived from his disappointments. A university was founded in Dublin with a view of introducing arts and learning into that kingdom, and civilizing the uncultivated manners of the inhabitants. But the most unhappy expedient employed in the government of Ireland, was that made use of in 1585 by Sir John Perrot, at that time Lord Deputy. He put arms into the hands of the Irish inhabitants of Ulster, in order to enable them, without the assistance of the government, to repress the incursions of the Scottish Islanders, by which these parts were much infested. At the same time, the invitations of Philip, joined to their zeal for the Catholic religion, engaged many of the gentry to serve in the Low Country wars, and thus Ireland, being provided with officers and soldiers, with discipline and arms, became formidable to the English, and was thenceforth able to maintain a more regular war against her ancient masters. Hugh O'Neill, nephew to Sean O'Neill, had been raised by the Queen to the dignity of Earl of Tyrone. But having murdered his cousin, son of that rebel, and being acknowledged head of his clan, he preferred the pride of barbarous license and dominion to the pleasures of opulence and tranquillity. And he fomented all those disorders by which he hoped to weaken or overturn the English government. He was noted for the vices of perfidy and cruelty, so common among uncultivated nations, and was also eminent for courage, a virtue which their disorderly course of life requires, and which, notwithstanding, being less supported by the principle of honor, is commonly more precarious among them than among a civilized people. Tyrone, actuated by this spirit, secretly fomented the discontents of the Maguires, O'Donnells, O'Rourkes, MacMahons, and other rebels. Yet, trusting to the influence of his deceitful oaths and professions, he put himself into the hands of Sir William Russell, who, in the year 1594, was sent over deputy to Ireland. Contrary to the advice and protestation of Sir Henry Bagnall, Marshal of the Army, he was dismissed. And returning to his own country, he embraced the resolution of raising an open rebellion, and of relying no longer on the lenity or inexperience of the English government. He entered into a correspondence with Spain. He procured thence a supply of arms and ammunition, and having united all the Irish chieftains in a dependence upon himself, he began to be regarded as a formidable enemy. The native Irish were so poor, that their country afforded few other commodities than cattle and oatmeal, which were easily concealed or driven away on the approach of the enemy. And as Elizabeth was averse to the expense requisite for supporting her armies, the English found much difficulty in pushing their advantages, and in pursuing the rebels into the bogs, woods, and other fastnesses to which they retreated. These motives rendered Sir John Norris, who commanded the English army, the more willing to hearken to any proposals of truce or accommodation made him by Tyrone. And after the war was spun out by these artifices for some years, that gallant Englishman, finding that he had been deceived by treacherous promises, and that he had performed nothing worthy of his ancient reputation, was seized with a languishing distemper, and died of vexation and discontent. Sir Henry Bagnall, who succeeded him in the command, was still more unfortunate. As he advanced to relieve the fort of Blackwater, besieged by the rebels, he was surrounded in disadvantageous ground, his soldiers, discouraged by part of their powders accidentally taking fire, were put to flight. And, though the pursuit was stopped by Montacute, who commanded the English horse, 1,500 men, together with the general himself, were left dead upon the spot. This victory, so unusual to the Irish, roused their courage, supplied them with arms and ammunition, and raised the reputation of Tyrone, who assumed the character of the deliverer of his country, and patron of Irish liberty. The English council were now sensible, that the rebellion of Ireland was come to a dangerous head, and that the former temporizing arts, of granting truces and pacifications to the rebels, and of allowing them to purchase pardons by resigning part of the plunder acquired during their insurrection, served only to encourage the spirit of mutiny and disorder among them. It was therefore resolved to push the war by more vigorous measures. And the Queen cast her eye on Charles Blount, Lord Mountjoy, as a man, who, though hitherto less accustomed to arms than to books and literature, was endowed, she thought, with talents equal to the undertaking. But the young Earl of Essex, ambitious of fame, and desirous of obtaining this government for himself, opposed the choice of Mountjoy. and represented the necessity of appointing for that important employment, some person more experienced in war than this nobleman, more practiced in business, and of higher quality in reputation. By this description, he was understood to mean himself, and no sooner was his desire known, than his enemies, even more zealously than his friends, conspired to gratify his wishes. Many of his friends thought, that he never ought to consent, except for a short time, to accept of any employment which must remove him from court, and prevent him from cultivating that personal inclination which the Queen so visibly bore him. His enemies hoped, that if by his absence she had once leisure to forget the charms of his person in conversation, his impatient and lofty demeanor would soon disgust a princess who usually exacted such profound submission and implicit obedience from all her servants. But Essex was incapable of entering into such cautious views. And even Elizabeth, who was extremely desirous of subduing the Irish rebels, and who was much prepossessed in favour of Essex's genius, readily agreed to appoint him Governor of Ireland, by the title of Lord Lieutenant. The more to encourage him in his undertaking, she granted him by his patent more extensive authority had ever before been conferred on any lieutenant. The power of carrying on or finishing the war as he pleased, of pardoning the rebels, and of filling all the most considerable employments of the kingdom. And to ensure him of success, she levied a numerous army of 16,000 foot and 1,300 horse, which she afterwards augmented to 20,000 foot and 2,000 horse. A force which, it was apprehended, would be able in one campaign to overwhelm the rebels, and make an entire conquest of Ireland. Nor did Essex's enemies, the Earl of Nottingham, Sir Robert Cecil, Sir Walter Raleigh, and Lord Cobham, throw any obstacles in the way of these preparations. But hoped that the higher the Queen's expectations of success were raised, the more difficult it would be for the event to correspond to them. In a like view, they rather seconded than opposed those exalted encomiums, which Essex's numerous and sanguine friends dispersed, of his high genius, of his elegant endowments, his heroic courage, his unbounded generosity, and his noble birth. Nor were they displeased to observe that passionate fondness which the people everywhere expressed for this nobleman. These artful politicians had studied his character. And finding that his open and undaunted spirit, if taught temper and reserve from opposition, must become invincible, they resolved rather to give full breath to those sails which were already too much expanded and to push him upon dangers of which he seemed to make such small account. And the better to make advantage of his indiscretions, spies were set upon all his actions, and even expressions. And his vehement spirit, which, while he was in the midst of the court and environed by his rivals, was unacquainted with disguise, could not fail, after he thought himself surrounded by none but friends, to give a pretence for malignant suspicions and constructions. Essex left London in the month of March, attended with the acclamations of the populace. And, what did him more honour, accompanied by a numerous train of nobility and gentry, who, from affection to his person, had attached themselves to his fortunes, and sought fame and military experience under so renowned a commander. The first act of authority which he exercised after his arrival in Ireland, was an indiscretion, but of the generous kind, and in both these respects suitable to his character. He appointed his intimate friend the Earl of Southampton, General of the Horse. A nobleman who had incurred the Queen's displeasure by secretly marrying without her consent, and whom she had therefore enjoined Essex not to employ in any command under him. She no sooner heard of this instance of disobedience, than she reprimanded him, and ordered him to recall his commission to Southampton. But Essex, who had imagined that some reasons which he opposed to her first injunctions had satisfied her, had the imprudence to remonstrate against these second orders. And it was not till she reiterated her commands that he could be prevailed on to displace his friend. Essex, on his landing at Dublin, deliberated with the Irish council concerning the proper methods of carrying on the war against the rebels. And here he was guilty of a capital error, which was the ruin of his enterprise. He had always, while in England, blamed the conduct of former commanders, who artfully protracted the war, who harassed their troops in small enterprises, and who, by agreeing to truces and temporary pacifications with the rebels, had given them leisure to recruit their broken forces. In conformity to these views, he had ever insisted upon leading his forces immediately into Ulster against Tyrone, the chief enemy, and his instructions had been drawn agreeably to these his declared resolutions. But the Irish councillors persuaded him that the season was too early for the enterprise, and that as the morasses, in which the northern Irish usually sheltered themselves, would not as yet be passable to the English forces, it would be better to employ the present time in an expedition into Munster. Their secret reason for this advice was, that many of them possessed estates in that province, and were desirous to have the enemy dislodged from their neighbourhood. But the same selfish spirit which had induced them to give this counsel, made them soon after disown it, when they found the bad consequences with which it was attended. Essex obliged all the rebels of Munster either to submit or to fly into the neighbouring provinces, but as the Irish, from the greatness of the Queen's preparations, had concluded that she intended to reduce them to total subjection, or even utterly to exterminate them, they considered their defence as a common cause. And the English forces were no sooner withdrawn, than the inhabitants of Munster relapsed into rebellion, and renewed their confederacy with their other countrymen. The army, meanwhile, by the fatigue of long and tedious marches, and by the influence of the climate, was become sickly, and on its return to Dublin, about the middle of July, was surprisingly diminished in number. The courage of the soldiers was even much abated, for though they had prevailed in some lesser enterprises against Lord Kerr and others, yet had they sometimes met with more stout resistance than they expected from the Irish, whom they were wont to despise. And as they were raw troops and unexperienced, a considerable body of them had been put to flight at the glens by an inferior number of the enemy. Essex was so enraged at this misbehaviour, that he cashiered all the officers, and decimated the private men. But this act of 70, though necessary, had intimidated the soldiers, and increased their aversion to the service. The Queen was extremely disgusted, when she heard that so considerable a part of the season was consumed in these frivolous enterprises, and was still more surprised, that Essex persevered in the same practice which he had so much condemned in others, and which he knew to be so much contrary to her purpose and intention. That nobleman, in order to give his troops leisure to recruit from their sickness and fatigue, left the main army in quarters, and marched with a small body of 1,500 men into the county of Offaly against the O'Connors and O'Moores, whom he forced to a submission, but, on his return to Dublin, he found the army so much diminished, that he wrote to the English council an account of its condition, and informed them that if he did not immediately receive a reinforcement of 2,000 men, it would be impossible for him this season to attempt anything against Tyrone. That there might be no pretence for further inactivity, the Queen immediately sent over the number demanded, and Essex began at last to assemble his forces for the expedition into Ulster. The army was so averse to this enterprise, and so terrified with the reputation of Tyrone, that many of them counterfeited sickness, many of them deserted. And Essex found, that after leaving the necessary garrisons, he could scarcely lead 4,000 men against the rebels. He marched, however, with this small army, but was soon sensible, that in so advanced a season, it would be impossible for him to effect anything against an enemy who, though superior in number, was determined to avoid every decisive action. He hearkened, therefore, to a message sent him by Tyrone, who desired a conference, and a place near the two camps was appointed for that purpose. The generals met without any of their attendants, and a river ran between them, into which Tyrone entered to the depth of his saddle, but Essex stood on the opposite bank. After half an hour's conference, where Tyrone behaved with great submission to the Lord Lieutenant, a cessation of arms was concluded to the 1st of May, renewable from 6 weeks to 6 weeks, but which might be broken off by either party upon a fortnight's warning. Essex also received from Tyrone proposals for a peace, in which that rebel had inserted many unreasonable and exorbitant conditions, and there appeared afterward some reason to suspect that he had here commenced a very unjustifiable correspondence with the enemy. So unexpected an issue of an enterprise, the greatest and most expensive that Elizabeth had ever undertaken, provoked her extremely against Essex, and this disgust was much augmented by other circumstances of that nobleman's conduct. He wrote many letters to the Queen and Council, full of peevish and impatient expressions, complaining of his enemies, lamenting that their calumnies should be believed against him, and discovering symptoms of a mind equally haughty and discontented. She took care to inform him of her dissatisfaction, but commanded him to remain in Ireland till further orders. Essex heard at once of Elizabeth's anger, and of the promotion of his enemy, Sir Robert Cecil, to the office of Master of the Wards, an office to which he himself aspired, and dreading that, if he remained any longer absent, the Queen would be totally alienated from him, he hastily embraced a resolution which, he knew, had once succeeded with the Earl of Leicester, the former favourite of Elizabeth. Leicester, being informed, while in the Low Countries, that his mistress was extremely displeased with his conduct, disobeyed her orders by coming over to England. And having pacified her by his presence, by his apologies, and by his flattery and insinuation, disappointed all the expectations of his enemies. Essex, therefore, weighing more the similarity of circumstances than the difference of character between himself and Leicester, immediately set out for England. And making speedy journeys, he arrived at court before any one was in the least apprised of his intentions. Though besmeared with dirt and sweat, he hastened upstairs to the presence chamber, thence to the privy chamber. Nor stopped till he was in the Queen's bedchamber, who was newly risen, and was sitting with her hair about her face. He threw himself on his knees, kissed her hand, and had some private conference with her, where he was so graciously received, that on his departure he was heard to express great satisfaction, and to thank God that, though he had suffered much trouble and many storms abroad, he found a sweet calm at home. But this placability of Elizabeth was merely the result of her surprise, and of the momentary satisfaction which she felt on the sudden and unexpected appearance of her favourite, after she had leisure for recollection. All his faults recurred to her, and she thought it necessary, by some severe discipline to subdue that haughty, imperious spirit, who, presuming on her partiality, had pretended to domineer in her counsels, to engross all her favour, and to act, in the most important affairs, without regard to her orders and instructions. When Essex waited on her in the afternoon, he found her extremely altered in her carriage towards him. She ordered him to be confined to his chamber, to be twice examined by the council. And though his answers were calm and submissive, she committed him to the custody of Lord Keeper Egerton, and held him sequestered from all company, even from that of his countess. Nor was so much as the intercourse of letters permitted between them. Essex dropped many expressions of humiliation and sorrow, none of resentment. He professed an entire submission to the Queen's will, declared his intention of retiring into the country, and of leading thenceforth a private life remote from courts and business. But though he affected to be so entirely cured of his aspiring ambition, the vexation of this disappointment, and of the triumph gained by his enemies, preyed upon his haughty spirit, and he fell into a distemper which seemed to put his life in danger. The Queen had always declared to all the world, and even to the Earl himself, that the purpose of her severity was to correct, not to ruin him, and when she heard of his sickness, she was not a little alarmed with his situation. She ordered 8 physicians of the best reputation and experience to consult of his case, and being informed that the issue was much to be apprehended, she sent Dr. James to him with some broth, and desired that physician to deliver him a message, which she probably deemed of still greater virtue, that if she thought such a step consistent with her honour, she would herself pay him a visit. The bystanders, who carefully observed her countenance, remarked, that in pronouncing these words her eyes were suffused with tears. When these symptoms of the Queen's returning affection towards Essex were known, they gave a sensible alarm to the faction which had declared their opposition to him. Sir Walter Raleigh in particular, the most violent as well as the most ambitious of his enemies, was so affected with the appearance of this sudden revolution, that he was seized with sickness in his turn. And the Queen was obliged to apply the same salve to his wound, and to send him a favourable message, expressing her desire of his recovery. 1600. The medicine which the Queen administered to these aspiring rivals was successful with both. And Essex, being now allowed the company of his countess, and having entertained more promising hopes of his future fortunes, was so much restored in his health as to be thought past danger. A belief was instilled into Elizabeth, that his distemper had been entirely counterfeit, in order to move her compassion, and she relapsed into her former rigour against him. He wrote her a letter, and sent her a rich present on New Year's Day, as was usual with the courtiers at that time, she read the letter but rejected the present. After some interval, however, of severity, she allowed him to retire to his own house. And though he remained still under custody, and was sequestered from all company, he was so grateful for this mark of lenity, that he sent her a letter of thanks on the occasion. "This further degree of goodness," said he, "doth sound in my ears, as if your majesty spake these words, Die not, Essex, for though I punish thine offence, and humble thee for thy good, yet will I one day be served again by thee. My prostrate soul makes this answer, I hope for that blessed day. And in expectation of it, all my afflictions of body and mind are humbly, patiently, and cheerfully borne by me." The Countess of Essex, daughter of Sir Francis Walsingham, possessed, as well as her husband, a refined taste in literature. And the chief consolation which Essex enjoyed, during this period of anxiety and expectation, consisted in her company, and in reading with her those instructive and entertaining authors, which, even during the time of his greatest prosperity, he had never entirely neglected. There were several incidents which kept alive the Queen's anger against Essex. Every account which she received from Ireland, convinced her more and more of his misconduct in that government, and of the insignificant purposes to which he had employed so much force and treasure. Tyrone, so far from being quelled, had thought proper, in less than 3 months, to break the truce, and joining with O'Donnell and other rebels, had overrun almost the whole kingdom. He boasted that he was certain of receiving a supply of men, money, and arms from Spain. He pretended to be champion of the Catholic religion, and he openly exulted in the present of a phoenix plume, which the Pope, Clement VIII, in order to encourage him in the prosecution of so good a cause, had consecrated, and had conferred upon him. The Queen, that she might check his progress, returned to her former intention of appointing Mountjoy Lord Deputy. And though that nobleman, who was an intimate friend of Essex, and desired his return to the government of Ireland, did at first very earnestly excuse himself on account of his bad state of health, she obliged him to accept of the employment. Mountjoy found the island almost in a desperate condition, but being a man of capacity and vigour, he was so little discouraged, that he immediately advanced against Tyrone in Ulster. He penetrated into the heart of that country, the chief seat of the rebels. He fortified Derry and Mount Norris, in order to bridle the Irish. He chased them from the field, and obliged them to take shelter in the woods and morasses. He employed, with equal success, Sir George Carew in Munster, and by these promising enterprises, he gave new life to the Queen's authority in that island. As the comparison of Mountjoy's administration with that of Essex contributed to alienate Elizabeth from her favourite, she received additional disgust from the partiality of the people, who, prepossessed with an extravagant idea of Essex's merit, complained of the injustice done him by his removal from court, and by his confinement. Libels were secretly dispersed against Cecil and Raleigh and all his enemies, and his popularity, which was always great, seemed rather to be increased than diminished by his misfortunes. Elizabeth, in order to justify to the public her conduct with regard to him, had often expressed her intentions of having him tried in the Star Chamber for his offences, but her tenderness for him prevailed at last over her severity, and she was contented to have him only examined by the Privy Council. The Attorney General, Coke, opened the cause against him, and treated him with the cruelty and insolence which that great lawyer usually exercised against the unfortunate. He displayed in the strongest colours all the faults committed by Essex in his administration of Ireland, his making Southampton General of the Horse, contrary to the Queen's injunctions, his deserting the enterprise against Tyrone, and marching to Leinster and Munster, his conferring knighthood on too many persons, his secret conference with Tyrone, and his sudden return from Ireland, in contempt of Her Majesty's commands. He also exaggerated the indignity of the conditions which Tyrone had been allowed to propose, odious and abominable conditions, said he. A public toleration of an idolatrous religion, pardon for himself and every traitor in Ireland, and full restitution of lands and possessions to all of them. The Solicitor General, Fleming, insisted upon the wretched situation in which the Earl had left that kingdom. And Francis, son of Sir Nicholas Bacon, who had been Lord Keeper in the beginning of the present reign, closed the charge with displaying the undutiful expressions contained in some letters written by the Earl. Essex, when he came to plead in his own defence, renounced, with great submission and humility, all pretensions to an apology, and declared his resolution never, on this or any other occasion, to have any contest with his sovereign. He said, that having severed himself from the world, and abjured all sentiments of ambition, he had no scruple to confess every failing or error into which his youth, folly, or manifold infirmities might have betrayed him. That his inward sorrow for his offences against her Majesty was so profound, that it exceeded all his outward crosses and afflictions, nor had he any scruple of submitting to a public confession of whatever she had been pleased to impute to him. That in his acknowledgments he retained only one reserve, which he never would relinquish but with his life, the assertion of a loyal and unpolluted heart, of an unfeigned affection, of an earnest desire ever to perform to her Majesty the best service which his pool abilities would permit. And that, if this sentiment were allowed by the Council, he willingly acquiesced in any condemnation or sentence which they could pronounce against him. This submission was uttered with so much eloquence, and in so pathetic a manner, that it drew tears from many of the audience. All the privy councillors, in giving their judgment, made no scruple of doing the Earl justice with regard to the loyalty of his intentions. Even Cecil, whom he believed his capital enemy, treated him with regard and humanity. And the sentence pronounced by the Lord Keeper, to which the Council assented, was in these words: "If this cause," said he, "had been heard in the Star Chamber, my sentence must have been for as great a fine as ever was set upon any man's head in that court, together with perpetual confinement in that prison which belongeth to a man of his quality, the Tower. But since we are now in another place, and in a course of favour, my censure is, that the Earl of Essex is not to execute the office of a councillor, nor that of Earl Marshal of England, nor of Master of the Ordnance, and to return to his own house, there to continue a prisoner till it shall please her Majesty to release this and all the rest of his sentence." The Earl of Cumberland made a slight opposition to this sentence, and said, that if he thought it would stand, he would have required a little more time to deliberate, that he deemed it somewhat severe, and that any commander-in-chief might easily incur a like penalty. "But however," added he, in confidence of her Majesty's mercy, "I agree with the rest." The Earl of Worcester delivered his opinion in a couple of Latin verses, importing, that where the gods are offended, even misfortunes ought to be imputed as crimes, and that accident is no excuse for transgressions against the divinity. Bacon, so much distinguished afterwards by his high offices, and still more by his profound genius for the sciences, was nearly allied to the Cecil family, being nephew to Lord Burleigh, and cousin german to the Secretary, but notwithstanding his extraordinary talents, he had met with so little protection from his powerful relations, that he had not yet obtained any preferment in the law, which was his profession. But Essex, who could distinguish merit, and who passionately loved it, had entered into an intimate friendship with Bacon, had zealously attempted, though without success, to procure him the office of Solicitor General. And in order to comfort his friend under the disappointment, had conferred on him a present of land to the value of £1,800. The public could ill excuse Bacon's appearance before the Council against so munificent a benefactor. Though he acted in obedience to the Queen's commands, but she was so well pleased with his behaviour, that she imposed on him a new task, of drawing a narrative of that day's proceedings, in order to satisfy the public of the justice and lenity of her conduct. Bacon, who wanted firmness of character more than humanity, gave to the whole transaction the most favourable turn for Essex, and, in particular, painted out, in elaborate expression, the dutiful submission which that nobleman discovered in the defence that he made for his conduct. When he read the paper to her, she smiled at that passage, and observed to Bacon, that old love, she saw, could not easily be forgotten. He replied, that he hoped she meant that of herself. All the world, indeed, expected that Essex would soon be reinstated in his former credit. Perhaps, as is usual in reconcilements founded on inclination, would acquire an additional ascendant over the Queen, and after all his disgraces would again appear more a favourite than ever. They were confirmed in this hope, when they saw that, though he was still prohibited from appearing at court, he was continued in his office of Master of Horse, and was restored to his liberty, and that all his friends had access to him. Essex himself seemed determined to persevere in that conduct which had hitherto been so successful, and which the Queen, by all this discipline, had endeavoured to render habitual to him. He wrote to her, that he kissed her Majesty's hands, and the rod with which she had corrected him, but that he could never recover his wonted cheerfulness, till she deigned to admit him to that presence which had ever been the chief source of his happiness and enjoyment, and that he had now resolved to make amends for his past errors. To retire into a country solitude, and say with Nebuchadnezzar, "Let my dwelling be with the beasts of the field. Let me eat grass as an ox, and be wet with the dew of heaven, till it shall please the Queen to restore me to my understanding." The Queen was much pleased with these sentiments, and replied, that she heartily wished his actions might correspond with his expressions, that he had tried her patience a long time, and it was but fitting she should now make some experiment of his submission. That her father would never have pardoned so much obstinacy, but that, if the furnace of affliction produced such good effects, she should ever after have the better opinion of her chemistry. The Earl of Essex possessed a monopoly of sweet wines, and as his patent was near expiring, he patiently expected that the Queen would renew it. And he considered this event as the critical circumstance of his life, which would determine whether he could ever hope to be reinstated in credit and authority. But Elizabeth, though gracious in her deportment, was of a temper somewhat haughty and severe. And being continually surrounded with Essex's enemies, means were found to persuade her, that his lofty spirit was not yet sufficiently subdued, and that he must undergo this further trial, before he could again be safely received into favour. She therefore denied his request, and even added, in a contemptuous style, that an ungovernable beast must be stinted in his provender. This rigour, pushed one step too far, proved the final ruin of this young nobleman, and was the source of infinite sorrow and vexation to the Queen herself. Essex, who had with great difficulty so long subdued his proud spirit, and whose patience was now exhausted, imagining that the Queen was entirely inexorable, burst at once all restraints of submission and of prudence, and determined to seek relief by proceeding to the utmost extremities against his enemies. Even during his greatest favour, he had ever been accustomed to carry matters with a high hand towards his sovereign, and as this practice gratified his own temper, and was sometimes successful, he had imprudently imagined that it was the only proper method of managing her, but being now reduced to despair, he gave entire reins to his violent disposition, and threw off all appearance of duty and respect. Intoxicated with the public favour which he already possessed, he practised anew every art of popularity, and endeavoured to increase the general goodwill by a hospitable manner of life, little suited to his situation and circumstances. His former employments had given him great connections with men of the military profession, and he now entertained, by additional caresses and civilities, a friendship with all desperate adventurers, whose attachment, he hoped, might, in his present views, prove serviceable to him. He secretly courted the confidence of the Catholics, but his chief trust lay in the Puritans, whom he openly caressed, and whose manners he seemed to have entirely adopted. He engaged the most celebrated preachers of that sect to resort to Essex House. He had daily prayers and sermons in his family, and he invited all the zealots in London to attend those pious exercises. Such was the disposition now beginning to prevail among the English, that, instead of feasting and public spectacles, the methods anciently practiced to gain the populace. Nothing so effectually ingratiated an ambitious leader with the public as these fanatical entertainments. And as the puritanical preachers frequently inculcated in their sermons the doctrine of resistance to the civil magistrate, they prepared the minds of their hearers for those seditious projects which Essex was secretly meditating. But the greatest imprudence of this nobleman proceeded from the openness of his temper, by which he was ill qualified to succeed in such difficult and dangerous enterprises. He indulged himself in great liberties of speech, and was even heard to say of the Queen, that she was now grown an old woman and was become as crooked in her mind as in her body. Some court ladies, whose favours Essex had formerly neglected, carried her these stories, and incensed her to a high degree against him. Elizabeth was ever remarkably jealous on this head. And though she was now approaching to her 70th year, she allowed her courtiers, and even foreign ambassadors, to compliment her upon her beauty, nor had all her good sense been able to cure her of this preposterous vanity. There was also an expedient employed by Essex, which, if possible, was more provoking to the Queen than those sarcasms on her age and deformity, and that was, his secret applications to the King of Scots, her heir and successor. That prince had this year very narrowly escaped a dangerous, though ill-formed conspiracy of the Earl of Gowrie. And even his deliverance was attended with this disagreeable circumstance, that the obstinate ecclesiastics persisted, in spite of the most incontestable evidence, to maintain to his face, that there had been no such conspiracy. James, harassed with his turbulent and factious subjects, cast a wishful eye to the succession of England. And in proportion as the Queen advanced in years, his desire increased of mounting that throne, on which, besides acquiring a great addition of power and splendor, he hoped to govern a people so much more tractable and submissive. He negotiated with all the courts of Europe, in order to ensure himself friends and partisans. He even neglected not the court of Rome and that of Spain. And though he engaged himself in no positive promise, he flattered the Catholics with hopes that, in the event of his succession, they might expect some more liberty than was at present indulged them. Elizabeth was the only sovereign in Europe to whom he never dared to mention his right of succession. He knew that, though her advanced age might now invite her to think of fixing an heir to the crown, she never could bear the prospect of her own death without horror, and was determined still to retain him, and all other competitors, in an entire dependence upon her. Essex was descended by females from the royal family, and some of his sanguine partisans had been so imprudent as to mention his name among those of other pretenders to the crown. But the Earl took care, by means of Henry Lee, whom he secretly sent into Scotland, to assure James, that so far from entertaining such ambitious views, he was determined to use every expedient for extorting an immediate declaration in favor of that monarch's right of succession. James willingly hearkened to this proposal, but did not approve of the violent methods which Essex intended to employ. Essex had communicated his scheme to Mountjoy, Deputy of Ireland. And as no man ever commanded more the cordial affection and attachment of his friends, he had even engaged a person of that virtue and prudence to entertain thoughts of bringing over part of his army into England, and of forcing the Queen to declare the King of Scots her successor. And such was Essex's impatient ardor, that, though James declined this dangerous expedient, he still endeavored to persuade Mountjoy not to desist from the project. But the deputy, who thought that such violence, though it might be prudent, and even justifiable, when supported by a sovereign prince, next heir to the crown, would be rash and criminal if attempted by subjects, absolutely refused his concurrence. The correspondence, however, between Essex and the court of Scotland was still conducted with great secrecy and cordiality. And that nobleman, besides conciliating the favour of James, represented all his own adversaries as enemies to that prince's succession, and as men entirely devoted to the interests of Spain, and partisans of the chimerical title of the Infanta. The Infanta and the Archduke Albert had made some advances to the Queen for peace, and Boulogne, as a neutral town, was chosen for the place of conference. Sir Henry Neville, the English resident in France, Herbert, Edmonds, and Beale, were sent thither as ambassadors from England, and negotiated with Zuniga, Carrillo, Richeardat, and Verheiken, ministers of Spain and the Archduke, but the conferences were soon broken off, by disputes with regard to the ceremonial. Among the European states, England had ever been allowed the precedency above Castile, Aragon, Portugal, and the other kingdoms of which the Spanish monarchy was composed. And Elizabeth insisted, that this ancient right was not lost on account of the junction of these states, and that monarchy in its present situation, though it surpassed the English in extent as well as in power, could not be compared with it in point of antiquity, the only durable and regular foundation of precedency among kingdoms as well as noble families. That she might show, however, a pacific disposition, she was content to yield to an equality. But the Spanish ministers, as their nation had always disputed precedency even with France, to which England yielded, would proceed no further in the conference till their superiority of rank were acknowledged. During the preparations for this abortive negotiation, the Earl of Nottingham, the Admiral, Lord Buckhurst, Treasurer, and Secretary Cecil, had discovered their inclination to peace, but as the English nation, flushed with success, and sanguine in their hopes of plunder and conquest, were in general averse to that measure, it was easy for a person so popular as Essex to infuse into the multitude an opinion that these ministers had sacrificed the interests of their country to Spain, and would even make no scruple of receiving a sovereign from that hostile nation. 1601. But Essex, not content with these arts for decrying his adversaries, proceeded to concert more violent methods of ruining them. Chiefly instigated by Cuff, his secretary, a man of a bold and arrogant spirit, who had acquired a great ascendant over his patron. A select council of malcontents was formed, who commonly met at Drury House, and were composed of Sir Charles Davers, to whom the house belonged, the Earl of Southampton, Sir Ferdinando Gorges, Sir Christopher Blunt, Sir John Davies, and John Littleton. And Essex, who boasted that he had 120 barons, knights, and gentlemen of note at his devotion, and who trusted still more to his authority with the populace, communicated to his associates those secret designs with which his confidence in so powerful a party had inspired him. Among other criminal projects, the result of blind rage and despair, he deliberated with them concerning the method of taking arms, and asked their opinion, whether he had best begin with seizing the palace or the Tower, or set out with making himself master at once of both places. The first enterprise being preferred, a method was concerted for executing it. It was agreed, that Sir Christopher Blunt, with a choice detachment, should possess himself of the palace gates, that Davies should seize the hall, Davers the guard chamber and presence chamber, and that Essex should rush in from the Mews, attended by a body of his partisans, should entreat the Queen, with all demonstrations of humility, to remove his enemies, should oblige her to assemble a parliament, and should, with common consent, settle a new plan of government. While these desperate projects were in agitation, many reasons of suspicion were carried to the Queen, and she sent Robert Sackville, son of the Treasurer, to Essex House, on pretence of a visit, but, in reality, with a view of discovering whether there were in that place any unusual concourse of people, or any extraordinary preparations which might threaten an insurrection. Soon after, Essex received a summons to attend the council, which met at the Treasurer's house. And while he was musing on this circumstance, and comparing it with the late unexpected visit from Sackville, a private note was conveyed to him, by which he was warned to provide for his own safety. He concluded, that all his conspiracy was discovered, at least suspected, and that the easiest punishment which he had reason to apprehend, was a new and more severe confinement. He therefore excused himself to the council on pretence of an indisposition. And he immediately dispatched messages to his more intimate confederates, requesting their advice and assistance in the present critical situation of his affairs. They deliberated, whether they should abandon all their projects, and fly the kingdom, or instantly seize the palace with the force which they could assemble, or rely upon the affections of the citizens, who were generally known to have a great attachment to the Earl. Essex declared against the first expedient, and professed himself determined to undergo any fate rather than submit to live the life of a fugitive. To seize the palace seemed impracticable without more preparations, especially as the Queen seemed now aware of their projects, and, as they heard, had used the precaution of doubling her ordinary guards. There remained, therefore, no expedient but that of betaking themselves to the city. And while the prudence and feasibility of this resolution was under debate, a person arrived, who, as if he had received a commission for the purpose, gave them assurance of the affections of the Londoners, and affirmed that they might securely rest any project on that foundation. The popularity of Essex had chiefly buoyed him up in all his vain undertakings, and he fondly imagined, that, with no other assistance than the goodwill of the multitude, he might overturn Elizabeth's government, confirmed by time, revered for wisdom, supported by vigor, and concurring with the general sentiments of the nation. The wild project of raising the city was immediately resolved on, the execution of it was delayed till next day. And emissaries were dispatched to all Essex's friends, informing them that Cobham and Raleigh had laid schemes against his life, and entreating their presence and assistance. Next day, there appeared at Essex House the Earls of Southampton and Rutland, the Lord Sandys and Monteagle, with about 300 gentlemen of good quality and fortune. And Essex informed them of the danger to which, he pretended, the machinations of his enemies exposed him. To some, he said that he would throw himself at the Queen's feet, and crave her justice and protection. To others, he boasted of his interest in the city, and affirmed that, whatever might happen, this resource could never fail him. The Queen was informed of these designs, by means of intelligence conveyed, as is supposed, to Raleigh by Sir Ferdinando Gorges, and having ordered the magistrates of London to keep the citizens in readiness, she sent Egerton, Lord Keeper, to Essex House, with the Earl of Worcester, Sir William Knowles, Comptroller, and Popham, Chief Justice, in order to learn the cause of these unusual commotions. They were with difficulty admitted through a wicket. But all their servants were excluded, except the purse-bearer. After some altercation, in which they charged Essex's retainers, upon their allegiance, to lay down their arms, and were menaced in their turn by the angry multitude who surrounded them, the Earl, who found that matters were past recall, resolved to leave them prisoners in his house, and to proceed to the execution of his former project. He sallied forth with about 200 attendants, armed only with walking swords, and in his passage to the city was joined by the Earl of Bedford and Lord Cromwell. He cried aloud, "For the Queen! For the Queen! A plot is laid for my life!" And then proceeded to the house of Smith the sheriff, on whose aid he had great reliance. The citizens flocked about him in amazement. But though he told them that England was sold to the Infanta, and exhorted them to arms instantly, otherwise they could not do him any service, no one showed a disposition to join him. The sheriff, on the Earl's approach to his house, stole out at the back door, and made the best of his way to the mayor. Essex, meanwhile, observing the coldness of the citizens, and hearing that he was proclaimed a traitor by the Earl of Cumberland and Lord Burleigh, began to despair of success, and thought of retreating to his own house. He found the streets in his passage barricaded and guarded by the citizens under the command of Sir John Levison. In his attempt to force his way, Tracy, a young gentleman to whom he bore great friendship, was killed, with 2 or 3 of the Londoners. And the Earl himself, attended by a few of his partisans, for the greater part began secretly to withdraw themselves, retired towards the river, and taking boat, arrived at Essex House. He there found that Gorges, whom he had sent before to capitulate with the Lord Keeper and the other councillors, had given all of them their liberty, and had gone to court with them. He was now reduced to despair, and appeared determined, in prosecution of Lord Sandys' advice, to defend himself to the last extremity, and rather to perish like a brave man, with his sword in his hand, than basely by the hands of the executioner. But after some parley, and after demanding in vain, first hostages, then conditions, from the besiegers, he surrendered at discretion, requesting only civil treatment, and a fair and impartial hearing. The Queen, who, during all this commotion, had behaved with as great tranquillity and security as if there had only passed a fray in the streets, in which she was nowise concerned, soon gave orders for the trial of the most considerable of the criminals. The Earls of Essex and Southampton were arraigned before a jury of 25 peers, where Buckhurst acted as Lord Steward. The guilt of the prisoners was too apparent to admit of any doubt. And, besides the insurrection known to every body, the treasonable conferences at Drury House were proved by undoubted evidence. Sir Ferdinando Gorges was produced in court, the confessions of the Earl of Rutland, of the Lords Cromwell, Sandys, and Monteagle, of Davers, Blunt, and Davies, were only read to the peers, according to the practice of that age. Essex's best friends were scandalized at his assurance in insisting so positively on his innocence, and the goodness of his intentions, and still more at his vindictive disposition, in accusing, without any appearance of reason, Secretary Cecil as a partisan of the Infanta's title. The secretary, who had expected this charge, stepped into the court, and challenged Essex to produce his authority, which, on examination, was found extremely weak and frivolous. When sentence was pronounced, Essex spoke like a man who expected nothing but death, but he added, that he should be sorry if he were represented to the Queen as a person that despised her clemency. Though he should not, he believed, make any cringing submissions to obtain it. Southampton's behavior was more mild and submissive. He entreated the good offices of the peers in so modest and becoming a manner, as excited compassion in every one. The most remarkable circumstance in Essex's trial was Bacon's appearance against him. He was none of the crown lawyers, so was not obliged by his office to assist at this trial, yet did he not scruple, in order to obtain the Queen's favour, to be active in bereaving of life his friend and patron, whose generosity he had often experienced. He compared Essex's conduct, in pretending to fear the attempts of his adversaries, to that of Pisistratus the Athenian, who cut and wounded his own body, and, making the people believe that his enemies had committed the violence, obtained a guard for his person, by whose assistance he afterward subdued the liberties of his country. After Essex had passed some days in the solitude and reflections of a prison, his proud heart was at last subdued, not by the fear of death, but by the sentiments of religion. A principle which he had before attempted to make the instrument of his ambition, but which now took a more firm hold of his mind, and prevailed over every other motive and consideration. His spiritual directors persuaded him, that he never could obtain the pardon of heaven, unless he made a full confession of his disloyalty. And he gave into the council an account of all his criminal design, as well as of his correspondence with the King of Scots. He spared not even his most intimate friends, such as Lord Mountjoy, whom he had engaged in these conspiracies. And he sought to pacify his present remorse by making such atonements as, in any other period of his life, he would have deemed more blamable than those attempts themselves which were the objects of his penitence. Sir Henry Neville, in particular, a man of merit, he accused of a correspondence with the conspirators, though it appears that this gentleman had never assented to the proposals made him, and was no further criminal than in not revealing the Earl's treason, an office to which every man of honour naturally bears the strongest reluctance. Neville was thrown into prison, and underwent a severe persecution, but as the Queen found Mountjoy an able and successful commander, she continued him in his government, and sacrificed her resentment to the public service. Elizabeth affected extremely the praise of clemency, and in every great example which she had made during her reign, she had always appeared full of reluctance and hesitation, but the present situation of Essex called forth all her tender affections, and kept her in the most real agitation and irresolution. She felt a perpetual combat between resentment and inclination, pride and compassion, the care of her own safety and concern for her favourite. And her situation, during this interval, was perhaps more an object of pity than that to which Essex himself was reduced. She signed the warrant for his execution, she countermanded it, she again resolved on his death. She felt a new return of tenderness. Essex's enemies told her, that he himself desired to die, and had assured her, that she could never be in safety while he lived. It is likely that this proof of penitence and of concern for her would produce a contrary effect to what they intended, and would revive all the fond affection which she had so long indulged towards the unhappy prisoner. But what chiefly hardened her heart against him was his supposed obstinacy, in never making, as she hourly expected, any application to her for mercy, and she finally gave her consent to his execution. He discovered at his death symptoms rather of penitence and piety than of fear, and willingly acknowledged the justice of the sentence by which he suffered. The execution was private in the Tower, agreeably to his own request. He was apprehensive, he said, lest the favour and compassion of the people would too much raise his heart in those moments, when humiliation under the afflicting hand of heaven was the only proper sentiment which he could indulge. And the Queen no doubt, thought that prudence required the removing of so melancholy a spectacle from the public eye. Sir Walter Raleigh, who came to the Tower on purpose, and who beheld Essex's execution from a window, increased much by this action the general hatred under which he already laboured. It was thought that his sole intention was to feast his eyes with the death of an enemy, and no apology which he could make for so ungenerous a conduct could be accepted by the public. The cruelty and animosity with which he urged on Essex's fate, even when Cecil relented, were still regarded as the principles of this unmanly behaviour. The Earl of Essex was but 34 years of age, when his rashness, imprudence, and violence brought him to this untimely end. We must here, as in many other instances, lament the inconstancy of human nature, that a person endowed with so many noble virtues, generosity, sincerity, friendship, valor, eloquence, and industry, should, in the latter period of his life, have given reins to his ungovernable passions, and involved, not only himself, but many of his friends, in utter ruin. The Queen's tenderness and passion for him, as it was the cause of those premature honors which he attained, seems, on the whole, the chief circumstance which brought on his unhappy fate. Confident of her partiality towards him, as well as of his own merit, he treated her with a haughtiness which neither her love nor her dignity could bear. And as her amorous inclinations, in so advanced an age, would naturally make her appear ridiculous, if not odious, in his eyes, he was engaged, by an imprudent openness, of which he made profession, to discover too easily those sentiments to her. The many reconciliations and returns of affection, of which he had still made advantage, induced him to venture on new provocations, till he pushed her beyond all bounds of patience. And he forgot, that though the sentiments of the woman were ever strong in her, those of the sovereign had still in the end appeared predominant. Some of Essex's associates, Cuff, Davers, Blunt, Merrick, and Davies, were tried and condemned, and all of these except Davies, were executed. The Queen pardoned the rest, being persuaded that they were drawn in merely from their friendship to that nobleman, and their care of his safety, and were ignorant of the more criminal part of his intentions. Southampton's life was saved with great difficulty, but he was detained in prison during the remainder of this reign. The King of Scots, apprehensive lest his correspondence with Essex might have been discovered, and have given offence to Elizabeth, sent the Earl of Mar and Lord Kinloss as ambassadors to England, in order to congratulate the Queen on her escape from the late insurrection and conspiracy. They were also ordered to make secret inquiry, whether any measures had been taken by her for excluding him from the succession, as well as to discover the inclinations of the chief nobility and councillors, in case of the Queen's demise. They found the dispositions of men as favourable as they could wish. And they even entered into a correspondence with Secretary Cecil, whose influence, after the fall of Essex, was now uncontrolled, and who was resolved, by this policy, to acquire in time the confidence of the successor. He knew how jealous Elizabeth ever was of her authority, and he therefore carefully concealed from her his attachment to James, but he afterwards asserted, that nothing could be more advantageous to her than this correspondence. Because the King of Scots, secure of mounting the throne by his undoubted title, aided by those connections with the English ministry, was the less likely to give any disturbance to the present sovereign. He also persuaded that prince to remain in quiet, and patiently to expect that time should open to him the inheritance of the crown, without pushing his friends on desperate enterprises, which would totally incapacitate them from serving him. James's equity, as well as his natural facility of disposition, easily inclined him to embrace that resolution. And in this manner the minds of the English were silently but universally disposed to admit, without opposition, the succession of the Scottish line. The death of Essex, by putting an end to faction, had been rather favourable than prejudicial to that great event. The French king, who was little prepossessed in favour of James, and who, for obvious reasons, was averse to the union of England and Scotland, made his ambassador drop some hints to Cecil of Henry's willingness to concur in any measure for disappointing the hopes of the Scottish monarch. But as Cecil showed an entire disapprobation of such schemes, the court of France took no further steps in that matter, and thus the only foreign power which could give much disturbance to James's succession, was induced to acquiesce in it. Henry made a journey this summer to Calais, and the Queen, hearing of his intentions, went to Dover, in hopes of having a personal interview with a monarch, whom, of all others, she most loved and most respected. The King of France, who felt the same sentiments towards her, would gladly have accepted of the proposal, but as many difficulties occurred, it appeared necessary to lay aside, by common consent, the project of an interview. Elizabeth, however, wrote successively 2 letters to Henry, one by Edmonds, another by Sir Robert Sidney, in which she expressed a desire of conferring about a business of importance, with some minister in whom that prince reposed entire confidence. The Marquis of Rosny, the king's favourite and prime minister, came to Dover in disguise. And the memoirs of that able statesman contain a full account of his conference with Elizabeth. This princess had formed a scheme for establishing, in conjunction with Henry, a new system in Europe, and of fixing a durable balance of power, by the erection of new states on the ruins of the House of Austria. She had even the prudence to foresee the perils which might ensue from the aggrandizement of her ally. And she purposed to unite all the 17 provinces of the Low Countries in one republic, in order to form a perpetual barrier against the dangerous increase of the French as well as of the Spanish monarchy. Henry had himself long meditated such a project against the Austrian family. And Rosny could not forbear expressing his astonishment, when he found that Elizabeth and his master, though they had never communicated their sentiments on this subject, not only had entered into the same general views, but had also formed the same plan for their execution. The affairs, however, of France were not yet brought to a situation which might enable Henry to begin that great enterprise. And Rosny satisfied the Queen that it would be necessary to postpone for some years their united attack on the House of Austria. He departed, filled with just admiration at the solidity of Elizabeth's judgment, and the greatness of her mind. And he owns, that she was entirely worthy of that high reputation which she enjoyed in Europe. The Queen's magnanimity in forming such extensive projects was the more remarkable, as, besides her having fallen so far into the decline of life, the affairs of Ireland, though conducted with abilities and success, were still in disorder, and made a great diversion of her forces. The expense incurred by this war lay heavy upon her narrow revenues. And her ministers, taking advantage of her disposition to frugality, proposed to her an expedient of saving, which, though she at first disapproved of it, she was at last induced to embrace. It was represented to her, that the great sums of money remitted to Ireland for the pay of the English forces, came, by the necessary course of circulation, into the hands of the rebels, and enabled them to buy abroad all necessary supplies of arms and ammunition, which, from the extreme poverty of that kingdom and its want of every useful commodity, they could not otherwise find means to purchase. It was therefore recommended to her, that she should pay her forces in base money. And it was asserted that, besides the great saving to the revenue, this species of coin could never be exported with advantage, and would not pass in any foreign market. Some of her wiser counsellors maintained, that if the pay of the soldiers were raised in proportion, the Irish rebels would necessarily reap the same benefit from the base money, which would always be taken at a rate suitable to its value. If the pay were not raised, there would be danger of a mutiny among the troops, who, whatever names might be affixed to the pieces of metal, would soon find from experience that they were defrauded in their income. But Elizabeth, though she justly valued herself on fixing the standard of the English coin, much debased by her predecessors, and had innovated very little in that delicate article, was seduced by the specious arguments employed by the treasurer on this occasion. And she coined a great quantity of base money, which he made use of in the pay of her forces in Ireland. Mountjoy, the deputy, was a man of abilities. And foreseeing the danger of mutiny among the troops, he led them instantly into the field, and resolved, by means of strict discipline, and by keeping them employed against the enemy, to obviate those inconveniencies which were justly to be apprehended. He made military roads, and built a fortress at Mogairi. He drove the Macgenesses out of Lecale. He harassed Tyrone in Ulster with inroads and lesser expeditions. And by destroying everywhere, and during all seasons, the provisions of the Irish, he reduced them to perish by famine in the woods and morasses, to which they were obliged to retreat. At the same time, Sir Henry Dockwray, who commanded another body of troops, took the castle of Derry, and put garrisons into Newton and Hainault. And having seized the monastery of Donegal, near Ballyshannon, he threw troops into it, and defended it against the assaults of O'Donnell and the Irish. Nor was Sir George Carew idle in the province of Munster. He seized the titular Earl of Desmond, and sent him over, with Florence MacCarty, another chieftain, prisoner to England. He arrested many suspected persons, and took hostages from others. And having got a reinforcement of 2,000 men from England, he threw himself into Cork, which he supplied with arms and provisions, and he put everything in a condition for resisting the Spanish invasion, which was daily expected. The deputy, informed of the danger to which the southern provinces were exposed, left the prosecution of the war against Tyrone, who was reduced to great extremities, and he marched with his army into Munster. At last the Spaniards, under Don John de Aquila, arrived at Kinsale, and Sir Richard Piercy, who commanded in the town with a small garrison of 150 men, found himself obliged to abandon it on their appearance. These invaders amounted to 4,000 men, and the Irish discovered a strong propensity to join them, in order to free themselves from the English government, with which they were extremely discontented. One chief ground of their complaint, was the introduction of trials by jury, an institution abhorred by that people, though nothing contributes more to the support of that equity and liberty for which the English laws are so justly celebrated. The Irish, also, bore a great favour to the Spaniards, having entertained the opinion that they themselves were descended from that nation, and their attachment to the Catholic religion proved a new cause of affection to the invaders. D'Aquila assumed the title of general, in the Holy War for the preservation of the faith, in Ireland, and he endeavoured to persuade the people that Elizabeth was, by several bulls of the Pope, deprived of her crown. That her subjects were absolved from their oaths of allegiance, and that the Spaniards were come to deliver the Irish from the dominion of the devil. Mountjoy found it necessary to act with vigour, in order to prevent a total insurrection of the Irish, and having collected his forces, he formed the siege of Kinsale by land, while Sir Richard Leveson, with a small squadron, blockaded it by sea. He had no sooner begun his operations than he heard of the arrival of another body of 2,000 Spaniards under the command of Alfonso Ocampo, who had taken possession of Baltimore and Berehaven. And he was obliged to detach Sir George Carew to oppose their progress. Tyrone, meanwhile, with Randall, Mac Surley, Tyrrell, Baron of Kelly, and other chieftains of the Irish, had joined Ocampo with all their forces, and were marching to the relief of Kinsale. The deputy, informed of their design by intercepted letters, made preparations to receive them. And being reinforced by Leveson with 600 marines, he posted his troops on an advantageous ground, which lay on the passage of the enemy, leaving some cavalry to prevent a sally from D'Aquila and the Spanish garrison. When Tyrone, with a detachment of Irish and Spaniards, approached, he was surprised to find the English so well posted, and ranged in good order, and he immediately sounded a retreat, but the deputy gave orders to pursue him. And having thrown these advanced troops into disorder, he followed them to the main body, whom he also attacked and put to flight, with the slaughter of 1,200 men. Ocampo was taken prisoner, Tyrone fled into Ulster. O'Donnell made his escape into Spain, and D'Aquila, finding himself reduced to the greatest difficulties, was obliged to capitulate upon such terms as the deputy prescribed to him. He surrendered Kinsale and Baltimore, and agreed to evacuate the kingdom. This great blow, joined to other successes gained by Limmet, governor of Kerry, and by Roger and Gavin Harvey, threw the rebels into dismay, and gave a prospect of the final reduction of Ireland. The Irish War, though successful, was extremely burdensome on the Queen's revenue. And besides the supplies granted by Parliament, which were indeed very small, but which they ever regarded as mighty concessions, she had been obliged, notwithstanding her great frugality, to employ other expedients, such as selling the royal domains and crown jewels, and exacting loans from the people, in order to support this cause, so essential to the honour and interests of England. The necessity of her affairs obliged her again to summon a parliament. And it here appeared, that though old age was advancing fast upon her, though she had lost much of her popularity by the unfortunate execution of Essex, insomuch that when she appeared in public she was not attended with the usual acclamations, yet the powers of her prerogative, supported by her vigour, still remained as high and uncontrollable as ever. The active reign of Elizabeth had enabled many persons to distinguish themselves in civil and military employments. And the Queen, who was not able from her revenue to give them any rewards proportioned to their services, had made use of an expedient which had been employed by her predecessors, but which had never been carried to such an extreme as under her administration. She granted her servants and courtiers patents for monopolies. And these patents they sold to others, who were thereby enabled to raise commodities to what price they pleased, and who put invincible restraints upon all commerce, industry, and emulation in the arts. It is astonishing to consider the number and importance of those commodities which were thus assigned over to patentees. Currants, salt, iron, powder, cards, calf skins, fells, pudavies, ox shin bones, train oil, lists of cloth, potashes, aniseeds, vinegar, sea coals, steel, aquavity, brushes, pots, bottles, saltpetre, lead, accidences, oil, calamine stone, oil of blubber, glasses, paper, starch, tin, sulfur, new drapery, dried pilchards, transportation of iron ordnance, of beer, of horn, of leather, importation of Spanish wool, of Irish yarn. These are but a part of the commodities which had been appropriated to monopolists. When this list was read in the House, a member cried, "Is not bread in the number?" "Bread," said every one with astonishment. "Yes, I assure you," replied he, "if affairs go on at this rate, we shall have bread reduced to a monopoly before next Parliament." These monopolists were so exorbitant in their demands, that in some places they raised the price of salt from 16 pence a bushel, to 14 or 15 shillings. Such high profits naturally begot intruders upon their commerce. And in order to secure themselves against encroachments, the patentees were armed with high and arbitrary powers from the council, by which they were enabled to oppress the people at pleasure, and to exact money from such as they thought proper to accuse of interfering with their patent. The patentees of saltpetre, having the power of entering into every house, and of committing what havoc they pleased in stables, cellars, or wherever they suspected saltpetre might be gathered, commonly extorted money from those who desired to free themselves from this damage or trouble. And while all domestic intercourse was thus restrained, lest any scope should remain for industry, almost every species of foreign commerce was confined to exclusive companies, who bought and sold at any price that they themselves thought proper to offer or exact. These grievances, the most intolerable for the present, and the most pernicious in their consequences, that ever were known in any age or under any government, had been mentioned in the last Parliament. And a petition had even been presented to the Queen, complaining of the patents. But she still persisted in defending her monopolists against her people. A bill was now introduced into the lower house, abolishing all these monopolies. And as the former application had been unsuccessful, a law was insisted on as the only certain expedient for correcting these abuses. The courtiers, on the other hand, maintained, that this matter regarded the prerogative, and that the Commons could never hope for success, if they did not make application, in the most humble and respectful manner, to the Queen's goodness and beneficence. The topics which were advanced in the House, and which came equally from the courtiers and the country gentlemen, and were admitted by both, will appear the most extraordinary to such as are prepossessed with an idea of the privileges enjoyed by the people during that age, and of the liberty possessed under the administration of Elizabeth. It was asserted that the Queen inherited both an enlarging and a restraining power. By her prerogative she might set at liberty what was restrained by statute or otherwise, and by her prerogative she might restrain what was otherwise at liberty, that the royal prerogative was not to be canvassed, nor disputed, nor examined, and did not even admit of any limitation. That absolute princes, such as the sovereigns of England, were a species of divinity, that it was in vain to attempt tying the Queen's hands by laws or statutes, since, by means of her dispensing power, she could loosen herself at pleasure, and that even if a clause should be annexed to a statute, excluding her dispensing power, she could first dispense with that clause and then with the statute. After all this discourse, more worthy of a Turkish divan than of an English House of Commons, according to our present idea of this assembly, the Queen, who perceived how odious monopolies had become, and what heats were likely to arise, sent for the Speaker, and desired him to acquaint the House, that she would immediately cancel the most grievous and oppressive of these patents. The House was struck with astonishment, and admiration and gratitude, at this extraordinary instance of the Queen's goodness and condescension. A member said, with tears in his eyes, that if a sentence of everlasting happiness had been pronounced in his favor, he could not have felt more joy than that with which he was at present overwhelmed. Another observed, that this message from the sacred person of the Queen was a kind of gospel or glad tidings, and ought to be received as such, and be written in the tablets of their hearts. And it was further remarked, that in the same manner as the deity would not give his glory to another, so the Queen herself was the only agent in their present prosperity and happiness. The House voted, that the Speaker, with a committee, should ask permission to wait on Her Majesty, and return thanks to her for her gracious concessions to her people. When the Speaker, with the other members, was introduced to the Queen, they all flung themselves on their knees, and remained in that posture a considerable time, till she thought proper to express her desire that they should rise. The Speaker displayed the gratitude of the Commons, because her sacred ears were ever open to hear them, and her blessed hands ever stretched out to relieve them. They acknowledged, he said, in all duty and thankfulness acknowledged, that, before they called, her preventing grace and all-deserving goodness watched over them for their good, more ready to give than they could desire, much less deserve. He remarked, that the attribute which was most proper to God, to perform all he promiseth, appertained also to her, and that she was all truth, all constancy, and all goodness. And he concluded with these expressions, neither do we present our thanks in words or any outward sign, which can be no sufficient retribution for so great goodness. But in all duty and thankfulness, prostrate at your feet, we present our most loyal and thankful hearts, even the last drop of blood in our hearts, and the last spirit of breath in our nostrils, to be poured out, to be breathed up, for your safety. The Queen heard very patiently this speech, in which she was flattered in phrases appropriated to the Supreme Being. And she returned an answer full of such expressions of tenderness towards her people, as ought to have appeared fulsome after the late instances of rigor which she had employed, and from which nothing but necessity had made her depart. Thus was this critical affair happily terminated, and Elizabeth, by prudently receding, in time, from part of her prerogative, maintained her dignity, and preserved the affections of her people. The Commons granted her a supply quite unprecedented, of 4 subsidies and 8/15. And they were so dutiful as to vote this supply before they received any satisfaction in the business of monopolies, which they justly considered as of the utmost importance to the interest and happiness of the nation. Had they attempted to extort the concession by keeping the supply in suspense, so haughty was the Queen's disposition, that this appearance of constraint and jealousy had been sufficient to have produced a denial of all their requests, and to have forced her into some acts of authority still more violent and arbitrary. 1602. The remaining events of this reign are neither numerous nor important. The Queen, finding that the Spaniards had involved her in so much trouble, by fomenting and assisting the Irish rebellion, resolved to give them employment at home. And she fitted out a squadron of 9 ships, under Sir Richard Leveson, Admiral, and Sir William Monson, Vice-Admiral, whom she sent on an expedition to the coast of Spain. The Admiral, with part of the squadron, met the galleons loaded with treasure, but was not strong enough to attack them. The Vice-Admiral also fell in with some rich ships, but they escaped for a like reason. And these 2 brave officers, that their expedition might not prove entirely fruitless, resolved to attack the harbour of Serimbra, in Portugal, where, they received intelligence, a very rich carrack had taken shelter. The harbour was guarded by a castle, there were 11 galleys stationed in it. And the militia of the country, to the number, as was believed, of 20,000 men, appeared in arms on the shore, yet, notwithstanding these obstacles, and others derived from the winds and tides, the English squadron broke into the harbour, dismounted the guns of the castle, sunk, or burnt, or put to flight the galleys, and obliged the carrack to surrender. They brought her home to England, and she was valued at 1,000,000 of ducats, a sensible loss to the Spaniards, and a supply still more important to Elizabeth. The affairs of Ireland, after the defeat of Tyrone and the expulsion of the Spaniards, hastened to a settlement. Lord Mountjoy divided his army into small parties, and harassed the rebels on every side. He built Charlemont and many other small forts, which were impregnable to the Irish, and guarded all the important passes of the country. The activity of Sir Henry Dockwray and Sir Arthur Chichester permitted no repose or security to the rebels. And many of the chieftains, after skulking during some time in woods and morasses, submitted to mercy, and received such conditions as the deputy was pleased to impose upon them. 1603. Tyrone himself made application by Arthur Mac Baron, his brother, to be received upon terms, but Mountjoy would not admit him, except he made an absolute surrender of his life and fortunes to the Queen's mercy. He appeared before the deputy at Millfont, in a habit and posture suitable to his present fortune. And after acknowledging his offence in the most humble terms, he was committed to custody by Mountjoy, who intended to bring him over captive into England, to be disposed of at the Queen's pleasure. But Elizabeth was now incapable of receiving any satisfaction from this fortunate event. She had fallen into a profound melancholy, which all the advantages of her high fortune, all the glories of her prosperous reign, were unable in any degree to alleviate or assuage. Some ascribed this depression of mind to her repentance of granting a pardon to Tyrone, whom she had always resolved to bring to condign punishment for his treasons, but who had made such interest with the ministers as to extort a remission from her. Others, with more likelihood, accounted for her dejection by a discovery which she had made, of the correspondence maintained in her court with her successor, the King of Scots, and by the neglect to which, on account of her old age and infirmities, she imagined herself to be exposed. But there is another cause assigned for her melancholy, which has long been rejected by historians as romantic, but which late discoveries seem to have confirmed. Some incidents happened which revived her tenderness for Essex, and filled her with the deepest sorrow for the consent which she had unwarily given to his execution. The Earl of Essex, after his return from the fortunate expedition against Cadiz, observing the increase of the Queen's fond attachment towards him, took occasion to regret that the necessity of her service required him often to be absent from her person, and exposed him to all those ill offices which his enemies, more assiduous in their attendance, could employ against him. She was moved with this tender jealousy, and making him the present of a ring, desired him to keep that pledge of her affection, and assured him, that into whatever disgrace he should fall, whatever prejudices she might be induced to entertain against him, yet, if he sent her that ring, she would immediately upon the sight of it recall her former tenderness, would afford him a patient hearing, and would lend a favourable ear to his apology. Essex, notwithstanding all his misfortunes, reserved this precious gift to the last extremity. But after his trial and condemnation, he resolved to try the experiment, and he committed the ring to the Countess of Nottingham, whom he desired to deliver it to the Queen. The Countess was prevailed on by her husband, the mortal enemy of Essex, not to execute the commission. And Elizabeth, who still expected that her favourite would make this last appeal to her tenderness, and who ascribed the neglect of it to his invincible obstinacy, was, after much delay and many internal combats, pushed by resentment and policy to sign the warrant for his execution. The Countess of Nottingham, falling into sickness, and affected with the near approach of death, was seized with remorse for her conduct, and having obtained a visit from the Queen, she craved her pardon, and revealed to her the fatal secret. The Queen, astonished with this incident, burst into a furious passion. She shook the dying Countess in her bed, and crying to her, that God might pardon her, but she never could, she broke from her, and thenceforth resigned herself over to the deepest and most incurable melancholy. She rejected all consolation, she even refused food and sustenance, and throwing herself on the floor, she remained sullen and immovable, feeding her thoughts on her afflictions, and declaring life and existence an insufferable burden to her. Few words she uttered, and they were all expressive of some inward grief which she cared not to reveal, but sighs and groans were the chief vent which she gave to her despondency, and which, though they discovered her sorrows, were never able to ease or assuage them. 10 days and nights she lay upon the carpet, leaning on cushions which her maids brought her, and her physicians could not persuade her to allow herself to be put to bed, much less to make trial of any remedies which they prescribed to her. Her anxious mind at last had so long preyed on her frail body, that her end was visibly approaching, and the council, being assembled, sent the keeper, admiral, and secretary, to know her will with regard to her successor. She answered with a faint voice, that as she had held a regal sceptre, she desired no other than a royal successor. Cecil requesting her to explain herself more particularly, she subjoined, that she would have a king to succeed her. And who should that be but her nearest kinsman, the King of Scots? Being then advised by the Archbishop of Canterbury to fix her thoughts upon God, she replied, that she did so, nor did her mind in the least wander from him. Her voice soon after left her and senses failed, she fell into a lethargic slumber, which continued some hours, and she expired gently, without further struggle or convulsion, in the 70th year of her age, and 45th of her reign. So dark a cloud overcast the evening of that day which had shone out with a mighty lustre in the eyes of all Europe. There are few great personages in history who have been more exposed to the calumny of enemies and the adulation of friends than Queen Elizabeth. And yet there scarcely is any whose reputation has been more certainly determined by the unanimous consent of posterity. The unusual length of her administration, and the strong features of her character, were able to overcome all prejudices. And obliging her detractors to abate much of their invectives, and her admirers somewhat of their panegyrics, have at last, in spite of political factions and, what is more, of religious animosities, produced a uniform judgment with regard to her conduct. Her vigor, her constancy, her magnanimity, her penetration, vigilance, address, are allowed to merit the highest praises, and appear not to have been surpassed by any person that ever filled a throne. A conduct less rigorous, less imperious, more sincere, more indulgent to her people, would have been requisite to form a perfect character. By the force of her mind, she controlled all her more active and stronger qualities, and prevented them from running into excess. Her heroism was exempt from temerity, her frugality from avarice, her friendship from partiality, her active temper from turbulency and a vain ambition. She guarded not herself with equal care or equal success from lesser infirmities, the rivalship of beauty, the desire of admiration, the jealousy of love, and the sallies of anger. Her singular talents for government were founded equally on her temper and on her capacity. Endowed with a great command over herself, she soon obtained an uncontrolled ascendant over her people. And while she merited all their esteem by her real virtues, she also engaged their affections by her pretended ones. Few sovereigns of England succeeded to the throne in more difficult circumstances. And none ever conducted the government with such uniform success and felicity. Though unacquainted with the practice of toleration, the true secret for managing religious factions, she preserved her people, by her superior prudence, from those confusions in which theological controversy had involved all the neighboring nations, and though her enemies were the most powerful princes of Europe, the most active, the most enterprising, the least scrupulous, she was able by her vigor to make deep impressions on their states. Her own greatness, meanwhile, remained untouched and unimpaired. The wise ministers and brave warriors who flourished under her reign, share the praise of her success. But instead of lessening the applause due to her, they make great addition to it. They owed all of them their advancement to her choice, they were supported by her constancy. And, with all their abilities, they were never able to acquire any undue ascendant over her. In her family, in her court, in her kingdom, she remained equally mistress. The force of the tender passions was great over her, but the force of her mind was still superior. And the combat which her victory visibly cost her, serves only to display the firmness of her resolution, and the loftiness of her ambitious sentiments. The fame of this princess, though it has surmounted the prejudices both of faction and bigotry, yet lies still exposed to another prejudice, which is more durable because more natural, and which, according to the different views in which we survey her, is capable either of exalting beyond measure, or diminishing the luster of her character. This prejudice is founded on the consideration of her sex. When we contemplate her as a woman, we are apt to be struck with the highest admiration of her great qualities and extensive capacity. But we are also apt to require some more softness of disposition, some greater lenity of temper, some of those amiable weaknesses by which her sex is distinguished. But the true method of estimating her merit, is to lay aside all these considerations, and consider her merely as a rational being placed in authority, and entrusted with the government of mankind. We may find it difficult to reconcile our fancy to her as a wife or a mistress, but her qualities as a sovereign, though with some considerable exceptions, are the object of undisputed applause and approbation. Appendix 3. The party among us who have distinguished themselves by their adhering to liberty and a popular government, have long indulged their prejudices against the succeeding race of princes. By bestowing unbounded panegyrics on the virtue and wisdom of Elizabeth. They have even been so extremely ignorant of the transactions of this reign, as to extol her for a quality which, of all others, she was the least possessed of. A tender regard for the Constitution, and a concern for the liberties and privileges of her people. But as it is scarcely possible for the prepossessions of party to throw a veil much longer over facts so palpable and undeniable, there is danger lest the public should run into the opposite extreme, and should entertain an aversion to the memory of a princess who exercised the royal authority in a manner so contrary to all the ideas which we at present entertain of a legal constitution. But Elizabeth only supported the prerogatives transmitted to her by her predecessors. She believed that her subjects were entitled to no more liberty than their ancestors had enjoyed. She found that they entirely acquiesced in her arbitrary administration, and it was not natural for her to find fault with a form of government by which she herself was invested with such unlimited authority. In the particular exertions of power, the question ought never to be forgotten, what is best? But in the general distribution of power among the several members of a constitution, there can seldom be admitted any other question than, what is established? Few examples occur of princes who have willingly resigned their power. None of those who have, without struggle and reluctance, allowed it to be extorted from them. If any other rule than established practice be followed, factions and dissensions must multiply without end, and though many constitutions, and none more than the British, have been improved even by violent innovations, the praise bestowed on those patriots to whom the nation has been indebted for its privileges, ought to be given with some reserve, and surely without the least rancor against those who adhered to the ancient constitution. In order to understand the ancient constitution of England, there is not a period which deserves more to be studied than the reign of Elizabeth. The prerogatives of this princess were scarcely ever disputed, and she therefore employed them without scruple. Her imperious temper, a circumstance in which she went far beyond her successors, rendered her exertions of power violent and frequent, and discovered the full extent of her authority. The great popularity which she enjoyed proves that she did not infringe any established liberties of the people. There remains evidence sufficient to ascertain the most noted acts of her administration, and though that evidence must be drawn from a source wide of the ordinary historians, it becomes only the more authentic on that account, and serves as a stronger proof, that her particular exertions of power were conceived to be nothing but the ordinary course of administration, since they were not thought remarkable enough to be recorded even by contemporary writers. If there was any difference in this particular, the people in former reigns seem rather to have been more submissive than even during the age of Elizabeth. It may not here be improper to recount some of the ancient prerogatives of the crown, and lay open the sources of that great power which the English monarchs formerly enjoyed. One of the most ancient and most established instruments of power was the Court of Star Chamber, which possessed an unlimited discretionary authority of fining, imprisoning, and inflicting corporal punishment, and whose jurisdiction extended to all sorts of offences, contempts, and disorders that lay not within reach of the common law. The members of this court consisted of the Privy Council and the judges, men who all of them enjoyed their offices during pleasure, and when the prince himself was present, he was the sole judge, and all the others could only interpose with their advice. There needed but this one court in any government to put an end to all regular, legal, and exact plans of liberty. For who durst set himself in opposition to the crown ministry, or aspire to the character of being a patron of freedom, while exposed to so arbitrary a jurisdiction? I much question whether any of the absolute monarchies in Europe contain, at present, so illegal and despotic a tribunal. The Court of High Commission was another jurisdiction still more terrible, both because the crime of heresy, of which it took cognizance, was more undefinable than any civil offence, and because its methods of inquisition, and of administering oaths, were more contrary to all the most simple ideas of justice and equity. The fines and imprisonments imposed by this court were frequent. The deprivations and suspensions of the clergy for nonconformity were also numerous, and comprehended at one time the third of all the ecclesiastics of England. The Queen, in a letter to the Archbishop of Canterbury, said expressly, that she was resolved, that no man should be suffered to decline, either on the left or on the right hand, from the drawn line limited by authority, and by her laws and injunctions. But martial law went beyond even these two courts in a prompt, and arbitrary, and violent method of decision. Whenever there was any insurrection or public disorder, the Crown employed martial law. And it was, during that time, exercised not only over the soldiers, but over the whole people. Any one might be punished as a rebel, or an aider and abettor of rebellion, whom the provost marshal, or lieutenant of a county, or their deputies, pleased to suspect. Lord Bacon says, that the trial at common law granted to the Earl of Essex and his fellow conspirators, was a favour, for that the case would have borne and required the severity of martial law. We have seen instances of its being employed by Queen Mary in defence of orthodoxy. There remains a letter of Queen Elizabeth's to the Earl of Sussex, after the suppression of the Northern Rebellion, in which she sharply reproves him, because she had not heard of his having executed any criminals by martial law. Though it is probable that near 800 persons suffered, one way or other, on account of that slight insurrection. But the kings of England did not always limit the exercise of this law to times of civil war and disorder. In 1552, when there was no rebellion or insurrection, King Edward granted a commission of martial law, and empowered the commissioners to execute it, as should be thought by their discretions most necessary. Queen Elizabeth too was not sparing in the use of this law. In 1573, one Peter Burchet, a Puritan, being persuaded that it was meritorious to kill such as opposed the truth of the gospel, ran into the streets, and wounded Hawkins, the famous sea captain, whom he took for Hatton, the Queen's favourite. The Queen was so incensed, that she ordered him to be punished instantly by martial law. But upon the remonstrance of some prudent counsellors, who told her that this law was usually confined to turbulent times, she recalled her order, and delivered over Burchet to the common law. But she continued not always so reserved in executing this authority. There remains a proclamation of hers, in which she orders martial law to be used against all such as import bulls, or even forbidden books and pamphlets from abroad, and prohibits the questioning of the lieutenants or their deputies for their arbitrary punishment of such offenders, any law or statute to the contrary in any wise notwithstanding. We have another act of hers still more extraordinary. The streets of London were much infested with idle vagabonds and riotous persons. The Lord Mayor had endeavoured to repress this disorder, the Star Chamber had exerted its authority, and inflicted punishment on these rioters, but the Queen, finding those remedies ineffectual, revived martial law, and gave Sir Thomas Wilford a commission of Provost Marshal, granting him authority, and commanding him, upon signification given by the Justices of Peace in London or the neighbouring counties, of such offenders worthy to be speedily executed by martial law, to attach and take the same persons, and in the presence of the said Justices, according to justice of martial law, to execute them upon the gallows or gibbet openly, or near to such place where the said rebellious and incorrigible offenders shall be found to have committed the said great offences. I suppose it would be difficult to produce an instance of such an act of authority in any place nearer than Muscovy. The patent of High Constable, granted to Earl Rivers by Edward IV, proves the nature of the office. The powers are unlimited, perpetual, and remain in force during peace as well as during war and rebellion. The Parliament in Edward VI's reign acknowledged the jurisdiction of the Constable and Marshal's Court to be part of the law of the land. The Star Chamber, and High Commission, and Court-Martial, though arbitrary jurisdictions, had still some pretence of a trial, at least of a sentence. But there was a grievous punishment very generally inflicted in that age, without any other authority than the warrant of a Secretary of State or of the Privy Council. And that was, imprisonment in any jail, and during any time, that the ministers should think proper. In suspicious times, all the jails were full of prisoners of state. And these unhappy victims of public jealousy were sometimes thrown into dungeons, and loaded with irons, and treated in the most cruel manner, without their being able to obtain any remedy from law. This practice was an indirect way of employing torture, but the rack itself, though not admitted in the ordinary execution of justice, was frequently used, upon any suspicion, by authority of a warrant from a secretary or the Privy Council. Even the council in the Marches of Wales was empowered, by their very commission, to make use of torture whenever they thought proper. There cannot be a stronger proof how lightly the rack was employed than the following story, told by Lord Bacon. We shall give it in his own words. The Queen was mightily incensed against Hayward, on account of a book he dedicated to Lord Essex, being a story of the first year of Henry IV. Thinking it a seditious prelude to put into the people's heads boldness and faction, she said, she had an opinion that there was treason in it, and asked me if I could not find any places in it that might be drawn within the case of treason. Whereto I answered, for treason, sure I found none, but for felony, very many, and when her Majesty hastily asked me, wherein? I told her, the author had committed very apparent theft. For he had taken most of the sentences of Cornelius Tacitus, and translated them into English, and put them into his text. And another time, when the Queen could not be persuaded that it was his writing whose name was to it, but that it had some more mischievous author, and said with great indignation, that she would have him racked to produce his author. I replied, Nay, madam, he is a doctor. Never rack his person, but rack his style, let him have pen, ink, and paper, and help of books, and be enjoined to continue the story where it breaketh off, and I will undertake, by collating the styles, to judge whether he were the author or no. Thus, had it not been for Bacon's humanity, or rather his wit, this author, a man of letters, had been put to the rack for a most innocent performance. His real offence was his dedicating a book to that munificent patron of the learned, the Earl of Essex, at a time when this nobleman lay under her Majesty's displeasure. The Queen's menace of trying and punishing Hayward for treason could easily have been executed, let his book have been ever so innocent. While so many terrors hung over the people, no jury durst have acquitted a man when the court was resolved to have him condemned. The practice, also, of not confronting witnesses with the prisoner, gave the crown lawyers all imaginable advantage against him. And indeed there scarcely occurs an instance during all these reigns, that the sovereign or the ministers were ever disappointed in the issue of a prosecution. Timid juries, and judges who held their offices during pleasure, never failed to second all the views of the crown. The power of pressing, both for sea and land service, and obliging any person to accept of any office, however mean or unfit for him, was another prerogative totally incompatible with freedom. Osborne gives the following account of Elizabeth's method of employing this prerogative. In case she found any likely to interrupt her occasions, says he, she did seasonably prevent him by a chargeable employment abroad, or putting him upon some service at home, which she knew least grateful to the people. Contrary to a false maxim, since practiced with far worse success, by such princes as thought it better husbandry to buy off enemies than reward friends. The practice with which Osborne reproaches the two immediate successors of Elizabeth, proceeded partly from the extreme difficulty of their situation, partly from the greater lenity of their disposition. The power of pressing, as may naturally be imagined, was often abused, in other respects, by men of inferior rank, and officers often exacted money for freeing persons from the service. The government of England during that age, however different in other particulars, bore in this respect some resemblance to that of Turkey at present. The sovereign possessed every power, except that of imposing taxes. And in both countries, this limitation, unsupported by other privileges, appears rather prejudicial to the people. In Turkey, it obliges the Sultan to permit the extortion of the pashas and governors of provinces, from whom he afterward squeezes presents or takes forfeitures. In England, it engaged the Queen to erect monopolies and grant patents for exclusive trade. An invention so pernicious, that had she gone on during a tract of years at her own rate, England, the seat of riches, and arts, and commerce, would have contained at present as little industry as Morocco or the coast of Barbary. We may further observe that this valuable privilege, valuable only because it proved afterwards the means by which the Parliament extorted all their other privileges, was very much encroached on, in an indirect manner, during the reign of Elizabeth, as well as of her predecessors. She often exacted loans from her people, an arbitrary and unequal kind of imposition, and which individuals felt severely. For though the money had been regularly repaid, which was seldom the case, it lay in the prince's hands without interest, which was a sensible loss to the persons from whom the money was borrowed. There remains a proposal, made by Lord Burleigh, for levying a general loan on the people, equivalent to a subsidy. A scheme which would have laid the burden more equally, but which was, in different words, a taxation imposed without consent of Parliament. It is remarkable, that the scheme thus proposed, without any visible necessity, by that wise minister, is the very same which Henry VIII executed, and which Charles I, enraged by ill usage from his Parliament, and reduced to the greatest difficulties, put afterwards in practice, to the great discontent of the nation. The demand of benevolence was another invention of that age for taxing the people. This practice was so little conceived to be irregular, that the Commons in 1585 offered the Queen a benevolence, which she very generously refused, as having no occasion at that time for money. Queen Mary, also, by an order of council, increased the customs in some branches, and her sister imitated the example. There was a species of ship money imposed at the time of the Spanish invasion. The several ports were required to equip a certain number of vessels at their own charge, and such was the alacrity of the people for the public defense, that some of the ports, particularly London, sent double the number demanded of them. When any levies were made for Ireland, France, or the Low Countries, the Queen obliged the counties to levy the soldiers, to arm and clothe them, and carry them to the seaports at their own charge. New Year's gifts were at that time expected from the nobility, and from the more considerable gentry. Purveyance and preemption were also methods of taxation, unequal, arbitrary, and oppressive. The whole kingdom sensibly felt the burden of those impositions, and it was regarded as a great privilege conferred on Oxford and Cambridge, to prohibit the purveyors from taking any commodities within 5 miles of these universities. The Queen victualled her navy by means of this prerogative, during the first years of her reign. Wardship was the most regular and legal of all these impositions by prerogative. Yet was it a great badge of slavery and oppressive to all the considerable families. When an estate devolved to a female, the sovereign obliged her to marry anyone he pleased, whether the heir were male or female. The crown enjoyed the whole profit of the estate during the minority. The giving of a rich wardship was a usual method of rewarding a courtier or favorite. The inventions were endless which arbitrary power might employ for the extorting of money, while the people imagined that their property was secured by the crown's being debarred from imposing taxes. Strype has preserved a speech of Lord Burleigh to the Queen and Council, in which are contained some particulars not a little extraordinary. Burleigh proposes, that she should erect a court for the correction of all abuses, and should confer on the commissioners a general inquisitorial power over the whole kingdom. He sets before her the example of her wise grandfather, Henry VII, who by such methods extremely augmented his revenue. And he recommends that this new court should proceed, as well by the direction and ordinary course of the laws, as by virtue of her Majesty's supreme regiment and absolute power, from whence law proceeded. In a word, he expects from this institution greater accession to the royal treasure than Henry VIII derived from the abolition of the abbeys, and all the forfeitures of ecclesiastical revenues. This project of Lord Burleigh's needs not, I think, any comment. A form of government must be very arbitrary indeed, where a wise and good minister could make such a proposal to the sovereign. Embargoes on merchandise was another engine of royal power, by which the English princes were able to extort money from the people. We have seen instances in the reign of Mary. Elizabeth, before her coronation, issued an order to the custom house, prohibiting the sale of all crimson silks which should be imported, till the court were first supplied. She expected, no doubt, a good pennyworth from the merchants while they lay under this restraint. The Parliament pretended to the right of enacting laws, as well as of granting subsidies. But this privilege was, during that age, still more insignificant than the other. Queen Elizabeth expressly prohibited them from meddling either with state matters or ecclesiastical causes. And she openly sent the members to prison who dared to transgress her imperial edict in these particulars. There passed few sessions of Parliament, during her reign where there occur not instances of this arbitrary conduct. But the legislative power of the Parliament was a mere fallacy, while the sovereign was universally acknowledged to possess a dispensing power, by which all the laws could be invalidated, and rendered of no effect. The exercise of this power was also an indirect method practiced for erecting monopolies. Where the statutes laid any branch of manufacture under restrictions, the sovereign, by exempting one person from the laws, gave him in effect the monopoly of that commodity. There was no grievance at that time more universally complained of, than the frequent dispensing with the penal laws. But in reality the Crown possessed the full legislative power, by means of proclamations, which might affect any matter, even of the greatest importance, and which the Star Chamber took care to see more rigorously executed than the laws themselves. The motives for these proclamations were sometimes frivolous, and even ridiculous. Queen Elizabeth had taken offence at the smell of woad, and she issued an edict prohibiting any one from cultivating that useful plant. She was also pleased to take offence at the long swords and high ruffs then in fashion. She sent about her officers to break every man's sword, and clip every man's ruff which was beyond a certain dimension. This practice resembles the method employed by the great Tsar Peter to make his subjects change their garb. The Queen's prohibition of the prophesyings, or the assemblies instituted for fanatical prayers and conferences, was founded on a better reason, but shows still the unlimited extent of her prerogative. Any number of persons could not meet together, in order to read the Scriptures and confer about religion, though in ever so orthodox a manner, without her permission. There were many other branches of prerogative incompatible with an exact or regular enjoyment of liberty. None of the nobility could marry without permission from the sovereign. The Queen detained the Earl of Southampton long in prison, because he privately married the Earl of Essex's cousin. No man could travel without the consent of the prince. Sir William Evers underwent a severe persecution because he had presumed to pay a private visit to the King of Scots. The sovereign even assumed a supreme and uncontrolled authority over all foreign trade. And neither allowed any person to enter or depart the kingdom, nor any commodity to be imported or exported, without his consent. The Parliament, in the 13th of the Queen, praised her for not imitating the practice usual among her predecessors, of stopping the course of justice by particular warrants. There could not possibly be a greater abuse, nor a stronger mark of arbitrary power, and the Queen, in refraining from it, was very laudable. But she was by no means constant in this reserve. There remain in the public record some warrants of hers for exempting particular persons from all lawsuits and prosecutions, if in these warrants, she says, she grants from her royal prerogative, which she will not allow to be disputed. It was very usual in Queen Elizabeth's reign, and probably in all the preceding reigns, for noblemen or privy councillors to commit to prison any one who had happened to displease them by suing for his just debts. And the unhappy person, though he gained his cause in the courts of justice, was commonly obliged to relinquish his property in order to obtain his liberty. Some, likewise, who had been delivered from prison by the judges, were again committed to custody in secret places, without any possibility of obtaining relief. And even the officers and sergeants of the courts of law were punished for executing the writs in favor of these persons. Nay, it was usual to send for people by pursuivants, a kind of harpies who then attended the orders of the Council and High Commission. And they were brought up to London, and constrained by imprisonment, not only to withdraw their lawful suits, but also to pay the pursuivants great sums of money. The judges, in the 34th of the Queen, complained to Her Majesty of the frequency of this practice. It is probable that so egregious a tyranny was carried no farther down than the reign of Elizabeth. Since the Parliament who presented the Petition of Right found no later instances of it. And even these very judges of Elizabeth, who thus protect the people against the tyranny of the great, expressly allow, that a person committed by special command of the Queen is not bailable. It is easy to imagine that, in such a government, no justice could by course of law be obtained of the sovereign, unless he were willing to allow it. In the naval expedition undertaken by Raleigh and Frobisher against the Spaniards, in the year 1592, a very rich carrack was taken, worth £200,000. The Queen's share in the adventure was only a tenth. But as the prize was so great, and exceeded so much the expectation of all the adventurers, she was determined not to rest contented with her share. Raleigh humbly and earnestly begged her to accept of £100,000 in lieu of all demands, or rather extortions. And says that the present which the proprietors were willing to make her of £80,000, was the greatest that ever prince received from a subject. But it is no wonder the Queen, in her administration, should pay so little regard to liberty, while the Parliament itself, in enacting laws, was entirely negligent of it. The persecuting statutes which they passed against Papists and Puritans are extremely contrary to the genius of freedom, and by exposing such multitudes to the tyranny of priests and bigots, accustomed the people to the most disgraceful subjection. Their conferring an unlimited supremacy on the Queen, or, what is worse, acknowledging her inherent right to it, was another proof of their voluntary servitude. The law of the 23rd of her reign, making seditious words against the Queen capital, is also a very tyrannical statute, and a use no less tyrannical was sometimes made of it. The case of Udal, a puritanical clergyman, seems singular even in those arbitrary times. This man had published a book, called A Demonstration of Discipline, in which he inveighed against the government of bishops. And though he had carefully endeavored to conceal his name, he was thrown into prison upon suspicion, and brought to a trial for this offense. It was pretended, that the bishops were part of the Queen's political body. And to speak against them, was really to attack her, and was therefore felony by the statute. This was not the only iniquity to which Udal was exposed. The judges would not allow the jury to determine anything but the fact, whether Udal had written the book or not, without examining his intention, or the import of the words. In order to prove the fact, the Crown lawyers did not produce a single witness to the court, they only read the testimony of two persons absent, one of whom said, that Udal had told him he was the author. Another, that a friend of Udal's had said so. They would not allow Udal to produce any exculpatory evidence, which, they said, was never to be permitted against the Crown. And they tendered him an oath, by which he was required to depose that he was not the author of the book, and his refusal to make that deposition was employed as the strongest proof of his guilt. It is almost needless to add, that notwithstanding these multiplied iniquities, a verdict of death was given by the jury against Udal, for, as the Queen was extremely bent upon his prosecution, it was impossible he could escape. He died in prison, before execution of the sentence. The case of Penry was, if possible, still hardier. This man was a zealous Puritan, or rather a Brownist, a small sect, which afterwards increased, and received the name of Independence. He had written against the hierarchy several tracts, such as Martin Marprelate, Theses Martiniani, and other compositions, full of low scurrility in petulant satire. After concealing himself for some years, he was seized. And as the statute against seditious words required that the criminal should be tried within a year after committing the offense, he could not be indicted for his printed books. He was therefore tried for some papers found in his pocket, as if he had thereby scattered sedition. It was also imputed to him, by the Lord Keeper, Puckering, that in some of these papers, he had only acknowledged Her Majesty's royal power to establish laws ecclesiastical and civil, but had avoided the usual terms of making, enacting, decreeing, and ordaining laws, which imply, says the Lord Keeper, a most absolute authority. Penry for these offences was condemned and executed. Thus we have seen, that the most absolute authority of the sovereign, to make use of the Lord Keeper's expression, was established on above 20 branches of prerogative, which are now abolished, and which were every one of them totally incompatible with the liberty of the subject. But what ensured more effectually the slavery of the people, than even these branches of prerogative, was, the established principles of the times, which attributed to the prince such an unlimited and indefeasible power, as was supposed to be the origin of all law, and could be circumscribed by none. The homilies published for the use of the clergy, and which they were enjoined to read every Sunday in all the churches, inculcate everywhere a blind and unlimited passive obedience to the prince, which on no account, and under no pretence, is it ever lawful for subjects in the smallest article to depart from or infringe. Much noise has been made because some court chaplains, during the succeeding reigns, were permitted to preach such doctrines. But there is a great difference between these sermons, and discourses published by authority, avowed by the prince and council, and promulgated to the whole nation. So thoroughly were these principles imbibed by the people, during the reigns of Elizabeth and her predecessors, that opposition to them was regarded as the most flagrant sedition, and was not even rewarded by that public praise and approbation, which can alone support men under such dangers and difficulties as attend the resistance of tyrannical authority. It was only during the next generation that the noble principles of liberty took root, and spreading themselves under the shelter of puritanical absurdities, became fashionable among the people. It is worth remarking, that the advantage usually ascribed to absolute monarchy, a greater regularity of police, and a more strict execution of the laws, did not attend the former English government, though in many respects it fell under that denomination. A demonstration of this truth is contained in a judicious paper which is preserved by Strype, and which was written by an eminent justice of peace of Somersetshire, in the year 1596, near the end of the Queen's reign, when the authority of that princess may be supposed to be fully corroborated by time, and her maxims of government improved by long practice. This paper contains an account of the disorders which then prevailed in the county of Somerset. The author says, that 40 persons had there been executed in a year for robberies, thefts, and other felonies. 35 burnt in the hand, 37 whipped, 183 discharged, that those who were discharged were most wicked and desperate persons, who never could come to any good, because they would not work. And none would take them into service, that notwithstanding this great number of indictments, the 5th part of the felonies committed in the county were not brought to trial. The greater number escaped censure either from the superior cunning of the felons, the remissness of the magistrates, or the foolish lenity of the people, that the rapines committed by the infinite number of wicked, wandering, idle people were intolerable to the poor countrymen, and obliged them to keep a perpetual watch over their sheepfolds, their pastures, their woods, and their cornfields, that the other counties of England were in no better condition than Somersetshire. And many of them were even in a worse, that there were at least 300 or 400 able-bodied vagabonds in every county, who lived by theft and rapine, and who sometimes met in troops to the number of 60, and committed spoil on the inhabitants, that if all the felons of this kind were assembled, they would be able, if reduced to good subjection, to give the greatest enemy her Majesty has a strong battle, and that the magistrates themselves were intimidated from executing the laws upon them. And there were instances of justices of peace who, after giving sentence against rogues, had interposed to stop the execution of their own sentence, on account of the danger which hung over them from the confederates of these felons. In the year 1575, the Queen complained in Parliament of the bad execution of the laws, and threatened, that if the magistrates were not for the future more vigilant, she would entrust authority to indigent and needy persons, who would find an interest in a more exact administration of justice. It appears that she was as good as her word. For in the year 1601, there were great complaints made in Parliament of the rapine of justices of peace. And a member said, that this magistrate was an animal who, for half a dozen of chickens, would dispense with a dozen of penal statutes. It is not easy to account for this relaxation of government, and neglect of police, during a reign of so much vigor as that of Elizabeth. The small revenue of the crown is the most likely cause that can be assigned. The Queen had it not in her power to interest a great number in assisting her to execute the laws. On the whole, the English have no reason, from the example of their ancestors, to be in love with the picture of absolute monarchy, or to prefer the unlimited authority of the prince and his unbounded prerogatives, to that noble liberty, that sweet equality, and that happy security, by which they are at present distinguished above all nations in the universe. The utmost that can be said in favor of the government of that age, and perhaps it may be said with truth, is, that the power of the prince, though really unlimited, was exercised after the European manner, and entered not into every part of the administration. That the instances of a high exerted prerogative were not so frequent as to render property sensibly insecure, or reduce the people to a total servitude. That the freedom from faction, the quickness of execution, and the promptitude of those measures which could be taken for offence or defence, made some compensation for the want of a legal and determinate liberty. That as the prince commanded no mercenary army, there was a tacit check on him, which maintained the government in that medium, to which the people had been accustomed. And that this situation of England, though seemingly it approached nearer, was in reality more remote from a despotic and eastern monarchy, than the present government of that kingdom, where the people, though guarded by multiplied laws, are totally naked, defenceless, and disarmed. And besides, are not secured by any middle power, or independent powerful nobility, interposed between them and the monarch. We shall close the present appendix with a brief account of the revenues, the military force, the commerce, the arts, and the learning of England during this period. Queen Elizabeth's economy was remarkable, and in some instances seemed to border on avarice. The smallest expense, if it could possibly be spared, appeared considerable in her eyes, and even the charge of an express, during the most delicate transactions, was not below her notice. She was also attentive to every profit, and embraced opportunities of gain which may appear somewhat extraordinary. She kept, for instance, the see of Ely vacant 19 years, in order to retain the revenue. And it was usual with her, when she promoted a bishop, to take the opportunity of pillaging the see of some of its manors. But that in reality there was little of no avarice in the Queen's temper, appears from this circumstance, that she never amassed any treasure, and even refused subsidies from the Parliament when she had no present occasion for them. Yet we must not conclude, from this circumstance, that her economy proceeded from a tender concern for her people. She loaded them with monopolies and exclusive patents, which are much more oppressive than the most heavy taxes levied in an equal and regular manner. The real source of her frugal conduct was derived from her desire of independency, and her care to preserve her dignity, which would have been endangered had she reduced herself to the necessity of having frequent recourse to parliamentary supplies. In consequence of this motive, the Queen, though engaged in successful and necessary wars, thought it more prudent to make a continual dilapidation of the royal domains, than demand the most moderate supplies from the commons. As she lived unmarried, and had no posterity, she was content to serve her present turn, though at the expense of her successors, who, by reason of this policy, joined to other circumstances, found themselves on a sudden reduced to the most extreme indigence. The splendor of a court was during this age a great part of the public charge. And as Elizabeth was a single woman, and expensive in no kind of magnificence, except clothes, this circumstance enabled her to perform great things by her narrow revenue. She is said to have paid 4 millions of debt, left on the crown by her father, brother, and sister, an incredible sum for that age. The states at the time of her death owed her about £800,000. And the King of France 450,000. Though that prince was extremely frugal, and after the peace of Vervins was continually amassing treasure, the Queen never could, by the most pressing importunities, prevail on him to make payment of those sums which she had so generously advanced him during his greatest distresses. One payment of 20,000 crowns, and another of 50,000, were all she could obtain, by the strongest representations she could make of the difficulties to which the rebellion in Ireland had reduced her. The Queen expended on the wars with Spain, between the years 1589 and 1593, the sum of £1,300,000, besides the pittance of a double subsidy, amounting to £280,000, granted her by Parliament. In the year 1599, she spent £600,000 in 6 months on the service of Ireland. Sir Robert Cecil affirmed, that in 10 years Ireland cost her £3,400,000. She gave the Earl of Essex a present of £30,000 upon his departure for the government of that kingdom. Lord Burleigh computed, that the value of the gifts conferred on that favourite amounted to £300,000. A sum which, though probably exaggerated, is a proof of her strong affection towards him. It was a common saying during this reign, the Queen pays bountifully, though she rewards sparingly. It is difficult to compute exactly the Queen's ordinary revenue, but it certainly fell much short of £500,000 a year. In the year 1590, she raised the customs from £14,000 a year to £50,000, and obliged Sir Thomas Smith, who had farmed them, to refund some of his former profits. This improvement of the revenue was owing to the suggestions of one Caermarthen, and was opposed by Burleigh, Leicester, and Walsingham, but the Queen's perseverance overcame all their opposition. The great undertakings which she executed with so narrow a revenue, and with such small supplies from her people, prove the mighty effects of wisdom and economy. She received from the Parliament, during the course of her whole reign, only 20 subsidies and 39 fifteenths. I pretend not to determine exactly the amount of these supplies, because the value of a subsidy was continually falling. And in the end of her reign it amounted only to £80,000, though in the beginning it had been 120,000. If we suppose that the supplies granted Elizabeth during a reign of 45 years amounted to 3 millions, we shall not probably be much wide of the truth. This sum makes only £66,666 a year. And it is surprising, that while the Queen's demands were so moderate, and her expenses so well regulated, she should ever have found any difficulty in obtaining a supply from Parliament, or be reduced to make sale of the Crown lands. But such was the extreme, I had almost said, absurd parsimony of the parliaments during that period. They valued nothing in comparison of their money, the members had no connection with the court. And the very idea which they conceived of the trust committed to them, was, to reduce the demands of the Crown, and to grant as few supplies as possible. The Crown, on the other hand, conceived the Parliament in no other light than as a means of supply. Queen Elizabeth made a merit to her people of seldom summoning parliaments. No redress of grievances was expected from these assemblies, they were supposed to meet for no other purpose than to impose taxes. Before the reign of Elizabeth, the English princes had usually recourse to the city of Antwerp for voluntary loans. And their credit was so low, that, besides paying the high interest of 10 or 12%, they were obliged to make the city of London join in the security. Sir Thomas Gresham, that great and enterprising merchant, one of the chief ornaments of this reign, engaged the company of merchant adventurers to grant a loan to the Queen. And as the money was regularly repaid, her credit by degrees established itself in the city, and she shook off this dependence on foreigners. In the year 1559, however, the Queen employed Gresham to borrow for her £200,000 at Antwerp, in order to enable her to reform the coin, which was at that time extremely debased. She was so impolitic as to make, herself, an innovation in the coin, by dividing a pound of silver into 62 shillings, instead of 60, the former standard. This is the last time that the coin has been tampered with in England. Queen Elizabeth, sensible how much the defence of her kingdom depended on its naval power, was desirous to encourage commerce and navigation, but as her monopolies tended to extinguish all domestic industry, which is much more valuable than foreign trade, and is the foundation of it, the general train of her conduct was ill calculated to serve the purpose at which she aimed, much less to promote the riches of her people. The exclusive companies also were an immediate check on foreign trade. Yet, notwithstanding these discouragements, the spirit of the age was strongly bent on naval enterprises. And besides the military expeditions against the Spaniards, many attempts were made for new discoveries, and many new branches of foreign commerce were opened by the English. Sir Martin Frobisher undertook 3 fruitless voyages to discover the Northwest Passage. Davis, not discouraged by this ill success, made a new attempt, when he discovered the straits which pass by his name. In the year 1600, the Queen granted the first patent to the East India Company. The stock of that company was £72,000, and they fitted out 4 ships, under the command of James Lancaster, for this new branch of trade. The adventure was successful, and the ships returning with a rich cargo, encouraged the company to continue the commerce. The communication with Muscovy had been opened in Queen Mary's time by the discovery of the passage to Archangel, but the commerce to that country did not begin to be carried on to a great extent till about the year 1569. The Queen obtained from the Tsar an exclusive patent to the English for the whole trade of Muscovy, and she entered into a personal as well as national alliance with him. This Tsar was named John Basilides, a furious tyrant, who, continually suspecting the revolt of his subjects, stipulated to have a safe retreat and protection in England. In order the better to ensure this resource, he purposed to marry an English woman, and the Queen intended to have sent him Lady Anne Hastings, daughter of the Earl of Huntingdon, but when the lady was informed of the barbarous manners of the country, she wisely declined purchasing an empire at the expense of her ease and safety. The English, encouraged by the privileges which they had obtained from Basilides, ventured farther into those countries than any Europeans had formerly done. They transported their goods along the river Dwina in boats made of one entire tree, which they towed and rowed up the stream as far as Wologda. Thence they carried their commodities 7 days' journey by land to Yaroslavl, and then down the Volga to Astrakhan. At Astrakhan they built ships, crossed the Caspian Sea, and distributed their manufactures into Persia. But this bold attempt met with such discouragements, that it was never renewed. After the death of John Basilides, his son Theodore revoked the patent which the English enjoyed for a monopoly of the Russian trade. When the Queen remonstrated against this innovation, he told her ministers that princes must carry an indifferent hand, as well between their subjects as between foreigners, and not convert trade, which, by the laws of nations, ought to be common to all, into a monopoly for the private gain of a few. So much juster notions of commerce were entertained by this barbarian than appear in the conduct of the renowned Queen Elizabeth. Theodore, however, continued some privileges to the English, on account of their being the discoverers of the communication between Europe and his country. The trade to Turkey commenced about the year 1583. And that commerce was immediately confined to a company by Queen Elizabeth. Before that time, the Grand Seigneur had always conceived England to be a dependent province of France. But having heard of the Queen's power and reputation, he gave a good reception to the English, and even granted them larger privileges than he had given to the French. The merchants of the Hanse towns complained loudly, in the beginning of Elizabeth's reign, of the treatment which they had received in the reigns of Edward and Mary. She prudently replied, that as she would not innovate anything, she would still protect them in the immunities and privileges of which she found them possessed. This answer not contenting them, their commerce was soon after suspended for a time, to the great advantage of the English merchants, who tried what they could themselves effect for promoting their commerce. They took the whole trade into their own hands, and their returns proving successful, they divided themselves into staplers and merchant adventurers, the former residing constantly at one place, the latter trying their fortunes in other towns and states abroad with cloth and other manufactures. This success so enraged the Hanse towns, that they tried all the methods which a discontented people could devise, to draw upon the English merchants the ill opinion of other nations and states. They prevailed so far as to obtain an imperial edict, by which the English were prohibited all commerce in the empire. The Queen, by way of retaliation, retained 60 of their ships, which had been seized in the river Tagus with contraband goods of the Spaniards. These ships the Queen intended to have restored, as desiring to have compromised all differences with those trading cities. But when she was informed, that a general assembly was held at Lubeck, in order to concert measures for distressing the English trade, she caused the ships and cargoes to be confiscated. Only 2 of them were released to carry home the news, and to inform these states, that she had the greatest contempt imaginable for all their proceedings. Henry VIII, in order to fit out a navy, was obliged to hire ships from Hamburg, Lubeck, Danzig, Genoa, and Venice, but Elizabeth, very early in her reign, put affairs upon a better footing, both by building some ships of her own, and by encouraging the merchants to build large trading vessels which, on occasion, were converted into ships of war. In the year 1582, the seamen in England were found to be 14,295 men, the number of vessels 1,232, of which there were only 217 above 80 tons. Monson pretends, that though navigation decayed in the first years of James I, by the practice of the merchants, who carried on their trade in foreign bottoms, yet, before the year 1640, this number of seamen was tripled in England. The navy which the Queen left at her decease appears considerable, when we reflect only on the number of vessels, which were 42, but when we consider that none of these ships carried above 40 guns, that 4 only came up to that number, that there were but 2 ships of 1,000 tons, and 23 below 500, some of 50, and some even of 20 tons, and that the whole number of guns belonging to the fleet was 774. We must entertain a contemptible idea of the English navy, compared to the force which it has now attained. In the year 1588, there were not above 5 vessels fitted out by the noblemen in seaports, which exceeded 200 tons. In the year 1599, an alarm was given of an invasion by the Spaniards, and the Queen equipped a fleet and levied an army in a fortnight to oppose them. Nothing gave foreigners a higher idea of the power of England than this sudden armament. In the year 1575, all the militia in the kingdom were computed at 182,929. A distribution was made, in the year 1595, of 140,000 men, besides those which Wales could supply. These armies were formidable by their numbers, but their discipline and experience were not proportionate. Small bodies from Dunkirk and Newport frequently ran over and plundered the east coast, so unfit was the militia, as it was then constituted, for the defence of the kingdom. The Lord Lieutenants were first appointed to the counties in this reign. Mr. Merton has published, from the Salisbury Collections, a paper which contains the military force of the nation at the time of the Spanish Armada, and which is somewhat different from the account given by our ordinary historians. It makes all the able-bodied men of the kingdom amount to 111,513, those armed, to 80,875. Of whom 44,727 were trained. It must be supposed that these able-bodied men consisted of such only as were registered, otherwise the small number is not to be accounted for. Yet Sir Edward Coke said, in the House of Commons, that he was employed about the same time, together with Popham, Chief Justice, to take a survey of all the people of England, and that they found them to be 900,000 of all sorts. This number, by the ordinary rules of computation, supposes that there were above 200,000 men able to bear arms. Yet even this number is surprisingly small. Can we suppose that the kingdom is 6 or 7 times more populous at present? And that Merton's was the real number of men, excluding Catholics, and children, and infirm persons? Harrison says, that in the musters taken in the years 1574 and 1575, the men fit for service amounted to 1,172,674, yet was it believed that a full third was omitted. Such uncertainty and contradiction are there in all these accounts. Notwithstanding the greatness of this number, the same author complains much of the decay of populousness, a vulgar complaint in all places and all ages. Guicciardini makes the inhabitants of England in this reign amount to 2 millions. Whatever opinion we may form of the comparative populousness of England in different periods, it must be allowed that, abstracting from the national debt, there is a prodigious increase of power in that. More perhaps than in any other European state, since the beginning of the last century. It would be no paradox to affirm, that Ireland alone could, at present, exert a greater force than all the 3 kingdoms were capable of at the death of Queen Elizabeth. And we might go further, and assert, that one good county in England is able to make, at least to support, a greater effort than the whole kingdom was capable of in the reign of Henry V. When the maintenance of a garrison in a small town like Calais, formed more than a third of the ordinary national expense. Such are the effects of liberty, industry, and good government. The state of the English manufactures was at this time very low, and foreign wares of almost all kinds had the preference. About the year 1590, there were in London 4 persons only rated in the subsidy books so high as £400. This computation is not indeed to be deemed an exact estimate of their wealth. In 1567, there were found, on inquiry, to be 4,851 strangers of all nations in London. Of whom 3,838 were Flemings, and only 58 Scots. The persecutions in France and the Low Countries drove afterwards a greater number of foreigners into England. And the commerce, as well as manufactures of that kingdom, was very much improved by them. It was then that Sir Thomas Gresham built, at his own charge, the magnificent fabric of the Exchange for the reception of the merchants. The Queen visited it, and gave it the appellation of the Royal Exchange. By a lucky accident in language, which has a great effect on men's ideas. The invidious word usury, which formerly meant the taking of any interest for money, came now to express only the taking of exorbitant and illegal interest. An act passed in 1571 violently condemns all usury, but permits 10% interest to be paid. Henry IV. Of France reduced interest to 6.5%, an indication of the great advance of France above England in commerce. R. Howell says that Queen Elizabeth, in the third of her reign, was presented with a pair of black silk knit stockings by her silkwoman, and never wore cloth hose any more. The author of The Present State of England says that about 1577, pocket watches were first brought into England from Germany. They are thought to have been invented at Nuremberg. About 1580, the use of coaches was introduced by the Earl of Arundel. Before that time, the Queen, on public occasions, rode behind her chamberlain. Camden says that in 1581, Randolph, so much employed by the Queen in foreign embassies, possessed the office of Postmaster General of England. It appears, therefore, that posts were then established, though from Charles I's regulations in 1635, it would seem that few post houses were erected before that time. In a remonstrance of the Hanse towns to the Diet of the Empire, in 1582, it is affirmed that England exported annually about 200,000 pieces of cloth. This number seems to be much exaggerated. In the fifth of this reign was enacted the first law for the relief of the poor. A judicious author of that age confirms the vulgar observation, that the kingdom was depopulating, from the increase of enclosures and decay of tillage. And he ascribes the reason very justly to the restraints put on the exportation of corn, while full liberty was allowed to export all the produce of pasturage, such as wool, hides, leather, tallow, etc. These prohibitions of exportation were derived from the prerogative, and were very injudicious. The Queen once, on the commencement of her reign, had tried a contrary practice, and with good success. From the same author we learn, that the complaints renewed in our time were then very common, concerning the high prices of everything. There seems, indeed, to have been two periods, in which prices rose remarkably in England. Namely, that in Queen Elizabeth's reign, when they are computed to have doubled, and that in the present age. Between the two, there seems to have been a stagnation. It would appear, that industry, during that intermediate period, increased as fast as gold and silver, and kept commodities nearly at a par with money. There were two attempts made in this reign to settle colonies in America. One by Sir Humphrey Gilbert in Newfoundland, another by Sir Walter Raleigh in Virginia, but neither of these projects proved successful. All those noble settlements were made in the following reigns. The current specie of the kingdom, in the end of this reign, is computed at 4 millions. The Earl of Leicester desired Sir Francis Walsingham, then ambassador in France, to provide him with a riding master in that country, to whom he promises £100 a year, besides maintaining himself and servant and a couple of horses. I know, adds the Earl, that such a man as I want may receive higher wages in France, but let him consider, that a shilling in England goes as far as 2 shillings in France. It is known that everything is much changed since that time. The nobility in this age still supported, in some degree, the ancient magnificence in their hospitality, and in the numbers of their retainers, and the Queen found it prudent to retrench, by proclamation, their expenses in this last particular. The expense of hospitality she somewhat encouraged, by the frequent visits she paid her nobility, and the sumptuous feasts which she received from them. Harrison, after enumerating the Queen's palaces, adds, "But what shall I need to take upon me to repeat all, and tell what houses the Queen's Majesty hath? Sith all is hers. And when it pleaseth her in the summer season to recreate herself abroad, and view the estate of the country, and hear the complaints of her poor commons injured by her unjust officers or their substitutes, every nobleman's house is her palace. Where she continueth during pleasure until her an entertainment in Kenilworth Castle, which was extraordinary for expense and magnificence." Among other particulars, we are told that 365 hogsheads of beer were drunk at it. The Earl had fortified this castle at great expense, and it contained arms for 10,000 men. The Earl of Derby had a family consisting of 240 servants. Stowe remarks it as a singular proof of beneficence in this nobleman, that he was contented with his rent from his tenants, and exacted not any extraordinary services from them. A proof that the great power of the sovereign, what was almost unavoidable, had very generally countenanced the nobility in tyrannizing over the people. Burleigh, though he was frugal, and had no paternal estate, kept a family consisting of 100 servants. He had a standing table for gentlemen, and 2 other tables for persons of meaner condition, which were always served alike, whether he were in town or in the country. About his person he had people of great distinction, insomuch that he could reckon up 20 gentlemen retainers who had each £1,000 a year, and as many among his ordinary servants who were worth from £1,000 to 3, 5, 10, and 20,000 pounds. It is to be remarked, that though the revenues of the crown were at that time very small, the ministers and courtiers sometimes found means, by employing the boundless prerogative, to acquire greater fortunes than it is possible for them at present to amass, from their larger salaries, and more limited authority. Burleigh entertained the Queen several times in his country house, where she remained 3, 4, or 5 weeks at a time. Each visit cost him £2,000 or £3,000. The quantity of silver plate possessed by this nobleman is surprising, no less than 14 or 15,000 pounds weight, which, besides the fashion, would be above 42,000 pounds sterling in value. Yet Burleigh left only 4,000 pounds a year in land, and 11,000 pounds in money, and as land was then commonly sold at 10 years' purchase, his plate was nearly equal to all the rest of his fortune. It appears that little value was then put upon the fashion of the plate, which probably was but rude, the weight was chiefly considered. But though there were preserved great remains of the ancient customs, the nobility were by degrees acquiring a taste for elegant luxury, and many edifices, in particular were built by them, neat, large, and sumptuous. To the great ornament of the kingdom, says Camden, but to the no less decay of the glorious hospitality of the nation. It is, however, more reasonable to think, that this new turn of expense promoted arts and industry. While the ancient hospitality was the source of vice, disorder, sedition, and idleness. Among the other species of luxury, that of apparel began much to increase during this age, and the Queen thought proper to restrain it by proclamation. Her example was very little conformable to her edicts. As no woman was ever more conceited of her beauty, or more desirous of making impression on the hearts of beholders, no one ever went to a greater extravagance in apparel, or studied more the variety and richness of her dresses. She appeared almost every day in a different habit, and tried all the several modes by which she hoped to render herself agreeable. She was also so fond of her clothes, that she never could part with any of them. And at her death she had in her wardrobe all the different habits, to the number of 3,000, which she had ever worn in her lifetime. The retrenchment of the ancient hospitality, and the diminution of retainers, were favorable to the prerogative of the sovereign. And, by disabling the great nobleman from resistance, promoted the execution of the laws, and extended the authority of the courts of justice. There were many peculiar causes in the situation and character of Henry VII, which augmented the authority of the crown. Most of these causes concurred in succeeding princes. Together with the factions in religion, and the acquisition of the supremacy, a most important article of prerogative, but the manners of the age were a general cause, which operated during this whole period, and which continually tended to diminish the riches, and still more the influence, of the aristocracy, anciently so formidable to the crown. The habits of luxury dissipated the immense fortunes of the ancient barons, and as the new methods of expense gave subsistence to mechanics and merchants, who lived in an independent manner on the fruits of their own industry, a nobleman, instead of that unlimited ascendant which he was wont to assume over those who were maintained at his board, or subsisted by salaries conferred on them, retained only that moderate influence which customers have over tradesmen, and which can never be dangerous to civil government. The landed proprietors also, having a greater demand for money than for men, endeavored to turn their lands to the best account with regard to profit. and either enclosing their fields, or joining many small farms into a few large ones, dismissed those useless hands which formerly were always at their call in every attempt to subvert the government, or oppose a neighboring baron. By all these means the cities increased, the middle rank of men began to be rich and powerful. The prince, who in effect was the same with the law, was implicitly obeyed, and though the further progress of the same causes begot a new plan of liberty, founded on the privileges of the commons. Yet in the interval between the fall of the nobles and the rise of this order, the sovereign took advantage of the present situation, and assumed an authority almost absolute. Whatever may be commonly imagined, from the authority of Lord Bacon, and from that of Harrington, and later authors the laws of Henry VII, contributed very little towards the great revolution which happened about this period in the English Constitution. The practice of breaking entails by a fine and recovery, had been introduced in the preceding reigns. And this prince only gave indirectly a legal sanction to the practice, by reforming some abuses which attended it. But the settled authority which he acquired to the crown enabled the sovereign to encroach on the separate jurisdictions of the barons, and produced a more general and regular execution of the laws. The counties palatine underwent the same fate as the feudal powers, and, by a statute of Henry VIII, the jurisdiction of these counties was annexed to the crown, and all writs were ordained to run in the king's name. But the change of manners was the chief cause of the secret revolution of government, and subverted the power of the barons. There appear still in this reign some remains of the ancient slavery of the boors and peasants, but none afterwards. Learning, on its revival, was held in high estimation by the English princes and nobles, and as it was not yet prostituted by being too common, even the great deemed it an object of ambition to attain a character for literature. The four successive sovereigns, Henry, Edward, Mary, and Elizabeth, may, on one account or other, be admitted into the class of authors. Queen Catherine Parr translated a book, Lady Jane Grey, considering her age, and her sex, and her station, may be regarded as a prodigy of literature. Sir Thomas Smith was raised from being professor in Cambridge, first to be ambassador to France, then Secretary of State. The dispatches of those times, and among others those of Burleigh himself, are frequently interlarded with quotations from the Greek and Latin classics. Even the ladies of the court valued themselves on knowledge. Lady Burleigh, Lady Bacon, and their two sisters, were mistresses of the ancient as well as modern languages, and placed more pride in their erudition than in their rank and quality. Queen Elizabeth wrote and translated several books, and she was familiarly acquainted with the Greek as well as Latin tongue. It is pretended that she made an extemporary reply in Greek to the University of Cambridge, who had addressed her in that language. It is certain that she answered in Latin without premeditation, and in a very spirited manner, to the Polish ambassador, who had been wanting in respect to her. When she had finished, she turned about to her courtiers, and said, "God's death, my lords," for she was much addicted to swearing, "I have been forced this day to scour up my old Latin, that hath long lain rusting." Elizabeth, even after she was queen, did not entirely drop the ambition of appearing as an author, and, next to her desire of admiration for beauty, this seems to have been the chief object of her vanity. She translated Boethius of the Consolation of Philosophy, in order, as she pretended, to allay her grief for Henry IV's change of religion. As far as we can judge from Elizabeth's compositions, we may pronounce that, notwithstanding her application, and her excellent parts, her taste in literature was but indifferent. She was much inferior to her successor in this particular, who was himself no perfect model of eloquence. Unhappily for literature, at least for the learned of this age, the Queen's vanity lay more in shining by her own learning, than in encouraging men of genius by her liberality. Spenser himself, the finest English writer of his age, was long neglected, and after the death of Sir Philip Sidney, his patron, was allowed to die almost for want. This poet contains great beauties, a sweet and harmonious versification, easy elocution, a fine imagination, yet does the perusal of his work become so tedious, that one never finishes it from the mere pleasure which it affords. It soon becomes a kind of task reading, and it requires some effort and resolution to carry us on to the end of his long performance. This effect, of which every one is conscious, is usually ascribed to the change of manners, but manners have more changed since Homer's age, and yet that poet remains still the favorite of every reader of taste and judgment. Homer copied true natural manners, which, however rough or uncultivated, will always form an agreeable and interesting picture. But the pencil of the English poet was employed in drawing the affectations, and conceits, and fopperies of chivalry, which appear ridiculous as soon as they lose the recommendation of the mode. The tediousness of continued allegory, and that, too, seldom striking or ingenious, has also contributed to render the Fairy Queen peculiarly tiresome, not to mention the too great frequency of its descriptions, and the languor of its stanza. Upon the whole, Spenser maintains his place upon the shelves among our English classics, but he is seldom seen on the table. And there is scarcely any one, if he dares to be ingenuous, but will confess, that, notwithstanding all the merit of the poet, he affords an entertainment with which the palate is soon satiated. Several writers of late have amused themselves in copying the style of Spenser. And no imitation has been so indifferent as not to bear a great resemblance to the original. His manner is so peculiar that it is almost impossible not to transfer some of it into the copy. Chapter 46. James I. 1603. The crown of England was never transmitted from father to son with greater tranquillity than it passed from the family of Tudor to that of Stuart. During the whole reign of Elizabeth, the eyes of men had been employed in search of her successor. And when old age made the prospect of her death more immediate, there appeared none but the King of Scots who could advance any just claim or pretension to the throne. He was great-grandson of Margaret, elder daughter of Henry VII. And, on the failure of the male line, his hereditary right remained unquestionable. If the religion of Mary Queen of Scots, and the other prejudices contracted against her, had formed any considerable obstacle to her succession, these objections, being entirely personal, had no place with regard to her son. Men also considered, that though the title derived from blood had been frequently violated since the Norman conquest, such licenses had proceeded more from force or intrigue than from any deliberate maxims of government. The lineal heir had still in the end prevailed, and both his exclusion and restoration had been commonly attended with such convulsions as were sufficient to warn all prudent men not lightly to give way to such irregularities. If the will of Henry VIII, authorized by Act of Parliament, had tacitly excluded the Scottish line, the tyranny and caprices of that monarch had been so signal, that a settlement of this nature, unsupported by any just reason, had no authority with the people. Queen Elizabeth, too, with her dying breath, had recognized the undoubted title of her kinsman James, and the whole nation seemed to dispose themselves with joy and pleasure for his reception. Though born and educated amidst a foreign and hostile people, men hoped, from his character of moderation and wisdom, that he would embrace the maxims of an English monarch. And the prudent foresaw greater advantages resulting from a union with Scotland, than disadvantages from submitting to a prince of that nation. The alacrity with which the English looked towards the successor had appeared so evident to Elizabeth, that, concurring, with other causes, it affected her with the deepest melancholy. And that wise princess, whose penetration and experience had given her the greatest insight into human affairs, had not yet sufficiently weighed the ingratitude of courtiers and levity of the people. As victory abroad and tranquillity at home had attended this princess, she left the nation in such flourishing circumstances, that her successor possessed every advantage, except that of comparison with her illustrious name. When he mounted the throne of England, the king's journey from Edinburgh to London immediately afforded to the inquisitive some circumstances of comparison, which even the natural partiality in favor of their new sovereign could not interpret to his advantage. As he passed along, all ranks of men flocked about him from every quarter, allured by interest or curiosity. Great were the rejoicings, and loud and hearty the acclamations, which resounded from all sides. And every one could remember how the affability and popular manners of their queen displayed themselves amidst such concourse and exultation of her subjects. But James, though sociable and familiar with his friends and courtiers, hated the bustle of a mixed multitude, and though far from disliking flattery, yet was he still fonder of tranquillity and ease. He issued, therefore, a proclamation, forbidding this resort of people, on pretence of the scarcity of provisions, and other inconveniencies, which, he said, would necessarily attend it. He was not, however, insensible to the great flow of affection which appeared in his new subjects, and being himself of an affectionate temper, he seems to have been in haste to make them some return of kindness and good offices. To this motive, probably, we are to ascribe that profusion of titles which was observed in the beginning of his reign. When, in 6 weeks' time after his entrance into the kingdom, he is computed to have bestowed knighthood on no less than 237 persons. If Elizabeth's frugality of honors, as well as of money, had formerly been repined at, it began now to be valued and esteemed, and every one was sensible that the king, by his lavish and premature conferring of favors, had failed of obliging the persons on whom he bestowed them. Titles of all kinds became so common, that they were scarcely marks of distinction. And being distributed, without choice or deliberation, to persons unknown to the prince, were regarded more as the proofs of facility in good nature, than of any determined friendship or esteem. A pasquinade was affixed to St. Paul's, in which an art was promised to be taught, very necessary to assist frail memories in retaining the names of the new nobility. We may presume that the English would have thrown less blame on the king's facility in bestowing favors, had these been confined entirely to their own nation, and had not been shared out, in too unequal proportions, to his old subjects. James, who, through his whole reign, was more guided by temper and inclination than by the rules of political prudence, had brought with him great numbers of his Scottish courtiers, whose impatience and importunity were apt, in many particulars, to impose on the easy nature of their master, and extort favours of which, it is natural to imagine, his English subjects would loudly complain. The Duke of Lennox, the Earl of Mar, Lord Hume, Lord Kinloss, Sir George Hume, Secretary Elphinstone, were immediately added to the English Privy Council. Sir George Hume, whom he created Earl of Dunbar, was his declared favourite as long as that nobleman lived, and was one of the wisest and most virtuous, though the least powerful, of all those whom the king ever honoured with that distinction. Hay, some time after, was created Viscount Doncaster, then Earl of Carlisle, and got an immense fortune from the crown, all which he spent in a splendid and courtly manner. Ramsay obtained the title of Earl of Holderness. And many others being raised on a sudden to the highest elevation, increased, by their insolence, that envy which naturally attended them as strangers and ancient enemies. It must, however, be owned, in justice to James, that he left almost all the chief offices in the hands of Elizabeth's ministers, and trusted the conduct of political concerns, both foreign and domestic, to his English subjects. Among these, Secretary Cecil, created successively Lord Effingham, Viscount Cranbourne, and Earl of Salisbury, was always regarded as his prime minister and chief counsellor. Though the capacity and penetration of this minister were sufficiently known, his favour with the king created surprise on the accession of that monarch. The secret correspondence into which he had entered with James, and which had sensibly contributed to the easy reception of that prince in England, laid the foundation of Cecil's credit. And while all his former associates, Sir Walter Raleigh, Lord Grey, Lord Cobham, were discountenanced on account of their animosity against Essex, as well as for other reasons, this minister was continued in employment, and treated with the greatest confidence and regard. The capacity of James and his ministers in negotiation was immediately put to trial on the appearance of ambassadors from almost all the princes and states of Europe, in order to congratulate him on his accession, and form with him new treaties and alliances. Besides ministers from Venice, Denmark, the Palatinate, Henry Frederick of Nassau, assisted by Barnevelt, the Pensionary of Holland, was ambassador from the states of the United Provinces. Aremberg was sent by Archduke Albert, and Taxis was expected in a little time from Spain. But he who most excited the attention of the public, both on account of his own merit and that of his master, was the Marquis of Rosny, afterwards Duke of Sully, Prime Minister and favourite of Henry IV. Of France. When the dominions of the House of Austria devolved on Philip II, all Europe was struck with terror, lest the power of a family, which had been raised by fortune, should now be carried to an immeasurable height by the wisdom and conduct of this monarch. But never were apprehensions found in the event to be more groundless. Slow without prudence, ambitious without enterprise, false without deceiving any body, and refined without any true judgment. Such was the character of Philip, and such the character which, during his lifetime, and after his death, he impressed on the Spanish councils. Revolted or depopulated provinces, discontented or indolent inhabitants, were the spectacles which those dominions, lying in every climate of the globe, presented to Philip III, a weak prince, and to the Duke of Lerma, a minister weak and odious. But though military discipline, which still remained, was what alone gave some appearance of life and vigor to that languishing body, yet so great was the terror produced by former power and ambition, that the reduction of the House of Austria was the object of men's vows throughout all the states of Christendom. It was not perceived, that the French Empire, now united in domestic peace, and governed by the most heroic and most amiable prince that adorns modern story, was become, of itself, a sufficient counterpoise to the Spanish greatness. Perhaps that prince himself did not perceive it, when he proposed, by his minister, a league with James, in conjunction with Venice, the United Provinces, and the Northern Crowns, in order to attack the Austrian dominions on every side, and depress the exorbitant power of that ambitious family. But the genius of the English monarch was not equal to such vast enterprises. The love of peace was his ruling passion. And it was his peculiar felicity, that the conjunctures of the times rendered the same object which was agreeable to him in the highest degree advantageous to his people. The French ambassador, therefore, was obliged to depart from these extensive views, and to concert with James the means of providing for the safety of the United Provinces, nor was this object altogether without its difficulties. The king, before his accession, had entertained scruples with regard to the revolt of the Low Countries, and being commonly open and sincere, he had, on many occasions, gone so far as to give to the Dutch the appellation of rebels. But having conversed more fully with English ministers and courtiers, he found their attachment to that republic so strong, and their opinion of common interest so established, that he was obliged to sacrifice to politics his sense of justice. A quality which, even when erroneous, is respectable as well as rare in a monarch. He therefore agreed with Rosny to support secretly the States General, in concert with the King of France, lest their weakness and despair should oblige them to submit to their old master. The articles of the treaty were few and simple. It was stipulated, that the two kings should allow the Dutch to levy forces in their respective dominions, and should underhand remit to that republic the sum of 1,400,000 livres a year, for the pay of these forces, that the whole sum should be advanced by the King of France, but that the third of it should be deducted from the debt due by him to Queen Elizabeth. And if the Spaniards attacked either of the princes, they agreed to assist each other, Henry with a force of 10,000 men, James with that of 6. This treaty, one of the wisest and most equitable concluded by James during the course of his reign, was more the work of the prince himself, than any of his ministers. Amidst the great tranquillity, both foreign and domestic, with which the nation was blessed, nothing could be more surprising than the discovery of a conspiracy to subvert the government, and to fix on the throne Arabella Stuart, a near relation of the king's by the family of Lennox, and descended equally from Henry VII. Everything remains still mysterious in this conspiracy, and history can give us no clue to unravel it. Watson and Clark, two Catholic priests, were accused of the plot, Lord Grey, a Puritan, Lord Cobham, a thoughtless man, of no fixed principle, and Sir Walter Raleigh, suspected to be of that philosophical sect who were then extremely rare in England, and who have since received the appellation of freethinkers, together with these, Mr. Broke, brother to Lord Cobham, Sir Griffin Markham, Mr. Copley, Sir Edward Parham. What cement could unite men of such discordant principles in so dangerous a combination, what end they proposed, or what means proportioned to an undertaking of this nature, has never yet been explained, and cannot easily be imagined. As Raleigh, Grey, and Cobham were commonly believed, after the Queen's death, to have opposed proclaiming the King till conditions should be made with him, they were, upon that account, extremely obnoxious to the court and ministry. And people were apt, at first, to suspect that the plot was merely a contrivance of Secretary Cecil, to get rid of his old confederates, now become his most inveterate enemies. But the confession, as well as trial, of the criminals, put the matter beyond doubt. And though no one could find any marks of a concerted enterprise, it appeared that men of furious and ambitious spirits, meeting frequently together, and believing all the world discontented like themselves, had entertained very criminal projects. And had even entered, some of them at least, into a correspondence with Edinburgh, the Flemish ambassador, in order to give disturbance to the new settlement. The 2 priests and Broke were executed, Cobham, Grey, and Markham were pardoned, after they had laid their heads upon the block. Raleigh too was reprieved, not pardoned, and he remained in confinement many years afterwards. It appears from Sully's memoirs, that Raleigh secretly offered his services to the French ambassador. And we may thence presume that, meeting with a repulse from that quarter, he had recourse, for the same unwarrantable purposes, to the Flemish minister. Such a conjecture we are now enabled to form. But it must be confessed, that on his trial there appeared no proof of this transaction, nor indeed any circumstance which could justify his condemnation. He was accused by Cobham alone, in a sudden fit of passion, upon hearing that Raleigh, when examined, had pointed out some circumstances by which Cobham's guilt might be known and ascertained. This accusation Cobham afterwards retracted. And, soon after, he retracted his retractation. Yet upon the written evidence of this single witness, a man of no honor or understanding, and so contradictory in his testimony, not confronted with Raleigh, not supported by any concurring circumstance, was that great man, contrary to all law and equity, found guilty by the jury. His name was at that time extremely odious in England. And every man was pleased to give sentence against the capital enemy of Essex, the favourite of the people. Sir Edward Coke, the famous lawyer, then Attorney General, managed the cause for the Crown, and threw out on Raleigh such gross abuse, as may be deemed a great reflection, not only on his own memory, but even, in some degree, on the manners of the age. Traitor, monster, viper, and spider of hell, are the terms which he employs against one of the most illustrious men of the kingdom, who was under trial for life and fortune, and who defended himself with temper, eloquence, and courage. 1604. The next occupation of the king was entirely according to his heart's content. He was employed in dictating magisterially to an assembly of divines concerning points of faith and discipline, and in receiving the applauses of these holy men for his superior zeal and learning. The religious disputes between the Church and the Puritans had induced him to call a conference at Hampton Court, on pretence of finding expedients which might reconcile both parties. Though the severities of Elizabeth towards the Catholics had much weakened that party, whose genius was opposite to the prevailing spirit of the nation, like severities had had so little influence on the Puritans, who were encouraged by that spirit, that no less than 750 clergymen of that party signed a petition to the king on his accession. And many more seemed willing to adhere to it. They all hoped that James, having received his education in Scotland, and having sometimes professed an attachment to the church established there, would at least abate the rigor of the laws enacted in support of the ceremonies, and against Puritans, if he did not show more particular grace and encouragement to that sect. But the king's disposition had taken strongly a contrary bias. The more he knew the puritanical clergy, the less favour he bore to them. He had remarked in their Scottish brethren a violent turn towards republicanism, and a zealous attachment to civil liberty, principles nearly allied to that religious enthusiasm with which they were actuated. He had found, that being mostly persons of low birth and mean education, the same lofty pretensions which attended them in their familiar addresses to their Maker, of whom they believed themselves the peculiar favourites, induced them to use the utmost freedoms with their earthly sovereign. In both capacities, of monarch and of theologian, he had experienced the little complaisance which they were disposed to show him. Whilst they controlled his commands, disputed his tenets, and to his face, before the whole people, censured his conduct and behaviour. If he had submitted to the indignity of courting their favour, he treasured up, on that account, the stronger resentment against them, and was determined to make them feel, in their turn, the weight of his authority. Though he had often met with resistance, and faction, and obstinacy in the Scottish nobility, he retained no ill will to that order, or rather showed them favour and kindness in England, beyond what reason and sound policy could well justify. But the ascendant which the Presbyterian clergy had assumed over him, was what his monarchical pride could never thoroughly digest. He dreaded likewise the popularity which attended this order of men in both kingdoms. As useless austerities and self-denial are imagined, in many religions, to render us acceptable to a benevolent being, who created us solely for happiness, James remarked, that the rustic severity of these clergymen, and of their whole sect, had given them, in the eyes of the multitude, the appearance of sanctity and virtue. Strongly inclined himself to mirth, and wine, and sports of all kinds, he apprehended their censure for his manner of life, free and disengaged. And being thus averse, from temper as well as policy, to the sect of Puritans, he was resolved, if possible, to prevent its further growth in England. But it was the character of James's counsels, throughout his whole reign, that they were more wise and equitable in their end, than prudent and political in the means. Though justly sensible that no part of civil administration required greater care or a nicer judgment than the conduct of religious parties, he had not perceived that, in the same proportion as this practical knowledge of theology is requisite, the speculative refinements in it are mean, and even dangerous in a monarch. By entering zealously into frivolous disputes, James gave them an air of importance and dignity which they could not otherwise have acquired. And being himself enlisted in the quarrel, he could no longer have recourse to contempt and ridicule, the only proper method of appeasing it. The Church of England had not yet abandoned the rigid doctrines of grace and predestination, the Puritans had not yet separated themselves from the Church, nor openly renounced episcopacy. Though the spirit of the parties was considerably different, the only appearing subjects of dispute were concerning the cross in baptism, the ring in marriage, the use of the surplice, and the bowing at the name of Jesus. These were the mighty questions which were solemnly agitated in the conference at Hampton Court between some bishops and dignified clergymen on the one hand, and some leaders of the puritanical party on the other. The king and his ministers being present. The Puritans were here so unreasonable as to complain of a partial and unfair management of the dispute. As if the search after truth were in any degree the object of such conferences, and a candid indifference, so rare even among private inquirers in philosophical questions, could ever be expected among princes and prelates. In a theological controversy, the king, it must be confessed, from the beginning of the conference, showed the strongest propensity to the established church, and frequently inculcated a maxim which, though it has some foundation, is to be received with great limitations. No bishop, no king. The bishops, in their turn, were very liberal of their praises towards the royal disputant, and the Archbishop of Canterbury said, that, undoubtedly His Majesty spake by the special assistance of God's Spirit. A few alterations in the liturgy were agreed to, and both parties separated with mutual dissatisfaction. It had frequently been the practice of the Puritans to form certain assemblies, which they called prophesyings, where alternately, as moved by the Spirit, they displayed their pious zeal in prayers and exhortations, and raised their own enthusiasm, as well as that of their audience, to the highest pitch. From that social contagion which has so mighty an influence on holy fervors, and from the mutual emulation which arose in those trials of religious eloquence, such dangerous societies had been suppressed by Elizabeth, and the ministers in this conference moved the king for their revival. But James sharply replied, if you aim at a Scottish presbytery, it agrees as well with monarchy as God and the devil. There Jack and Tom, and Will and Dick, shall meet and censure me and my counsel. Therefore I reiterate my former speech, lo roi es of Israel. Stay, I pray, for 7 years, before you demand. And then, if you find me grow pursy and fat, I may perchance hearken unto you. For that government will keep me in breath, and give me work enough. Such were the political considerations which determined the king in his choice among religious parties. The next assembly in which James displayed his learning and eloquence, was one that showed more spirit of liberty than appeared among his bishops and theologians. The Parliament was now ready to assemble. being so long delayed on account of the plague, which had broken out in London, and raged to such a degree, that above 30,000 persons are computed to have died of it in a year. Though the city contained at that time little more than 150,000 inhabitants. The speech which the king made on opening the Parliament, fully displays his character, and proves him to have possessed more knowledge and better parts, than prudence, or any just sense of decorum and propriety. Though few productions of the age surpass this performance either in style or matter, it wants that majestic brevity and reserve which become a king in his addresses to the great council of the nation. It contains, however, a remarkable stroke of candor, where he confesses his too great facility in yielding to the solicitations of suitors, a fault which he promises to correct, but which adhered to him, and distressed him during the whole course of his reign. The first business in which the Commons were engaged was of the utmost importance to the preservation of their privileges, and neither temper nor resolution was wanting in their conduct of it. In the former periods of the English government, the House of Commons was of so small weight in the balance of the Constitution, that little attention had been given either by the Crown, the people, or the House itself to the choice and continuance of the members. It had been usual, after parliaments were prolonged beyond one session, for the Chancellor to exert a discretionary authority of issuing new writs to supply the place of any members whom he judged incapable of attending, either on account of their employment, their sickness, or other impediment. This practice gave that minister, and consequently the prince, an unlimited power of modelling at pleasure the representatives of the nation. Yet so little jealousy had it created, that the Commons of themselves, without any court influence or intrigue, and contrary to some former votes of their own, confirmed it in the 23rd of Elizabeth. At that time, though some members, whose places had been supplied on account of sickness, having now recovered their health, appeared in the House and claimed their seat, such was the authority of the Chancellor, that, merely out of respect to him, his sentence was adhered to, and the new members were continued in their places. Here a most dangerous prerogative was conferred on the Crown, but to show the genius of that age, or rather the channels in which power then ran, the Crown put very little value on this authority. Insomuch that 2 days afterwards the Chancellor of himself resigned it back to the Commons, and gave them power to judge of a particular vacancy in their House. And when the question concerning the Chancellor's new writs was again brought on the carpet towards the end of the session, the Commons were so little alarmed at the precedent, that though they readmitted some old members, whose seats had been vacated on account of slight indispositions, yet they confirmed the Chancellor's sentence, in instances where the distemper appeared to have been dangerous and incurable. Nor did they proceed any further in vindication of their privileges than to vote, that during the sitting of Parliament, there do not, at any time, any writ go out for choosing or returning any member without the warrant of the House. In Elizabeth's reign, we may remark, and the reigns preceding, sessions of Parliament were not usually the 12th part so long as the vacations. And during the latter, the Chancellor's power, if he pleased to exert it, was confirmed, at least left, by this vote, as unlimited and unrestrained as ever. In a subsequent Parliament, the absolute authority of the Queen was exerted in a manner still more open, and began for the first time to give alarm to the Commons. New writs having been issued by the Chancellor when there was no vacancy, and a controversy arising upon that incident, the Queen sent a message to the House, informing them that it were impertinent for them to deal in such matters. These questions, she said, belonged only to the Chancellor, and she had appointed him to confer with the judges, in order to settle all disputes with regard to elections. The Commons had the courage, a few days after, to vote, that it was a most perilous precedent, where 2 knights of a county were duly elected. If any new writ should issue out for a second election without order of the House itself, that the discussing and adjudging of this and such like differences belonged only to the House. And that there should be no message sent to the Lord Chancellor, not so much as to inquire what he had done in the matter, because it was conceived to be a matter derogatory to the power and privilege of the House. This is the most considerable, and almost only instance of parliamentary liberty, which occurs during the reign of that princess. Outlaws, whether on account of debts or crimes, had been declared by the judges incapable of enjoying a seat in the House, where they must themselves be lawgivers, but this opinion of the judges had been frequently overruled. I find, however, in the case of Vaughan, who was questioned for an outlawry, that, having proved all his debts to have been contracted by suretyship, and to have been most of them honestly compounded, he was allowed, on account of these favorable circumstances, to keep his seat. Which plainly supposes, that otherwise it would have been vacated on account of the outlawry. When James summoned this Parliament, he issued a proclamation in which, among many general advices, which, like a kind tutor, he bestowed on his people, he strictly enjoins them not to choose any outlaw for their representative. And he adds, if any person take upon him the place of knight, citizen, or burgess, not being duly elected, according to the laws and statutes in that behalf provided, and according to the purport, effect, and true meaning of this our proclamation, then every person so offending to be fined or imprisoned for the same. A proclamation here was plainly put on the same footing with a law, and that in so delicate a point as the right of elections. Most alarming circumstances, had there not been reason to believe that this measure, being entered into so early in the king's reign, proceeded more from precipitation and mistake than from any serious design of invading the privileges of Parliament. Sir Francis Goodwin was chosen member for the county of Bucks, and his return, as usual, was made into Chancery. The Chancellor, pronouncing him an outlaw, vacated his seat and issued writs for a new election. Sir John Fortescue was chosen in his place by the county, but the first act of the House was to reverse the Chancellor's sentence, and restore Sir Francis to his seat. At the King's suggestion, the Lords desired a conference on the subject, but were absolutely refused by the Commons, as the question entirely regarded their own privileges. The Commons, however, agreed to make a remonstrance to the King by the mouth of their Speaker, in which they maintained that, though the returns were by form made into Chancery, yet the sole right of judging with regard to elections belonged to the House itself, not to the Chancellor. James was not satisfied, and ordered a conference between the House and the judges, whose opinion in this case was opposite to that of the Commons. This conference, he said, he commanded as an absolute king. An epithet, we are apt to imagine, not very grateful to English ears, but one to which they had already been somewhat accustomed from the mouth of Elizabeth. He added, that all their privileges were derived from his grant, and hoped they would not turn them against him. A sentiment which, from her conduct, it is certain that Princess had also entertained, and which was the reigning principle of her courtiers and ministers, and the spring of all her administration. The Commons were in some perplexity. Their eyes were now opened, and they saw the consequences of that power which had been assumed by the Chancellor, and to which their predecessors had in some instances blindly submitted. By this course, said a member, the free election of the counties is taken away, and none shall be chosen but such as shall please the King in council. Let us therefore with fortitude, understanding, and sincerity, seek to maintain our privilege. This cannot be construed any contempt in us, but merely a maintenance of our common rights, which our ancestors have left us, and which it is just and fit for us to transmit to our posterity. Another said, this may be called a quo warranto to seize all our liberties. A Chancellor, added a third, by this course may call a Parliament consisting of what persons he pleases. Any suggestion, by any person, may be the cause of sending a new writ. It is come to this plain question, whether the Chancery or Parliament ought to have authority. Notwithstanding this watchful spirit of liberty which now appeared in the Commons, their deference for majesty was so great that they appointed a committee to confer with the judges before the King in council. There the question of law began to appear in James's eyes a little more doubtful than he had hitherto imagined it. And in order to extricate himself with some honor, he proposed that both Goodwin and Fortescue should be set aside, and a writ be issued, by warrant of the House, for a new election. Goodwin gave his consent, and the Commons embraced the expedient. But in such a manner that, while they showed their regard for the King, they secured for the future the free possession of their seats, and the right which they claimed of judging solely in their own elections and returns. A power like this, so essential to the exercise of all their other powers, themselves so essential to public liberty, cannot fairly be deemed an encroachment in the Commons, but must be regarded as an inherent privilege, happily rescued from that ambiguity which the negligence of some former parliaments had thrown upon it. At the same time, the Commons, in the case of Sir Thomas Shirley, established their power of punishing, as well the persons at whose suit any member is arrested, as the officers who either arrest or detain him. Their asserting of this privilege admits of the same reflection. About this period, the minds of men throughout Europe, especially in England, seem to have undergone a general but insensible revolution. Though letters had been revived in the preceding age, they were chiefly cultivated by those of sedentary professions, nor had they till now begun to spread themselves in any degree among men of the world. Arts, both mechanical and liberal, were every day receiving great improvements. Navigation had extended itself over the whole globe. Traveling was secure and agreeable. And the general system of politics in Europe was become more enlarged and comprehensive. In consequence of this universal fermentation, the ideas of men enlarged themselves on all sides. And the several constituent parts of the Gothic governments, which seem to have lain long inactive, began everywhere to operate and encroach on each other. On the continent, where the necessity of discipline had begotten standing armies, the princes commonly established an unlimited authority, and overpowered, by force or intrigue, the liberties of the people. In England, the love of freedom, which, unless checked, flourishes extremely in all liberal natures, acquired new force, and was regulated by more enlarged views, suitable to that cultivated understanding which became every day more common among men of birth and education. A familiar acquaintance with the precious remains of antiquity excited in every generous breast a passion for a limited constitution, and begot an emulation of those manly virtues which the Greek and Roman authors, by such animating examples, as well as pathetic expressions, recommend to us. The severe, though popular government of Elizabeth had confined this rising spirit within very narrow bounds. But when a new and a foreign family succeeded to the throne, and a prince less dreaded and less beloved, symptoms immediately appeared of a more free and independent genius in the nation. Happily, this prince possessed neither sufficient capacity to perceive the alteration, nor sufficient art and vigor to check it in its early advances. Jealous of regal, because conscious of little personal authority, he had established within his own mind a speculative system of absolute government, which few of his subjects, he believed, and none but traitors and rebels, would make any scruple to admit. On whichever side he cast his eye, everything concurred to encourage his prejudices. When he compared himself with the other hereditary sovereigns of Europe, he imagined that, as he bore the same rank, he was entitled to equal prerogatives. Not considering the innovations lately introduced by them, and the military force by which their authority was supported. In England, that power, almost unlimited, which had been exercised for above a century, especially during the late reign, he ascribed solely to royal birth and title. Not to the prudence and spirit of the monarchs, nor to the conjunctures of the times. Even the opposition which he had struggled with in Scotland, encouraged him still further in his favourite notions. While he there saw, that the same resistance which opposed regal authority, violated all law and order, and made way either for the ravages of a barbarous nobility, or for the more intolerable insolence of seditious preachers. In his own person, therefore, he thought all legal power to be centred, by an hereditary in a divine right, and this opinion might have proved dangerous, if not fatal to liberty, had not the firmness of the persuasion, and its seeming evidence, induced him to trust solely to his right, without making the smallest provision either of force or politics, in order to support it. Such were the opposite dispositions of Parliament and Prince at the commencement of the Scottish line, dispositions just beginning to exist and to appear in the Parliament, but thoroughly established and openly avowed on the part of the Prince. The spirit and judgment of the House of Commons appeared, not only in defence of their own privileges, but also in their endeavour, though at this time in vain, to free trade from those shackles which the high exerted prerogative, and even in this respect, the ill-judged tyranny of Elizabeth, had imposed upon it. James had already, of his own accord, called in and annulled all the numerous patents for monopolies which had been granted by his predecessor, and which extremely fettered every species of domestic industry, but the exclusive companies still remained. Another species of monopoly, by which almost all foreign trade, except that to France, was brought into the hands of a few rapacious engrossers, And all prospect of future improvement in commerce was forever sacrificed to a little temporary advantage of the sovereign. These companies, though arbitrarily erected, had carried their privileges so far, that almost all the commerce of England was centred in London. And it appears that the customs of that port amounted to £110,000 a year, while those of all the kingdom beside yielded only 17,000. Nay, the whole trade of London was confined to about 200 citizens, who were easily enabled, by combining among themselves, to fix whatever price they pleased both to the exports and imports of the nation. The committee appointed to consider this enormous grievance, one of the greatest which we read of in English story, insist on it as a fact well known and avowed, however contrary to present received opinion. That shipping and seamen had insensibly decayed during all the preceding reign. And though nothing be more common than complaints of the decay of trade, even during the most flourishing periods, yet is this a consequence which might naturally result from such arbitrary establishments. At a time when the commerce of all the other nations of Europe, except that of Scotland, enjoyed full liberty and indulgence. While the commons were thus attempting to give liberty to the trading part of the nation, they also endeavoured to free the landed property from the burden of wardships, and to remove those remains of the feudal tenures under which the nation still laboured. A just regard was shown to the Crown in the conduct of this affair, nor was the remedy sought for considered as a matter of right, but merely of grace and favour. The profit which the king reaped, both from wards and from respite of homage, was estimated, and it was intended to compound for these prerogatives by a secure and independent revenue. But after some debates in the House, and some conferences with the Lords, the affair was found to contain more difficulties than could easily, at that time, be surmounted, and it was not then brought to any conclusion. The same fate attended an attempt of a like nature, to free the nation from the burden of purveyance. This prerogative had been much abused by the purveyors. And the Commons showed some intention to offer the king £50,000 a year for the abolition of it. Another affair of the utmost consequence was brought before the Parliament, where the Commons showed a greater spirit of independence than any true judgment of national interest. The union of the two kingdoms was zealously, and even impatiently, urged by the king. He justly regarded it as the peculiar felicity of his reign, that he had terminated the bloody animosities of these hostile nations, and had reduced the whole island under one government, enjoying tranquillity within itself, and security from all foreign invasions. He hoped that, while his subjects of both kingdoms reflected on past disasters, besides regarding his person as infinitely precious, they would entertain the strongest desire of securing themselves against the return of like calamities, by a thorough union of laws, parliaments, and privileges. He considered not, that this very reflection operated, as yet, in a contrary manner on men's prejudices, and kept alive that mutual hatred between the nations, which had been carried to the greatest extremities, and required time to allay it. The more urgent the king appeared in promoting so useful a measure, the more backward was the English Parliament in concurring with him. While they ascribed his excessive zeal to that partiality in favour of his ancient subjects, of which they thought that, on other occasions, they had reason to complain. Their complaisance for the king, therefore, carried them no further than to appoint 44 English to meet with 31 Scottish commissioners, in order to deliberate concerning the terms of a union, but without any power of making advances towards the establishment of it. The same spirit of independence, and perhaps not better judgment, appeared in the House of Commons when the question of supply was brought before them by some members attached to the court. In vain was it urged that, though the king received a supply which had been voted to Elizabeth, and which had not been collected before her death, yet he found it burdened with a debt contracted by the queen, equal to the full amount of it, that peace was not yet thoroughly concluded with Spain, and that Ireland was still expensive. On his journey from Scotland, amidst such a concourse of people, and on that of the Queen and royal family he had expended considerable sums. And that, as the courtiers had looked for greater liberalities from the prince on his accession, and had imposed on his generous nature, so the prince, in his turn, would expect, at the beginning, some mark of duty and attachment from his people, and some consideration of his necessities. No impression was made on the House of Commons by these topics, and the majority appeared fully determined to refuse all supply. The burden of government, at that time, lay surprisingly light upon the people, and that very reason, which to us, at this distance, may seem a motive of generosity, was the real cause why the Parliament was, on all occasions, so remarkably frugal and reserved. They were not, as yet, accustomed to open their purses in so liberal a manner as their successors, in order to supply the wants of their sovereign, and the smallest demand, however requisite, appeared in their eyes unreasonable and exorbitant. The Commons seem also to have been desirous of reducing the Crown to still further necessities, by their refusing a bill, sent down to them by the Lords, for entailing the Crown lands forever on the King's heirs and successors. The dissipation made by Elizabeth had probably taught James the necessity of this law, and shown them the advantage of refusing it. In order to cover a disappointment with regard to supply, which might bear a bad construction both at home and abroad, James sent a message to the House, in which he told them that he desired no supply. And he was very forward in refusing what was never offered him. Soon after, he prorogued the Parliament, not without discovering in his speech visible marks of dissatisfaction. Even so early in his reign, he saw reason to make public complaints of the restless and encroaching spirit of the puritanical party, and of the malevolence with which they endeavored to inspire the Commons. Nor were his complaints without foundation, or the Puritans without interest. Since the Commons, now finding themselves free from the arbitrary government of Elizabeth, made application for a conference with the Lords, and presented a petition to the King. The purport of both which was, to procure in favour of the Puritans, a relaxation of the ecclesiastical laws. The use of the surplice, and of the cross in baptism is there chiefly complained of. But the remedy seems to have been expected solely from the King's dispensing power. In the papers which contain this application and petition, we may also see proofs of the violent animosity of the Commons against the Catholics, together with the intolerating spirit of that assembly. This summer, the peace with Spain was finally concluded, and was signed by the Spanish ministers at London. In the conferences previous to this treaty, the nations were found to have so few claims on each other, that, except on account of the support given by England to the Low Country provinces, the war might appear to have been continued more on account of personal animosity between Philip and Elizabeth, than any contrariety of political interests between their subjects. Some articles in the treaty, which seemed prejudicial to the Dutch Commonwealth, were never executed by the King. And as the Spaniards made no complaints on that head, it appeared that, by secret agreement, the King had expressly reserved the power of sending assistance to the Hollanders. The Constable of Castile came into England to ratify the peace. And on the part of England, the Earl of Hertford was sent into the Low Countries for the same purpose, and the Earl of Nottingham, High Admiral, into Spain. The train of the latter was numerous and splendid. And the Spaniards, it is said, were extremely surprised when they beheld the blooming countenances and graceful appearance of the English, whom their bigotry, inflamed by the priests, had represented as so many monsters and infernal demons. Though England, by means of her naval force, was perfectly secure during the latter years of the Spanish War, James showed an impatience to put an end to hostilities. And soon after his accession, before any terms of peace were concerted, or even proposed by Spain, he recalled all the letters of marque. In this respect, James's peace was more honourable than that which Henry IV. himself made with Spain. This latter prince stipulated not to assist the Dutch, and the supplies which he secretly sent them were in direct contravention to the treaty, which had been granted by Queen Elizabeth. Archduke Albert had made some advances of a like nature which invited the king to take this friendly step. But what is remarkable, in James's proclamation for that purpose he plainly supposes, that as he had himself, while King of Scotland, always lived in amity with Spain, peace was attached to his person. And that merely by his accession to the crown of England, without any articles of treaty or agreement, he had ended the war between the kingdoms. This ignorance of the law of nations may appear surprising in a prince who was 36 years of age, and who had reigned from his infancy. Did we not consider that a king of Scotland, who lives in close friendship with England, has few transactions to manage with foreign princes, and has little opportunity of acquiring experience. Unhappily for James, his timidity, his prejudices, his indolence, his love of amusement, particularly of hunting, to which he was much addicted, ever prevented him from making any progress in the knowledge or practice of foreign politics. And in a little time diminished that regard which all the neighboring nations had paid to England during the reign of his predecessor. Chapter 47. James I. 1604. We are now to relate an event, one of the most memorable that history has conveyed to posterity, and containing at once a singular proof both of the strength and weakness of the human mind. Its widest departure from morals, and most steady attachment to religious prejudices. It is the gunpowder treason, of which I speak, a fact as certain as it appears incredible. The Roman Catholics had expected great favor and indulgence on the accession of James, both as he was descended from Mary, whose life they believed to have been sacrificed to their cause, and as he himself, in his early youth, was imagined to have shown some partiality towards them, which nothing, they thought, but interest and necessity had since restrained. It is pretended, that he had even entered into positive engagements to tolerate their religion as soon as he should mount the throne of England. Whether their credulity had interpreted in this sense some obliging expressions of the king's, or that he had employed such an artifice in order to render them favorable to his title. Very soon they discovered their mistake, and were at once surprised and enraged to find James on all occasions express his intention of strictly executing the laws enacted against them, and of persevering in all the rigorous measures of Elizabeth. Catesby, a gentleman of good parts and of an ancient family, first thought of a most extraordinary method of revenge, and he opened his intention to Piercy, a descendant of the illustrious House of Northumberland. In one of their conversations with regard to the distressed condition of the Catholics, Piercy having broken into a sally of passion, and mentioned assassinating the king, Catesby took the opportunity of revealing to him a nobler and more extensive plan of treason, which not only included a sure execution of vengeance, but afforded some hopes of restoring the Catholic religion in England. In vain, said he, would you put an end to the king's life, he has children, who would succeed both to his crown and to his maxims of government. In vain would you extinguish the whole royal family, the nobility, the gentry, the parliament are all infected with the same heresy, and could raise to the throne another prince and another family, who, besides their hatred to our religion, would be animated with revenge for the tragical death of their predecessors. To serve any good purpose, we must destroy, at one blow, the king, the royal family, the lords, the commons, and bury all our enemies in one common ruin. Happily, they are all assembled on the first meeting of the Parliament, and afford us the opportunity of glorious and useful vengeance. Great preparations will not be requisite. A few of us, combining, may run a mine below the hall in which they meet, and choosing the very moment when the king harangues both houses, consign over to destruction these determined foes to all piety and religion. Meanwhile, we ourselves standing aloof, safe and unsuspected, shall triumph in being the instruments of divine wrath, and shall behold with pleasure those sacrilegious walls, in which were passed the edicts for proscribing our church and butchering her children, tossed into 1,000 fragments. While their impious inhabitants, meditating, perhaps, still new persecutions against us, pass from flames above to flames below, there forever to endure the torments due to their offences. Piercy was charmed with this project of Catesby, and they agreed to communicate the matter to a few more, and among the rest to Thomas Winter, whom they sent over to Flanders in quest of Fox, an officer in the Spanish service, with whose zeal and courage they were all thoroughly acquainted. When they enlisted any new conspirator, in order to bind him to secrecy, they always, together with an oath, employed the communion, the most sacred rite of their religion. And it is remarkable, that no one of these pious devotees ever entertained the least compunction with regard to the cruel massacre which they projected, of whatever was great and eminent in the nation. Some of them only were startled by the reflection, that of necessity many Catholics must be present, as spectators or attendants on the king, or as having seats in the House of Peers, but Tesmond, a Jesuit, and Garnet, superior of that order in England, removed these scruples, and showed them how the interests of religion required that the innocent should here be sacrificed with the guilty. All this passed in the spring and summer of the year 1604, when the conspirators also hired a house in Piercy's name, adjoining to that in which the Parliament was to assemble. Towards the end of that year, they began their operations. That they might be less interrupted, and give less suspicion to the neighborhood, they carried in store of provisions with them, and never desisted from their labor. Obstinate in their purpose, and confirmed by passion, by principle, and by mutual exhortation, they little feared death in comparison of a disappointment. And having provided arms, together with the instruments of their labor, they resolved there to perish in case of a discovery. Their perseverance advanced the work, and they soon pierced the wall, though 3 yards in thickness. But on approaching the other side, they were somewhat startled at hearing a noise which they knew not how to account for. 1605. Upon inquiry, they found that it came from the vault below the House of Lords. That a magazine of coals had been kept there, and that, as the coals were selling off, the vault would be let to the highest bidder. The opportunity was immediately seized, the place hired by Piercy, 36 barrels of powder lodged in it. The whole covered up with faggots and billets, the doors of the cellar boldly flung open, and every body admitted, as if it contained nothing dangerous. Confident of success, they now began to look forward, and to plan the remaining part of their project. The King, the Queen, Prince Henry, were all expected to be present at the opening of Parliament. The Duke, by reason of his tender age, would be absent, and it was resolved that Piercy should seize him, or assassinate him. The Princess Elizabeth, a child likewise, was kept at Lord Harrington's house in Warwickshire. And Sir Everard Digby, Rookwood, Grant, being let into the conspiracy, engaged to assemble their friends on pretence of a hunting match, and seizing that princess, immediately to proclaim her queen. So transported were they with rage against their adversaries, and so charmed with the prospect of revenge, that they forgot all care of their own safety. And trusting to the general confusion which must result from so unexpected a blow, they foresaw not that the fury of the people, now unrestrained by any authority, must have turned against them, and would probably have satiated itself by a universal massacre of the Catholics. The day so long wished for now approached, on which the Parliament was appointed to assemble. The dreadful secret, though communicated to above 20 persons, had been religiously kept during the space of near a year and a half. No remorse, no pity, no fear of punishment, no hope of reward, had as yet induced any one conspirator either to abandon the enterprise, or make a discovery of it. The holy fury had extinguished in their breast every other motive. And it was an indiscretion at last, proceeding chiefly from these very bigoted prejudices and partialities, which saved the nation. 10 days before the meeting of Parliament, Lord Monteagle, a Catholic, son to Lord Morley, received the following letter, which had been delivered to his servant by an unknown hand: "My lord, out of the love I bear to some of your friends, I have a care of your preservation. Therefore I would advise you, as you tender your life, to devise some excuse to shift off your attendance at this Parliament, for God and man have concurred to punish the wickedness of this time. And think not slightly of this advertisement. But retire yourself into your country, where you may expect the event in safety. For though there be no appearance of any stir, yet, I say, they will receive a terrible blow this Parliament, and yet they shall not see who hurts them. This counsel is not to be contemned, because it may do you good, and can do you no harm, for the danger is past as soon as you have burned the letter. And I hope God will give you the grace to make good use of it, unto whose holy protection I commend you." Monteagle knew not what to make of this letter. And though inclined to think it a foolish attempt to frighten and ridicule him, he judged it safest to carry it to Lord Salisbury, Secretary of State. Though Salisbury, too, was inclined to pay little attention to it, he thought proper to lay it before the king, who came to town a few days after. To the king it appeared not so light a matter. And from the serious, earnest style of the letter, he conjectured that it implied something dangerous and important, a terrible blow, and yet, the authors concealed, a danger so sudden, and yet so great. These circumstances seemed all to denote some contrivance by gunpowder, and it was thought advisable to inspect all the vaults below the Houses of Parliament. This care belonged to the Earl of Suffolk, Lord Chamberlain, who purposely delayed the search till the day before the meeting of Parliament. He remarked those great piles of wood and faggots which lay in the vault under the upper house. And he cast his eye upon Fawkes, who stood in a dark corner, and passed himself for Piercy's servant. That daring and determined courage which so much distinguished this conspirator, even among those heroes in villainy, was fully painted in his countenance, and was not passed unnoticed by the Chamberlain. Such a quantity also of fuel, for the use of one who lived so little in town as Piercy, appeared a little extraordinary, and upon comparing all circumstances, it was resolved that a more thorough inspection should be made. About midnight, Sir Thomas Knevet, a justice of peace, was sent with proper attendants. And before the door of the vault finding Fawkes, who had just finished all his preparations, he immediately seized him, and turning over the faggots, discovered the powder. The matches, and everything proper for setting fire to the train, were taken in Fawkes's pocket. Who, finding his guilt now apparent, and seeing no refuge but in boldness and despair, expressed the utmost regret that he had lost the opportunity of firing the powder at once, and of sweetening his own death by that of his enemies. Before the council he displayed the same intrepid firmness, mixed even with scorn and disdain, refusing to discover his accomplices, and showing no concern but for the failure of the enterprise. This obstinacy lasted 2 or 3 days, but being confined to the Tower, left to reflect on his guilt and danger, and the rack being just shown to him, his courage, fatigued with so long an effort, and unsupported by hope or society, at last failed him, and he made a full discovery of all the conspirators. Catesby, Piercy, and the other criminals who were in London, though they had heard of the alarm taken at a letter sent to Monteagle, though they had heard of the Chamberlain's search, yet were resolved to persist to the utmost, and never abandon their hopes of success. But at last, hearing that Fawkes was arrested, they hurried down to Warwickshire, where Sir Everard Digby, thinking himself assured that success had attended his confederates, was already in arms, in order to seize the Princess Elizabeth. She had escaped into Coventry, and they were obliged to put themselves on their defence against the country, who were raised from all quarters and armed by the sheriff. The conspirators, with all their attendants, never exceeded the number of 80 persons. And being surrounded on every side, could no longer entertain hopes either of prevailing or escaping. Having therefore confessed themselves, and received absolution, they boldly prepared for death, and resolved to sell their lives as dear as possible to the assailants. But even this miserable consolation was denied them. Some of their powder took fire, and disabled them for defence. The people rushed in upon them. Piercy and Catesby were killed by one shot. Digby, Rookwood, Winter, and others, being taken prisoners, were tried, confessed their guilt, and died, as well as Garnet, by the hands of the executioner. Notwithstanding this horrid crime, the bigoted Catholics were so devoted to Garnet, that they fancied miracles to be wrought by his blood, and in Spain he was regarded as a martyr. Neither had the desperate fortune of the conspirators urged them to this enterprise, nor had the former profligacy of their lives prepared them for so great a crime. Before that audacious attempt, their conduct seems, in general, to be liable to no reproach. Catesby's character had entitled him to such regard, that Rookwood and Digby were seduced by their implicit trust in his judgment. And they declared that, from the motive alone of friendship to him, they were ready, on any occasion, to have sacrificed their lives. Digby himself was as highly esteemed and beloved as any man in England. And he had been particularly honoured with the good opinion of Queen Elizabeth. It was bigoted zeal alone, the most absurd of prejudices masked with reason, the most criminal of passions covered with the appearance of duty, which seduced them into measures that were fatal to themselves, and had so nearly proved fatal to their country. The Lords Mordaunt and Stourton, 2 Catholics, were fined, the former £10,000, the latter £4,000, by the Star Chamber, because their absence from Parliament had begotten a suspicion of their being acquainted with the conspiracy. The Earl of Northumberland was fined £30,000, and detained several years prisoner in the Tower, because, not to mention other grounds of suspicion, He had admitted Piercy into the number of gentlemen pensioners without his taking the requisite oaths. The king, in his speech to the Parliament, observed that, though religion had engaged the conspirators in so criminal an attempt, yet ought we not to involve all the Roman Catholics in the same guilt. Or suppose them equally disposed to commit such enormous barbarities. Many holy men, he said, and our ancestors among the rest, had been seduced to concur with that church in her scholastic doctrines, who yet had never admitted her seditious principles concerning the Pope's power of dethroning kings, or sanctifying assassination. The wrath of heaven is denounced against crimes, but innocent error may obtain its favor, and nothing can be more hateful than the uncharitableness of the Puritans, who condemn alike to eternal torments even the most inoffensive partisans of popery. For his part, he added, that conspiracy, however atrocious, should never alter in the least his plan of government, while with one hand he punished guilt, with the other he would still support and protect innocence. After this speech he prorogued the Parliament till the 22nd of January. The moderation, and, I may say, magnanimity of the king immediately after so narrow an escape from a most detestable conspiracy, was nowise agreeable to his subjects. Their animosity against popery, even before this provocation, has risen to a great pitch, and it had perhaps been more prudent in James, by a little dissimulation, to have conformed himself to it. His theological learning, confirmed by disputation, has happily fixed his judgment in the Protestant faith, yet was his heart a little biased by the allurements of Rome. And he had been well pleased, if the making of some advances could have effected a union with that ancient mother church. He strove to abate the acrimony of his own subjects against the religion of their fathers, he became himself the object of their diffidence and aversion. Whatever measures he embraced, in Scotland to introduce prelacy, in England to enforce the authority of the established church, and support its rites and ceremonies, were interpreted as so many steps towards popery, and were represented by the Puritans as symptoms of idolatry and superstition. Ignorant of the consequences, or unwilling to sacrifice to politics his inclination, which he called his conscience, he persevered in the same measures, and gave trust and preferment, almost indifferently, to his Catholic and Protestant subjects. And finding his person, as well as his title, less obnoxious to the Church of Rome, than those of Elizabeth, he gradually abated the rigor of those laws which had been enacted against that church, and which were so acceptable to his bigoted subjects. But the effects of these dispositions on both sides became not very sensible till towards the conclusion of his reign. 1606. At this time, James seems to have possessed the affections even of his English subjects, and, in a tolerable degree, their esteem and regard. Hitherto their complaints were chiefly levelled against his too great constancy in his early friendships. A quality which, had it been attended with more economy, the wise would have excused, and the candid would even, perhaps, have applauded. His parts, which were not despicable, and his learning, which was great, being highly extolled by his courtiers and gown men, and not yet tried in the management of any delicate affairs, for which he was unfit, raised a high idea of him in the world. Nor was it always through flattery or insincerity that he received the title of the second Solomon. A report, which was suddenly spread about this time of his being assassinated, visibly struck a great consternation into all orders of men. The Commons also abetted, this session, somewhat of their excessive frugality, and granted him an aid, payable in 4 years, of 3 subsidies and 6/15, which, Sir Francis Bacon said in the House, might amount to about £400,000. And for once the King and Parliament parted in friendship and good humour. The hatred which the Catholics so visibly bore him, gave him, at this time, an additional value in the eyes of his people. The only considerable point in which the Commons incurred his displeasure, was by discovering their constant good will to the Puritans, in whose favour they desired a conference with the Lords, which was rejected. The chief affair transacted next session, was the intended union of the two kingdoms. Nothing could exceed the king's passion and zeal for this noble enterprise, but the Parliament's prejudice and reluctance against it. There remain 2 excellent speeches in favour of the union, which it would not be improper to compare together, that of the king, and that of Sir Francis Bacon. Those who affect in everything such an extreme contempt for James, will be surprised to find that his discourse, both for good reasoning and elegant composition, approaches very near that of a man who was undoubtedly, at that time, one of the greatest geniuses in Europe. A few trivial indiscretions and indecorums may be said to characterize the harangue of the monarch, and mark it for his own. And, in general, so open and avowed a declaration in favor of a measure, while he had taken no care, by any precaution or intrigue, to ensure success, may safely be pronounced an indiscretion. But the art of managing parliaments by private interest or cabal, being found hitherto of little use or necessity, had not as yet become a part of English politics. In the common course of affairs, government could be conducted without their assistance. And when their concurrence became necessary to the measures of the crown, it was, generally speaking, except in times of great faction and discontent, obtained without much difficulty. The king's influence seems to have rendered the Scottish Parliament cordial in all the steps which they took towards the Union. Though the advantages which Scotland might hope from that measure were more considerable, yet were the objections too, with regard to that kingdom more striking and obvious. The benefit which must have resulted to England, both by accession of strength and security, was right despicable. And as the English were by far the greater nation, and possessed the seat of government, the objections, either from the point of honor or from jealousy, could not reasonably have any place among them. The English Parliament, indeed, seemed to have been swayed merely by the vulgar motive of national antipathy. And they persisted so obstinately in their prejudices, that all the efforts for a thorough union and incorporation ended only in the abolition of the hostile laws formerly enacted between the kingdoms. Some precipitate steps, which the king, a little after his accession, had taken, in order to promote his favorite project, had been here observed to do more injury than service. From his own authority, he had assumed the title of King of Great Britain, and had quartered the arms of Scotland with those of England, in all coins, flags, and ensigns. He had also engaged the judges to make a declaration, that all those who, after the union of the crowns, should be born in either kingdom, were, for that reason alone, naturalized in both. This was a nice question, and, according to the ideas of those times, susceptible of subtle reasoning on both sides. The king was the same, the parliaments were different. To render the people therefore the same, we must suppose that the sovereign authority resided chiefly in the prince, and that these popular assemblies were rather instituted to assist with money and advice, than endowed with any controlling or active powers in the government. It is evident, says Bacon, in his pleadings on this subject, that all other commonwealths, monarchies only excepted, do subsist by a law precedent. For where authority is divided amongst many officers, and they not perpetual, but annual or temporary, and not to receive their authority but by election, and certain persons to have voices only in that election, and the like. These are busy and curious frames, which of necessity do presuppose a law precedent, written or unwritten, to guide and direct them, but in monarchies, especially hereditary, that is, when several families or lineages of people do submit themselves to one line, imperial or royal, the submission is more natural and simple. Which afterwards, by law subsequent, is perfected, and made more formal, but that is grounded upon nature. It would seem, from this reasoning, that the idea of an hereditary limited monarchy, though implicitly supposed in many public transactions, had scarcely ever as yet been expressly formed by any English lawyer or politician. Except the obstinacy of the Parliament with regard to the Union, and an attempt on the king's ecclesiastical jurisdiction, most of their measures, during this session, were sufficiently respectful and obliging. Though they still discover a vigilant spirit, and a careful attention towards national liberty. The votes also of the Commons show that the House contained a mixture of Puritans, who had acquired great authority among them, and who, together with religious prejudices, were continually suggesting ideas more suitable to a popular than a monarchical form of government. The natural appetite for rule made the Commons lend a willing ear to every doctrine which tended to augment their own power and influence. 1607. A petition was moved in the lower house for a more rigorous execution of the laws against popish recusants and an abatement towards Protestant clergymen who scrupled to observe the ceremonies. Both these points were equally unacceptable to the king, and he sent orders to the House to proceed no further in that matter. The Commons were inclined, at first, to consider these orders as a breach of privilege. But they soon acquiesced, when told that this measure of the king's was supported by many precedents during the reign of Elizabeth. Had they been always disposed to make the precedents of that reign the rule of their conduct, they needed never have had any quarrel with any of their monarchs. The complaints of Spanish depredations were very loud among the English merchants. The lower house sent a message to the Lords, desiring a conference with them, in order to their presenting a joint petition to the king on the subject. The Lords took some time to deliberate on this message. Because, they said, the matter was weighty and rare. It probably occurred to them, at first, that the Parliament's interposing in affairs of state would appear unusual and extraordinary. And to show that in this sentiment they were not guided by court influence, after they had deliberated, they agreed to the conference. The House of Commons began now to feel themselves of such importance, that, on the motion of Sir Edwin Sandys, a member of great authority, they entered, for the first time, an order for the regular keeping of their journals. When all business was finished, the king prorogued the Parliament. About this time there was an insurrection of the country people in Northamptonshire, headed by one Reynolds, a man of low condition. They went about destroying enclosures, but carefully avoided committing any other outrage. This insurrection was easily suppressed, and, though great lenity was used towards the rioters, yet were some of the ringleaders punished. The chief cause of that trivial commotion seems to have been, of itself, far from trivial. The practice still continued in England of disusing tillage and throwing the land into enclosures, for the sake of pasture. By this means the kingdom was depopulated, at least prevented from increasing so much in people as might have been expected from the daily increase of industry and commerce. 1608. Next year presents us with nothing memorable. But in the spring of the subsequent, 1609. After a long negotiation, was concluded, by a truce of 12 years, that war which, for near half a century, had been carried on with such fury between Spain and the states of the United Provinces. Never contest seemed, at first, more unequal, never contest was finished with more honor to the weaker party. On the side of Spain were numbers, riches, authority, discipline. On the side of the revolted provinces were found the attachment to liberty and the enthusiasm of religion. By her naval enterprises, the Republic maintained her armies. And, joining peaceful industry to military valor, she was enabled, by her own force, to support herself, and gradually rely less on those neighboring princes, who, from jealousy to Spain, were at first prompted to encourage her revolt. Long had the pride of that monarchy prevailed over her interest, and prevented her from hearkening to any terms of accommodation with her rebellious subjects. But finding all intercourse cut off between her provinces by the maritime force of the states, she at last agreed to treat with them as a free people, and solemnly to renounce all claim and pretension to their sovereignty. This chief point being gained, the treaty was easily brought to a conclusion, under the joint mediation and guarantee of France and England. All exterior appearances of honor were paid equally to both crowns, but very different were the sentiments which the states, as well as all Europe, entertained of the princes who wore them. Frugality and vigor, the chief circumstances which procure regard among foreign nations, shone out as conspicuously in Henry as they were deficient in James. To a contempt of the English monarch, Henry seems to have added a considerable degree of jealousy and aversion, which were sentiments altogether without foundation. James was just and fair in all transactions with his allies. But it appears from the memoirs of those times, that each side deemed him partial towards their adversary, and fancied that he had entered into secret measures against them, so little equity have men in their judgments of their own affairs. And so dangerous is that entire neutrality affected by the King of England. 1610. The little concern which James took in foreign affairs, renders the domestic occurrences, particularly those of Parliament, the most interesting of his reign. A new session was held this spring, the King, full of hopes of receiving supply, the Commons, of circumscribing his prerogative. The Earl of Salisbury, now created treasurer on the death of the Earl of Dorset, laid open the king's necessities, first to the peers, then to a committee of the lower house. He insisted on the unavoidable expense incurred in supporting the navy, and in suppressing a late insurrection in Ireland. He mentioned 3 numerous courts which the king was obliged to maintain, for himself, for the Queen, and for the Prince of Wales. He observed that Queen Elizabeth, though a single woman, had received very large supplies in the years preceding her death, which alone were expensive to her, and he remarked that during her reign she had alienated many of the crown lands. An expedient which, though it supplied her present necessities, without laying burdens on her people, extremely multiplied the necessities of her successor. From all these causes he thought it nowise strange that the king's income should fall short so great a sum as £81,000 of his stated and regular expense. Without mentioning contingencies, which ought always to be esteemed a fourth of the yearly charges. And as the crown was now necessarily burdened with a great and urgent debt of £300,000, he thence inferred the absolute necessity of an immediate and large supply from the people. To all these reasons, which James likewise urged in a speech addressed to both houses, the Commons remained inexorable. But not to shock the king with an absolute refusal, they granted him 1 subsidy in 1/15, which would scarcely amount to £100,000. And James received the mortification of discovering in vain all his wants, and of begging aid of subjects who had no reasonable indulgence or consideration for him. Among the many causes of disgust and quarrel which now daily and unavoidably multiplied between prince and parliament, this article of money is to be regarded as none of the least considerable. After the discovery and conquest of the West Indies, gold and silver became every day more plentiful in England, as well as in the rest of Europe. And the price of all commodities and provisions rose to a height beyond what had been known since the declension of the Roman Empire. As the revenue of the crown rose not in proportion, the prince was insensibly reduced to poverty amidst the general riches of his subjects, and required additional funds in order to support the same magnificence and force which had been maintained by former monarchs. But, while money thus flowed into England, we may observe, that, at the same time, and probably from that very cause, arts and industry of all kinds received a mighty increase. And elegance in every enjoyment of life became better known and more cultivated among all ranks of people. The king's servants, both civil and military, his courtiers, his ministers, demanded more ample supplies from the impoverished prince, and were not contented with the same simplicity of living which had satisfied their ancestors. The prince himself began to regard an increase of pomp and splendor as requisite to support the dignity of his character, and to preserve the same superiority above his subjects which his predecessors had enjoyed. Some equality, too, and proportion to the other sovereigns of Europe, it was natural for him to desire. And as they had universally enlarged their revenue, and multiplied their taxes, the King of England deemed it reasonable that his subjects, who were generally as rich as theirs, should bear with patience some additional burdens and impositions. Unhappily for the king, those very riches, with the increasing knowledge of the age, bred opposite sentiments in his subjects, and, begetting a spirit of freedom and independence, disposed them to pay little regard either to the entreaties or menaces of their sovereign. While the barons possessed their former immense property and extensive jurisdictions, they were apt, at every disgust, to endanger the monarch, and throw the whole government into confusion. But this confusion often, in its turn, proved favorable to the monarch, and made the nation again submit to him, in order to re-establish justice and tranquility. After the power of alienations, as well as the increase of commerce, had thrown the balance of property into the hands of the commons, the situation of affairs, and the dispositions of men, became susceptible of a more regular plan of liberty. And the laws were not supported singly by the authority of the sovereign. And though in that interval, after the decline of the peers, and before the people had yet experienced their force, the princes assumed an exorbitant power, and had almost annihilated the constitution under the weight of their prerogative. As soon as the commons recovered from their lethargy, they seem to have been astonished at the danger, and were resolved to secure liberty by firmer barriers than their ancestors had hitherto provided for it. Had James possessed a very rigid frugality, he might have warded off this crisis somewhat longer, and waiting patiently for a favorable opportunity to increase and fix his revenue, might have secured the extensive authority transmitted to him. On the other hand, had the Commons been inclined to act with more generosity and kindness towards their prince, they might probably have turned his necessities to good account, and have bribed him to depart peaceably from the more dangerous articles of his prerogative. But he was a foreigner, and ignorant of the arts of popularity. They were soured by religious prejudices, and tenacious of their money, and in this situation it is no wonder, that during this whole reign we scarcely find an interval of mutual confidence and friendship between prince and parliament. The king, by his prerogative alone, had some years before altered the rates of the customs, and had established higher impositions on several kinds of merchandise. This exercise of power will naturally, to us, appear arbitrary and illegal. Yet, according to the principles and practices of that time, it might admit of some apology. The duties of tonnage and poundage were at first granted to the Crown by a vote of Parliament, and for a limited time. And as the grant frequently expired and was renewed, there could not then arise any doubt concerning the origin of the king's right to levy these duties. And this imposition, like all others, was plainly derived from the voluntary consent of the people. But as Henry V, and all the succeeding sovereigns, had the revenue conferred on them for life, the prince, so long in possession of these duties, began gradually to consider them as his own proper right and inheritance, and regarded the vote of Parliament as a mere formality, which rather expressed the acquiescence of the people in his prerogative, than bestowed any new gift or revenue upon him. The Parliament, when it first granted poundage to the Crown, had fixed no particular rates. The imposition was given as a shilling in a pound, or 5%, on all commodities. It was left to the king himself and the Privy Council, aided by the advice of such merchants as they should think proper to consult, to fix the value of goods, and thereby the rates of the customs, and as that value had been settled before the discovery of the West Indies, it was become much inferior to the prices which almost all commodities bore in every market in Europe. And consequently the customs on many goods, though supposed to be 5%, was in reality much inferior. The king, therefore, was naturally led to think, that rates which were now plainly false, ought to be corrected. That a valuation of commodities, fixed by one act of the Privy Council, might be amended by another, that if his right to poundage were inherent in the Crown, he should also possess, of himself, the right of correcting its inequalities. If this duty were granted by the people, he should at least support the spirit of the law, by fixing a new and a juster valuation of all commodities. But, besides this reasoning, which seems plausible, if not solid, the king was supported in that act of power by direct precedents, some in the reign of Mary, some in the beginning of Elizabeth. Both these princesses had, without consent of Parliament, altered the rates of commodities. And as their impositions had all along been submitted to without a murmur, and still continued to be levied, the king had no reason to apprehend that a further exertion of the same authority would give any occasion of complaint. That less umbrage might be taken, he was moderate in the new rates which he established. The customs, during his whole reign, rose only from £127,000 a year to £190,000. Though, besides the increase of the rates, there was a sensible increase of commerce and industry during that period, every commodity, besides, which might serve to the subsistence of the people, or might be considered as a material of manufactures, was exempted from the new impositions of James. But all this caution could not prevent the complaints of the Commons. A spirit of liberty had now taken possession of the House. The leading members, men of an independent genius and large views, began to regulate their opinions more by the future consequences which they foresaw, than by the former precedents which were set before them. And they less aspired at maintaining the ancient constitution, than at establishing a new one, and a freer, and a better. In their remonstrances to the king on this occasion, they observed it to be a general opinion, that the reasons of that practice might be extended much further, even to the utter ruin of the ancient liberty of the kingdom, and the subjects' right of property in their lands and goods. Though expressly forbidden by the king to touch his prerogative, they passed a bill abolishing these impositions, which was rejected by the House of Lords. In another address to the king, they objected to the practice of borrowing upon privy seals, and desired that the subjects should not be forced to lend money to his majesty, nor give a reason for their refusal. Some murmurs likewise were thrown out in the House against a new monopoly of the license of wines. It must be confessed, that forced loans and monopolies were established on many ancient as well as recent precedents, though diametrically opposite to all the principles of a free government. The House likewise discovered some discontent against the king's proclamations. James told them, that though he well knew, by the constitution and policy of the kingdom, that proclamations were not of equal force with laws, yet he thought it a duty incumbent on him, and a power inseparably annexed to the crown, to restrain and prevent such mischiefs and inconveniencies as he saw growing on the state, against which no certain law was extant, and which might tend to the great detriment of the subject, if there should be no remedy provided till the meeting of a parliament. And this prerogative, he adds, our progenitors have in all times used and enjoyed. The intervals between sessions, we may observe, were frequently so long as to render it necessary for a prince to interpose by his prerogative. The legality of this exertion was established by uniform and undisputed practice, and was even acknowledged by lawyers, who made, however, this difference between laws and proclamations, that the authority of the former was perpetual, that of the latter expired with the sovereign who emitted them. But what the authority could be which bound the subject, yet was different from the authority of laws, and inferior to it, seems inexplicable by any maxims of reason or politics, and in this instance, as in many others, it is easy to see how inaccurate the English constitution was, before the Parliament was enabled, by continued acquisitions or encroachments, to establish it on fixed principles of liberty. Upon the settlement of the Reformation, that extensive branch of power which regards ecclesiastical matters, being then without an owner, seemed to belong to the first occupant, and Henry VIII failed not immediately to seize it, and to exert it even to the utmost degree of tyranny. The possession of it was continued with Edward, and recovered by Elizabeth. And that ambitious princess was so remarkably jealous of this flower of her crown, that she severely reprimanded the Parliament if they ever presumed to intermeddle in these matters. And they were so overawed by her authority as to submit, and to ask pardon on these occasions. But James's parliaments were much less obsequious. They ventured to lift up their eyes, and to consider this prerogative. They there saw a large province of government, possessed by the king alone, and scarcely ever communicated with the Parliament. They were sensible that this province admitted not of any exact boundary or circumscription. They had felt that the Roman pontiff, in former ages, under pretence of religion, was gradually making advances to usurp the whole civil power. They dreaded still more dangerous consequences from the claims of their own sovereign, who resided among them, and who, in many other respects, possessed such unlimited authority. They therefore deemed it absolutely necessary to circumscribe this branch of prerogative, and accordingly, in the preceding session, they passed a bill against the establishment of any ecclesiastical canons without consent of Parliament. But the House of Lords, as is usual, defended the barriers of the throne, and rejected the bill. In this session, the Commons, after passing anew the same bill, made remonstrances against the proceedings of the High Commission Court. It required no great penetration to see the extreme danger to liberty, arising in a regal government, from such large discretionary powers as were exercised by that court. But James refused compliance with the application of the Commons. He was probably sensible that, besides the diminution of his authority, many inconveniencies must necessarily result from the abolishing of all discretionary power in every magistrate. And that the laws, were they ever so carefully framed and digested, could not possibly provide against every contingency, much less, where they had not as yet attained a sufficient degree of accuracy and refinement. But the business which chiefly occupied the Commons during this session, was the abolition of wardships and purveyance, prerogatives which had been more or less touched on every session during the whole reign of James. In this affair the Commons employed the proper means which might entitle them to success. They offered the king a settled revenue, as an equivalent for the powers which he should part with, and the king was willing to hearken to terms. After much dispute, he agreed to give up these prerogatives for £200,000 a year, which they agreed to confer upon him. And nothing remained towards closing the bargain, but that the Commons should determine the funds by which this sum should be levied. This session was too far advanced to bring so difficult a matter to a full conclusion. And though the Parliament met again towards the end of the year, and resumed the question, they were never able to terminate an affair upon which they seemed so intent. The journals of that session are lost. And as the historians of this reign are very negligent in relating parliamentary affairs, of whose importance they were not sufficiently apprised, we know not exactly the reason of this failure. It only appears, that the king was extremely dissatisfied with the conduct of the Parliament, and soon after dissolved it. This was his first Parliament, and it sat near 7 years. Amidst all these attacks, some more, some less violent, on royal prerogative, the king displayed, as openly as ever, all his exalted notions of monarchy and the authority of princes. Even in a speech to the Parliament where he begged for supply, and where he should naturally have used every art to ingratiate himself with that assembly, he expressed himself in these terms: "I conclude, then, the point touching the power of kings. With this axiom of divinity, that, as to dispute what God may do, is blasphemy. But what God wills, that divines may lawfully and do ordinarily dispute and discuss. So is it sedition in subjects to dispute what a king may do in the height of his power. But just kings will ever be willing to declare what they will do, if they will not incur the curse of God. I will not be content that my power be disputed upon. But I shall ever be willing to make the reason appear of my doings, and rule my actions according to my laws." Notwithstanding the great extent of prerogative in that age, these expressions would probably give some offense. But we may observe, that, as the king's despotism was more speculative than practical, so the independency of the Commons was, at this time, the reverse. And, though strongly supported by their present situation, as well as disposition, was too new and recent to be as yet founded on systematical principles and opinions. This year was distinguished by a memorable event, which gave great alarm and concern in England, the murder of the French monarch by the poniard of the fanatical Ravaillac. With his death, the glory of the French monarchy suffered an eclipse for some years, and as that kingdom fell under an administration weak and bigoted, factious and disorderly, the Austrian greatness began anew to appear formidable to Europe. In England, the antipathy to the Catholics revived a little upon this tragical event, and some of the laws which had formerly been enacted, in order to keep these religionists in awe, began now to be executed with greater rigor and severity. 1611. Though James's timidity and indolence fixed him, during most of his reign, in a very prudent inattention to foreign affairs, there happened this year an event in Europe of such mighty consequence as to rouse him from his lethargy, and summon up all his zeal and enterprise. A professor of divinity, named Vorstius, the disciple of Arminius, was called from a German to a Dutch university. And as he differed from his Britannic Majesty in some nice questions concerning the intimate essence and secret decrees of God, he was considered as a dangerous rival in scholastic fame. And was at last obliged to yield to the legions of that royal doctor, whose syllogisms he might have refuted or eluded. If vigor was wanting in other incidents of James's reign, here he behaved even with haughtiness and insolence, and the states were obliged, after several remonstrances, to deprive Vorstius of his chair, and to banish him their dominions. The king carried no further his animosity against that professor, though he had very charitably hinted to the states, that, as to the burning of Vorstius for his blasphemies and atheism, he left them to their own Christian wisdom. But surely never heretic better deserved the flames. It is to be remarked, that, at this period, all over Europe, except in Holland alone, the practice of burning heretics still prevailed, even in Protestant countries. And instances were not wanting in England during the reign of James. To consider James in a more advantageous light, we must take a view of him as the legislator of Ireland. And most of the institutions which he had framed for civilizing that kingdom being finished about this period, it may not here be improper to give some account of them. He frequently boasts of the management of Ireland as his masterpiece. And it will appear, upon inquiry, that his vanity in this particular was not altogether without foundation. After the subjection of Ireland by Elizabeth, the more difficult task still remained. To civilize the inhabitants, to reconcile them to laws and industry, and to render their subjection durable and useful to the crown of England. James proceeded in this work by a steady, regular, and well-concerted plan. And in the space of 9 years, according to Sir John Davis, he made greater advances towards the reformation of that kingdom, than had been made in the 440 years which had elapsed since the conquest was first attempted. It was previously necessary to abolish the Irish customs, which supplied the place of laws, and which were calculated to keep that people forever in a state of barbarism and disorder. By the Brehon law or custom, every crime, however enormous, was punished, not with death, but by a fine or pecuniary mulct, which was levied upon the criminal. Murder itself, as among all the ancient barbarous nations, was atoned for in this manner. And each man, according to his rank, had a different rate or value affixed to him, which if any one were willing to pay, he needed not fear assassinating his enemy. This rate was called his eric. When Sir William Fitzwilliams, being Lord Deputy, told Maguire, that he was to send a sheriff into Fermanagh, which a little before had been made a county, and subjected to the English law. "Your sheriff," said Maguire, "shall be welcome to me, but let me know, beforehand, his eric, or the price of his head, that, if my people cut it off, I may levy the money upon the county." As for oppression, extortion, and other trespasses, so little were they regarded, that no penalty was affixed to them, and no redress for such offences could ever be obtained. The customs of gavelkind and tanistry were attended with the same absurdity in the distribution of property. 1612. The land, by the custom of gavelkind, was divided among all the males of the sept, or family, both bastard and legitimate, and, after partition made if any of the sept died, his portion was not shared out among his sons, but the chieftain, at his discretion, made a new partition of all the lands belonging to that sept, and gave every one his share. As no man, by reason of this custom, enjoyed the fixed property of any land, to build, to plant, to enclose, to cultivate, to improve, would have been so much lost labor. The chieftains and the tannists, though drawn from the principal families, were not hereditary, but were established by election, or, more properly speaking, by force and violence. Their authority was almost absolute. And, notwithstanding that certain lands were assigned to the office, its chief profit resulted from exactions, dues, assessments, for which there was no fixed law, and which were levied at pleasure. Hence arose that common byword among the Irish, that they dwelt westward of the law which dwelt beyond the river of the Barrow. Meaning the country where the English inhabited, and which extended not beyond the compass of 20 miles, lying in the neighbourhood of Dublin. After abolishing these Irish customs, and substituting English law in their place, James, having taken all the natives under his protection, and declared them free citizens, proceeded to govern them by a regular administration, military as well as civil. A small army was maintained, its discipline inspected, and its pay transmitted from England, in order to keep the soldiers from preying upon the country, as had been usual in former reigns. When Odegardy raised an insurrection, a reinforcement was sent over, and the flames of that rebellion were immediately extinguished. All minds being first quieted by a general indemnity, circuits were established, justice administered, oppression banished, and crimes and disorders of every kind severely punished. As the Irish had been universally engaged in the rebellion against Elizabeth, a resignation of all the rights which had been formerly granted them to separate jurisdictions, was rigorously exacted. And no authority, but that of the king and the law, was permitted throughout the kingdom. A resignation of all private estates was even required. And when they were restored, the proprietors received them under such conditions as might prevent, for the future, all tyranny and oppression over the common people. The value of the dues which the nobles usually claimed from their vassals, was estimated at a fixed sum, and all further arbitrary exactions prohibited under severe penalties. The whole province of Ulster having fallen to the crown by the attainder of rebels, a company was established in London for planting new colonies in that fertile country, the property was divided into moderate shares. The largest not exceeding 2,000 acres, tenants were brought over from England and Scotland, the Irish were removed from the hills and fastnesses, and settled in the open country. Husbandry and the arts were taught them, a fixed habitation secured, plunder and robbery punished, and by these means, Ulster, from being the most wild and disorderly province of all Ireland, soon became the best cultivated and most civilized. Such were the arts by which James introduced humanity and justice among a people who had ever been buried in the most profound barbarism. Noble cares, much superior to the vain and criminal glory of conquests, but requiring ages of perseverance and attention to perfect what had been so happily begun. A laudable act of justice was about this time executed in England upon Lord Sankabir, a Scottish nobleman, who had been guilty of the base assassination of Turner, a fencing master. The English nation, who were generally dissatisfied with the Scots, were enraged at this crime, equally mean and atrocious, but James appeased them, by preferring the severity of law to the intercession of the friends and family of the criminal. Chapter 48. James I. 1612. This year the sudden death of Henry, Prince of Wales, diffused a universal grief throughout the nation. Though youth and royal birth, both of them strong allurements, prepossess men mightily in favor of the early age of princes, it is with peculiar fondness that historians mention Henry, and, in every respect, his merit seems to have been extraordinary. He had not reached his 18th year, and he already possessed more dignity in his behavior, and commanded more respect, than his father, with all his age, learning, and experience. Neither his high fortune, nor his youth, had seduced him into any irregular pleasures. Business and ambition seemed to have been his sole passion. His inclinations, as well as exercises, were martial. The French ambassador, taking leave of him, and asking his commands for France, found him employed in the exercise of the pike. "Tell your king," said he, "in what occupation you left me engaged." He had conceived great affection and esteem for the brave Sir Walter Raleigh. It was his saying, "Sure no king but my father would keep such a bird in a cage." He seems indeed to have nourished too violent a contempt for the king, on account of his pedantry and pusillanimity, and by that means struck in with the restless and martial spirit of the English nation. Had he lived, he had probably promoted the glory, perhaps not the felicity, of his people. The unhappy prepossession which men commonly entertain in favor of ambition, courage, enterprise, and other warlike virtues, engages generous natures, who always love fame. In such pursuits all destroy their own peace, and that of the rest of mankind. Violent reports were propagated, as if Henry had been carried off by poison, but the physicians, on opening his body, found no symptoms to confirm such an opinion. The bold and criminal malignity of men's tongues and pens spared not even the king on the occasion. But that prince's character seems rather to have failed in the extreme of facility and humanity, than in that of cruelty and violence. His indulgence to Henry was great, and perhaps imprudent, by giving him a large and independent settlement, even in so early youth. 1613. The marriage of the Princess Elizabeth with Frederick, Elector Palatine, was finished some time after the death of the prince, and served to dissipate the grief which arose on that melancholy event. But this marriage, though celebrated with great joy and festivity, proved itself an unhappy event to the king, as well as to his son-in-law, and had ill consequences on the reputation and fortunes of both. The elector, trusting to so great an alliance, engaged in enterprises beyond his strength, and the king, not being able to support him in his distress, lost entirely, in the end of his life, what remained of the affections and esteem of his own subjects. Except during sessions of Parliament, the history of this reign may more properly be called the history of the court, than that of the nation. An interesting object had for some years engaged the attention of the court. It was a favorite, and one beloved by James with so profuse and unlimited an affection, as left no room for any rival or competitor. About the end of the year 1609, Robert Kerr, a youth of 20 years of age, and of a good family in Scotland, arrived in London, after having passed some time in his travels. All his natural accomplishments consisted in good looks, all his acquired abilities in an easy air and graceful demeanor. He had letters of recommendation to his countryman Lord Hay. And that nobleman no sooner cast his eye upon him, than he discovered talent sufficient to entitle him immediately to make a great figure in the government. Apprised of the king's passion for youth and beauty, and exterior appearance, he studied how matters might be so managed that this new object should make the strongest impression upon him. Without mentioning him at court, he assigned him the office, at a match of tilting, of presenting to the king his buckler and device, and hoped that he would attract the attention of the monarch. Fortune proved favorable to his design, by an incident which bore at first a contrary aspect. When Care was advancing to execute his office, his unruly horse flung him, and broke his leg in the king's presence. James approached him with pity and concern, love and affection arose on the sight of his beauty and tender years, and the prince ordered him immediately to be lodged in the palace, and to be carefully attended. He himself, after the tilting, paid him a visit in his chamber, and frequently returned during his confinement. The ignorance and simplicity of the boy finished the conquest begun by his exterior graces and accomplishments. Other princes have been fond of choosing their favorites from among the lower ranks of their subjects, and have reposed themselves on them with the more unreserved confidence and affection. Because the object has been beholden to their bounty for every honor and acquisition, James was desirous that his favorite should also derive from him all his sense, experience, and knowledge. Highly conceited of his own wisdom, he pleased himself with the fancy, that this raw youth, by his lessons and instructions, would, in a little time, be equal to his sagest ministers, and be initiated into all the profound mysteries of government, on which he set so high a value. And as this kind of creation was more perfectly his own work than any other, he seems to have indulged an unlimited fondness for his minion, beyond even that which he bore to his own children. He soon knighted him, created him Viscount Rochester, gave him the Garter, brought him into the Privy Council, and, though at first without assigning him any particular office, bestowed on him the supreme direction of all his business and political concerns. Agreeable to this rapid advancement in confidence and honor, were the riches heaped upon the needy favorite. And while Salisbury and all the wisest ministers could scarcely find expedients sufficient to keep in motion the overburdened machine of government, James, with unsparing hand, loaded with treasures this insignificant and useless pageant. It is said, that the king found his pupil so ill-educated as to be ignorant even of the lowest rudiments of the Latin tongue. And that the monarch, laying aside the scepter, took the birch into his royal hand, and instructed him in the principles of grammar. During the intervals of this noble occupation, affairs of state, would be introduced. And the stripling, by the ascendant which he had acquired, was now enabled to repay on political, what he had received in grammatical instruction. Such scenes, and such incidents, are the more ridiculous, though the less odious, as the passion of James seems not to have contained in it anything criminal or flagitious. History charges herself willingly with a relation of the great crimes, and still more with that of the great virtues, of mankind, but she appears to fall from her dignity, when necessitated to dwell on such frivolous events and ignoble personages. The favorite was not, at first, so intoxicated with advancement, as not to be sensible of his own ignorance and inexperience. He had recourse to the assistance and advice of a friend. And he was more fortunate in his choice than is usual with such pampered minions. In Sir Thomas Overbury he met with a judicious and sincere counsellor, who, building all hopes of his own preferment on that of the young favourite, endeavoured to instil into him the principles of prudence and discretion. By zealously serving every body, Care was taught to abate the envy which might attend his sudden elevation. By showing a preference for the English, he learned to escape the prejudices which prevailed against his country. And so long as he was content to be ruled by Overbury's friendly counsels, he enjoyed, what is rare, the highest favour of the prince, without being hated by the people. To complete the measure of courtly happiness, naught was wanting but a kind mistress, and, where high fortune concurred with all the graces of youth and beauty, this circumstance could not be difficult to attain. But it was here that the favourite met with that rock on which all his fortunes were wrecked, and which plunged him forever into an abyss of infamy, guilt, and misery. No sooner had James mounted the throne of England, than he remembered his friendship for the unfortunate families of Howard and Devereux, who had suffered for their attachment to the cause of Mary and to his own. Having restored young Essex to his blood and dignity, and conferred the titles of Suffolk and Northampton on 2 brothers of the House of Norfolk, he sought the further pleasure of uniting these families by the marriage of the Earl of Essex with Lady Frances Howard, daughter of the Earl of Suffolk. She was only 13, he 14 years of age, and it was thought proper, till both should attain the age of puberty, that he should go abroad, and pass some time in his travels. He returned into England after 4 years' absence, and was pleased to find his countess in the full lustre of beauty, and possessed of the love and admiration of the whole court. But, when the Earl approached, and claimed the privileges of a husband, he met with nothing but symptoms of aversion and disgust, and a flat refusal of any further familiarities. He applied to her parents, who constrained her to attend him into the country, and to partake of his bed, but nothing could overcome her rigid sullenness and obstinacy, and she still rose from his side without having shared the nuptial pleasures. Disgusted with reiterated denials, he at last gave over the pursuit, and separating himself from her, thenceforth abandoned her conduct to her own will and discretion. Such coldness and aversion in Lady Essex arose not without an attachment to another object. The favourite had opened his addresses, and had been too successful in making impression on the tender heart of the young countess. She imagined that, so long as she refused the embraces of Essex, she never could be deemed his wife, and that a separation and divorce might still open the way for a new marriage with her beloved Rochester. Though their passion was so violent, and their opportunities of intercourse so frequent, that they had already indulged themselves in all the gratifications of love, they still lamented their unhappy fate. While the union between them was not entire and indissoluble. And the lover, as well as his mistress, was impatient till their mutual ardour should be crowned by marriage. So momentous an affair could not be concluded without consulting Overbury, with whom Rochester was accustomed to share all his secrets. While that faithful friend had considered his patron's attachment to the Countess of Essex merely as an affair of gallantry, he had favoured its progress. And it was partly owing to the ingenious and passionate letters which he dictated, that Rochester had met with such success in his addresses. Like an experienced courtier, he thought that a conquest of this nature would throw a lustre on the young favourite, and would tend still further to endear him to James, who was charmed to hear of the amours of his court, and listened with attention to every tale of gallantry. But great was Overbury's alarm, when Rochester mentioned his design of marrying the Countess, and he used every method to dissuade his friend from so foolish an attempt. He represented how invidious, how difficult an enterprise to procure her a divorce from her husband, how dangerous, how shameful, to take into his own bed a profligate woman, who, being married to a young nobleman of the first rank, had not scrupled to prostitute her character, and to bestow favours on the object of a capricious and momentary passion. And in the zeal of friendship, he went so far as to threaten Rochester, that he would separate himself forever from him, if he could so far forget his honour and his interest as to prosecute the intended marriage. Rochester had the weakness to reveal this conversation to the Countess of Essex. And when her rage and fury broke out against Overbury, he had also the weakness to enter into her vindictive projects, and to swear vengeance against his friend, for the utmost instance which he could receive of his faithful friendship. Some contrivance was necessary for the execution of their purpose. Rochester addressed himself to the king. And after complaining, that his own indulgence to Overbury had begotten in him a degree of arrogance which was extremely disagreeable, he procured a commission for his embassy to Russia, which he represented as a retreat for his friend, both profitable and honourable. When consulted by Overbury, he earnestly dissuaded him from accepting this offer, and took on himself the office of satisfying the king, if he should be anywise displeased with the refusal. To the king again, he aggravated the insolence of Overbury's conduct, and obtained a warrant for committing him to the Tower, which James intended as a slight punishment for his disobedience. The lieutenant of the Tower was a creature of Rochester's, and had lately been put into the office for this very purpose. He confined Overbury so strictly, that the unhappy prisoner was debarred the sight even of his nearest relations. And no communication of any kind was allowed with him during near 6 months which he lived in prison. This obstacle being removed, the lovers pursued their purpose. And the king himself, forgetting the dignity of his character, and his friendship for the family of Essex, entered zealously into the project of procuring the countess a divorce from her husband. Essex also embraced the opportunity of separating himself from a bad woman, by whom he was hated, and he was willing to favor their success by any honorable expedient. The pretense for a divorce was his incapacity to fulfill the conjugal duties. And he confessed that, with regard to the countess, he was conscious of such an infirmity, though he was not sensible of it with regard to any other woman. In her place, too, it is said, a young virgin was substituted under a mask, to undergo a legal inspection by a jury of matrons. After such a trial, seconded by court influence, and supported by the ridiculous opinion of fascination or witchcraft, the sentence of divorce was pronounced between the Earl of Essex and his countess. And, to crown the scene, the king, solicitous lest the lady should lose any rank by her new marriage, bestowed on his minion the title of Earl of Somerset. Notwithstanding this success, the Countess of Somerset was not satisfied till she should further satiate her revenge on Overbury, and she engaged her husband, as well as her uncle, the Earl of Northampton, in the atrocious design of taking him off secretly by poison. Fruitless attempts were reiterated by weak poisons, but at last they gave him one so sudden and violent, that the symptoms were apparent to every one who approached him. His interment was hurried on with the greatest precipitation. And though a strong suspicion immediately prevailed in the public, the full proof of the crime was not brought to light till some years after. The fatal catastrophe of Overbury increased or begot the suspicion that the Prince of Wales had been carried off by poison given him by Somerset. Men considered not that the contrary inference was much juster. If Somerset was so great a novice in this detestable art, that, during the course of 5 months, a man who was his prisoner and attended by none but his emissaries, could not be dispatched but in so bungling a manner, how could it be imagined? That a young prince, living in his own court, surrounded by his own friends and domestics, could be exposed to Somerset's attempts, and be taken off by so subtle a poison, if such a one exist, as could elude the skill of the most experienced physicians? The ablest minister that James ever possessed, the Earl of Salisbury, was dead. Suffolk, a man of slender capacity, had succeeded him in his office. And it was now his task to supply, from an exhausted treasury, the profusion of James and of his young favourite. The title of baronet, invented by Salisbury, was sold. And 200 patents of that species of knighthood were disposed of for so many £1,000. Each rank of nobility had also its price affixed to it. Privy seals were circulated to the amount of £200,000, benevolences were exacted to the amount of £52,000, and some monopolies, of no great value, were erected. But all these expedients proved insufficient to supply the king's necessities, even though he began to enter into some schemes for retrenching his expenses. However small the hopes of success, a new parliament must be summoned, and this dangerous expedient, for such it was now become, once more be put to trial. 1614. When the Commons were assembled, they discovered an extraordinary alarm, on account of the rumour which was spread abroad concerning undertakers. It was reported, that several persons, attached to the king, had entered into a confederacy, and having laid a regular plan for the new elections, had distributed their interest all over England, and had undertaken to secure a majority for the court. So ignorant were the Commons, that they knew not this incident to be the first infallible symptom of any regular or established liberty. Had they been contented to follow the maxims of their predecessors, who, as the Earl of Salisbury said to the last Parliament, never, but thrice in 600 years, refused a supply, they needed not dread that the Crown should ever interest itself in their elections. Formerly the kings even insisted, that none of their household should be elected members, and though the charter was afterwards declared void, Henry VI, from his great favour to the city of York, conferred a peculiar privilege on its citizens, that they should be exempted from this trouble. It is well known, that, in ancient times, a seat in the House being considered as a burden, attended neither with honor or profit, it was requisite for the counties and boroughs to pay fees to their representatives. About this time, a seat began to be regarded as an honor, and the country gentlemen contended for it, though the practice of levying wages for the Parliament men was not altogether discontinued. It was not till long after, when liberty was thoroughly established, and popular assemblies entered into every branch of public business, that the members began to join profit to honor. And the crown found it necessary to distribute among them all the considerable offices of the kingdom. So little skill, or so small means, had the courtiers in James's reign for managing elections, that this House of Commons showed rather a stronger spirit of liberty than the foregoing. And instead of entering upon the business of supply, as urged by the king, who made them several liberal offers of grace, they immediately resumed the subject which had been opened last Parliament, and disputed his Majesty's power of levying new customs and impositions, by the mere authority of his prerogative. It is remarkable, that, in their debates on this subject, the courtiers frequently pleaded, as a precedent, the example of all the other hereditary monarchs in Europe, and particularly mentioned the kings of France and Spain. Nor was this reasoning received by the House either with surprise or indignation. The members of the opposite party either contented themselves with denying the justness of the inference, or they disputed the truth of the observation. And a patriot member in particular, Sir Roger Owen, even in arguing against the impositions, frankly allowed, that the King of England was endowed with as ample a power and prerogative as any prince in Christendom. The nations on the continent, we may observe, enjoyed still, in that age, some small remains of liberty, and the English were possessed of little more. The Commons applied to the Lords for a conference with regard to the new impositions. A speech of Neile, Bishop of Lincoln, reflecting on the lower house, begot some altercation with the peers. And the king seized the opportunity of dissolving, immediately, with great indignation, a parliament which had shown so firm a resolution of retrenching his prerogative, without communicating, in return, the smallest supply to his necessities. He carried his resentment so far, as even to throw into prison some of the members who had been the most forward in their opposition to his measures. In vain did he plead, in excuse for this violence, the example of Elizabeth, and other princes of the line of Tudor, as well as Plantagenet. The people and the Parliament, without abandoning forever all their liberties and privileges, could acquiesce in none of these precedents, how ancient and frequent soever. And where the authority of such precedents admitted, the utmost that could be inferred is, that the Constitution of England was, at that time, an inconsistent fabric, whose jarring and discordant parts must soon destroy each other. And from the dissolution of the old, beget some new form of civil government, more uniform and consistent. In the public and avowed conduct of the king in the House of Commons, throughout this whole reign, there appears sufficient cause of quarrel and mutual disgust. Yet are we not to imagine that this was the sole foundation of that jealousy which prevailed between them. During debates in the House, it often happened that a particular member, more ardent and zealous than the rest, would display the highest sentiments of liberty, which the Commons contented themselves to hear with silence and seeming approbation. And the king, informed of these harangues, concluded the whole House to be infected with the same principles, and to be engaged in a combination against his prerogative. The king, on the other hand, though he valued himself extremely on his kingcraft, and perhaps was not altogether incapable of dissimulation, seems to have been very little endowed with the gift of secrecy. But openly at his table, in all companies, inculcated those monarchical tenets which he had so strongly imbibed. Before a numerous audience, he had expressed himself with great disparagement of the common law of England, and had given the preference, in the strongest terms, to the civil law, and for this indiscretion he found himself obliged to apologize. In a speech to the former Parliament. As a specimen of his usual liberty of talk, we may mention a story, though it passed some time after, which we meet with in the life of Waller, and which that poet used frequently to repeat. When Waller was young, he had the curiosity to go to court, and he stood in the circle, and saw James dine, where, among other company, there sat at table 2 bishops, Neile and Andrews. The king proposed aloud this question, whether he might not take his subjects' money, when he needed it, without all this formality of Parliament. Neile replied, God forbid you should not, for you are the breath of our nostrils. Andrews declined answering, and said he was not skilled in parliamentary cases, but upon the king's urging him, and saying he would admit of no evasion, the bishop replied pleasantly, Why, then, I think your majesty may lawfully take my brother Neil's money. For he offers it. 1615. The favourite had hitherto escaped the inquiry of justice. But he had not escaped that still voice which can make itself be heard amidst all the hurry and flattery of a court, and astonishes the criminal with a just representation of his most secret enormities. Conscious of the murder of his friend, Somerset received small consolation from the enjoyments of love, or the utmost kindness and indulgence of his sovereign. The graces of his youth gradually disappeared, the gaiety of his manners was obscured, his politeness and obliging behavior were changed into sullenness and silence. And the king, whose affections had been engaged by these superficial accomplishments, began to estrange himself from a man who no longer contributed to his amusement. The sagacious courtiers observed the first symptoms of this disgust. Somerset's enemies seized the opportunity, and offered a new minion to the king. George Villiers, a youth of 21, younger brother of a good family, returned at this time from his travels, and was remarked for the advantages of a handsome person, genteel air, and fashionable apparel. At a comedy, he was purposely placed full in James's eye, and immediately engaged the attention, and, in the same instant, the affections of that monarch. Ashamed of his sudden attachment, the king endeavoured, but in vain, to conceal the partiality which he felt for the handsome stranger, and he employed all his profound politics to fix him in his service, without seeming to desire it. He declared his resolution not to confer any office on him, unless entreated by the Queen, and he pretended, that it should only be in complaisance to her choice he would agree to admit him near his person. The Queen was immediately applied to. But she, well knowing the extreme to which the king carried these attachments, refused, at first, to lend her countenance to this new passion. It was not till entreated by Abbot, Archbishop of Canterbury, a decent prelate, and one much prejudiced against Somerset, that she would condescend to oblige her husband, by asking this favour of him. And the king, thinking now that all appearances were fully saved, no longer constrained his affection, but immediately bestowed the office of cupbearer on young Villiers. The whole court was thrown into parties between the two minions. While some endeavoured to advance the rising fortunes of Villiers, others deemed it safer to adhere to the established credit of Somerset. The king himself, divided between inclination and decorum, increased the doubt and ambiguity of the courtiers. And the stern jealousy of the old favourite, who refused every advance of friendship from his rival, begot perpetual quarrels between their several partisans. But the discovery of Somerset's guilt in the murder of Overbury at last decided the controversy, and exposed him to the ruin and infamy which he so well merited. An apothecary's apprentice, who had been employed in making up the poisons, having retired to Flushing, began to talk very freely of the whole secret, and the affair at last came to the ears of Trumbull, the king's envoy in the Low Countries. By his means, Sir Ralph Winwood, Secretary of State, was informed, and he immediately carried the intelligence to James. The king, alarmed and astonished to find such enormous guilt in a man whom he had admitted into his bosom, sent for Sir Edward Coke, Chief Justice, and earnestly recommended to him the most rigorous and unbiased scrutiny. This injunction was executed with great industry and severity. The whole labyrinth of guilt was carefully unravelled. The lesser criminals, Sir Jervis Elvis, Lieutenant of the Tower, Franklin, Weston, Mrs. Turner, were first tried and condemned. Somerset and his countess were afterwards found guilty. Northampton's death, a little before, had saved him from a like fate. It may not be unworthy of remark, that Coke, in the trial of Mrs. Turner, told her that she was guilty of the 7 deadly sins. She was a whore, a bawd, a sorcerer, a witch, a papist, a felon, and a murderer. And, what may more surprise us, Bacon, then Attorney General, took care to observe, that poisoning was a popish trick. Such were the bigoted prejudices which prevailed. Poisoning was not of itself sufficiently odious, if it were not represented as a branch of popery. Stowe tells us, that when the king came to Newcastle, on his first entry into England, he gave liberty to all the prisoners, except those who were confined for treason, murder, and papistry. When one considers these circumstances, that furious bigotry of the Catholics which broke out in the Gunpowder Conspiracy, appears the less surprising. All the accomplices in Overbury's murder received the punishment due to their crime, but the king bestowed a pardon on the principals, Somerset and the Countess. It must be confessed, that James's fortitude had been highly laudable, had he persisted in his first intention of consigning over to severe justice all the criminals, but let us still beware of blaming him too harshly, if, on the approach of the fatal hour, he scrupled to deliver into the hands of the executioner persons whom he had once favored with his most tender affections. To soften the rigor of their fate, after some years' imprisonment, he restored them to their liberty, and conferred on them a pension, with which they retired, and languished out old age in infamy and obscurity. Their guilty loves were turned into the most deadly hatred, and they passed many years together in the same house, without any intercourse or correspondence with each other. Several historians, in relating these events, have insisted much on the dissimulation of James's behavior, when he delivered Somerset into the hands of the Chief Justice, on the insolent menaces of that criminal, on his peremptory refusal to stand a trial, and on the extreme anxiety of the king during the whole progress of this affair. Allowing all these circumstances to be true, of which some are suspicious, if not palpably false, the great remains of tenderness which James still felt for Somerset, may, perhaps, be sufficient to account for them. That favourite was high-spirited, and resolute rather to perish than live under the infamy to which he was exposed. James was sensible, that the pardoning of so great a criminal, which was of itself invidious, would become still more unpopular, if his obstinate and stubborn behavior on his trial should augment the public hatred against him. At least, the unreserved confidence in which the king had indulged his favourite for several years, might render Somerset master of so many secrets, that it is impossible, without further light, to assign the particular reason of that superiority which, it is said, he appeared so much to assume. The fall of Somerset, and his banishment from court, opened the way for Villiers to mount up at once to the full height of favour, of honours, and of riches. Had James's passion been governed by common rules of prudence, the office of cupbearer would have attached Villiers to his person, and might well have contented one of his age and family. Nor would any one, who was not cynically austere, have much censured the singularity of the king's choice in his friends and favourites. But such advancement was far inferior to the fortune which he intended for his minion. In the course of a few years, he created him Viscount Villiers, Earl, Marquis, and Duke of Buckingham, Knight of the Garter, Master of the Horse, Chief Justice and Heir, Warden of the Cinque Ports, Master of the King's Bench Office, Steward of Westminster, Constable of Windsor, and Lord High Admiral of England. His mother obtained the title of Countess of Buckingham, his brother was created Viscount Purbeck, and a numerous train of needy relations were all pushed up into credit and authority. And thus the fond prince, while he meant to play the tutor to his favourite, and to train him up in the rules of prudence and politics, took an infallible method, by loading him with premature and exorbitant honours, to render him, forever, rash, precipitate, and insolent. 1616. A young minion to gratify with pleasure, a necessitous family to supply with riches, were enterprises too great for the empty exchequer of James. In order to obtain a little money, the cautionary towns must be delivered up to the Dutch. A measure which has been severely blamed by almost all historians, and I may venture to affirm, that it has been censured much beyond its real weight and importance. When Queen Elizabeth advanced money for the support of the infant republic, besides the view of securing herself against the power and ambition of Spain, she still reserved the prospect of reimbursement. And she got consigned into her hands the three important fortresses of Flushing, the Brill, and Ramekins, as pledges for the money due to her. Indulgent to the necessitous condition of the states, she agreed that the debt should bear no interest. And she stipulated, that if ever England should make a separate peace with Spain, she should pay the troops which garrisoned those fortresses. After the truce was concluded between Spain and the United Provinces, the states made an agreement with the king, that the debt, which then amounted to £800,000, should be discharged by yearly payments of £40,000. And as 5 years had elapsed, the debt was now reduced to £600,000, and in 15 years more, if the truce were renewed, it would be finally extinguished. But of this sum, £26,000 a year were expended on the pay of the garrisons, the remainder alone accrued to the king, and the states, weighing these circumstances, thought that they made James a very advantageous offer. When they expressed their willingness, on the surrender of the cautionary towns, to pay him immediately £250,000, and to incorporate the English garrisons in their army. It occurred also to the king, that even the payment of the £40,000 a year was precarious, and depended on the accident that the truce should be renewed between Spain and the Republic, if war broke out. The maintenance of the garrisons lay upon England alone. A burden very useless, and too heavy for the slender revenues of that kingdom, that even during the truce, the Dutch, straitened by other expenses, were far from being regular in their payments. And the garrisons were at present in danger of mutinying for want of subsistence, that the annual sum of £14,000, the whole saving on the Dutch payments, amounted, in 15 years, to no more than £210,000. Whereas £250,000 were offered immediately, a larger sum, and if money be computed at 10%. The current interest more than doubled the sum to which England was entitled, that if James waited till the whole debt were discharged, the troops which composed the garrisons remained a burden upon him, and could not be broken. Without receiving some consideration for their past services, that the cautionary towns were only a temporary restraint upon the Hollanders. And, in the present emergence, the conjunction of interest between England and the Republic was so intimate as to render all other ties superfluous. And no reasonable measures for mutual support would be wanting from the Dutch, even though freed from the dependence of these garrisons, that the exchequer of the Republic was at present very low, insomuch that they found difficulty, now that the aids of France were withdrawn, to maintain themselves in that posture of defence which was requisite during the truce with Spain, and that the Spaniards were perpetually insisting with the king on the restitution of these towns, as belonging to their crown. And no cordial alliance could ever be made with that nation, while they remained in the hands of the English. These reasons, together with his urgent wants, induced the king to accept of Caron's offer. And he evacuated the cautionary towns, which held the states in a degree of subjection, and which an ambitious and enterprising prince would have regarded as his most valuable possessions. This is the date of the full liberty of the Dutch Commonwealth. 1617. When the crown of England devolved on James, it might have been foreseen by the Scottish nation, that the independence of their kingdom, the object for which their ancestors had shed so much blood, would now be lost. And that, if both states persevered in maintaining separate laws and parliaments, the weaker would more sensibly feel the subjection, than if it had been totally subdued by force of arms. But these views did not generally occur. The glory of having given a sovereign to their powerful enemy, the advantages of present peace and tranquillity, the riches acquired from the munificence of their master. These considerations secured their dutiful obedience to a prince who daily gave such sensible proofs of his friendship and partiality towards them. Never had the authority of any king who resided among them been so firmly established as was that of James, even when absent. And as the administration had been hitherto conducted with great order and tranquillity, there had happened no occurrence to draw thither our attention. But this summer the king was resolved to pay a visit to his native country, in order to renew his ancient friendships and connections, and to introduce that change of ecclesiastical discipline and government on which he was extremely intent. The three chief points of this kind, which James proposed to accomplish by his journey to Scotland, were the enlarging of episcopal authority, the establishing of a few ceremonies in public worship, and the fixing of a superiority in the civil above the ecclesiastical jurisdiction. But it is an observation suggested by all history, and by none more than by that of James and his successor, that the religious spirit, when it mingles with faction, contains in it something supernatural and unaccountable. And that, in its operations upon society, effects correspond less to their known causes than is found in any other circumstance of government. A reflection which may at once afford a source of blame against such sovereigns as lightly innovate in so dangerous an article, and of apology for such as, being engaged in an enterprise of that nature, are disappointed of the expected event, and fail in their undertakings. When the Scottish nation was first seized with that zeal for reformation, which, though it caused such disturbance during the time, has proved so salutary in the consequences, the preachers, assuming a character little inferior to the prophetic or apostolical, disdained all subjection to the spiritual rulers of the Church, by whom their innovations were punished and opposed. The revenues of the dignified clergy, no longer considered as sacred, were either appropriated by the present possessors, or seized by the more powerful barons. And what remained, after mighty dilapidations, was, by Act of Parliament, annexed to the Crown. The prelates, however, and abbots, maintained their temporal jurisdictions and their seats in Parliament. And though laymen were sometimes endowed with ecclesiastical titles, the Church, notwithstanding its frequent protestations to the contrary, was still supposed to be represented by those spiritual lords in the states of the kingdom. After many struggles, the king, even before his accession to the throne of England, had acquired sufficient influence over the Scottish clergy, to extort from them an acknowledgment of the parliamentary jurisdiction of bishops. Though attended with many precautions, in order to secure themselves against the spiritual encroachments of that order. When King of England, he engaged them, though still with great reluctance on their part, to advance a step further, and to receive the bishops as perpetual presidents or moderators in their ecclesiastical synods. Reiterating their protestations against all spiritual jurisdiction of the prelates, and all controlling power over the presbyters. And by such gradual innovations, the king flattered himself that he should quietly introduce episcopal authority, but as his final scope was fully seen from the beginning, every new advance gave fresh occasion of discontent, and aggravated, instead of softening, the abhorrence entertained against the prelacy. What rendered the king's aim more apparent, were the endeavours which, at the same time, he used to introduce into Scotland some of the ceremonies of the Church of England. The rest, it was easily foreseen, would soon follow. The fire of devotion, excited by novelty, and inflamed by opposition, had so possessed the minds of the Scottish reformers, that all rites and ornaments, and even order of worship, were disdainfully rejected as useless burdens, retarding the imagination in its rapturous ecstasies, and cramping the operations of that divine spirit by which they supposed themselves to be animated. A mode of worship was established, the most naked and most simple imaginable. One that borrowed nothing from the senses, but reposed itself entirely on the contemplation of that divine essence which discovers itself to the understanding only. This species of devotion, so worthy of the Supreme Being, but so little suitable to human frailty, was observed to occasion great disturbances in the breast, and in many respects to confound all rational principles of conduct and behavior. The mind, straining for these extraordinary raptures, reaching them by short glances, sinking again under its own weakness, rejecting all exterior aid of pomp and ceremony, was so occupied in this inward life, that it fled from every intercourse of society, and from every cheerful amusement which could soften or humanize the character. It was obvious to all discerning eyes, and had not escaped the kings, that, by the prevalence of fanaticism, a gloomy and sullen disposition established itself among the people, a spirit obstinate and dangerous, independent and disorderly, animated equally with a contempt of authority, and a hatred to every other mode of religion, particularly to the Catholic. In order to mellow these humours, James endeavoured to infuse a small tincture of ceremony into the national worship, and to introduce such rites as might, in some degree, occupy the mind, and please the senses, without departing too far from that simplicity by which the Reformation was distinguished. The finer arts too, though still rude in these northern kingdoms, were employed to adorn the churches, and the king's chapel, in which an organ was erected, and some pictures and statues displayed, was proposed as a model to the rest of the nation. But music was grating to the prejudiced ears of the Scottish clergy, sculpture and painting appeared instruments of idolatry, the surplice was a rag of popery. And every motion or gesture prescribed by the liturgy, was a step towards that spiritual Babylon, so much the object of their horror and aversion. Everything was deemed impious but their own mystical comments on the scriptures, which they idolized, and whose Eastern prophetic style they employed in every common occurrence. It will not be necessary to give a particular account of the ceremonies which the king was so intent to establish. Such institutions, for a time, are esteemed either too divine to have proceeded from any other being than the supreme creator of the universe, or too diabolical to have been derived from any but an infernal demon. But no sooner is the mode of the controversy past, than they are universally discovered to be of so little importance, as scarcely to be mentioned with decency amidst the ordinary course of human transactions. It suffices here to remark, that the rites introduced by James regarded the kneeling at the sacrament, private communion, private baptism, confirmation of children, and the observance of Christmas and other festivals. The acts establishing these ceremonies were afterwards known by the name of the Articles of Perth, from the place where they were ratified by the Assembly. A conformity of discipline and worship between the churches of England and Scotland, which was James's aim, he never could hope to establish, but by first procuring an acknowledgment of his own authority in all spiritual causes. And nothing could be more contrary to the practice as well as principles of the Presbyterian clergy. The ecclesiastical courts possessed the power of pronouncing excommunication. And that sentence, besides the spiritual consequences supposed to follow from it, was attended with immediate effects of the most important nature. The person excommunicated was shunned by every one as profane and impious. And his whole estate, during his lifetime, and all his movables, forever, were forfeited to the crown. Nor were the previous steps requisite before pronouncing this sentence, formal or regular, in proportion to the weight of it. Without accuser, without summons, without trial, any ecclesiastical court, however inferior, sometimes pretended, in a summary manner, to denounce excommunication, for any cause, and against any person, even though he lived not within the bounds of their jurisdiction. And, by this means, the whole tyranny of the Inquisition, though without its order, was introduced into the kingdom. But the clergy were not content with the unlimited jurisdiction which they exercised in ecclesiastical matters, they assumed a censorial power over every part of administration. And, in all their sermons, and even prayers, mingling politics with religion, they inculcated the most seditious and most turbulent principles. Black, minister of St. Andrews, went so far, in a sermon, as to pronounce all kings the devil's children. He gave the Queen of England the appellation of atheist. He said, that the treachery of the king's heart was now fully discovered. And in his prayers for the Queen he used these words, "We must pray for her for the fashion's sake, but we have no cause, she will never do us any good." When summoned before the Privy Council, he refused to answer to a civil court for anything delivered from the pulpit, even though the crime of which he was accused was of a civil nature. The Church adopted his cause. They raised a sedition in Edinburgh. The king, during some time, was in the hands of the enraged populace, and it was not without courage, as well as dexterity, that he was able to extricate himself. A few days after, a minister, preaching in the principal church of that capital, said, that the king was possessed with a devil, and that, one devil being expelled, 7 worse had entered in his place. To which he added, that the subjects might lawfully rise, and take the sword out of his hand. Scarcely, even during the darkest night of papal superstition, are there found such instances of priestly encroachments, as the annals of Scotland present to us during that period. By these extravagant stretches of power, and by the patient conduct of James, the Church began to lose ground, even before the king's accession to the throne of England. But no sooner had that event taken place, than he made the Scottish clergy sensible that he was become the sovereign of a great kingdom, which he governed with great authority. Though formerly he would have thought himself happy to have made a fair partition with them of the civil and ecclesiastical authority, he was now resolved to exert a supreme jurisdiction in church as well as state, and to put an end to their seditious practices. An assembly had been summoned at Aberdeen, but, on account of his journey to London, he prorogued it to the year following. Some of the clergy, disavowing his ecclesiastical supremacy, met at the time first appointed, notwithstanding his prohibition. He threw them into prison. Such of them as submitted, and acknowledged their error, were pardoned. The rest were brought to their trial. They were condemned for high treason. The king gave them their lives, but banished them the kingdom. 6 of them suffered this penalty. The General Assembly was afterwards induced to acknowledge the king's authority in summoning ecclesiastical courts, and to submit to the jurisdiction and visitation of the bishops. Even their favorite sentence of excommunication was declared invalid, unless confirmed by the ordinary. The king recommended to the inferior courts the members whom they should elect to this assembly, and everything was conducted in it with little appearance of choice and liberty. By his own prerogative, likewise, which he seems to have stretched on this occasion, the king erected a court of high commission, in imitation of that which was established in England. The bishops and a few of the clergy, who had been summoned, willingly acknowledged this court, and it proceeded immediately upon business, as if its authority had been grounded on the full consent of the whole legislature. But James reserved the final blow for the time when he should himself pay a visit to Scotland. He proposed to the Parliament, which was then assembled, that they should enact, that, whatever his Majesty should determine in the external government of the Church, with the consent of the archbishops, bishops, and a competent number of the ministry, should have the force of law. What number should be deemed competent was not determined, and their nomination was left entirely to the king, so that his ecclesiastical authority, had this bill passed, would have been established in its full extent. Some of the clergy protested. They apprehended, they said, that the purity of their church would, by means of this new authority, be polluted with all the rites and liturgy of the Church of England. James, dreading clamour and opposition, dropped the bill, which had already passed the Lords of Articles, and asserted, that the inherent prerogative of the crown contained more power than was recognized by it. Some time after, he called, at St. Andrews, a meeting of the bishops and 36 of the most eminent clergy. He there declared his resolution of exerting his prerogative, and of establishing, by his own authority, the few ceremonies which he had recommended to them. They entreated him rather to summon a general assembly, and to gain their assent. An assembly was accordingly summoned to meet on the 25th of November ensuing. Yet this assembly, which met after the king's departure from Scotland, eluded all his applications, and it was not till the subsequent year, that he was able to procure a vote for receiving his ceremonies. And through every step in this affair, in the Parliament as well as in all the general assemblies, the nation betrayed the utmost reluctance to all these innovations, and nothing but James's importunity and authority had extorted a seeming consent, which was belied by the inward sentiments of all ranks of people. Even the few over whom religious prejudices were not prevalent, thought national honour sacrificed by a servile imitation of the modes worship practised in England. And every prudent man agreed in condemning the measures of the king, who, by an ill-timed zeal for insignificant ceremonies, had betrayed, though in an opposite manner, equal narrowness of mind with the persons whom he treated with such contempt. It was judged that, had not these dangerous humours been irritated by opposition, had they been allowed peaceably to evaporate, they would at last have subsided within the limits of law and civil authority. And that, as all fanatical religions naturally circumscribe to very narrow bounds the numbers and riches of the ecclesiastics, no sooner is their first fire spent, than they lose their credit over the people, and leave them under the natural and beneficent influence of their civil and moral obligations. At the same time that James shocked, in so violent a manner, the religious principles of his Scottish subjects, he acted in opposition to those of his English. He had observed, in his progress through England, that a Judaical observance of the Sunday, chiefly by means of the Puritans, was every day gaining ground throughout the kingdom. And that the people, under colour of religion, were, contrary to former practice, debarred such sports and recreations as contributed both to their health and their amusement. Festivals, which, in other nations and ages, are partly dedicated to public worship, partly to mirth and society, were here totally appropriated to the offices of religion, and served to nourish those sullen and gloomy contemplations to which the people were, of themselves, so unfortunately subject. The king imagined, that it would be easy to infuse cheerfulness into this dark spirit of devotion. He issued a proclamation to allow and encourage, after divine service, all kinds of lawful games and exercises. And, by his authority, he endeavored to give sanction to a practice which his subjects regarded as the utmost instance of profaneness and impiety. To show how rigid the English, chiefly the Puritans, were become in this particular, a bill was introduced into the House of Commons, in the 18th of the King, for the more strict observance of the Sunday, which they affected to the Sabbath. One shepherd opposed this bill, objected to the appellation of Sabbath as puritanical, defended dancing by the example of David, and seems even to have justified sports on that day. For this profaneness he was expelled the House. By the suggestion of Mr. Pym the House of Lords opposed so far this puritanical spirit of the Commons that they proposed that the appellation of Sabbath should be changed into that of the Lord's Day. Chapter 49. James I. 1618. At the time when Sir Walter Raleigh was first confined in the Tower, his violent and haughty temper had rendered him the most unpopular man in England. And his condemnation was chiefly owing to that public odium under which he labored. During the 13 years' imprisonment which he suffered, the sentiments of the nation were much changed with regard to him. Men had leisure to reflect on the hardship, not to say injustice, of his sentence. They pitied his active and enterprising spirit, which languished in the rigors of confinement. They were struck with the extensive genius of the man, who, being educated amidst naval and military enterprises, had surpassed, in the pursuits of literature, even those of the most recluse and sedentary lives. And they admired his unbroken magnanimity, which, at his age, and under his circumstances, could engage him to undertake and execute so great a work as his History of the World. To increase these favorable dispositions, on which he built the hopes of recovering his liberty, he spread the report of a golden mine which he had discovered in Guiana, and which was sufficient, according to his representation, not only to enrich all the adventurers, but to afford immense treasures to the nation. The king gave little credit to these mighty promises, both because he believed that no such mine as the one described was anywhere in nature, and because he considered Raleigh as a man of desperate fortunes, whose business it was, by any means, to procure his freedom, and to reinstate himself in credit and authority. Thinking, however, that he had already undergone sufficient punishment, he released him from the Tower. And when his vaunts of the golden mine had induced multitudes to engage with him, the king gave them permission to try the adventure, and, at their desire, he conferred on Raleigh authority over his fellow adventurers. Though strongly solicited, he still refused to grant him a pardon, which he deemed a natural consequence, when he was entrusted with power and command. But James declared himself still diffident of Raleigh's intentions. And he meant, he said, to reserve the former sentence, as a check upon his future behavior. Raleigh well knew that it was far from the king's purpose to invade any of the Spanish settlements. He therefore firmly denied that Spain had planted any colonies on that part of the coast where his mine lay. When Gondomar, the ambassador of that nation, alarmed at his preparations, carried complaints to the king, Raleigh still protested the innocence of his intentions. And James assured Gondomar, that he durst not form any hostile attempt, but should pay with his head for so audacious an enterprise. The minister, however, concluding that 12 armed vessels were not fitted out without some purpose of invasion, conveyed the intelligence to the court of Madrid, who immediately gave orders for arming and fortifying all their settlements, particularly those along the coast of Guiana. When the courage and avarice of the Spaniards and Portuguese had discovered so many new worlds, they were resolved to show themselves superior to the barbarous heathens whom they invaded, not only in arts and arms, but also in the justice of the quarrel. They applied to Alexander VI, who then filled the papal chair, and he generously bestowed on the Spaniards the whole western, and on the Portuguese the whole eastern part of the globe. The more scrupulous Protestants, who acknowledged not the authority of the Roman pontiff, established the first discovery as the foundation of their title. And if a pirate or sea adventurer of their nation had but erected a stick or a stone on the coast, as a memorial of his taking possession, they concluded the whole continent to belong to them, and thought themselves entitled to expel or exterminate. As usurpers, the ancient possessors and inhabitants. It was in this manner that Sir Walter Raleigh, about 23 years before, had acquired to the crown of England a claim to the continent of Guiana, a region as large as the half of Europe. And though he had immediately left the coast, yet he pretended that the English title to the whole remained certain and indefeasible. But it had happened in the meantime, that the Spaniards, not knowing, or not acknowledging, this imaginary claim, had taken possession of a part of Guiana, had formed a settlement on the river Orinoco, had built a little town called St. Thomas, and were there working some mines of small value. To this place Raleigh directly bent his course, and, remaining himself at the mouth of the river with 5 of the largest ships, he sent up the rest to St. Thomas, under the command of his son, and of Captain Quimes, a person entirely devoted to him. The Spaniards, who had expected this invasion, fired on the English at their landing, were repulsed, and pursued into the town. Young Raleigh, to encourage his men, called out, that this was the true mine, and none but fools looked for any other, and, advancing upon the Spaniards, received a shot, of which he immediately expired. This dismayed not Quimes and the others. They carried on the attack, got possession of the town, which they afterwards reduced to ashes, and found not in it anything of value. Raleigh did not pretend that he had himself seen the mine which he had engaged so many people to go in quest of. It was Quimes, he said, who had formerly discovered it, and had brought him that lump of ore, which promised such immense treasures. Yet Quimes, who owned that he was within 2 hours' march of the place, refused, on the most absurd pretenses, to take any effectual step towards finding it. And he returned immediately to Raleigh, with the melancholy news of his son's death, and the ill success of the enterprise. Sensible to reproach, and dreading punishment for his behavior, Quimes, in despair, retired into his cabin, and put an end to his own life. The other adventurers now concluded, that they were deceived by Raleigh. That he never had known of any such mine as he pretended to go in search of, that his intention had ever been to plunder St. Thomas. And having encouraged his company by the spoils of that place, to have thence proceeded to the invasion of the other Spanish settlements, that he expected to repair his ruined fortunes by such daring enterprises. And that he trusted to the money he should acquire, for making his peace with England, or, if that view failed him, that he purposed to retire into some other country, where his riches would secure his retreat. The small acquisitions gained by the sack of St. Thomas discouraged Raleigh's companions from entering into these views. Though there were many circumstances in the treaty and late transactions between the nations, which might invite them to engage in such a piratical war against the Spaniards. When England made peace with Spain, the example of Henry IV. was imitated, who, at the Treaty of Vervins, finding a difficulty in adjusting all questions with regard to the Indian trade, had agreed to pass over that article in total silence. The Spaniards, having all along published severe edicts against this silence in their own favor, and considered it as a tacit acquiescence of England in the established laws of Spain. The English, on the contrary, pretended that, as they had never been excluded by any treaty from commerce with any part of the King of Spain's dominions, it was still as lawful for them to trade with his settlements in either Indies, as with his European territories. In consequence of this ambiguity, many adventurers from England sailed to the Spanish Indies, and met with severe punishment when caught. As they, on the other hand, often stole, and when superior in power, forced a trade with the inhabitants, and resisted, nay, sometimes plundered, the Spanish governors. Violences of this nature, which had been carried to a great height on both sides, it was agreed to bury in total oblivion, because of the difficulty which was found in remedying them upon any fixed principles. But as there appeared a great difference between private adventurers in single ships, and a fleet acting under a royal commission, Raleigh's companions thought it safest to return immediately to England, and carry him along with them to answer for his conduct. It appears that he employed many artifices, first to engage them to attack the Spanish settlements, and, failing of that, to make his escape into France, but, all these proving unsuccessful, he was delivered into the king's hands, and strictly examined, as well as his fellow adventurers, before the Privy Council. The council, upon inquiry, found no difficulty in pronouncing, that the former suspicions, with regard to Raleigh's intentions, had been well grounded, that he had abused the king in the representations which he had made of his projected adventure. That, contrary to his instructions, he had acted in an offensive and hostile manner against his Majesty's allies, and that he had willfully burned and destroyed a town belonging to the King of Spain. He might have been tried either by common law, for this act of violence and piracy, or by martial law, for breach of orders, but it was an established principle among lawyers, that, as he lay under an actual attainder for high treason, he could not be brought to a new trial for any other crime. To satisfy, therefore, the court of Spain, which raised the loudest complaints against him, the king made use of that power which he had purposely reserved in his own hands, and signed the warrant for his execution upon his former sentence. Raleigh, finding his fate inevitable, collected all his courage, and though he had formerly made use of many mean artifices, such as feigning madness, sickness, and a variety of diseases, in order to protract his examination, and procure his escape, he now resolved to act his part with bravery and resolution. "'Tis a sharp remedy," he said, "but a sure one for all ills," when he felt the edge of the axe by which he was to be beheaded. His harangue to the people was calm and eloquent, and he endeavored to revenge himself, and to load his enemies with the public hatred, by strong asseverations of facts, which, to say the least, may be esteemed very doubtful. With the utmost indifference he laid his head upon the block, and received the fatal blow, and in his death there appeared the same great, but ill-regulated mind, which, during his life, had displayed itself in all his conduct and behavior. No measure of James's reign was attended with more public dissatisfaction than the punishment of Sir Walter Raleigh. To execute a sentence which was originally so hard, which had been so long suspended, and which seemed to have been tacitly pardoned, by conferring on him a new trust and commission, was deemed an instance of cruelty and injustice. To sacrifice to a concealed enemy of England the life of the only man in the nation who had a high reputation for valor and military experience, was regarded as meanness and indiscretion. And the intimate connections which the king was now entering into with Spain, being universally distasteful, rendered this proof of his complaisance still more invidious and unpopular. James had entertained an opinion, which was peculiar to himself, and which had been adopted by none of his predecessors, that any alliance below that of a great king was unworthy of a Prince of Wales. And he never would allow any princess, but a daughter of France or Spain, to be mentioned as a match for his son. This instance of pride, which really implies meanness, as if he could receive honor from any alliance, was so well known, that Spain had founded on it the hopes of governing, in the most important transactions, this monarch, so little celebrated for politics or prudence. During the life of Henry, the King of Spain had dropped some hints of bestowing on that prince his eldest daughter, whom he afterwards disposed of in marriage to the young King of France, Louis XIII. At that time, the views of the Spaniards were to engage James into a neutrality with regard to the succession of Cleves, which was disputed between the Protestant and Popish line, but the bait did not then take. And James, in consequence of his alliance with the Dutch, and with Henry IV. of France, marched 4,000 men, under the command of Sir Edward Cecil, who joined these two powers, and put the Marquis of Brandenburg and the Palatine of Neuburg in possession of that duchy. Gondomar was at this time the Spanish ambassador in England, a man whose flattery was the more artful, because covered with the appearance of frankness and sincerity, whose politics were the more dangerous, because disguised under the mask of mirth and pleasantry. He now made offer of the second daughter of Spain to Prince Charles. And, that he might render the temptation irresistible to the necessitous monarch, he gave hopes of an immense fortune, which should attend the princess. The court of Spain, though determined to contract no alliance with a heretic, entered into negotiations with James, which they artfully protracted, and, amidst every disappointment, they still redoubled his hopes of success. The transactions in Germany, so important to the Austrian greatness, became every day a new motive for this duplicity of conduct. In that great revolution of manners which happened during the 16th and the 17th centuries, the only nations who had the honorable, though often melancholy advantage, of making an effort for their expiring privileges, were such as, together with the principles of civil liberty, were animated with a zeal for religious parties and opinions. Besides the irresistible force of standing armies, the European princes possessed this advantage, that they were descended from the ancient royal families. That they continued the same designations of magistrates, the same appearance of civil government, and restraining themselves by all the forms of legal administration, could insensibly impose the yoke on their unguarded subjects. Even the German nations, who formerly broke the Roman chains, and restored liberty to mankind, now lost their own liberty, and saw with grief the absolute authority of their princes firmly established among them. In their circumstances, nothing but a pious zeal, which disregards all motives of human prudence, could have made them entertain hopes of preserving any longer those privileges which their ancestors, through so many ages, had transmitted to them. As the House of Austria, throughout all her extensive dominions, had ever made religion the pretence for her usurpations, she now met with resistance from a like principle. And the Catholic religion, as usual, had ranged itself on the side of monarchy, the Protestant, on that of liberty. The states of Bohemia, having taken arms against the Emperor Matthias, continued their revolt against his successor, Ferdinand, and claimed the observance of all the edicts enacted in favor of the new religion, together with the restoration of their ancient laws and constitution. The neighboring principalities, Silesia, Moravia, Lusatia, Austria, even the Kingdom of Hungary, took part in the quarrel, and throughout all these populous and martial provinces, the spirit of discord and civil war had universally diffused itself. 1619. Ferdinand too, who possessed more vigor and greater abilities, though not more lenity and moderation, than are usual with the Austrian princes, strongly armed himself for the recovery of his authority. And besides employing the assistance of his subjects, who professed the ancient religion, he engaged on his side a powerful alliance of the neighboring potentates. All the Catholic princes of the empire had embraced his defense. Even Saxony, the most powerful of the Protestant, Poland had declared itself in his favor. And, above all, the Spanish monarch, deeming his own interest closely connected with that of the younger branch of his family, prepared powerful succors from Italy, and from the Low Countries. And he also advanced large sums for the support of Ferdinand and of the Catholic religion. The states of Bohemia, alarmed at these mighty preparations, began also to solicit foreign assistance. And, together with that support which they obtained from the Evangelical Union in Germany, they endeavored to establish connections with greater princes. They cast their eyes on Frederick, Elector Palatine. They considered that, besides commanding no despicable force of his own, he was son-in-law to the King of England, and nephew to Prince Maurice, whose authority was become almost absolute in the United Provinces. They hoped that these princes, moved by the connections of blood, as well as by the tie of their common religion, would interest themselves in all the fortunes of Frederick, and would promote his greatness. They therefore made him a tender of their crown, which they considered as elective. And the young Palatine, stimulated by ambition, without consulting either James or Maurice, whose opposition he foresaw, immediately accepted the offer, and marched all his forces into Bohemia, in support of his new subjects. The news of these events no sooner reached England, than the whole kingdom was on fire to engage in the quarrel. Scarcely was the ardor greater, with which all the states of Europe, in former ages, flew to rescue the Holy Land from the dominion of infidels. The nation was as yet sincerely attached to the blood of their monarchs, and they considered their connection with the Palatine, who had married a daughter of England, as very close and intimate. And when they heard of Catholics carrying on wars and persecutions against Protestants, they thought their own interest deeply concerned, and regarded their neutrality as a base desertion of the cause of God, and of his holy religion. In such a quarrel they would gladly have marched to the opposite extremity of Europe, have plunged themselves into a chaos of German politics, and have expended all the blood and treasure of the nation, by maintaining a contest with the whole House of Austria, at the very time and in the very place in which it was the most potent, and almost irresistible. But James, besides that his temper was too little enterprising for such vast undertakings, was restrained by another motive, which had a mighty influence over him. He refused to patronize the revolt of subjects against their sovereign. From the very first, he denied to his son-in-law the title of King of Bohemia. He forbade him to be prayed for in the churches under that appellation. And though he owned that he had nowise examined the pretensions, privileges, and constitution of the revolted states, so exalted was his idea of the rights of kings, that he concluded subjects must ever be in the wrong when they stood in opposition to those who had acquired or assumed that majestic title. Thus, even in measures founded on true politics, James intermixed so many narrow prejudices, as diminished his authority, and exposed him to the imputation of weakness and of error. 1620. Meanwhile affairs everywhere hastened to a crisis. Ferdinand levied a great force, under the command of the Duke of Bavaria and the Count of Bucquoy, and advanced upon his enemy in Bohemia. In the Low Countries, Spinola collected a veteran army of 30,000 men. When Edmonds, the king's resident at Brussels, made remonstrances to the Archduke Albert, he was answered, that the orders for this armament had been transmitted to Spinola from Madrid, and that he alone knew the secret destination of it. Spinola again told the minister that his orders were still sealed, but, if Edmonds would accompany him in his march to Coblentz, he would there open them, and give him full satisfaction. It was more easy to see his intentions, than to prevent their success. Almost at one time it was known in England, that Frederick, being defeated in the great and decisive Battle of Prague, had fled with his family into Holland, and that Spinola had invaded the Palatinate, and, meeting with no resistance, except from some princes of the Union, and from one English regiment of 2,400 men, commanded by the brave Sir Horace Vere, had, in a little time, reduced the greater part of that principality. High were now the murmurs and complaints against the king's neutrality and inactive disposition. The happiness and tranquillity of their own country became distasteful to the English, when they reflected on the grievances and distresses of their Protestant brethren in Germany. They considered not, that their interposition in the wars of the continent, though agreeable to religious zeal, could not, at that time, be justified by any sound maxims of politics. That, however exorbitant the Austrian greatness, the danger was still too distant to give any just alarm to England. That mighty resistance would yet be made by so many potent and warlike princes and states in Germany, ere they would yield their neck to the yoke. That France, now engaged to contract a double alliance with the Austrian family, must necessarily be soon roused from her lethargy, and oppose the progress of so hated a rival. That, in the further advance of conquests, even the interests of the two branches of that ambitious family must interfere, and beget mutual jealousy and opposition. That a land war, carried on at such a distance, would waste the blood and treasure of the English nation, without any hopes of success. That a sea war, indeed, might be both safe and successful against Spain, but would not affect the enemy in such vital parts as to make them stop their career of success in Germany, and abandon all their acquisitions. And that the prospect of recovering the Palatinate being at present desperate, the affair was reduced to this simple question, whether peace and commerce with Spain, or the uncertain hopes of plunder and of conquest in the Indies, were preferable. A question which, at the beginning of the king's reign, had already been decided, and perhaps with reason, in favor of the former advantages. James might have defended his pacific measures by such plausible arguments. But these, though the chief, seem not to have been the sole motives which swayed him. He had entertained the notion, that, as his own justice and moderation had shone out so conspicuously throughout all these transactions, the whole House of Austria, though not awed by the power of England, would willingly, from mere respect to his virtue, submit themselves to so equitable an arbitration. He flattered himself that, after he had formed an intimate connection with the Spanish monarch, by means of his son's marriage, the restitution of the Palatinate might be procured from the motive alone of friendship and personal attachment. He perceived not, that his unactive virtue, the more it was extolled, the greater disregard was it exposed to. He was not sensible, that the Spanish match was itself attended with such difficulties, that all his art of negotiation would scarcely be able to surmount them. Much less, that this match could in good policy be depended on, as the means of procuring such extraordinary advantages. His unwarlike disposition, increased by age, revet him still faster in his errors, and determined him to seek the restoration of his son-in-law, by remonstrances and entreaties, by arguments and embassies, rather than by blood and violence. And the same defect of courage which held him in awe of foreign nations, made him likewise afraid of shocking the prejudices of his own subjects, and kept him from openly avowing the measures which he was determined to pursue. Or, perhaps, he hoped to turn these prejudices to account, and, by their means, engage his people to furnish him with supplies, of which their excessive frugality had hitherto made them so sparing and reserved. He first tried the expedient of a benevolence, or free gift, from individuals. Pretending the urgency of the case, which would not admit of leisure for any other measure, but the jealousy of liberty was now roused, and the nation regarded these pretended benevolences as real extortions, contrary to law, and dangerous to freedom, however authorized by ancient precedent. A parliament was found to be the only resource which could furnish any large supplies, and writs were accordingly issued for summoning that great council of the nation. 1621. In this parliament there appeared, at first, nothing but duty and submission on the part of the commons, and they seemed determined to sacrifice everything, in order to maintain a good correspondence with their prince. They would allow no mention to be made of the new customs or impositions, which had been so eagerly disputed in the former parliament. The imprisonment of the members of that parliament was here by some complained of. But, by the authority of the graver and more prudent part of the House, that grievance was buried in oblivion. And, being informed that the king had remitted several considerable sums to the Palatine, the Commons, without a negative, voted him 2 subsidies. And that too at the very beginning of the session, contrary to the maxims frequently adopted by their predecessors. Afterwards they proceeded, but in a very temperate manner, to the examination of grievances. They found, that patents had been granted to Sir Giles Mompesson and Sir Francis Michel, for licensing inns and alehouses, that great sums of money had been exacted, under pretext of these licenses. And that such innkeepers as presumed to continue their business without satisfying the rapacity of the patentees, had been severely punished by fine, imprisonment, and vexatious prosecutions. The same persons had also procured a patent, which they shared with Sir Edward Villiers, brother to Buckingham, for the sole making of gold and silver thread and lace. And had obtained very extraordinary powers for preventing any rivalship in these manufactures. They were armed with authority to search for all goods which might interfere with their patent, and even to punish, at their own will and discretion, the makers, importers, and vendors of such commodities. Many had grievously suffered by this exorbitant jurisdiction. And the lace which had been manufactured by the patentees was universally found to be adulterated, and to be composed more of copper than of the precious metals. These grievances the Commons represented to the king, and they met with a very gracious and very cordial reception. He seemed even thankful for the information given him, and declared himself ashamed that such abuses, unknowingly to him, had crept into his administration. "I assure you," said he, "had I before heard these things complained of, I would have done the office of a just king, and out of Parliament have punished them, as severely, and peradventure more, than you now intend to do." A sentence was passed for the punishment of Michel and Mompesson. It was executed on the former. The latter broke prison and escaped. Villiers was at that time sent purposely on a foreign employment. And his guilt, being less enormous, or less apparent, than that of the others, he was the more easily protected by the credit of his brother Buckingham. Encouraged by this success, the Commons carried their scrutiny, and still with a respectful hand, into other abuses of importance. The Great Seal was at that time in the hands of the celebrated Bacon, created Viscount St. Albans. A man universally admired for the greatness of his genius, and beloved for the courteousness and humanity of his behavior. He was the great ornament of his age and nation. And naught was wanting to render him the ornament of human nature itself, but that strength of mind which might check his intemperate desire of preferment, that could add nothing to his dignity, and might restrain his profuse inclination to expense. That could be requisite neither for his honor nor entertainment. His want of economy, and his indulgence to servants, had involved him in necessities, and, in order to supply his prodigality, he had been tempted to take bribes, by the title of presents, and that in a very open manner, from suitors in chancery. It appears that it had been usual for former chancellors to take presents. And it is pretended that Bacon, who followed the same dangerous practice, had still, in the seat of justice, preserved the integrity of a judge, and had given just decrees against those very persons from whom he had received the wages of iniquity. Complaints rose the louder on that account, and at last reached the House of Commons, who sent up an impeachment against him to the peers. The Chancellor, conscious of guilt, deprecated the vengeance of his judges, and endeavoured, by a general avowal, to escape the confusion of a stricter inquiry. The Lords insisted on a particular confession of all his corruptions. He acknowledged 28 articles, and was sentenced to pay a fine of £40,000, to be imprisoned in the Tower during the King's pleasure, to be forever incapable of any office, place, or employment, and never again to sit in Parliament, or come within the verge of the court. This dreadful sentence, dreadful to a man of nice sensibility to honour, he survived 5 years. And being released in a little time from the Tower, his genius, yet unbroken, supported itself amidst involved circumstances and a depressed spirit, and shone out in literary productions which have made his guilt or weaknesses be forgotten or overlooked by posterity. In consideration of his great merit, the king remitted his fine, as well as all the other parts of his sentence, conferred on him a large pension of £1,800 a year, and employed every expedient to alleviate the weight of his age and misfortunes. And that great philosopher at last acknowledged with regret, that he had too long neglected the true ambition of a fine genius, and by plunging into business and affairs, which require much less capacity, but greater firmness of mind, than the pursuits of learning, had exposed himself to such grievous calamities. The Commons had entertained the idea, that they were the great patrons of the people, and that the redress of all grievances must proceed from them, and to this principle they were chiefly beholden for the regard and consideration of the public. In the execution of this office, they now kept their ears open to complaints of every kind. And they carried their researches into many grievances which, though of no great importance, could not be touched on without sensibly affecting the king and his ministers. The prerogative seemed every moment to be invaded. The king's authority, in every article, was disputed, and James, who was willing to correct the abuses of his power, would not submit to have his power itself questioned and denied. After the House, therefore, had sitten near 6 months, and had as yet brought no considerable business to a full conclusion, the king resolved, under pretence of the advanced season, to interrupt their proceedings. And he sent them word, that he was determined, in a little time, to adjourn them till next winter. The Commons made application to the Lords, and desired them to join in a petition for delaying the adjournment, which was refused by the upper house. The king regarded this project of a joint petition as an attempt to force him from his measures. He thanked the peers for their refusal to concur in it, and told them, that, if it were their desire, he would delay the adjournment, but would not so far comply with the request of the lower house. And thus, in these great national affairs, the same peevishness, which, in private altercations, often raises a quarrel from the smallest beginnings, produced a mutual coldness and disgust between the king and the Commons. During the recess of Parliament, the king used every measure to render himself popular with the nation, and to appease the rising ill humour of their representatives. He had voluntarily offered the Parliament to circumscribe his own prerogative, and to abrogate, for the future, his power of granting monopolies. He now recalled all the patents of that kind and redressed every article of grievance, to the number of 37, which had ever been complained of in the House of Commons. But he gained not the end which he proposed. The disgust which had appeared at parting, could not so suddenly be dispelled. He had likewise been so imprudent as to commit to prison Sir Edwin Sandys, without any known cause, besides his activity and vigour in discharging his duty as Member of Parliament. And, above all, the transactions in Germany were sufficient, when joined to the king's cautions, negotiations, and delays, to inflame that jealousy of honour and religion which prevailed throughout the nation. This summer, the ban of the Empire had been published against the Elector Palatine, and the execution of it was committed to the Duke of Bavaria. The Upper Palatinate was, in a little time, conquered by that prince. And measures were taken in the Empire for bestowing on him the electoral dignity, of which the Palatine was then despoiled. Frederick now lived with his numerous family, in poverty and distress either in Holland, or at Sedan with his uncle the Duke of Bouillon. And throughout all the new conquests, in both the Palatinates, as well as in Bohemia, Austria, and Lusatia, the progress of the Austrian arms was attended with rigors and severities, exercised against the professors of the Reformed religion. The zeal of the commons immediately moved them, upon their assembling, to take all these transactions into consideration. They framed a remonstrance, which they intended to carry to the king. They represented, that the enormous growth of the Austrian power threatened the liberties of Europe. That the progress of the Catholic religion in England bred the most melancholy apprehensions, lest it should again acquire an ascendant in the kingdom. That the indulgence of His Majesty towards the professors of that religion had encouraged their insolence and temerity, that the uncontrolled conquests made by the Austrian family in Germany, raised mighty expectations in the English papists. But above all, that the prospect of the Spanish match elevated them so far as to hope for an entire toleration, if not the final re-establishment of their religion. The Commons, therefore, entreated His Majesty, that he would immediately undertake the defence of the Palatinate, and maintain it by force of arms. That he would turn his sword against Spain, whose armies and treasures were the chief support of the Catholic interest in Europe, that he would enter into no negotiation for the marriage of his son but with a Protestant princess. That the children of popish recusants should be taken from their parents, and be committed to the care of Protestant teachers and schoolmasters. And that the fines and confiscations to which the Catholics were by law liable, should be levied with the utmost severity. By this bold step, unprecedented in England for many years, and scarcely ever heard of in peaceable times, the Commons attacked at once all the King's favourite maxims of government. His cautious and pacific measures, his lenity towards the Romish religion, and his attachment to the Spanish alliance, from which he promised himself such mighty advantages. But what most disgusted him was, their seeming invasion of his prerogative, and their pretending, under colour of advice, to direct his conduct in such points as had ever been acknowledged to belong solely to the management and direction of the sovereign. He was at that time absent at Newmarket, but as soon as he heard of the intended remonstrance of the Commons, he wrote a letter to the Speaker, in which he sharply rebuked the House for openly debating matters far above their reach and capacity. And he strictly forbade them to meddle with anything that regarded his government, or deep matters of state, and especially not to touch on his son's marriage with the daughter of Spain, nor to attack the honour of that king, or any other of his friends and confederates. In order the more to intimidate them, he mentioned the imprisonment of Sir Edwin Sandys. And though he denied that the confinement of that member had been owing to any offence committed in the House, he plainly told them, that he thought himself fully entitled to punish every misdemeanour in Parliament, as well during its sitting as after its dissolution. And that he intended thenceforward to chastise any man whose insolent behaviour there should minister occasion of offence. This violent letter, in which the king, though he here imitated former precedents, may be thought not to have acted altogether on the defensive, had the effect which might naturally have been expected from it. The Commons were inflamed, not terrified. Secure of their own popularity, and of the bent of the nation towards a war with the Catholics abroad, and the persecution of popery at home, they little dreaded the menaces of a prince who was unsupported by military force, and whose gentle temper would, of itself, so soon disarm his severity. In a new remonstrance, therefore, they still insisted on their former remonstrance and advice, and they maintained, though in respectful terms, that they were entitled to interpose with their counsel in all matters of government. That to possess entire freedom of speech in their debates on public business, was their ancient and undoubted right, and an inheritance transmitted to them from their ancestors. And that if any member abused this liberty, it belonged to the House alone, who were witnesses of his offence, to inflict a proper censure upon him. So vigorous an answer was nowise calculated to appease the king. It is said, when the approach of the committee who were to present it was notified to him, he ordered 12 chairs to be brought, for that there were so many kings a-coming. His answer was prompt and sharp. He told the House, that their remonstrance was more like a denunciation of war than an address of dutiful subjects. That their pretension to inquire into all state affairs, without exception, was such a plenipotence as none of their ancestors, even during the reign of the weakest princes, had ever pretended to. That public transactions depended on a complication of views and intelligence, with which they were entirely unacquainted, that they could not better show their wisdom, as well as duty, than by keeping within their proper sphere. And that in any business which depended on his prerogative, they had no title to interpose with their advice, except when he was pleased to desire it. And he concluded with these memorable words, "And though we cannot allow of your style, in mentioning your ancient and undoubted right and inheritance, but would rather have wished that ye had said, that your privileges were derived from the grace and permission of our ancestors and us, for the most of them grew from precedence, which shows rather a toleration than inheritance, yet we are pleased to give you our royal assurance, that as long as you contain yourselves within the limits of your duty, we will be as careful to maintain and preserve your lawful liberties and privileges as ever any of our predecessors were, nay, as to preserve our own royal prerogative." This open pretension of the king's naturally gave great alarm to the House of Commons. They saw their title to every privilege, if not plainly denied, yet considered at least as precarious. It might be fortified by abuse. And they had already abused it. They thought proper, therefore, immediately to oppose pretension to pretension. They framed a protestation, in which they repeated all their former claims for freedom of speech, and an unbounded authority to interpose with their advice and counsel. And they asserted, that the liberties, franchises, privileges, and jurisdictions of Parliament, are the ancient and undoubted birthright and inheritance of the subjects of England. The king, informed of these increasing heats and jealousies in the House, hurried to town. He sent immediately for the journals of the Commons, and, with his own hand, before the council, he tore out this protestation, and ordered his reasons to be inserted in the council book. He was doubly displeased, he said, with the protestation of the lower house, on account of the manner of framing it, as well as of the matter which it contained. It was tumultuously voted, at a late hour, and in a thin house, and it was expressed in such general and ambiguous terms, as might serve for a foundation to the most enormous claims, and to the most unwarrantable usurpations upon his prerogative. The meeting of the House might have proved dangerous after so violent a breach. It was no longer possible, while men were in such a temper, to finish any business. The king, therefore, prorogued the Parliament, and soon after dissolved it by proclamation, in which he also made an apology to the public for his whole conduct. The leading members of the House, Sir Edward Coke and Sir Robert Phillips, were committed to the Tower, Selden Pym and Mallory, to other prisons. As a lighter punishment, Sir Dudley Digges, Sir Thomas Crewe, Sir Nathaniel Rich, Sir James Perrot, joined in commission with others, were sent to Ireland, in order to execute some business. The king at that time enjoyed, at least exercised, the prerogative of employing any man, even without his consent, in any branch of public service. Sir John Savile, a powerful man in the House of Commons, and a zealous opponent of the court, was made comptroller of the household, a privy councillor, and soon after a baron. This event is memorable, as being the first instance, perhaps, in the whole history of England, of any king's advancing a man on account of parliamentary interest and of opposition to his measures. However irregular this practice, it will be regarded by political reasoners as one of the most early and most infallible symptoms of a regular, established liberty. The king having thus, with so rash and indiscreet a hand, torn off that sacred veil which had hitherto covered the English constitution, and which threw an obscurity upon it so advantageous to royal prerogative. Every man began to indulge himself in political reasonings and inquiries. And the same factions which commenced in Parliament, were propagated throughout the nation. In vain did James, by reiterated proclamations, forbid the discoursing of state affairs. Such proclamations, if they had any effect, served rather to inflame the curiosity of the public. And in every company or society, the late transactions became the subject of argument and debate. All history, said the partisans of the court, as well as the history of England, justify the king's position with regard to the origin of popular privileges. And every reasonable man must allow, that as monarchy is the most simple form of government, it must first have occurred to rude and uninstructed mankind. The other complicated and artificial additions were the successive invention of sovereigns and legislators. Or, if they were obtruded on the prince by seditious subjects, their origin must appear, on that very account, still more precarious and unfavorable. In England, the authority of the king, in all the exterior forms of government, and in the common style of law, appears totally absolute and sovereign. Nor does the real spirit of the Constitution, as it has ever discovered itself in practice, fall much short of these appearances. The Parliament is created by his will it is dissolved. It is his will alone, though at the desire of both houses, which gives authority to laws. To all foreign nations, the majesty of the monarch seems to merit sole attention and regard. And no subject who has exposed himself to royal indignation, can hope to live with safety in the kingdom, nor can he even leave it, according to law, without the consent of his master. If a magistrate, environed with such power and splendor, should consider his authority as sacred, and regard himself as the anointed of heaven, his pretensions may bear a very favorable construction. Or, allowing them to be merely pious frauds, we need not be surprised, that the same stratagem which was practiced by Minos, Numa, and the most celebrated legislators of antiquity, should now, in these restless and inquisitive times, be employed by the King of England. Subjects are not raised above that quality, though assembled in Parliament. The same humble respect and deference is still due to their prince. Though he indulges them in the privilege of laying before him their domestic grievances, with which they are supposed to be best acquainted, this warrants not their bold intrusion into every province of government. And, to all judicious examiners, it must appear, that the lines of duty are as much transgressed by a more independent and less respectful exercise of acknowledged powers, as by the usurpation of such as are new and unusual. The lovers of liberty throughout the nation reasoned after a different manner. It is in vain, said they, that the king traces up the English government to its first origin, in order to represent the privileges of Parliament as dependent and precarious. Prescription, and the practice of so many ages, must, long ere this time, have given a sanction to these assemblies, even though they had been derived from an origin no more dignified than that which he assigns them. If the written records of the English nation, as asserted, represent parliaments to have arisen from the consent of monarchs, the principles of human nature, when we trace government a step higher, must show us that monarchs themselves owe all their authority to the voluntary submission of the people. But, in fact, no age can be shown, when the English government was altogether an unmixed monarchy. And, if the privileges of the nation have, at any period, been overpowered by violent eruptions of foreign force or domestic usurpation, the generous spirit of the people has ever seized the first opportunity of re-establishing the ancient government and constitution. Though in the style of the laws, and in the usual forms of administration, royal authority may be represented as sacred and supreme, whatever is essential to the exercise of sovereign and legislative power must still be regarded as equally divine and inviolable. Or, if any distinction be made in this respect, the preference is surely due to those national councils, by whose interposition the exorbitancies of tyrannical power are restrained, and that sacred liberty is preserved, which heroic spirits, in all ages, have deemed more precious than life itself. Nor is it sufficient to say, that the mild and equitable administration of James affords little occasion, or no occasion, of complaint. How moderate soever the exercise of his prerogative, how exact soever his observance of the laws and constitution, if he founds his authority on arbitrary and dangerous principles, it is requisite to watch him with the same care, and to oppose him with the same vigor, as if he had indulged himself in all the excesses of cruelty and tyranny. Amidst these disputes, the wise and moderate in the nation endeavored to preserve, as much as possible, an equitable neutrality between the opposite parties. And the more they reflected on the course of public affairs, the greater difficulty they found in fixing just sentiments with regard to them. On the one hand, they regarded the very rise of parties as a happy prognostic of the establishment of liberty. Nor could they ever expect to enjoy, in a mixed government, so invaluable a blessing, without suffering that inconvenience which, in such governments, has ever attended it. But when they considered, on the other hand, the necessary aims and pursuits of both parties, they were struck with apprehension of the consequences, and could discover no feasible plan of accommodation between them. From long practice, the crown was now possessed of so exorbitant a prerogative, that it was not sufficient for liberty to remain on the defensive, or endeavor to secure the little ground which was left her. It was become necessary to carry on an offensive war, and to circumscribe, within more narrow, as well as more exact bounds, the authority of the sovereign. Upon such provocation, it could not but happen, that the prince, however just and moderate, would endeavor to repress his opponents. And, as he stood upon the very brink of arbitrary power, it was to be feared that he would, hastily and unknowingly, pass those limits which were not precisely marked by the Constitution. The turbulent government of England, ever fluctuating between privilege and prerogative, would afford a variety of precedents, which might be pleaded on both sides. In such delicate questions, the people must be divided, the arms of the state were still in their hands, a civil war must ensue. A civil war where no party, or both parties, would justly bear the blame and where the good and virtuous would scarcely know what vows to form. Were it not that liberty, so necessary to the perfection of human society, would be sufficient to bias their affections towards the side of its defenders. Chapter 50. James I. 1622. To wrest the Palatinate from the hands of the Emperor and the Duke of Bavaria, must always have been regarded as a difficult task for the power of England, conducted by so unwarlike a prince as James. It was plainly impossible. While the breach subsisted between him and the Commons. The king's negotiations, therefore, had they been managed with ever so great dexterity, must now carry less weight with them, and it was easy to elude all his applications. When Lord Digby, his ambassador to the Emperor, had desired a cessation of hostilities, he was referred to the Duke of Bavaria, who commanded the Austrian armies. The Duke of Bavaria told him, that it was entirely superfluous to form any treaty for that purpose. Hostilities are already ceased, said he, and I doubt not but I shall be able to prevent their revival, by keeping firm possession of the Palatinate, till a final agreement shall be concluded between the contending parties. Notwithstanding this insult, James endeavored to resume with the Emperor a treaty of accommodation, and he opened the negotiations at Brussels, under the mediation of Archduke Albert. And, after his death, which happened about this time, under that of the Infanta, when the conferences were entered upon, it was found, that the powers of these princes to determine in the controversy were not sufficient or satisfactory. Schwarzenborg, the imperial minister, was expected at London, and it was hoped that he would bring more ample authority. His commission referred entirely to the negotiation at Brussels. It was not difficult for the king to perceive that his applications were neglected by the emperor. But as he had no choice of any other expedient, and it seemed the interest of his son-in-law to keep alive his pretensions, he was still content to follow Ferdinand through all his shifts and evasions. Nor was he entirely discouraged, even when the imperial diet at Ratisbon, by the influence, or rather authority of the emperor, though contrary to the protestation of Saxony, and of all the Protestant princes and cities, had transferred the electoral dignity from the Palatine to the Duke of Bavaria. Meanwhile the efforts made by Frederick for the recovery of his dominions, were vigorous. 3 armies were levied in Germany by his authority, under 3 commanders, Duke Christian of Brunswick, the Prince of Baden-Durlach, and Count Mansfeld. The 2 former generals were defeated by Count Tilly and the Imperialists. The third, though much inferior in force to his enemies, still maintained the war, but with no equal supplies of money either from the Palatine or the King of England. It was chiefly by pillage and free quarters in the Palatinate, that he subsisted his army. As the Austrians were regularly paid, they were kept in more exact discipline. And James justly became apprehensive, lest so unequal a contest, besides ravaging the Palatine's hereditary dominions, would end in the total alienation of the people's affections from their ancient sovereign, by whom they were plundered, and in an attachment to their new masters, by whom they were protected. He persuaded, therefore, his son-in-law to disarm, under color of duty and submission to the emperor, and, accordingly, Mansfeld was dismissed from the Palatine service. And that famous general withdrew his army into the Low Countries, and there received a commission from the states of the United Provinces. To show how little account was made of James's negotiations abroad, there is a pleasantry mentioned by all historians, which, for that reason, shall have place here. In a farce, acted at Brussels, a courier was introduced carrying the doleful news, that the Palatinate would soon be wrested from the House of Austria. So powerful were the succors which, from all quarters, were hastening to the relief of the despoiled Elector, the King of Denmark had agreed to contribute to his assistance 100,000 pickled herrings, the Dutch 100,000 butter boxes, and the King of England 100,000 ambassadors. On other occasions, he was painted with a scabbard, but without a sword, or with a sword which nobody could draw, though several were pulling at it. It was not from his negotiations with the Emperor or the Duke of Bavaria, that James expected any success in his project of restoring the Palatine. His eyes were entirely turned towards Spain. And if he could effect his son's marriage with the Infanta, he doubted not but that, after so intimate a conjunction, this other point could easily be obtained. The negotiations of that court being commonly dilatory, it was not easy for a prince of so little penetration in business, to distinguish whether the difficulties which occurred were real or affected. And he was surprised, after negotiating 5 years on so simple a demand, that he was not more advanced than at the beginning. A dispensation from Rome was requisite for the marriage of the Infanta with a Protestant prince. And the King of Spain, having undertaken to procure that dispensation, had thereby acquired the means of retarding at pleasure, or of forwarding the marriage, and at the same time of concealing entirely his artifices from the court of England. In order to remove all obstacles, James dispatched Digby, soon after created Earl of Bristol, as his ambassador to Philip IV, who had lately succeeded his father in the crown of Spain. He secretly employed Gage as his agent at Rome, and finding that the difference of religion was the principal, if not the sole difficulty, which retarded the marriage, he resolved to soften that objection as much as possible. He issued public orders for discharging all popish recusants who were imprisoned, and it was daily apprehended that he would forbid, for the future, the execution of the penal laws enacted against them. For this step, so opposite to the rigid spirit of his subjects, he took care to apologize, and he even endeavored to ascribe it to his great zeal for the reformed religion. He had been making applications, he said, to all foreign princes, for some indulgence to the distressed Protestants, and he was still answered by objections derived from the severity of the English laws against Catholics. It might indeed occur to him, that if the extremity of religious zeal were ever to abate among Christian sects, one of them must begin, and nothing would be more honorable for England, than to have led the way in sentiments so wise and moderate. Not only the religious Puritans murmured at this tolerating measure of the king, the lovers of civil liberty were alarmed at so important an exertion of prerogative. But, among other dangerous articles of authority, the kings of England were at that time possessed of the dispensing power, at least, were at the constant practice of exercising it. Besides, though the royal prerogative in civil matters was then extensive, the princes, during some late reigns, had been accustomed to assume a still greater in ecclesiastical. And the king failed not to represent the toleration of Catholics as a measure entirely of that nature. By James's concession in favor of the Catholics, he attained his end. The same religious motives which had hitherto rendered the court of Madrid insincere in all the steps taken with regard to the marriage, were now the chief cause of promoting it. By its means, it was their hope the English Catholics would for the future enjoy ease and indulgence. And the Infanta would be the happy instrument of procuring to the Church some tranquillity, after the many severe persecutions which it had hitherto undergone. The Earl of Bristol, a minister of vigilance and penetration, and who had formerly opposed all alliance with Catholics, was now fully convinced of the sincerity of Spain. And he was ready to congratulate the king on the entire completion of his views and projects. A daughter of Spain, whom he represents as extremely accomplished, would soon, he said, arrive in England, and bring with her an immense fortune of 2 millions of pieces of 8, or 600,000 pounds sterling. A sum 4 times greater than Spain had ever before given with any princess, and almost equal to all the money which the Parliament, during the whole course of this reign, had hitherto granted to the king. But what was of more importance to James's honor and happiness, Bristol considered this match as an infallible prognostic of the Palatine's restoration. Nor would Philip, he thought, ever have bestowed his sister in so large a fortune, under the prospect of entering next day into a war with England. So exact was his intelligence, that the most secret counsels of the Spaniards, he boasts, had never escaped him. And he found that they had all along considered the marriage of the Infanta and the restitution of the Palatinate as measures closely connected, or altogether inseparable. However little calculated James's character to extort so vast a concession. However improper the measures which he had pursued for attaining that end, the ambassador could not withstand the plain evidence of facts, by which Philip now demonstrated his sincerity. Perhaps, too, like a wise man, he considered, that reasons of state, which are supposed solely to influence the counsels of monarchs, are not always the motives which there predominate. That the milder views of gratitude, honor, friendship, generosity, are frequently able, among princes as well as private persons, to counterbalance these selfish considerations. That the justice and moderation of James had been so conspicuous in all these transactions, his reliance on Spain, his confidence in her friendship, that he had at last obtained the cordial alliance of that nation, so celebrated for honor and fidelity. Or, if politics must still be supposed the ruling motive of all public measures, the maritime power of England was so considerable, and the Spanish dominions so divided, as might well induce the council of Philip to think that a sincere friendship with the masters of the sea could not be purchased by too great concessions. And as James, during so many years, had been allured and seduced by hopes and protestations, his people enraged by delays and disappointments, it would probably occur that there was now no medium left between the most inveterate hatred and the most intimate alliance between the nations. Not to mention that, as a new spirit began about this time to animate the councils of France, the friendship of England became every day more necessary to the greatness and security of the Spanish monarch. All measures being, therefore, agreed on between the parties, naught was wanting but the dispensation from Rome, which might be considered as a mere formality. The king, justified by success, now exulted in his pacific counsels, and boasted of his superior sagacity and penetration. When all these flattering prospects were blasted by the temerity of a man whom he had fondly exalted from a private condition, to be the bane of himself, of his family, and of his people. Ever since the fall of Somerset, Buckingham had governed, with an uncontrolled sway, both the court and nation. And could James's eyes have been opened, he had now full opportunity of observing how unfit his favourite was for the high station to which he was raised. Some accomplishments of a courtier he possessed, of every talent of a minister he was utterly destitute. Headlong in his passions, and incapable equally of prudence and of dissimulation, sincere from violence rather than candour. Expensive from profusion more than generosity, a warm friend, a furious enemy, but without any choice or discernment in either. With these qualities he had early and quickly mounted to the highest rank, and partook at once of the insolence which attends a fortune newly acquired, and the impetuosity which belongs to persons born in high stations and unacquainted with opposition. 1623. Among those who had experienced the arrogance of this overgrown favourite, the Prince of Wales himself had not been entirely spared, and a great coldness, if not an enmity, had, for that reason, taken place between them. Buckingham, desirous of an opportunity which might connect him with the prince, and overcome his aversion, and, at the same time envious of the great credit acquired by Bristol in the Spanish negotiation, bethought himself of an expedient by which he might at once gratify both these inclinations. He represented to Charles, that persons of his exalted station were peculiarly unfortunate in their marriage, the chief circumstance of life, and commonly received into their arms a bride unknown to them, to whom they were unknown. Not endeared by sympathy, not obliged by service. Wooed by treaties alone, by negotiations, by political interests, that however accomplished the Infanta, she must still consider herself as a melancholy victim of state. And could not but think with aversion of that day when she was to enter the bed of a stranger. And, passing into a foreign country and a new family, bid adieu forever to her father's house and to her native land, that it was in the prince's power to soften all these rigors and lay such an obligation on her as would attach the most indifferent temper, as would warm the coldest affections, that his journey to Madrid would be an unexpected gallantry, which would equal all the fictions of Spanish romance, and, suiting the amorous and enterprising character of that nation, must immediately introduce him to the princess under the agreeable character of a devoted lover and daring adventurer, that the negotiations with regard to the Palatinate, which had hitherto languished in the hands of ministers, would quickly be terminated by so illustrious an agent, seconded by the mediation and entreaties of the grateful Infanta, that Spanish generosity, moved by that unexampled trust and confidence, would make concessions beyond what could be expected from political views and considerations, and that he would quickly return to the king with the glory of having re-established the unhappy Palatine, by the same enterprise which procured him the affections and the person of the Spanish princess. The mind of the young prince, replete with candor, was inflamed by these generous and romantic ideas suggested by Buckingham. He agreed to make application to the king for his approbation. They chose the moment of his kindest and most jovial humor. And, more by the earnestness which they expressed, than by the force of their reasons, they obtained a hasty and unguarded consent to their undertaking. And having engaged his promise to keep their purpose secret, they left him, in order to make preparations for the journey. No sooner was the king alone, than his temper, more cautious than sanguine, suggested very different views of the matter, and represented every difficulty and danger which could occur. He reflected that however the world might pardon this sally of youth in the prince, they would never forgive himself, who, at his years, and after his experience, could entrust his only son, the heir of his crown, the prop of his age, to the discretion of foreigners, without so much as providing the frail security of a safe conduct in his favor, that if the Spanish monarch were sincere in his professions, a few months must finish the treaty of marriage, and bring the Infanta into England. If he were not sincere, the folly was still more egregious of committing the prince into his hands, that Philip, when possessed of so invaluable a pledge, might well rise in his demands, and impose harder conditions of treaty, and that the temerity of the enterprise was so apparent, that the event, how prosperous soever, could not justify it. And if disastrous, it would render himself infamous to his people, and ridiculous to all posterity. Tormented with these reflections, as soon as the prince and Buckingham returned for their dispatches, he informed them of all the reasons which had determined him to change his resolution, and he begged them to desist from so foolish an adventure. The prince received the disappointment with sorrowful submission and silent tears. Buckingham presumed to speak in an imperious tone, which he had ever experienced to be prevalent over his too easy master. He told the king, that nobody for the future would believe anything he said, when he retracted so soon the promise so solemnly given. That he plainly discerned this change of resolution to proceed from another breach of his word, in communicating the matter to some rascal, who had furnished him with those pitiful reasons which he had alleged. And he doubted not but he should hereafter know who his counsellor had been. And that if he receded from what he had promised, it would be such a disobligation to the prince, who had now set his heart upon the journey, after his majesty's approbation, that he could never forget it, nor forgive any man who had been the cause of it. The king, with great earnestness, fortified by many oaths, made his apology, by denying that he had communicated the matter to any. And finding himself assailed, as well by the boisterous importunities of Buckingham, as by the warm entreaties of his son, whose applications had hitherto, on other occasions, been always dutiful, never earnest, he had again the weakness to assent to their purposed journey. It was agreed that Sir Francis Cottington alone, the prince's secretary, and Endymion Porter, gentleman of his bedchamber, should accompany them. And the former being at that time in the antechamber, he was immediately called in by the king's orders. James told Cottington, that he had always been an honest man, and therefore he was now to trust him in an affair of the highest importance, which he was not, upon his life, to disclose to any man whatever. Cottington, added he, here is baby Charles and Stenny, these ridiculous appellations he usually gave to the prince and Buckingham, who have a great mind to go post into Spain, and fetch home the Infanta. They will have but two more in their company, and have chosen you for one. What think you of the journey? Sir Francis, who was a prudent man, and had resided some years in Spain as the king's agent, was struck with all the obvious objections to such an enterprise, and scrupled not to declare them. The king threw himself upon his bed, and cried, "I told you this before," and fell into a new passion and new lamentations, complaining that he was undone, and should lose baby Charles. The prince showed by his countenance, that he was extremely dissatisfied with Coddington's discourse, but Buckingham broke into an open passion against him. The king, he told him, asked him only of the journey, and of the manner of travelling. Particulars of which he might be a competent judge, having gone the road so often by post. But that he, without being called to it, had the presumption to give his advice upon matters of state, and against his master, which he should repent as long as he lived. 1,000 other reproaches he added, which put the poor king into a new agony in behalf of a servant, who, he foresaw, would suffer for answering him honestly. Upon which he said, with some emotion, "Nay, by God, Stenny, you are much to blame for using him so." He answered me directly to the question which I asked him, and very honestly and wisely. And yet, you know, he said no more than I told you before he was called in. However, after all this passion on both sides, James renewed his consent, and proper directions were given for the journey. Nor was he now at any loss to discover, that the whole intrigue was originally contrived by Buckingham, as well as pursued violently by his spirit and impetuosity. These circumstances, which so well characterize the persons, seem to have been related by Coddington to Lord Clarendon, from whom they are here transcribed, and though minute, are not undeserving of a place in history. The Prince and Buckingham, with their 2 attendants, and Sir Richard Graham, Master of Horse to Buckingham, passed disguised and undiscovered through France. And they even ventured into a court ball at Paris, where Charles saw the Princess Henrietta, whom he afterwards espoused, and who was at that time in the bloom of youth and beauty. In 11 days after their departure from London, they arrived at Madrid, and surprised everybody by a step so unusual among great princes. The Spanish monarch immediately paid Charles a visit, expressed the utmost gratitude for the confidence reposed in him, and made warm protestations of a correspondent confidence and friendship. By the most studied civilities, he showed the respect which he bore to his royal guest. He gave him a golden key, which opened all his apartments, that the prince might, without any introduction, have access to him at all hours. He took the left hand of him on every occasion, except in the apartments assigned to Charles. For there, he said, the prince was at home. Charles was introduced into the palace with the same pomp and ceremony that attends the kings of Spain on their coronation. The council received public orders to obey him as the king himself. Olivares too, though a grandee of Spain, who has the right of being covered before his own king, would not put on his hat in the prince's presence. All the prisons of Spain were thrown open, and all the prisoners received their freedom. As if the event the most honorable and most fortunate had happened to the monarchy, and every sumptuary law with regard to apparel was suspended during Charles's residence in Spain. The Infanta, however, was only shown to her lover in public, the Spanish ideas of decency being so strict, as not to allow of any further intercourse, till the arrival of the dispensation. The point of honor was carried so far by that generous people, that no attempt was made, on account of the advantage which they had acquired, of imposing any harder conditions of treaty. Their pious zeal only prompted them, on one occasion, to desire more concessions in the religious articles. But, upon the opposition of Bristol, accompanied with some reproaches, they immediately desisted. The Pope, however, hearing of the prince's arrival in Madrid, tacked some new clauses to the dispensation. And it became necessary to transmit the articles to London, that the king might ratify them. This treaty, which was made public, consisted of several articles, chiefly regarding the exercise of the Catholic religion by the Infanta and her household. Nothing could reasonably be found fault with, except one article, in which the king promised, that the children should be educated by the princess, till 10 years of age. This condition could not be insisted on, but with a view of seasoning their minds with Catholic principles. And though so tender an age seemed a sufficient security against theological prejudices, yet the same reason which made the Pope insert that article, should have induced the king to reject it. Besides the public treaty, there were separate articles, privately sworn to by the king, in which he promised to suspend the penal laws enacted against Catholics, to procure a repeal of them in Parliament, and to grant a toleration for the exercise of the Catholic religion in private houses. Great murmurs, we may believe, would have arisen against these articles, had they been made known to the public. Since we find it to have been imputed as an enormous crime to the prince that, having received, about this time, a very civil letter from the Pope, he was induced to return a very civil answer. Meanwhile Gregory XV, who granted the dispensation, died, and Urban VIII was chosen in his place. Upon this event, the nuncio refused to deliver the dispensation, till it should be renewed by Urban. And that crafty pontiff delayed sending a new dispensation, in hopes that, during the prince's residence in Spain, some expedient might be fallen upon to effect his conversion. The King of England, as well as the prince, became impatient. On the first hint, Charles obtained permission to return, and Philip graced his departure with all the circumstances of elaborate civility and respect which had attended his reception. He even erected a pillar on the spot where they took leave of each other, as a monument of mutual friendship, and the prince, having sworn to the observance of all the articles, entered on his journey, and embarked on board the English fleet at St. Andrew. The character of Charles, composed of decency, reserve, modesty, sobriety, virtues so agreeable to the manners of the Spaniards, the unparalleled confidence which he had reposed in their nation, the romantic gallantry which he had practiced towards the princess, all these circumstances, joined to his youth and advantageous figure, had endeared him to the whole court of Madrid, and had impressed the most favourable ideas of him. But, in the same proportion that the prince was beloved and esteemed, was Buckingham despised and hated. His behaviour, composed of English familiarity and French vivacity, his sallies of passion, his indecent freedoms with the prince, his dissolute pleasures, his arrogant, impetuous temper, which he neither could nor cared to disguise. Qualities like these could, most of them, be esteemed nowhere, but to the Spaniards were the objects of peculiar aversion. They could not conceal their surprise, that such a youth could intrude into a negotiation, now conducted to a period by so accomplished a minister as Bristol, and could assume to himself all the merit of it. They lamented the Infanta's fate, who must be approached by a man whose temerity seemed to respect no laws, divine or human. And when they observed, that he had the imprudence to insult the Conde Duke of Olivares, their prime minister, every one who was ambitious of paying court to the Spanish became desirous of showing a contempt for the English favourite. The Duke of Buckingham told Olivares, that his own attachment to the Spanish nation and to the King of Spain was extreme, that he would contribute to every measure which could cement the friendship between England and them, and that his peculiar ambition would be to facilitate the prince's marriage with the Infanta. But he added, with a sincerity equally insolent and indiscreet, with regard to you, sir, in particular, you must not consider me as your friend, but must ever expect from me all possible enmity in opposition. The Conde Duke replied, with a becoming dignity, that he very willingly accepted of what was proffered him, and on these terms the favourites parted. Buckingham, sensible how odious he was become to the Spaniards, and dreading the influence which that nation would naturally acquire after the arrival of the Infanta, resolved to employ all his credit in order to prevent the marriage. By what arguments he could engage the prince to offer such an insult to the Spanish nation, from whom he had met with such generous treatment. By what colours he could disguise the ingratitude and imprudence of such a measure, these are totally unknown to us. We may only conjecture, that the many unavoidable causes of delay which had so long prevented the arrival of the dispensation, had afforded to Buckingham a pretence for throwing on the Spaniards the imputation of insincerity in the whole treaty. It also appears, that his impetuous and domineering character had acquired, what it ever after maintained, a total ascendant over the gentle and modest temper of Charles. And, when the prince left Madrid, he was firmly determined, notwithstanding all his professions, to break off the treaty with Spain. It is not likely that Buckingham prevailed so easily with James to abandon a project which, during so many years, had been the object of all his wishes, and which he had now unexpectedly conducted to a happy period. A rupture with Spain, the loss of 2 millions, were prospects little agreeable to this pacific and indigent monarch. But, finding his only son bent against a match which had always been opposed by his people and his parliament, he yielded to difficulties which he had not courage or strength of mind sufficient to overcome. The prince, therefore, and Buckingham, on their arrival at London, assumed entirely the direction of the negotiation, and it was their business to seek for pretenses by which they could give a colour to their intended breach of treaty. Though the restitution of the Palatinate had ever been considered by James as a natural or necessary consequence of the Spanish alliance, he had always forbidden his ministers to insist on it as a preliminary article to the conclusion of the marriage treaty. He considered that this principality was now in the hands of the Emperor and the Duke of Bavaria, and that it was no longer in the King of Spain's power, by a single stroke of his pen, to restore it to its ancient master. The strict alliance of Spain with these princes would engage Philip, he thought, to soften so disagreeable a demand by every art of negotiation, and many articles must of necessity be adjusted, before such an important point could be effected. It was sufficient, in James's opinion, if the sincerity of the Spanish court could, for the present, be ascertained. And, dreading further delays of the marriage, so long wished for, he was resolved to trust the Palatine's full restoration to the event of future councils and deliberations. This whole system of negotiation Buckingham now reversed. And he overturned every supposition upon which the treaty had hitherto been conducted. After many fruitless artifices were employed to delay or prevent the espousals, Bristol received positive orders not to deliver the proxy, which had been left in his hands, or to finish the marriage, till security were given for the full restitution of the Palatinate. Philip understood this language. He had been acquainted with the disgust received by Buckingham. And deeming him a man capable of sacrificing to his own ungovernable passions the greatest interests of his master and of his country, his had expected, that the unbounded credit of that favourite would be employed to embroil the two nations. Determined, however, to throw the blame of the rupture entirely on the English, he delivered into Bristol's hand a written promise, by which he bound himself to procure the restoration of the Palatinate either by persuasion, or by every other possible means. And when he found that this concession gave no satisfaction, he ordered the Infanta to lay aside the title of Princess of Wales which she bore after the arrival of the dispensation from Rome, and to drop the study of the English language. Any thinking that such rash counsels as now governed the court of England, would not stop at the breach of the marriage treaty, he ordered preparations for war immediately to be made throughout all his dominions. Thus James, having, by means inexplicable from the ordinary rules of politics, conducted, so near an honourable period, the marriage of his son and the restoration of his son-in-law, failed at last of his purpose, by means equally unaccountable. But though the expedients already used by Buckingham were sufficiently inglorious, both for himself and for the nation, it was necessary for him, ere he could fully effect his purpose, to employ artifices still more dishonourable. 1624. The king, having broken with Spain, was obliged to concert new measures, and, without the assistance of Parliament, no effectual step of any kind could be taken. The benevolence which, during the interval, had been rigorously exacted for recovering the Palatinate, though levied for no popular end, had procured to the king less money than ill will from his subjects. Whatever discouragements, therefore, he might receive from his ill agreement with former parliaments, there was a necessity of summoning once more this assembly, and it might be hoped, that the Spanish alliance which gave such umbrage, being abandoned, the Commons would now be better satisfied with the king's administration. In his speech to the Houses, James dropped some hints of his cause of complaint against Spain. And he graciously condescended to ask the advice of Parliament, which he had ever before rejected, with regard to the conduct of so important an affair as his son's marriage. Buckingham delivered to a committee of Lords and Commons a long narrative, which he pretended to be true and complete, of every step taken in the negotiations with Philip, but, partly by the suppression of some facts, partly by the false colouring laid on others, this narrative was calculated entirely to mislead the Parliament, and to throw on the court of Spain the reproach of artifice and insincerity. He said, that, after many years' negotiation, the king found not himself any nearer his purpose, and that Bristol had never brought the treaty beyond general professions and declarations. That the prince, doubting the good intentions of Spain, resolved at last to take a journey to Madrid, and put the matter to the utmost trial. That he there found such artificial dealing as made him conclude all the steps taken towards the marriage to be false and deceitful, that the restitution of the Palatinate, which had ever been regarded by the king as an essential preliminary, was not seriously intended by Spain. And that, after enduring much bad usage, the prince was obliged to return to England, without any hopes either of obtaining the Infanta, or of restoring the Elector Palatine. This narrative, which, considering the importance of the occasion, and the solemnity of that assembly to which it was delivered, deserves great blame, was yet vouched for truth by the Prince of Wales, who was present. And the king himself lent it, indirectly, his authority, by telling the Parliament, that it was by his orders Buckingham laid the whole affair before them. The conduct of these princes it is difficult fully to excuse. It is in vain to plead the youth and inexperience of Charles, unless his inexperience and youth, as is probable, if not certain, really led him into error, and made him swallow all the falsities of Buckingham. And though the king was here hurried from his own measures by the impetuosity of others, nothing should have induced him to prostitute his character, and seem to vouch the impostures, at least false colorings, of his favourite, of which he had so good reason to entertain a suspicion. Buckingham's narrative, however artfully disguised, contained so many contradictory circumstances, as were sufficient to open the eyes of all reasonable men. But it concurred so well with the passions and prejudices of the Parliament, that no scruple was made of immediately adopting it. Charmed with having obtained at length the opportunity, so long wished for, of going to war with Papists, they little thought of future consequences. But immediately advised the king to break off both treaties with Spain, as well that which regarded the marriage, as that for the restitution of the Palatinate. The people, ever greedy of war till they suffer by it, displayed their triumph at these violent measures by public bonfires and rejoicings, and by insults on the Spanish ministers. Buckingham was now the favourite of the public and of the Parliament. Sir Edward Coke, in the House of Commons, called him the saviour of the nation. Every place resounded with his praises. And he himself, intoxicated by a popularity which he enjoyed so little time, and which he so ill deserved, violated all duty to his indulgent master, and entered into cabals with the puritanical members, who had ever opposed the royal authority. He even encouraged schemes for abolishing the order of bishops, and selling the dean and chapter lands, in order to defray the expenses of a Spanish war. And the king, though he still entertained projects for temporizing, and for forming an accommodation with Spain, was so borne down by the torrent of popular prejudices, conducted and increased by Buckingham, that he was at last obliged, in a speech to Parliament, to declare in favour of hostile measures, if they would engage to support him. Doubts of their sincerity in this respect, doubts which the event showed not to be ill-grounded, had probably been one cause of his former pacific and dilatory measures. In his speech on this occasion, the king began with lamenting his own unhappiness, that, having so long valued himself on the epithet of the pacific monarch, he should now, in his old age, be obliged to exchange the blessings of peace for the inevitable calamities of war. He represented to them the immense and continued expense requisite for military armaments. And, besides supplies from time to time, as they should become necessary, he demanded a vote of 6 subsidies and 12/15ths, as a proper stock before the commencement of hostilities. He told them of his intolerable debts, chiefly contracted by the sums remitted to the Palatine. But he added, that he did not insist on any supply for his own relief, and that it was sufficient for him if the honour and security of the public were provided for. To remove all suspicion, he, who had ever strenuously maintained his prerogative, and who had even extended it into some points esteemed doubtful, now made an imprudent concession, of which the consequences might have proved fatal to royal authority. He voluntarily offered, that the money voted should be paid to a committee of Parliament, and should be issued by them, without being entrusted to his management. The Commons willingly accepted of this concession, so unusual in an English monarch, they voted him only 3 subsidies and 3/15, and they took no notice of the complaints which he made of his own wants and necessities. Advantage was also taken of the present good agreement between the king and Parliament, in order to pass the bill against monopolies, which had formerly been encouraged by the king, but which had failed by the rupture between him and the last House of Commons. This bill was conceived in such terms as to render it merely declaratory, and all monopolies were condemned, as contrary to law and to the known liberties of the people. It was there supposed, that every subject of England had entire power to dispose of his own actions, provided he did no injury to any of his fellow subjects. And that no prerogative of the king, no power of any magistrate, nothing but the authority alone of laws, could restrain that unlimited freedom. The full prosecution of this noble principle into all its natural consequences, has at last, through many contests, produced that singular and happy government which we enjoy at present. The House of Commons also corroborated, by a new precedent, the important power of impeachment, which, 2 years before, they had exercised in the case of Chancellor Bacon, and which had lain dormant for near 2 centuries. Except when they served as instruments of royal vengeance. The Earl of Middlesex had been raised, by Buckingham's interest, from the rank of a London merchant, to be Treasurer of England, and, by his activity and address, seemed not unworthy of that preferment. But, as he incurred the displeasure of his patron, by scrupling or refusing some demands of money during the prince's residence in Spain, that favourite vowed revenge, and employed all his credit among the commons to procure an impeachment of the treasurer. The king was extremely dissatisfied with this measure, and prophesied to the prince and duke, that they would live to have their fill of parliamentary prosecutions. In a speech to the Parliament, he endeavoured to apologize for Middlesex, and to soften the accusation against him. The charge, however, was still maintained by the Commons. And the treasurer was found guilty by the peers, though the misdemeanours proved against him were neither numerous nor important. The accepting of 2 presents of £500 apiece, for passing 2 patents, was the article of greatest weight. His sentence was, to be fined £50,000 for the king's use, and to suffer all the other penalties formerly inflicted upon Bacon. The fine was afterwards remitted by the prince, when he mounted the throne. This session, an address was also made, very disagreeable to the king, craving the severe execution of the laws against Catholics. His answer was gracious and condescending. Though he declared against persecution, as being an improper measure for the suppression of any religion, according to the received maxim, that the blood of the martyrs was the seed of the Church. He also condemned an entire indulgence of the Catholics, and seemed to represent a middle course as the most humane and most politic. He went so far as even to affirm with an oath, that he never had entertained any thoughts of granting a toleration to these religionists. The liberty of exercising their worship in private houses, which he had secretly agreed to in the Spanish treaty, did not appear to him deserving that name, and it was probably by means of this explication, he thought that he had saved his honour. And as Buckingham, in his narrative, confessed that the king had agreed to a temporary suspension of the penal laws against the Catholics, which he distinguished from a toleration, a term at that time extremely odious. James naturally deemed his meaning to be sufficiently explained, and feared not any reproach of falsehood or duplicity, on account of this asseveration. After all these transactions, the Parliament was prorogued by the king, who let fall some hints, though in gentle terms, of the sense which he entertained of their unkindness in not supplying his necessities. James, unable to resist so strong a combination as that of his people, his Parliament, his son, and his favourite, had been compelled to embrace measures for which, from temper as well as judgment, he had ever entertained a most settled aversion. Though he dissembled his resentment, he began to estrange himself from Buckingham, to whom he ascribed all those violent counsels, and whom he considered as the author, both of the prince's journey to Spain, and of the breach of the marriage treaty. The arrival of Bristol he impatiently longed for, and it was by the assistance of that minister, whose wisdom he respected, and whose views he approved, that he hoped in time to extricate himself from his present difficulties. During the prince's abode in Spain, that able negotiator had ever opposed, though unsuccessfully, to the impetuous measures suggested by Buckingham, his own wise and well-tempered counsels. After Charles's departure, he still, upon the first appearance of a change of resolution, interposed his advice, and strenuously insisted on the sincerity of the Spaniards in the conduct of the treaty, as well as the advantages which England must reap from the completion of it. Enraged to find that his successful labors should be rendered abortive by the levities and caprices of an insolent minion, he would understand no hints. And nothing but express orders from his master could engage him to make that demand which, he was sensible, must put a final period to the treaty. He was not, therefore, surprised to hear that Buckingham had declared himself his open enemy, and, on all occasions, had thrown out many violent reflections against him. Nothing could be of greater consequence to Buckingham than to keep Bristol at a distance both from the king and the Parliament, lest the power of truth, enforced by so well-informed a speaker, should open scenes which were but suspected by the former, and of which the latter had as yet entertained no manner of jealousy. He applied therefore to James, whose weakness, disguised to himself under the appearance of finesse and dissimulation, was now become absolutely incurable. A warrant for sending Bristol to the Tower was issued immediately upon his arrival in England. And though he was soon released from confinement, yet orders were carried him from the king, to retire to his country seat, and to abstain from all attendance in Parliament he obeyed, but loudly demanded an opportunity of justifying himself, and of laying his whole conduct before his master. On all occasions, he protested his innocence, and threw on his enemy the blame of every miscarriage. Buckingham, and, at his instigation, the prince, declared that they would be reconciled to Bristol, if he would but acknowledge his errors and ill conduct, but the spirited nobleman, jealous of his honor, refused to buy favor at so high a price. James had the equity to say, that the insisting on that condition was a strain of unexampled tyranny, but Buckingham scrupled not to assert, with his usual presumption, that neither the king, the prince, nor himself were as yet satisfied of Bristol's innocence. While the attachment of the prince to Buckingham, while the timidity of James or the shame of changing his favorite, kept the whole court in awe, the Spanish ambassador, Inoyosa, endeavored to open the king's eyes, and to cure his fears by instilling greater fears into him. He privately slipped into his hand a paper, and gave him a signal to read it alone. He there told him, that he was as much a prisoner at London as ever Francis I was at Madrid. That the prince and Buckingham had conspired together, and had the whole court at their devotion, that cabals among the popular leaders in Parliament were carrying on, to the extreme prejudice of his authority. That the project was to confine him to some of his hunting seats, and to commit the whole administration to Charles. And that it was necessary for him, by one vigorous effort, to vindicate his authority, and to punish those who had so long and so much abused his friendship and beneficence. What credit James gave to this representation does not appear. He only discovered some faint symptoms, which he instantly retracted, of dissatisfaction with Buckingham. All his public measures, and all the alliances into which he entered, were founded on the system of enmity to the Austrian family, and of war to be carried on for the recovery of the Palatinate. The states of the United Provinces were at this time governed by Maurice, and that aspiring prince, sensible that his credit would languish during peace, had, on the expiration of the 12 years' truce, renewed the war with the Spanish monarchy. His great capacity in the military art would have compensated the inferiority of his forces, had not the Spanish armies been commanded by Spinola, a general equally renowned for conduct, and more celebrated for enterprise and activity. In such a situation, nothing could be more welcome to the Republic than the prospect of a rupture between James and the Catholic king. And they flattered themselves, as well from the natural union of interests between them and England, as from the influence of the present conjuncture, that powerful succors would soon march to their relief. Accordingly an army of 6,000 men was levied in England, and sent over to Holland, commanded by 4 young noblemen, Essex, Oxford, Southampton, and Willoughby, who were ambitious of distinguishing themselves in so popular a cause, and of acquiring military experience under so renowned a captain as Maurice. It might reasonably have been expected, that, as religious zeal had made the recovery of the Palatinate appear a point of such vast importance in England, the same effect must have been produced in France. by the force merely of political views and considerations. While that principality remained in the hands of the House of Austria, the French dominions were surrounded on all sides by the possessions of that ambitious family, and might be invaded by superior forces from every quarter. It concerned the King of France, therefore, to prevent the peaceable establishment of the Emperor in his new conquests. And both by the situation and greater power of his state, he was much better enabled than James to give succor to the distressed Palatine. Notwithstanding the sensible experience which James might have acquired of the unsurmountable antipathy entertained by his subjects against an alliance with Catholics, he still persevered in the opinion that his son would be degraded by receiving into his bed a princess of less than royal extraction. After the rupture, therefore, with Spain, nothing remained but an alliance with France, and to that court he immediately applied himself. The same allurements had not here place, which had so long entangled him in the Spanish negotiation. The portion promised was much inferior, and the peaceable restoration of the Palatine could not thence be expected. But James was afraid lest his son should be altogether disappointed of a bride, and therefore, as soon as the French king demanded, for the honor of his crown, the same terms which had been granted to the Spanish, he was prevailed with to comply. And as the prince, during his abode in Spain, had given a verbal promise to allow the Infanta the education of her children till the age of 13, this article was here inserted in the treaty. And to that imprudence is generally imputed the present distressed condition of his posterity. The court of England, however, it must be confessed, always pretended, even in their memorials to the French court, that all the favorable conditions granted to the Catholics were inserted in the marriage treaty merely to please the Pope, and that their strict execution was, by an agreement with France, secretly dispensed with. As much as the conclusion of the marriage treaty was acceptable to the king, as much were all the military enterprises disagreeable, both from the extreme difficulty of the undertaking in which he was engaged, and from his own incapacity for such a scene of action. During the Spanish negotiation, Heidelberg and Mannheim had been taken by the imperial forces, and Frankendale, though the garrison was entirely English, was closely besieged by them. After reiterated remonstrances from James, Spain interposed, and procured a suspension of arms during 18 months. But as Frankendale was the only place of Frederick's ancient dominions which was still in his hands, Ferdinand, desirous of withdrawing his forces from the Palatinate, and of leaving that state in security, was unwilling that so important a fortress should remain in the possession of the enemy. To compromise all differences, it was agreed to sequestrate it into the hands of the Infanta as a neutral person, upon condition that, after the expiration of the truce, it should be delivered to Frederick. Though peace should not, at that time, be concluded between him and Ferdinand. After the unexpected rupture with Spain, the Infanta, when James demanded the execution of the treaty, offered him peaceable possession of Frankendale, and even promised a safe conduct for the garrison through the Spanish Netherlands, but there was some territory of the empire interposed between her state and the Palatinate. And for passage over that territory, no terms were stipulated. By this chicane, which certainly had not been employed if amity with Spain had been preserved, the Palatine was totally dispossessed of his patrimonial dominions. The English nation, however, and James's warlike council, were not discouraged. It was still determined to reconquer the Palatinate, a state lying in the midst of Germany, possessed entirely by the Emperor and Duke of Bavaria, surrounded by potent enemies, and cut off from all communication with England. Count Mansfeldt was taken into pay, and an English army of 12,000 foot and 200 horse was levied by a general press throughout the kingdom. During the negotiation with France, vast promises had been made, though in general terms, by the French ministry. Not only that a free passage should be granted to the English troops, but that powerful succors should also join them in their march towards the Palatinate. In England, all these professions were hastily interpreted to be positive engagements. The troops under Mansfeldt's command were embarked at Dover, but, upon sailing over to Calais, found no orders yet arrived for their admission. After waiting in vain during some time, they were obliged to sail towards Zealand, where it had also been neglected to concert proper measures for their disembarkation. And some scruples arose among the states on account of the scarcity of provisions. Meanwhile a pestilential distemper crept in among the English forces, so long cooped up in narrow vessels. Half the army died while on board. And the other half, weakened by sickness, appeared too small a body to march into the Palatinate. 1625. And thus ended this ill-concerted and fruitless expedition. The only disaster which happened to England during the prosperous and pacific reign of James. That reign was now drawing towards a conclusion. With peace, so successfully cultivated, and so passionately loved by this monarch, his life also terminated. This spring, he was seized with a tertian ague. And, when encouraged by his courtiers with the common proverb, that such a distemper, during that season, was health for a king, he replied, that the proverb was meant of a young king. After some fits, he found himself extremely weakened, and sent for the prince, whom he exhorted to bear a tender affection for his wife, but to preserve a constancy in religion, to protect the Church of England, and to extend his care towards the unhappy family of the Palatine. With decency and courage, he prepared himself for his end. And he expired on the 27th of March, after a reign over England of 22 years and some days, and in the 59th year of his age. His reign over Scotland was almost of equal duration with his life. In all history, it would be difficult to find a reign less illustrious, yet more unspotted and unblemished, than that of James in both kingdoms. No prince, so little enterprising and so inoffensive, was ever so much exposed to the opposite extremes of calumny and flattery, of satire and panegyric. And the factions which began in his time, being still continued, have made his character be as much disputed to this day, as is commonly that of princes who are our contemporaries. Many virtues, however, it must be owned, he was possessed of, but scarce any of them pure, or free from the contagion of the neighboring vices. His generosity bordered on profusion, his learning on pedantry, his pacific disposition on pusillanimity, his wisdom on cunning, his friendship on light fancy and boyish fondness. While he imagined that he was only maintaining his own authority, he may, perhaps, be suspected, in a few of his actions, and still more of his pretensions, to have somewhat encroached on the liberties of his people, while he endeavored, by an exact neutrality, to acquire the goodwill of all his neighbors, he was able to preserve fully the esteem and regard of none. His capacity was considerable, but fitter to discourse on general maxims, than to conduct any intricate business. His intentions were just, but more adapted to the conduct of private life than to the government of kingdoms. Awkward in his person, and ungainly in his manners, he was ill qualified to command respect, partial and undiscerning in his affections, he was little fitted to acquire general love. Of a feeble temper, more than of a frail judgment. Exposed to our ridicule from his vanity, but exempt from our hatred by his freedom from pride and arrogance. And, upon the whole, it may be pronounced of his character, that all his qualities were sullied with weakness and embellished by humanity. Of political courage he certainly was destitute, and thence, chiefly, is derived the strong prejudice which prevails against his personal bravery, an inference, however, which must be owned, from general experience, to be extremely fallacious. He was only once married, to Anne of Denmark, who died on the 3rd of March, 1619, in the 45th year of her age, a woman eminent neither for her vices nor her virtues. She loved shows and expensive amusements, but possessed little taste in her pleasures. A great comet appeared about the time of her death. And the vulgar esteemed it the prognostic of that event, so considerable in their eyes are even the most insignificant princes. He left only one son, Charles, then in the 25th year of his age. And one daughter, Elizabeth, married to the Elector Palatine. She was aged 29 years. Those alone remained of 6 legitimate children born to him. He never had any illegitimate. And he never discovered any tendency, even the smallest, towards a passion for any mistress. The archbishops of Canterbury during this reign were Whitgift, who died in 1604, Bancroft, in 1610, Abbot, who survived the king. The chancellors, Lord Ellesmore, who resigned in 1617, Bacon was first Lord Keeper till 1619, then was created Chancellor, and was displaced in 1621. Williams, Bishop of Lincoln, was created Lord Keeper in his place. The High Treasurers were the Earl of Dorset, who died in 1609, the Earl of Salisbury, in 1612, the Earl of Suffolk, fined and displaced for bribery in 1618. Lord Mandeville resigned in 1621, the Earl of Middlesex, displaced in 1624. The Earl of Marlborough succeeded. The Lord Admirals were, the Earl of Nottingham, who resigned in 1618, the Earl, afterwards Duke of Buckingham. The Secretaries of State were, the Earl of Salisbury, Sir Ralph Winwood, Nanton, Calvert, Lord Conway, Sir Albertus Moreton. The numbers of the House of Lords, in the first Parliament of this reign, were 78 temporal peers. The numbers in the first Parliament of Charles were 97. Consequently James, during that period, created 19 new peerages above those that expired. The House of Commons, in the first Parliament of this reign, consisted of 467 members. It appears that 4 boroughs revived their charters, which they had formerly neglected. And as the first Parliament of Charles consisted of 494 members, we may infer that James created 10 new boroughs. Appendix to the reign of James I. This history of the House of Stuart was written and published by the author before the history of the House of Tudor. Hence it happens that some passages, particularly in the present appendix, may seem to be repetitions of what was formerly delivered in the reign of Elizabeth. The author, in order to obviate this objection, has cancelled some few passages in the foregoing chapters. It may not be improper, at this period, to make a pause, and to take a survey of the state of the kingdom with regard to government, manners, finances, arms, trade, learning. Where a just notion is not formed of these particulars, history can be little instructive, and often will not be intelligible. We may safely pronounce that the English government, at the accession of the Scottish line, was much more arbitrary than it is at present, the prerogative less limited, the liberties of the subject less accurately defined and secured. Without mentioning other particulars, the courts alone of High Commission and Star Chamber were sufficient to lay the whole kingdom at the mercy of the prince. The Court of High Commission had been erected by Elizabeth, in consequence of an Act of Parliament passed in the beginning of her reign. By this act it was thought proper during the great revolution of religion to arm the sovereign with full powers, in order to discourage and suppress opposition. All appeals from the inferior ecclesiastical courts were carried before the High Commission, and, of consequence, the whole life and doctrine of the clergy lay directly under its inspection. Every breach of the Act of Uniformity, every refusal of the ceremonies, was cognizable in this court, and, during the reign of Elizabeth, had been punished by deprivation, by fine, confiscation, and imprisonment. James contented himself with the gentler penalty of deprivation, nor was that punishment inflicted with rigor on every offender. Archbishop Spotswood tells us, that Fee was informed by Bancroft, the primate, several years after the king's accession, that not above 45 clergymen had then been deprived. All the Catholics, too, were liable to be punished by this court, if they exercised any act of their religion, or sent abroad their children or other relations to receive that education which they could not procure them in their own country. Popish priests were thrown into prison, and might be delivered over to the law, which punished them with death, though that severity had been sparingly exercised by Elizabeth, and never almost by James. In a word, that liberty of conscience, which we so highly and so justly value at present, was totally suppressed, and no exercise of any religion but the established, was permitted throughout the kingdom. Any word or writing which tended towards heresy or schism, was punishable by the High Commissioners, or any 3 of them. They alone were judges what expressions had that tendency. They proceeded not by information, but upon rumor, suspicion. Or according to their discretion, they administered an oath, by which the party cited before them was bound to answer any question which should be propounded to him. Whoever refused this oath, though he pleaded ever so justly, that he might thereby be brought to accuse himself or his dearest friend, was punishable by imprisonment, and in short, an inquisitorial tribunal, with all its terrors and iniquities, was erected in the kingdom. Full discretionary powers were bestowed with regard to the inquiry, trial, sentence, and penalty inflicted. Excepting only that corporal punishments were restrained by that patent of the prince which erected the court, not by the act of Parliament which empowered him. By reason of the uncertain limits which separate ecclesiastical from civil causes, all accusations of adultery and incest were tried by the Court of High Commission. And every complaint of wives against their husbands was there examined and discussed. On like pretenses, every cause which regarded conscience, that is, every cause, could have been brought under their jurisdiction. But there was a sufficient reason why the king would not be solicitous to stretch the jurisdiction of this court. The Star Chamber possessed the same authority in civil matters. And its methods of proceeding were equally arbitrary and unlimited. The origin of this court was derived from the most remote antiquity, though it is pretended that its power had first been carried to the greatest height by Henry VII. In all times, however, it is confessed, it enjoyed authority, and at no time was its authority circumscribed, or method of proceeding directed by any law or statute. We have had already, or shall have sufficient occasion, during the course of this history, to mention the dispensing power, the power of imprisonment, of exacting loans and benevolences, of pressing and quartering soldiers, of altering the customs, of erecting monopolies. These branches of power, if not directly opposite to the principles of all free government, must, at least, be acknowledged dangerous to freedom in a monarchical constitution, where an eternal jealousy must be preserved against the sovereign. And no discretionary powers must ever be entrusted to him, by which the property or personal liberty of any subject can be affected. The kings of England, however, had almost constantly exercised these powers. And if, on any occasion, the prince had been obliged to submit to laws enacted against them, he had ever, in practice, eluded these laws, and returned to the same arbitrary administration. During almost 3 centuries before the accession of James, the regal authority, in all these particulars, had never once been called in question. We may also observe, that the principles in general which prevailed during that age, were so favorable to monarchy, that they bestowed on it an authority almost absolute and unlimited, sacred and indefeasible. The meetings of Parliament were so precarious, their sessions so short, compared to the vacations, that, when men's eyes were turned upwards in search of sovereign power, the prince alone was apt to strike them as the only permanent magistrate, invested with the whole majesty and authority of the state. The great complaisance too of parliaments, during so long a period, had extremely degraded and obscured those assemblies. And as all instances of opposition to prerogative must have been drawn from a remote age, they were unknown to a great many, and had the less authority even with those who were acquainted with them. These examples, besides, of liberty had commonly, in ancient times, been accompanied with such circumstances of violence, convulsion, civil war, and disorder, that they presented but a disagreeable idea to the inquisitive part of the people, and afforded small inducement to renew such dismal scenes. By a great many, therefore, monarchy, simple and unmixed, was conceived to be the government of England. And those popular assemblies were supposed to form only the ornament of the fabric, without being in any degree essential to its being and existence. The prerogative of the crown was represented by lawyers as something real and durable, like those eternal essences of the schools, which no time or force could alter. The sanction of religion was by divines called in aid, and the monarch of heaven was supposed to be interested in supporting the authority of his earthly vicegerent. And though it is pretended that these doctrines were more openly inculcated and more strenuously insisted on during the reign of the Stuarts, they were not then invented, and were only found by the court to be more necessary at that period, by reason of the opposite doctrines, which began to be promulgated by the puritanical party. In consequence of these exalted ideas of kingly authority, the prerogative, besides the articles of jurisdiction founded on precedent, was by many supposed to possess an inexhaustible fund of latent powers, which might be exerted on any emergence. In every government, necessity, when real, supersedes all laws, and levels all limitations, but in the English government, convenience alone was conceived to authorize any extraordinary act of regal power, and to render it obligatory on the people. Hence the strict obedience required to proclamations during all periods of the English history. And if James has incurred blame on account of his edicts, it is only because he too frequently issued them at a time when they began to be less regarded, not because he first assumed or extended to an unusual degree that exercise of authority. Of his maxims in a parallel case, the following is a pretty remarkable instance. Queen Elizabeth had appointed commissioners for the inspection of prisons, and had bestowed on them full discretionary powers to adjust all differences between prisoners and their creditors, to compound debts, and to give liberty to such debtors as they found honest and insolvent. From the uncertain and undefined nature of the English constitution, doubts sprang up in many, that this commission was contrary to law, and it was represented in that light to James. He forbore, therefore, renewing the commission, till the 15th of his reign. When complaints rose so high with regard to the abuses practiced in prisons, that he thought himself obliged to overcome his scruples, and to appoint new commissioners, invested with the same discretionary powers which Elizabeth had formerly conferred. Upon the whole, we must conceive that monarchy, on the accession of the House of Stuart, was possessed of a very extensive authority, an authority, in the judgment of all, not exactly limited, in the judgment of some, not limitable. But, at the same time, this authority was founded merely on the opinion of the people, influenced by ancient precedent and example. It was not supported either by money or by force of arms. And, for this reason, we need not wonder that the princes of that line were so extremely jealous of their prerogative, being sensible, that when these claims were ravished from them, they possessed no influence by which they could maintain their dignity, or support the laws. By the changes which have since been introduced, the liberty and independence of individuals has been rendered much more full, entire and secure, that of the public more uncertain and precarious. And it seems a necessary, though perhaps a melancholy truth, that in every government, the magistrate must either possess a large revenue and a military force, or enjoy some discretionary powers, in order to execute the laws and support his own authority. We have had occasion to remark, in so many instances, the bigotry which prevailed in that age, that we can look for no toleration among the different sections. 2 Arians, under the title of heretics, were punished by fire during this period. And no other reign, since the Reformation, had been free from the like barbarities. Stowe says, that these Arians were offered their pardon at the stake, if they would merit it by a recantation. A madman, who called himself the Holy Ghost, was without any indulgence for his frenzy, condemned to the same punishment. £20 a month could, by law, be levied on everyone who frequented not the established worship. This rigorous law, however, had one indulgent clause, that the lines exacted should not exceed 2/3 of the yearly income of the person. It had been usual for Elizabeth to allow those penalties to run on for several years, and to levy them all at once, to the utter ruin of such Catholics as had incurred her displeasure. James was more humane in this, as in every other respect. The Puritans formed a sect which secretly lurked in the Church, but pretended not to any separate worship or discipline. An attempt of that kind would have been universally regarded as the most unpardonable enormity. And had the king been disposed to grant the Puritans a full toleration for a separate exercise of their religion, it is certain, from the spirit of the times, that this sect itself would have despised and hated him for it, and would have reproached him with lukewarmness and indifference in the cause of religion. They maintained, that they themselves were the only pure church, that their principles and practices ought to be established by law, and that no others ought to be tolerated. It may be questioned, therefore, whether the administration at this time could with propriety deserve the appellation of persecutors with regard to the Puritans. Such of the clergy, indeed, as refused to comply with the legal ceremonies, were deprived of their livings, and sometimes, in Elizabeth's reign, were otherwise punished, and ought any man to accept of an office or benefice in an establishment, while he declines compliance with the fixed and known rules of that establishment. But Puritans were never punished for frequenting separate congregations, because there were none such in the kingdom, and no Protestant ever assumed or pretended to the right of erecting them. The greatest well-wishers of the puritanical sect would have condemned a practice, which in that age was universally, by statesmen and ecclesiastics, philosophers and zealots, regarded as subversive of civil society. Even so great a reasoner as Lord Bacon thought that uniformity in religion was absolutely necessary to the support of government, and that no toleration could with safety be given to sectaries. Nothing but the imputation of idolatry, which was thrown on the Catholic religion, could justify, in the eyes of the Puritans themselves, the schism made by the Huguenots and other Protestants who lived in Popish countries. In all former ages, not wholly excepting even those of Greece and Rome, religious sects, and heresies, and schisms had been esteemed dangerous, if not pernicious, to civil government, and were regarded as the source of faction and private combination, and opposition to the laws. The magistrate, therefore, applied himself directly to the cure of this evil, as of every other, and very naturally attempted, by penal statutes, to suppress those separate communities, and punish the obstinate innovators. But it was found by fatal experience, and after spilling an ocean of blood in those theological quarrels, that the evil was of a peculiar nature, and was both inflamed by violent remedies, and diffused itself more rapidly throughout the whole society. Hence, though late, arose the paradoxical principle and salutary practice of toleration. The liberty of the press was incompatible with such maxims and such principles of government as then prevailed, and was therefore quite unknown in that age. Besides employing the two terrible courts of Star Chamber and High Commission, whose powers were unlimited, Queen Elizabeth exerted her authority by restraints upon the press. She passed a decree in her Court of Star Chamber, that is, by her own will and pleasure, forbidding any book to be printed in any place but in London, Oxford, and Cambridge, and another, in which she prohibited, under severe penalties, the publishing of any book or pamphlet, against the form or meaning of any restraint or ordinance, contained, or to be contained, in any statute or laws of this realm, or in any injunction made or set forth by her Majesty or her Privy Council, or against the true sense or meaning of any letters patent, commissions or prohibitions under the Great Seal of England. James extended the same penalties to the importing of such books from abroad. And to render these edicts more effectual, he afterwards inhibited the printing of any book without a license from the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Archbishop of York, the Bishop of London, or the Vice-Chancellor of one of the universities, or of some person appointed by them. In tracing the coherence among the systems of modern theology, we may observe, that the doctrine of absolute decrees has ever been intimately connected with the enthusiastic spirit, as that doctrine affords the highest subject of joy, triumph, and security to the supposed elect, and exalts them by infinite degrees above the rest of mankind. All the first reformers adopted these principles, and the Jansenists too, a fanatical sect in France, not to mention the Mahometans in Asia, have ever embraced them. As the Lutheran establishments were subjected to episcopal jurisdiction, their enthusiastic genius gradually decayed. And men had leisure to perceive the absurdity of supposing God to punish by infinite torments what he himself from all eternity had unchangeably decreed. The king, though at this time his Calvinistic education had revet him in the doctrine of absolute decrees, yet, being a zealous partisan of episcopacy, was insensibly engaged, towards the end of his reign, to favor the milder theology of Arminius. Even in so great a doctor, the genius of the religion prevailed over its speculative tenets, and with him, the whole clergy gradually dropped the more rigid principles of absolute reprobation and unconditional decrees. Some noise was at first made about these innovations. But being drowned in the fury of factions and civil wars which ensued, the scholastic arguments made an insignificant figure amidst those violent disputes about civil and ecclesiastical power with which the nation was agitated. And at the Restoration, the Church, though she still retained her old subscriptions and articles of faith, was found to have totally changed her speculative doctrines, and to have embraced tenets more suitable to the genius of her discipline and worship, without its being possible to assign the precise period in which the alteration was produced. It may be worth observing, that James, from his great desire to promote controversial divinity, erected a college at Chelsea for the entertainment of 20 persons, who should be entirely employed in refuting the Papists and Puritans. All the efforts of the great Bacon could not procure an establishment for the cultivation of natural philosophy, even to this day, no society has been instituted for the polishing and fixing of our language. The only encouragement which the sovereign in England has ever given to anything that has the appearance of science, was this short-lived establishment of James. An institution quite superfluous, considering the unhappy propension which at that time so universally possessed the nation for polemical theology. The manners of the nation were agreeable to the monarchical government which prevailed, and contained not that strange mixture which at present distinguishes England from all other countries. Such violent extremes were then unknown, of industry in debauchery, frugality and profusion, civility in rusticity, fanaticism and skepticism. Candor, sincerity, modesty, are the only qualities which the English of that age possessed in common with the present. High pride of family then prevailed. And it was by a dignity and stateliness of behavior, that the gentry and nobility distinguished themselves from the common people. Great riches acquired by commerce were more rare, and had not as yet been able to confound all ranks of men, and render money the chief foundation of distinction. Much ceremony took place in the common intercourse of life, and little familiarity was indulged by the great. The advantages which result from opulence are so solid and real, that those who are possessed of them need not dread the near approaches of their inferiors. The distinctions of birth and title, being more empty and imaginary, soon vanish upon familiar access and acquaintance. The expenses of the great consisted in pomp, and show, and a numerous retinue, rather than in convenience and true pleasure. The Earl of Nottingham, in his embassy to Spain, was attended by 500 persons, the Earl of Hertford, in that to Brussels, carried 300 gentlemen along with him. Lord Bacon has remarked, that the English nobility, in his time, maintained a larger retinue of servants than the nobility of any other nation, except, perhaps, the Polanders. Civil honors, which now hold the first place, were at that time subordinate to the military. The young gentry and nobility were fond of distinguishing themselves by arms. The fury of duels, too, prevailed more than at any time before or since. This was the turn that the romantic chivalry, for which the nation was formerly so renowned, had lately taken. Liberty of commerce between the sexes was indulged, but without any licentiousness of manners. The court was very little an exception to this observation. James had rather entertained an aversion and contempt for the females, nor were those young courtiers, of whom he was so fond, able to break through the established manners of the nation. The first sedan chair seen in England was in this reign, and was used by the Duke of Buckingham, to the great indignation of the people, who exclaimed, that he was employing his fellow creatures to do the service of beasts. The country life prevails at present in England beyond any cultivated nation of Europe, but it was then much more generally embraced by all the gentry. The increase of arts, pleasures, and social commerce, was just beginning to produce an inclination for the softer and more civilized life of the city. James discouraged, as much as possible, this alteration of manners. He was wont to be very earnest, as Lord Bacon tells us, with the country gentlemen to go from London to their country seats. And sometimes he would say thus to them, "Gentlemen, at London you are like ships in a sea, which show like nothing. But in your country villages you are like ships in a river, which look like great things." He was not content with reproof and exhortation. As Queen Elizabeth had perceived with regret the increase of London, and had restrained all new buildings by proclamation, James, who found that these edicts were not exactly obeyed, frequently renewed them. Though a strict execution seems still to have been wanting. He also issued reiterated proclamations, in imitation of his predecessor, containing severe menaces against the gentry who lived in town. This policy is contrary to that which has ever been practiced by all princes who studied the increase of their authority. To allure the nobility to court, to engage them in expensive pleasures or employments which dissipate their fortune. To increase their subjection to ministers by attendance, to weaken their authority in the provinces by absence, these have been the common arts of arbitrary government. But James, besides that he had certainly laid no plan for extending his power, had no money to support a splendid court, or bestow on a numerous retinue of gentry and nobility. He thought too, that by their living together, they became more sensible of their own strength, and were apt to indulge too curious researches into matters of government. To remedy the present evil, he was desirous of dispersing them into their country seats, where, he hoped, they would bear a more submissive reverence to his authority, and receive less support from each other. But the contrary effect soon followed. The riches amassed during their residence at home rendered them independent. The influence acquired by hospitality made them formidable. They would not be led by the court, they could not be driven, and thus the system of the English government received a total and a sudden alteration in the course of less than 40 years. The first rise of commerce and the arts had contributed, in preceding reigns, to scatter those immense fortunes of the barons which rendered them so formidable both to king and people. The further progress of these advantages began, during this reign, to ruin the small proprietors of land, and, by both events, the gentry, or that rank which composed the House of Commons, enlarged their power and authority. The early improvements in luxury were seized by the greater nobles, whose fortunes, placing them above frugality, or even calculation, were soon dissipated in expensive pleasures. These improvements reached at last all men of property. And those of slender fortunes, who at that time were often men of family, imitating those of a rank immediately above them, reduced themselves to poverty. Their lands, coming to sale, swelled the estates of those who possessed riches sufficient for the fashionable expenses, but who were not exempted from some care and attention to their domestic economy. The gentry also of that age were engaged in no expense, except that of country hospitality. No taxes were levied, no wars waged, no attendance at court expected, no bribery or profusion required at elections. Could human nature ever reach happiness, the condition of the English gentry, under so mild and benign a prince, might merit that appellation. The amount of the king's revenue, as it stood in 1617, is thus stated. Of crown lands, £80,000 a year, by customs and new impositions, near 190,000. By wards and other various branches of revenue, besides purveyance, 180,000, the whole amounting to 450,000. The king's ordinary disbursements, by the same account, are said to exceed this sum £36,000. All the extraordinary sums which James had raised by subsidies, loans, sale of lands, sale of the title of baronet, money paid by the states and by the King of France, benevolences, etc., were, in the whole, about £2,200,000, of which the sale of lands afforded £775,000. The extraordinary disbursements of the king amounted to 2 millions. Besides above £400,000 given in presents. Upon the whole, a sufficient reason appears, partly from necessary expenses, partly for want of a rigid economy, why the king, even early in his reign, was deeply involved in debt, and found great difficulty to support the government. Farmers, not commissioners, levied the customs. It seems, indeed, requisite, that the former method should always be tried before the latter, though a preferable one. When men's own interest is concerned, they fall upon 100 expedients to prevent frauds in the merchants, and these the public may afterwards imitate, in establishing proper rules for its officers. The customs were supposed to amount to 5% of the value, and were levied upon exports, as well as imports. Nay, the imposition upon exports, by James's editions, is said to amount, in some few instances, to 25%. This practice, so hurtful to industry, prevails still in France, Spain, and most countries of Europe. The customs in 1604 yielded £127,000 a year, they rose to £190,000 towards the end of the reign. Interest, during this reign, was at 10% till 1624, when it was reduced to 8%. This high interest is an indication of the great profits and small progress of commerce. The extraordinary supplies granted by Parliament, during this whole reign, amounted not to more than £630,000. Which, divided among 21 years, makes £30,000 a year. I do not include those supplies, amounting to £300,000, which were given to the king by his last Parliament. These were paid in to their own commissioners, and the expenses of the Spanish War were much more than sufficient to exhaust them. The distressed family of the Palatine was a great burden on James, during part of his reign. The king, it is pretended, possessed not frugality proportioned to the extreme narrowness of his revenue. Splendid equipages, however, he did not affect, nor costly furniture, nor a luxurious table, nor prodigal mistresses. His buildings too were not sumptuous, though the banqueting house must not be forgotten, as a monument which does honor to his reign. Hunting was his chief amusement, the cheapest pleasure in which a king can indulge himself. His expenses were the effects of liberality, rather than of luxury. One day, it is said, while he was standing amidst some of his courtiers, a porter passed by, loaded with money, which he was carrying to the treasury. The king observed that Rich, afterwards Earl of Holland, one of his handsome, agreeable favorites, whispered something to one standing near him. Upon inquiry, he found that Rich had said, "How happy would that money make me!" Without hesitation, James bestowed it all upon him, though it amounted to £3,000. He added, "You think yourself very happy in obtaining so large a sum. But I am more happy in having an opportunity of obliging a worthy man, whom I love." The generosity of James was more the result of a benign humor or light fancy, than of reason or judgment. The objects of it were such as could render themselves agreeable to him in his loose hours, not such as were endowed with great merit, or who possessed talents or popularity which could strengthen his interest with the public. The same advantage, we may remark, over the people, which the crown formerly reaped from that interval between the fall of the peers and rise of the commons, was now possessed by the people against the crown. During the continuance of a like interval, the sovereign had already lost that independent revenue by which he could subsist without regular supplies from Parliament, and he had not yet acquired the means of influencing those assemblies. The effects of this situation, which commenced with the accession of the House of Tudor, soon rose to a great height, and were more or less propagated throughout all the reigns of that unhappy family. Subsidies and fifteenths are frequently mentioned by historians, but neither the amount of these taxes, nor the method of levying them, have been well explained. It appears, that the fifteenths formerly corresponded to the name, and were that proportionable part of the movables. But a valuation having been made in the reign of Edward III. That valuation was always adhered to, and each town paid unalterably a particular sum, which the inhabitants themselves assessed upon their fellow citizens. The same tax in corporate towns was called a tenth, because there it was, at first, a tenth of the movables. The whole amount of a tenth and a 15th throughout the kingdom, or a 15th, as it is often more concisely called, was about £29,000. The amount of a subsidy was not invariable, like that of a 15th. In the 8th of Elizabeth, a subsidy amounted to £120,000, in the 40th, it was not above £78,000. It afterwards fell to £70,000, and was continually decreasing. The reason is easily collected from the method of levying it. We may learn from the subsidy bills, that one subsidy was given for 4 shillings in the pound on land, and 2 shillings and 8 pence on movables throughout the counties, a considerable tax, had it been strictly levied. But this was only the ancient state of a subsidy. During the reign of James, there was not paid the 20th part of that sum. The tax was so far personal, that a man paid only in the county where he lived, though he should possess estates in other counties, and the assessors formed a loose estimation of his property, and rated him accordingly. To preserve, however, some rule in the estimation, it seems to have been the practice to keep an eye to former assessments, and to rate every man according as his ancestors, or men of such an estimated property, were accustomed to pay. This was a sufficient reason why subsidies could not increase, notwithstanding the great increase of money and rise of rents. But there was an evident reason why they continually decreased. The favor, as is natural to suppose, ran always against the crown, especially during the latter end of Elizabeth, when subsidies became numerous and frequent, and the sums levied were considerable, compared to former supplies. The assessors, though accustomed to have an eye to ancient estimations, were not bound to observe any such rule, but might rate anew any person, according to his present income. When rents fell, or parts of an estate were sold off, the proprietor was sure to represent these losses, and obtain a diminution of his subsidy. But where rents rose, or new lands were purchased, he kept his own secret, and paid no more than formerly. The advantage, therefore, of every change was taken against the crown, and the crown could obtain the advantage of none. And, to make the matter worse, the alterations which happened in property during this age, were in general unfavourable to the crown. The small proprietors, or 20-pound men, went continually to decay. And when their estates were swallowed up by a greater, the new purchaser increased not his subsidy. So loose, indeed, is the whole method of rating subsidies, that the wonder was, not how the tax should continually diminish, but how it yielded any revenue at all. It became at last so unequal and uncertain, that the Parliament was obliged to change it into a land tax. The price of corn during this reign, and that of the other necessaries of life, was no lower, or was rather higher, than at present. By a proclamation of James, establishing public magazines, whenever wheat fell below 32 shillings a quarter, rye below 18, barley below 16, the commissioners were empowered to purchase corn for the magazines. These prices then are to be regarded as low, though they would rather pass for high by our present estimation. The usual bread of the poor was at this time made of barley. The best wool, during the greater part of James's reign, was at 33 shillings a tod. At present it is not above 2/3 of that value, though it is low be presumed that our exports in woolen goods are somewhat increased. The finer manufactures, too, by the progress of arts and industry, have rather diminished in price, notwithstanding the great increase of money. In Shakespeare, the hostess tells Falstaff, that the shirts she bought him were Holland at 8 shillings a yard. A high price at this day, even supposing, what is not probable, that the best Holland at that time was equal in goodness to the best that can now be purchased. In like manner, a yard of velvet, about the middle of Elizabeth's reign, was valued at 22 shillings. It appears from Dr. Birch's Life of Prince Henry, that prince, by contract with his butcher, paid near a groat a pound throughout the year for all the beef and mutton used in his family. Besides, we must consider, that the general turn of that age, which no laws could prevent, was the converting of arable land into pasture. A certain proof that the latter was found more profitable, and consequently that all butchers' meat, as well as bread, was rather higher than at present. We have a regulation of the market with regard to poultry, and some other articles, very early in Charles I's reign, and the prices are high. A turkey cock 4 shillings and 6pence, a turkey hen 3 shillings, a pheasant cock 6, a pheasant hen 5, a partridge 1 shilling, a goose 2, a capon 2 and 6pence, a pullet 1 and 6pence, a rabbit 8 pence. A dozen of pigeons 6 shillings. We must consider that London at present is more than 3 times more populous than it was at that time. A circumstance which much increases the price of poultry, and of everything that cannot conveniently be brought from a distance, not to mention, that these regulations by authority are always calculated to diminish, never to increase the market prices. The contractors for victualling the navy were allowed by government 8 pence a day for the diet of each man when in harbour, 7 pence halfpenny when at sea, which would suffice at present. The chief difference in expense between that age and the present consists in the imaginary wants of men, which have since extremely multiplied. These are the principal reasons why James's revenue would go further than the same money in our time. Though the difference is not near so great as is usually imagined. The public was entirely free from the danger and expense of a standing army. While James was vaunting his divine vicegerency, and boasting of his high prerogative, he possessed not so much as a single regiment of guards to maintain his extensive claims. A sufficient proof that he sincerely believed his pretensions to be well grounded, and a strong presumption that they were at least built on what were then deemed plausible arguments. The militia of England, amounting to 160,000 men, was the sole defence of the kingdom. It is pretended that they were kept in good order during his reign. The City of London procured officers who had served abroad, and who taught the trained bands their exercises in artillery garden, a practice which had been discontinued since 1588. All the counties of England, in emulation of the capital, were fond of showing a well-ordered and well-appointed militia. It appeared, that the natural propensity of men towards military shows and exercises will go far, with a little attention in the sovereign, towards exciting and supporting this spirit in any nation. The very boys, at this time, in mimicry of their elders, enlisted themselves voluntarily into companies, elected officers, and practiced the discipline, of which the models were every day exposed to their view. Sir Edward Harwood, in a memorial composed at the beginning of the subsequent reign, says, that England was so unprovided with horses fit for war, that 2,000 men could not possibly be mounted throughout the whole kingdom. At present, the breed of horses is so much improved, that almost all those which are employed, either in the plough, wagon, or coach, would be fit for that purpose. The disorders of Ireland obliged James to keep up some forces there, and put him to great expense. The common pay of a private man in the infantry was 8d. a day, a lieutenant 2 shillings, an ensign 18d. The armies in Europe were not near so numerous during that age, and the private men, we may observe, were drawn from a better rank than at present, and approaching nearer to that of the officers. In the year 1583, there was a general review made of all the men in England capable of bearing arms, and these were found to amount to 1,172,000 men, according to Raleigh. It is impossible to warrant the exactness of this computation, or rather, we may fairly presume it to be somewhat inaccurate. But if it approached near the truth, England has probably, since that time, increased in populousness. The growth of London, in riches and beauty, as well as in numbers of inhabitants, has been prodigious. From 1600, it doubled every 40 years. And consequently, in 1680, it contained 4 times as many inhabitants as at the beginning of the century. It has ever been the center of all the trade in the kingdom, and almost the only town that affords society and amusement. The affection which the English bear to a country life, makes the provincial towns be little frequented by the gentry. Nothing but the allurements of the capital, which is favored by the residence of the king, and by being the seat of government and of all the courts of justice, can prevail over their passion for their rural villas. London at this time was almost entirely built of wood, and in every respect was certainly a very ugly city. The Earl of Arundel first introduced the general practice of brick buildings. The navy of England was esteemed formidable in Elizabeth's time, yet it consisted only of 33 ships, besides pinnaces, and the largest of these would not equal our 4th rates at present. Raleigh advises never to build a ship of war above 600 tons. James was not negligent of the navy. In 5 years preceding 1623, he built 10 new ships, and expended £50,000 a year on the fleet. Of the invention of shipping. This number is much superior to that contained in Murden, and that delivered by Sir Edward Coke to the House of Commons, and is more likely. By Raleigh's account, in his discourse of the first invention of shipping, the fleet, in the 24th of the Queen, consisted only of 13 ships, and was augmented afterwards 11. He probably reckoned some to be pinnaces, which Coke called ships, besides the value of £36,000 in timber, which he annually gave from the royal forests. The largest ship that ever had come from the English docks was built during this reign. She was only 1,400 tons, and carried 64 guns. The merchant ships, in cases of necessity, were instantly converted into ships of war. The king affirmed to the Parliament, that the navy had never before been in so good a condition. Every session of Parliament, during this reign, we meet with grievous lamentations concerning the decay of trade, and the growth of popery, such violent propensity have men to complain of the present times, and to entertain discontent against their fortune and condition. The king himself was deceived by these popular complaints, and was at a loss to account for the total want of money, which he heard so much exaggerated. It may, however, be affirmed, that during no preceding period of English history, was there a more sensible increase, than during the reign of this monarch, of all the advantages which distinguish a flourishing people. Not only the peace which he maintained was favorable to industry and commerce, his turn of mind inclined him to promote the peaceful arts, and trade being as yet in its infancy. All additions to it must have been the more evident to every eye which was not blinded by melancholy prejudices. By an account which seems judicious and accurate, it appears, that all the seamen employed in the merchant service amounted to 10,000 men, which probably exceeds not the fifth part of their present number. Sir Thomas Overbury says, that the Dutch possessed 3 times more shipping than the English, but that their ships were of inferior burden to those of the latter. Sir William Monson computed the English naval power to be little or nothing inferior to the Dutch, which is surely an exaggeration. The Dutch at this time traded to England with 600 ships, England to Holland with 60 only. A catalogue of the manufactures for which the English were then eminent, would appear very contemptible, in comparison of those which flourish among them at present. Almost all the more elaborate and curious arts were only cultivated abroad, particularly in Italy, Holland, and the Netherlands. Shipbuilding and the founding of iron cannon were the sole in which the English excelled. They seem, indeed, to have possessed alone the secret of the latter, and great complaints were made every Parliament against the exportation of English ordnance. 9/10 of the commerce of the kingdom consisted in woolen goods. Wool, however, was allowed to be exported, till the 19th of the king. Its exportation was then forbidden by proclamation, though that edict was never strictly executed. Most of the cloth was exported raw, and was dyed and dressed by the Dutch, who gained, it is pretended, £700,000 a year by this manufacture. A proclamation issued by the king against exporting cloth in that condition, had succeeded so ill during 1 year, by the refusal of the Dutch to buy the dressed cloth, that great murmurs arose against it. And this measure was retracted by the king, and complained of by the nation, as if it had been the most impolitic in the world. It seems indeed to have been premature. In so little credit was the fine English cloth even at home, that the king was obliged to seek expedients by which he might engage the people of fashion to wear it. The manufacture of fine linen was totally unknown in the kingdom. The Company of Merchant Adventurers, by their patent, possessed the sole commerce of woolen goods, though the staple commodity of the kingdom. An attempt made during the reign of Elizabeth to lay open this important trade, had been attended with bad consequences for a time, by a conspiracy of the merchant adventurers not to make any purchases of cloth. And the Queen immediately restored them their patent. It was the groundless fear of a like accident, that enslaved the nation to those exclusive companies which confined so much every branch of commerce and industry. The Parliament, however, annulled, in the 3rd of the king, the patent of the Spanish Company, and the trade to Spain, which was at first very insignificant, soon became the most considerable in the kingdom. It is strange that they were not thence encouraged to abolish all the other companies, and that they went no further than obliging them to enlarge their bottom, and to facilitate the admission of new adventurers. A Board of Trade was erected by the king in 1622. One of the reasons assigned in the commission is, to remedy the low price of wool, which begot complaints of the decay of the woolen manufactory. It is more probable, however, that this fall of prices proceeded from the increase of wool. The king likewise recommends it to the commissioners to inquire and examine, whether a greater freedom of trade, and an exemption from the restraint of exclusive companies, would not be beneficial. Men were then fettered by their own prejudices. And the king was justly afraid of embracing a bold measure, whose consequences might be uncertain. The digesting of a Navigation Act, of a like nature with the famous one executed afterwards by the Republican Parliament, is likewise recommended to the commissioners. The arbitrary powers then commonly assumed by the Privy Council, appear evidently through the whole tenor of the commission. The silk manufacture had no footing in England, but, by James's direction, mulberry trees were planted, and silkworms introduced. The climate seems unfavourable to the success of this project. The planting of hops increased much in England during this reign. Greenland is thought to have been discovered about this period. And the whale fishery was carried on with success, but the industry of the Dutch, in spite of all opposition, soon deprived the English of this source of riches. A company was erected for the discovery of the Northwest Passage. And many fruitless attempts were made for that purpose. In such noble projects, despair ought never to be admitted, till the absolute impossibility of success be fully ascertained. The passage to the East Indies had been opened to the English during the reign of Elizabeth. But the trade to those parts was not entirely established till this reign, when the East India Company received a new patent, enlarged their stock to £1,500,000, and fitted out several ships on these adventures. In 1609, they built a vessel of 1,200 tons, the largest merchant ship that England had ever known. She was unfortunate, and perished by shipwreck. In 1611, a large ship of the company, assisted by a pinnace, maintained 5 several engagements with a squadron of Portuguese, and gained a complete victory over forces much superior. During the following years, the Dutch company was guilty of great injuries towards the English, in expelling many of their factors, and destroying their settlements, but these violences were resented with a proper spirit by the Court of England. A naval force was equipped under the Earl of Oxford, and lay in wait for the return of the Dutch East India fleet. By reason of cross winds, Oxford tailed of his purpose, and the Dutch escaped. Some time after, one rich ship was taken by Vice-Admiral Merwin, and it was stipulated by the Dutch to pay £70,000 to the English company, in consideration of the losses which that company had sustained. But neither this stipulation, nor the fear of reprisals, nor the sense of that friendship which subsisted between England and the States, could restrain the avidity of the Dutch company, or render them equitable in their proceedings towards their allies. Impatient to have the sole possession of the spice trade, which the English then shared with them, they assumed a jurisdiction over a factory of the latter in the island of Amboyna. And on very improbable, and even absurd pretenses, seized all the factors with their families, and put them to death with the most inhuman tortures. This dismal news arrived in England at the time when James, by the prejudices of his subjects and the intrigues of his favourite, was constrained to make a breach with Spain, and he was obliged, after some remonstrances, to acquiesce in this indignity from a state whose alliance was now become necessary to him. It is remarkable, that the nation, almost without a murmur, submitted to this injury from their Protestant confederates. An injury which, besides the horrid enormity of the action, was of much deeper importance to national interest, than all those which they were so impatient to resent from the House of Austria. The exports of England from Christmas, 1612, to Christmas 1613, are computed at £2,487,435. The imports at £2,141,151, so that the balance in favour of England was £346,284. But in 1622, the exports were £2,320,436, the imports £2,619,315. Which makes a balance of £298,879 against England. The coinage of England from 1599 to 1619 amounted to £4,779,314 13 shillings and 4 pence, a proof that the balance, in the main, was considerably in favour of the kingdom. As the annual imports and exports together rose to near 5 millions, and the customs never yielded so much as £200,000 a year, of which tonnage made a part, it appears that the new rates affixed by James did not, on the whole, amount to 1 shilling in the pound, and consequently were still inferior to the intention of the original grant of Parliament. The East India Company usually carried out a third of their cargo in commodities. The trade to Turkey was one of the most gainful to the nation. It appears that copper halfpence and farthings began to be coined in this reign. Tradesmen had commonly carried on their retail business chiefly by means of leaden tokens. The small silver penny was soon lost, and at this time was nowhere to be found. What chiefly renders the reign of James memorable, is the commencement of the English colonies in America, colonies established on the noblest footing that has been known in any age or nation. The Spaniards, being the first discoverers of the New World, immediately took possession of the precious mines which they found there. And, by the allurement of great riches, they were tempted to depopulate their own country, as well as that which they conquered. And added the vice of sloth to those of avidity and barbarity, which had attended their adventurers in those renowned enterprises. That fine coast was entirely neglected which reaches from St. Augustine to Cape Breton, and which lies in all the temperate climates, is watered by noble rivers, and offers a fertile soil, but nothing more, to the industrious planter. Peopled gradually from England by the necessitous and indigent, who at home increased neither wealth nor populousness, the colonies which were planted along that tract have promoted the navigation, encouraged the industry, and even perhaps multiplied the inhabitants of their mother country. The spirit of independency, which was reviving in England, here shone forth in its full lustre, and received new accession from the aspiring character of those who, being discontented with the established church and monarchy, had sought for freedom amidst those savage deserts. Queen Elizabeth had done little more than given a name to the continent of Virginia, and, after her planting one feeble colony, which quickly decayed, that country was entirely abandoned. But when peace put an end to the military enterprises against Spain, and left ambitious spirits no hopes of making any longer such rapid advances towards honor and fortune, the nation began to second the pacific intentions of its monarch, and to seek a surer, though slower expedient, for acquiring riches and glory. In 1606, Newport carried over a colony, and began a settlement, which the company, erected by patent for that purpose in London and Bristol, took care to supply with yearly recruits of provisions, utensils, and new inhabitants. About 1609, Argall discovered a more direct and shorter passage to Virginia, and left the track of the ancient navigators, who had first directed their course southwards to the tropic, sailed westward by means of the trade winds, and then turned northward, till they reached the English settlements. The same year, 500 persons, under Sir Thomas Gates and Sir George Somers, were embarked for Virginia. Somers's ship, meeting with a tempest, was driven into the Bermudas, and laid the foundation of a settlement in those islands. Lord Delaware afterwards undertook the government of the English colonies, but, notwithstanding all his care, seconded by supplies from James and by money raised from the first lottery ever known in the kingdom. Such difficulties attended the settlement of these countries, that, in 1614, there were not alive more than 400 men, of all that had been sent thither. After supplying themselves with provisions more immediately necessary for the support of life, the new planters began the cultivating of tobacco. And James, notwithstanding his antipathy to that drug, which he affirmed to be pernicious to men's morals, as well as their health, gave them permission to enter it in England, and he inhibited by proclamation all importation of it from Spain. By degrees, new colonies were established in that continent, and gave new names to the places where they settled, leaving that of Virginia to the province first planted. The island of Barbados was also planted in this reign. Speculative reasoners, during that age, raised many objections to the planting of those remote colonies, and foretold that, after draining their mother country of inhabitants, they would soon shake off her yoke, and erect an independent government in America, but time has shown that the views entertained by those who encouraged such generous undertakings, were more just and solid. A mild government and great naval force have preserved, and may still preserve during some time, the dominion of England over her colonies. And such advantages have commerce and navigation reaped from these establishments, that more than a fourth of the English shipping is at present computed to be employed in carrying on the traffic with the American settlements. Agriculture was anciently very imperfect in England. The sudden transitions, so often mentioned by historians, from the lowest to the highest price of grain, and the prodigious inequality of its value in different years, are sufficient proofs that the produce depended entirely on the seasons, and that art had as yet done nothing to fence against the injuries of the heavens. During this reign, considerable improvements were made, as in most arts, so in this, the most beneficial of any. A numerous catalogue might be formed of books and pamphlets treating of husbandry, which were written about this time. The nation, however, was still dependent on foreigners for daily bread. And though its exportation of grain forms a considerable branch of its commerce, notwithstanding its probable increase of people, there was, in that period, a regular importation from the Baltic, as well as from France, and if it ever stopped, the bad consequences were sensibly felt by the nation. Sir Walter Raleigh, in his Observations, computes that 2 millions went out at one time for corn. It was not till the 5th of Elizabeth, that the exportation of corn had been allowed in England. And Camden observes, that agriculture from that moment received new life and vigor. The endeavors of James, or, more properly speaking, those of the nation, for promoting trade, were attended with greater success than those for the encouragement of learning. Though the age was by no means destitute of eminent writers, a very bad taste in general prevailed during that period, and the monarch himself was not a little infected with it. On the origin of letters among the Greeks, the genius of poets and orators, as might naturally be expected, was distinguished by an amiable simplicity, which, whatever rudeness may sometimes attend it, is so fitted to express the genuine movements of nature and passion, that the compositions possessed of it must ever appear valuable to the discerning part of mankind. The glaring figures of discourse, the pointed antithesis, the unnatural conceit, the jingle of words, such false ornaments were not employed by early writers, not because they were rejected, but because they scarcely ever occurred to them. An easy, unforced strain of sentiment runs through their compositions. Though at the same time we may observe, that, amidst the most elegant simplicity of thought and expression, one is sometimes surprised to meet with a poor conceit, which had presented itself unsought for, and which the author had not acquired critical observation enough to condemn. A bad taste seizes with avidity these frivolous beauties, and even perhaps a good taste. Ere surfeited by them, they multiply every day more and more in the fashionable compositions. Nature and good sense are neglected, labored ornaments studied and admired, and a total degeneracy of style and language prepares the way for barbarism and ignorance. Hence the Asiatic manner was found to depart so much from the simple purity of Athens, hence that tinsel eloquence which is observable in many of the Roman writers, from which Cicero himself is not wholly exempted, and which so much prevails in Ovid, Seneca, Lucan, Martial, and the Plinies. On the revival of letters, when the judgment of the public is yet raw and unformed, this false glitter catches the eye, and leaves no room either in eloquence or poetry, for the durable beauties of solid sense and lively passion. The reigning genius is then diametrically opposite to that which prevails on the first origin of arts. The Italian writers, it is evident, even the most celebrated, have not reached the proper simplicity of thought and composition. And in Petrarch, Tasso, Guarini, frivolous witticisms and forced conceits are but too predominant. The period during which letters were cultivated in Italy was so short, as scarcely to allow leisure for correcting this adulterated relish. The more early French writers are liable to the same reproach. Voiture, Balzac, even Corneille, have too much affected those ambitious ornaments, of which the Italians in general, and the least pure of the ancients, supplied them with so many models. And it was not till late, that observation and reflection gave rise to a more natural turn of thought and composition among that elegant people. A like character may be extended to the first English writers, such as flourished during the reigns of Elizabeth and James, and even till long afterwards. Learning, on its revival in this island, was attired in the same unnatural garb which it wore at the time of its decay among the Greeks and Romans. And, what may be regarded as a misfortune, the English writers were possessed of great genius before they were endowed with any degree of taste, and by that means gave a kind of sanction to those forced turns and sentiments which they so much affected. Their distorted conceptions and expressions are attended with such vigor of mind, that we admire the imagination which produced them, as much as we blame the want of judgment which gave them admittance. To enter into an exact criticism of the writers of that age, would exceed our present purpose. A short character of the most eminent, delivered with the same freedom which history exercises over kings and ministers, may not be improper. The national prepossessions which prevail, will perhaps render the former liberty not the least perilous for an author. If Shakespeare be considered as a man, born in a rude age, and educated in the lowest manner, without any instruction either from the world or from books, he may be regarded as a prodigy, if represented as a poet, capable of furnishing a proper entertainment to a refined or intelligent audience. We must abate much of this eulogy. In his compositions, we regret that many irregularities, and even absurdities, should so frequently disfigure the animated and passionate scenes intermixed with them. And at the same time, we perhaps admire the more those beauties, on account of their being surrounded with such deformities. A striking peculiarity of sentiment adapted to a singular character, he frequently hits, as it were by inspiration. But a reasonable propriety of thought he cannot for any time uphold. Nervous and picturesque expressions, as well as descriptions, abound in him, but it is in vain we look either for purity or simplicity of diction. His total ignorance of all theatrical art and conduct, however material a defect, yet, as it affects the spectator rather than the reader, we can more easily excuse, than that want of taste which often prevails in his productions, and which gives way only by intervals to the irradiations of genius. A great and fertile genius he certainly possessed, and one enriched equally with a tragic and comic vein, but he ought to be cited as a proof, how dangerous it is to rely on these advantages alone for attaining an excellence in the finer arts. And there may even remain a suspicion, that we overrate, if possible, the greatness of his genius, in the same manner as bodies often appear more gigantic, on account of their being disproportioned and misshapen. He died in 1616, aged 53 years. Johnson possessed all the learning which was wanting to Shakespeare, and wanted all the genius of which the other was possessed. Both of them were equally deficient in taste and elegance, in harmony and correctness. A servile copyist of the ancients, Johnson translated into bad English the beautiful passages of the Greek and Roman authors, without accommodating them to the manners of his age and country. His merit has been totally eclipsed by that of Shakespeare, whose rude genius prevailed over the rude art of his contemporary. The English theatre has ever since taken a strong tincture of Shakespeare's spirit and character. And thence it has proceeded, that the nation has undergone, from all its neighbours, the reproach of barbarism, from which its valuable productions in some other parts of learning would otherwise have exempted it. Johnson had a pension of 100 marks from the king, which Charles afterwards augmented to £100. He died in 1637, aged 63. Fairfax has translated Tasso with an elegance and ease, and at the same time with an exactness, which, for that age, are surprising. Each line in the original is faithfully rendered by a correspondent line in the translation. Harrington's translation of Ariosto is not likewise without its merit. It is to be regretted, that these poets should have imitated the Italians in their stanza, which has a prolixity and uniformity in it that displeases in long performances. They had, otherwise, as well as Spenser, who went before them, contributed much to the polishing and refining of the English versification. In Donne's satires, when carefully inspected, there appear some flashes of wit and ingenuity. But these totally suffocated and buried by the harshest and most uncouth expression that is anywhere to be met with. If the poetry of the English was so rude and imperfect during that age, we may reasonably expect that their prose would be liable to still greater objections. Though the latter appears the more easy, as it is the more natural method of composition, it has ever in practice been found the more rare and difficult. And there scarcely is an instance, in any language, that it has reached a degree of perfection, before the refinement of poetical numbers and expression. English prose, during the reign of James, was written with little regard to the rules of grammar, and with a total disregard to the elegance and harmony of the period. Stuffed with Latin sentences and quotations, it likewise imitated those inversions, which, however forcible and graceful in the ancient languages, are entirely contrary to the idiom of the English. I shall indeed venture to affirm, that, whatever uncouth phrases and expressions occur in old books, they were chiefly owing to the unformed taste of the author. And that the language spoken in the courts of Elizabeth and James, was very little different from that which we meet with at present in good company. Of this opinion, the little scraps of speeches which are found in the parliamentary journals, and which carry all airs so opposite to the laboured rations, seem to be a sufficient proof. And there want not productions of that age, which, being written by men who were not authors by profession, retain a very natural manner, and may give us some idea of the language which prevailed among men of the world. I shall particularly mention Sir John Davis's Discovery, Throgmorton's, Essex's, and Neville's Letters. In a more early period, Cavendish's Life of Cardinal Wolsey, the pieces that remain of Bishop Gardiner, and then Bullen's Letter to the King, differ little or nothing from the language of our time. The great glory of literature in this island during the reign of James was Lord Bacon. Most of his performances were composed in Latin, though he possessed neither the elegance of that, nor of his native tongue. If we consider the variety of talents displayed by this man, as a public speaker, a man of business, a wit, a courtier, a companion, an author, a philosopher, he is justly the object of great admiration. If we consider him merely as an author and philosopher, the light in which we view him at present, though very estimable, he was yet inferior to his contemporary Galileo, perhaps even to Kepler. Bacon pointed out at a distance the road to true philosophy, Galileo both pointed it out to others, and made himself considerable advances in it. The Englishman was ignorant of geometry, the Florentine revived that science, excelled in it, and was the first that applied it, together with experiment, to natural philosophy. The former rejected, with the most positive disdain, the system of Copernicus, the latter fortified it with new proofs, derived both from reason and the senses. Bacon's style is stiff and rigid, his wit, though often brilliant, is also often unnatural and far-fetched. And he seems to be the original of those pointed similes and long-spun allegories which so much distinguish the English authors. Galileo is a lively and agreeable, though somewhat a prolix writer. But Italy, not united in any single government, and perhaps satiated with that literary glory which it has possessed both in ancient and modern times, has too much neglected the renown which it has acquired by giving birth to so great a man. That national spirit which prevails among the English, and which forms their great happiness, is the cause why they bestow on all their eminent writers, and on Bacon among the rest, such praises and acclamations as may often appear partial and excessive. He died in 1626, in the 66th year of his life. If the reader of Raleigh's history can have the patience to wade through the Jewish and rabbinical learning which compose the half of the volume, he will find, when he comes to the Greek and Roman story, that his pains are not unrewarded. Raleigh is the best model of that ancient style which some writers would affect to revive at present. He was beheaded in 1618, aged 66 years. Camden's History of Queen Elizabeth may be esteemed good composition, both for style and matter. It is written with simplicity of expression, very rare in that age, and with a regard to truth. It would not perhaps be too much to affirm, that it is among the best historical productions which have yet been composed by any Englishman. It is well known that the English have not much excelled in that kind of literature. He died in 1623, aged 73 years. We shall mention the king himself at the end of these English writers, because that is his place, when considered as an author. It may safely be affirmed, that the mediocrity of James's talents in literature, joined to the great change in national taste, is one cause of that contempt under which his memory labors, and which is often carried by party writers to a great extreme. It is remarkable, how different from ours were the sentiments of the ancients with regard to learning. Of the first 20 Roman emperors, counting from Caesar to Severus, above the half were authors. And though few of them seem to have been eminent in that profession, it is always remarked to their praise, that by their example they encouraged literature. Not to mention Germanicus, and his daughter Agrippina, persons so nearly allied to the throne, the greater part of the classic writers whose works remain, were men of the highest quality. As every human advantage is attended with inconveniencies, the change of men's ideas in this particular may probably be ascribed to the invention of printing, which has rendered books so common, that even men of slender fortunes can have access to them. That James was but a middling writer, may be allowed; that he was a contemptible one, can by no means be admitted. Whoever will read his Basilicon Doron, particularly the 2 last books, The True Law of Free Monarchies, his answer to Cardinal Perron, and almost all his speeches and messages to Parliament, will confess him to have possessed no mean genius. If he wrote concerning witches and apparitions, who, in that age did not admit the reality of these fictitious beings? If he has composed a commentary on the Revelations, and proved the Pope to be Antichrist, may not a similar reproach be extended to the famous Napier, and even to Newton, at a time when learning was much more advanced than during the reign of James? From the grossness of its superstitions we may infer the ignorance of an age. but never should pronounce concerning the folly of an individual, from his admitting popular errors, consecrated by the appearance of religion. Such a superiority do the pursuits of literature possess above every other occupation, that even he who attains but a mediocrity in them, merits the preeminence above those that excel the most in the common and vulgar professions. The Speaker of the House of Commons is usually an eminent lawyer, yet the harangue of His Majesty will always be found much superior to that of the Speaker, in every Parliament during this reign. Every science, as well as polite literature, must be considered as being yet in its infancy. Scholastic learning and polemical divinity retarded the growth of all true knowledge. Sir Henry Savile, in the preamble of that deed by which he annexed a salary to the mathematical and astronomical professors in Oxford, says, that geometry was almost totally abandoned and unknown in England. The best learning of that age was the study of the ancients. Casaubon, eminent for this species of knowledge, was invited over from France by James, and encouraged by a pension of £300 a year, as well as by church preferments. The famous Antonio di Dominis, Archbishop of Spalatro, no despicable philosopher, came likewise into England, and afforded great triumph to the nation, by their gaining so considerable a proselyte from the Papists. But the mortification followed soon after. The Archbishop, though advanced to some ecclesiastical preferments, received not encouragement sufficient to satisfy his ambition. He made his escape into Italy, where he died in confinement. Chapter 51. Charles I. 1625. No sooner had Charles taken into his hands the reins of government, than he showed an impatience to assemble the great council of the nation. And he would gladly, for the sake of dispatch, have called together the same parliament which had sitten under his father, and which lay at that time under prorogation. But being told that this measure would appear unusual, he issued writs for summoning a new parliament on the 7th of May. And it was not without regret that the arrival of the Princess Henrietta, whom he had espoused by proxy, obliged him to delay, by repeated prorogations, their meeting till the 18th of June. When they assembled at Westminster for the dispatch of business. The young prince, unexperienced and impolitic, regarded as sincere all the praises and caresses with which he had been loaded while active in procuring the rupture with the House of Austria. And besides that he labored under great necessities, he hastened with alacrity to a period when he might receive the most undoubted testimony of the dutiful attachment of his subjects. His discourse to the Parliament was full of simplicity and cordiality. He lightly mentioned the occasion which he had for supply. He employed no intrigue to influence the suffrages of the members. He would not even allow the officers of the Crown, who had seats in the House, to mention any particular sum which might be expected by him. Secure of the affections of the Commons, he was resolved that their bounty should be entirely their own deed. Unasked, unsolicited, the genuine fruit of sincere confidence and regard. The House of Commons accordingly took into consideration the business of supply. They knew that all the money granted by the last Parliament had been expended on naval and military armaments, and that great anticipations were likewise made on the revenues of the Crown. They were not ignorant that Charles was loaded with a large debt, contracted by his father, who had borrowed money both from his own subjects and from foreign princes. They had learned by experience, that the public revenue could with difficulty maintain the dignity of the Crown, even under the ordinary charges of government. They were sensible, that the present war was very lately the result of their own importunate applications and entreaties, and that they had solemnly engaged to support their sovereign in the management of it. They were acquainted with the difficulty of military enterprises directed against the whole House of Austria, against the King of Spain, possessed of the greatest riches and most extensive dominions of any prince in Europe. Against the Emperor Ferdinand, hitherto the most fortunate monarch of his age, who had subdued and astonished Germany by the rapidity of his victories. Deep impressions they saw must be made by the English sword, and a vigorous offensive war be waged against these mighty potentates, ere they would resign a principality which they had now fully subdued, and which they held in secure possession, by its being surrounded with all their other territories. To answer, therefore, all these great and important ends, to satisfy their young king in the first request which he made them, to prove their sense of the many royal virtues, particularly economy, with which Charles was endued. The House of Commons, conducted by the wisest and ablest senators that had ever flourished in England, thought proper to confer on the king a supply of 2 subsidies, amounting to £112,000. This measure, which discovers rather a cruel mockery of Charles, than any serious design of supporting him, appears so extraordinary, when considered in all its circumstances, that it naturally summons up our attention, and raises an inquiry concerning the causes of a conduct unprecedented in an English Parliament. So numerous an assembly, composed of persons of various dispositions, was not, it is probable, wholly influenced by the same motives, and few declared openly their true reason. We shall, therefore, approach nearer to the truth, if we mention all the views which the present conjuncture could suggest to them. It is not to be doubted, but spleen and ill will against the Duke of Buckingham had an influence with many. So vast and rapid a fortune, so little merited, could not fail to excite public envy. And however men's hatred might have been suspended for a moment, while the Duke's conduct seemed to gratify their passions and their prejudices, it was impossible for him long to preserve the affections of the people. His influence over the modesty of Charles exceeded even that which he had acquired over the weakness of James, nor was any public measure conducted but by his counsel and direction. His vehement temper prompted him to raise suddenly, to the highest elevation, his flatterers and dependents, and upon the least occasion of displeasure, he threw them down with equal impetuosity and violence. Implacable in his hatred, fickle in his friendships, all men were either regarded as his enemies, or dreaded soon to become such. The whole power of the kingdom was grasped by his insatiable hand, while he both engrossed the entire confidence of his master, and held invested in his single person the most considerable offices of the crown. However the ill humor of the Commons might have been increased by these considerations, we are not to suppose them the sole motives. The last Parliament of James, amidst all their joy and festivity, had given him a supply very disproportioned to his demand, and to the occasion. And as every House of Commons which was elected during 40 years, succeeded to all the passions and principles of their predecessors, we ought rather to account for this obstinacy from the general situation of the kingdom during that whole period, than from any circumstances which attended this particular conjuncture. The nation was very little accustomed at that time to the burden of taxes, and had never opened their purses in any degree for supporting their sovereign. Even Elizabeth, notwithstanding her vigor and frugality, and the necessary wars in which she was engaged, had reason to complain of the Commons in this particular. Nor could the authority of that princess, which was otherwise almost absolute, ever extort from them the requisite supplies. Habits, more than reason, we find in everything to be the governing principle of mankind. In this view, likewise, the sinking of the value of subsidies must be considered as a loss to the king. The Parliament, swayed by custom, would not augment their number in the same proportion. The puritanical party, though disguised, had a great authority over the kingdom, and many of the leaders among the Commons had secretly embraced the rigid tenets of that sect. All these were disgusted with the court, both by the prevalence of the principles of civil liberty essential to their party, and on account of the restraint under which they were held by the established hierarchy. In order to fortify himself against the resentment of James, Buckingham had affected popularity, and entered into the cabals of the Puritans, but, being secure of the confidence of Charles, he had since abandoned this party, and on that account was the more exposed to their hatred and resentment. Though the religious schemes of many of the Puritans, when explained, appear pretty frivolous, we are not thence to imagine that they were pursued by none but persons of weak understandings. Some men of the greatest parts and most extensive knowledge that the nation at this time produced, could not enjoy any peace of mind, because obliged to hear prayers offered up to the divinity by a priest covered with a white linen vestment. The match with France, and the articles in favor of Catholics which were suspected to be in the treaty, were likewise causes of disgust to this whole party, though it must be remarked that the connections with that crown were much less obnoxious to the Protestants, and less agreeable to the Catholics, than the alliance formerly projected with Spain, and were therefore received rather with pleasure than dissatisfaction. To all these causes we must yet add another, of considerable moment. The House of Commons, we may observe, was almost entirely governed by a set of men of the most uncommon capacity and the largest views. Men who were now formed into a regular party, and united, as well by fixed aims and projects, as by the hardships which some of them had undergone in prosecution of them. Among these we may mention the names of Sir Edward Coke, Sir Edwin Sandys, Sir Robert Phillips, Sir Francis Seymour, Sir Dudley Digges, Sir John Eliot, Sir Thomas Wentworth, Mr. Selden, and Mr. Pym. Animated with a warm regard to liberty, these generous patriots saw with regret an unbounded power exercised by the Crown, and were resolved to seize the opportunity which the King's necessities offered them, of reducing the prerogative within more reasonable compass. Though their ancestors had blindly given way to practices and precedents favourable to kingly power, and had been able, notwithstanding, to preserve some small remains of liberty, it would be impossible, they thought, when all these pretensions were methodized, and prosecuted by the increasing knowledge of the age, to maintain any shadow of popular government, in opposition to such unlimited authority in the sovereign. It was necessary to fix a choice, either to abandon entirely the privileges of the people, or to secure them by firmer and more precise barriers than the Constitution had hitherto provided for them. In this dilemma, men of such aspiring geniuses, and such independent fortunes, could not long deliberate. They boldly embraced the side of freedom, and resolved to grant no supplies to their necessitous prince, without extorting concessions in favor of civil liberty. The end they esteemed beneficent and noble, the means, regular and constitutional. To grant or refuse supplies was the undoubted privilege of the Commons. And as all human governments, particularly those of a mixed frame, are in continual fluctuation, it was as natural, in their opinion, and allowable, for popular assemblies to take advantage of favourable incidents, in order to secure the subject. As for monarchs, in order to extend their own authority. With pleasure they beheld the king involved in a foreign war, which rendered him every day more dependent on the Parliament. While at the same time the situation of the kingdom, even without any military preparations, gave it sufficient security against all invasion from foreigners. Perhaps, too, it had partly proceeded from expectations of this nature, that the popular leaders had been so urgent for a rupture with Spain. Nor is it credible, that religious zeal could so far have blinded all of them, as to make them discover, in such a measure, any appearance of necessity, or any hopes of success. But, however natural all these sentiments might appear to the country party, it is not to be imagined that Charles would entertain the same ideas. Strongly prejudiced in favour of the Duke, whom he had heard so highly extolled in Parliament, he could not conjecture the cause of so sudden an alteration in their opinions. And when the war which they themselves had so earnestly solicited, was at last commenced, the immediate desertion of their sovereign could not but seem very unaccountable. Even though no further motive had been suspected, the refusal of supply in such circumstances would naturally to him appear cruel and deceitful, but when he perceived that this measure proceeded from an intention of encroaching on his authority, he failed not to regard these aims as highly criminal and traitorous. Those lofty ideas of monarchical power which were very commonly adopted during that age, and to which the ambiguous nature of the English constitution gave so plausible an appearance, were firmly revet in Charles. And however moderate his temper, the natural and unavoidable prepossessions of self-love, joined to the late uniform precedents in favour of prerogative, had made him regard his political tenets as certain and uncontroverted. Taught to consider even the ancient laws and constitution more as lines to direct his conduct, than barriers to withstand his power. A conspiracy to erect new ramparts, in order to straighten his authority, appeared but one degree removed from open sedition and rebellion. So atrocious in his eyes was such a design, that he seems even unwilling to impute it to the Commons. And though he was constrained to adjourn the Parliament by reason of the plague, which at that time raged in London, he immediately reassembled them at Oxford, and made a new attempt to gain from them some supplies in such an urgent necessity. Charles now found himself obliged to depart from that delicacy which he had formerly maintained. By himself or his ministers he entered into a particular detail, both of the alliances which he had formed, and of the military operations which he had projected. He told the Parliament, that, by a promise of subsidies, he had engaged the King of Denmark to take part in the war. That this monarch intended to enter Germany by the north, and to rouse to arms those princes who impatiently longed for an opportunity of asserting the liberty of the empire. That Mansfeld had undertaken to penetrate with an English army into the Palatinate, and by that quarter to excite the members of the evangelical unions that the states must be supported in the unequal warfare which they maintained with Spain. That no less a sum than £700,000 a year had been found, by computation, requisite for all these purposes, that the maintenance of the fleet, and the defence of Ireland, demanded an annual expense of £400,000. That he himself had already exhausted and anticipated, in the public service, his whole revenue, and had scarcely left sufficient for the daily subsistence of himself and his family. That on his accession to the crown, he found a debt of above £300,000, contracted by his father in support of the Palatine. And that while Prince of Wales, he had himself contracted debts, notwithstanding his great frugality, to the amount of £70,000, which he had expended entirely on naval and military armaments. After mentioning all these facts, the king even condescended to use entreaties. He said, that this request was the first that he had ever made them, that he was young, and in the commencement of his reign. And if he now met with kind and dutiful usage, it would endear to him the use of parliaments, and would forever preserve an entire harmony between him and his people. To these reasons the Commons remained inexorable. Notwithstanding that the king's measures, on the supposition of a foreign war, which they had constantly demanded, were altogether unexceptionable, they obstinately refused any further aid. Some members, favourable to the court, having insisted on an addition of 2/15 to the former supply, even this pittance was refused, though it was known that a fleet and army were lying at Portsmouth, in great want of pay and provisions. And that Buckingham, the admiral, and the treasurer of the navy, had advanced on their own credit near £100,000 for the sea service. Besides all their other motives, the House of Commons had made a discovery, which, as they wanted but a pretence for their refusal, inflamed them against the court and against the Duke of Buckingham. When James deserted the Spanish alliance, and courted that of France, he had promised to furnish Louis, who was entirely destitute of naval force, with 1 ship of war, together with 7 armed vessels hired from the merchants. These the French court had pretended they would employ against the Genoese, who, being firm and useful allies to the Spanish monarchy, were naturally regarded with an evil eye, both by the King of France and of England. When these vessels, by Charles's orders, arrived at Dieppe, there arose a strong suspicion that they were to serve against Rochelle. The sailors were inflamed. That race of men, who are at present both careless and ignorant in all matters of religion, were at that time only ignorant. They drew up a remonstrance to Pennington, their commander, and signing all their names in a circle, lest he should discover the ringleaders, they laid it under his prayer book. Pennington declared that he would rather be hanged in England for disobedience, than fight against his brother Protestants in France. The whole squadron sailed immediately to the Downs. There they received new orders from Buckingham, Lord Admiral, to return to Dieppe. As the Duke knew that authority alone would not suffice, he employed much art and many subtleties to engage them to obedience. And a rumour which was spread, that peace had been concluded between the French king and the Huguenots, assisted him in his purpose. When they arrived at Dieppe, they found that they had been deceived. Sir Ferdinando Gorges, who commanded one of the vessels, broke through and returned to England. All the officers and sailors of all the other ships, notwithstanding great offers made them by the French, immediately deserted. One gunner alone preferred duty towards his king to the cause of religion, and he was afterwards killed in charging a cannon before Rochelle. The care which historians have taken to record this frivolous event, proves with what pleasure the news was received by the nation. The House of Commons, when informed of these transactions, showed the same attachment with the sailors for the Protestant religion, nor was their zeal much better guided by reason and sound policy. It was not considered that it was highly probable the king and the duke themselves had here been deceived by the artifices of France, nor had they any hostile intention against the Huguenots. That, were it otherwise, yet might their measures be justified by the most obvious and most received maxims of civil policy. That, if the force of Spain were really so exorbitant as the Commons imagined, the French monarch was the only prince that could oppose its progress, and preserve the balance of Europe. That his power was at present fettered by the Huguenots, who, being possessed of many privileges, and even of fortified towns, formed an empire within his empire, and kept him in perpetual jealousy and inquietude. That an insurrection had been at that time wantonly and voluntarily formed by their leaders, who, being disgusted in some court intrigue, took advantage of the never-failing pretense of religion, in order to cover their rebellion, that the Dutch, influenced by these views, had ordered a squadron of 20 ships to join the French fleet employed against the inhabitants of Rochelle. That the Spanish monarch, sensible of the same consequences, secretly supported the Protestants in France, and that all princes had ever sacrificed to reasons of state the interests of their religion in foreign countries. All these obvious considerations had no influence. Great murmurs and discontent still prevailed in Parliament. The Huguenots, though they had no ground of complaint against the French court, were thought to be as much entitled to assistance from England, as if they had taken arms in defense of their liberties and religion against the persecuting rage of the Catholics. And it plainly appears from this incident, as well as from many others, that, of all European nations, the British were at that time, and till long after, the most under the influence of that religious spirit which tends rather to inflame bigotry than increase peace and mutual charity. On this occasion, the Commons renewed their eternal complaints against the growth of popery, which was ever the chief of their grievances, and now their only one. They demanded a strict execution of the penal laws against the Catholics, and remonstrated against some late pardons granted to priests. They attacked Montague, one of the king's chaplains, on account of a moderate book which he had lately published, and which, to their great disgust, saved virtuous Catholics, as well as other Christians, from eternal torments. Charles gave them a gracious and a compliant answer to all their remonstrances. He was, however, in his heart, extremely averse to these furious measures. Though a determined Protestant, by principle as well as inclination, he had entertained no violent horror against popery, and a little humanity, he thought, was due by the nation to the religion of their ancestors. That degree of liberty which is now indulged to Catholics, though a party much more obnoxious than during the reign of the Stuarts, it suited neither with Charles's sentiments nor the humour of the age to allow them. An abatement of the more rigorous laws was all he intended, and his engagements with France, notwithstanding that their regular execution had never been promised or expected, required of him some indulgence. But so unfortunate was this prince, that no measure embraced during his whole reign, was ever attended with more unhappy and more fatal consequences. The extreme rage against popery was a sure characteristic of Puritanism. The House of Commons discovered other infallible symptoms of the prevalence of that party. They petitioned the king for replacing such able clergy as had been silenced for want of conformity to the ceremonies. They also enacted laws for the strict observance of Sunday, which the Puritans affected to call the Sabbath, and which they sanctified by the most melancholy indolence. It is to be remarked, that the different appellations of this festival were at that time known symbols of the different parties. The king, finding that the Parliament was resolved to grant him no supply, and would furnish him with nothing but empty protestations of duty, or disagreeable complaints of grievances, took advantage of the plague, which began to appear at Oxford, and on that pretence immediately dissolved them. By finishing the session with a dissolution, instead of a prorogation, he sufficiently expressed his displeasure at their conduct. To supply the want of parliamentary aids, Charles issued privy seals for borrowing money from his subjects. The advantage reaped by this expedient was a small compensation for the disgust which it occasioned. By means, however, of that supply, and by other expedients, he was, though with difficulty, enabled to equip his fleet. It consisted of 80 vessels, great and small, and carried on board an army of 10,000 men. Sir Edward Cecil, lately created Viscount Wimbledon, was entrusted with the command. He sailed immediately for Cadiz, and found the bay full of Spanish ships of great value. He either neglected to attack these ships or attempted it preposterously. The army was landed, and a fort taken. But the undisciplined soldiers, finding store of wine, could not be restrained from the utmost excesses. Further stay appearing fruitless, they were re-embarked, and the fleet put to sea with an intention of intercepting the Spanish galleons. But the plague having seized the seamen and soldiers, they were obliged to abandon all hopes of this prize, and return to England. Loud complaints were made against the court for entrusting so important a command to a man like Cecil, whom, though he possessed great experience, the people, judging by the event, esteemed of slender capacity. 1626. Charles, having failed of so rich a prize, was obliged again to have recourse to a parliament. Though the ill success of his enterprises diminished his authority, and showed every day more plainly the imprudence of the Spanish war. Though the increase of his necessities rendered him more dependent, and more exposed to the encroachments of the commons, he was resolved to try once more that regular and constitutional expedient for supply. Perhaps, too, a little political art, which at that time he practiced, was much trusted to. He had named 4 popular leaders, sheriffs of counties, Sir Edward Coke, Sir Robert Phillips, Sir Thomas Wentworth, and Sir Francis Seymour. And, though the question had been formerly much contested, he thought that he had by that means incapacitated them from being elected members. But his intention, being so evident, rather put the commons more upon their guard. Enow of patriots still remained to keep up the ill humor of the house, and men needed but little instruction or rhetoric to recommend to them practices which increased their own importance and consideration. The weakness of the court, also, could not more evidently appear, than by its being reduced to use so ineffectual an expedient, in order to obtain an influence over the commons. The views, therefore, of the last Parliament were immediately adopted. As if the same men had been everywhere elected, and no time had intervened since their meeting. When the king laid before the House his necessities, and asked for supply, they immediately voted him 3 subsidies and 3/15. And though they afterwards added 1 subsidy more, the sum was little proportioned to the greatness of the occasion, and ill-fitted to promote those views of success and glory, for which the young prince, in his first enterprise, so ardently longed. But this circumstance was not the most disagreeable one. The supply was only voted by the commons. The passing of that vote into a law was reserved till the end of the session. A condition was thereby made, in a very undisguised manner, with their sovereign. Under color of redressing grievances, which during this short reign could not be very numerous, they were to proceed in regulating and controlling every part of government which displeased them. And if the king either cut them short in this undertaking, or refused compliance with their demands, he must not expect any supply from the commons. Great dissatisfaction was expressed by Charles at a treatment which he deemed so harsh and undutiful. But his urgent necessities obliged him to submit, and he waited with patience, observing to what side they would turn themselves. The Duke of Buckingham, formerly obnoxious to the public, became every day more unpopular, by the symptoms which appeared both of his want of temper and prudence, and of the uncontrolled ascendant which he had acquired over his master. 2 violent attacks he was obliged this session to sustain, one from the Earl of Bristol, another from the House of Commons. As long as James lived, Bristol, secure of the concealed favour of that monarch, had expressed all duty and obedience. In expectation that an opportunity would offer of reinstating himself in his former credit and authority. Even after Charles's accession he despaired not. He submitted to the king's commands of remaining at his country seat, and of absenting himself from Parliament. Many trials he made to regain the good opinion of his master. But finding them all fruitless, and observing Charles to be entirely governed by Buckingham, his implacable enemy, he resolved no longer to keep any measures with the court. A new spirit he saw, and a new power arising in the nation. And to these he was determined for the future to trust for his security and protection. When the Parliament was summoned, Charles, by a stretch of prerogative, had given orders that no writ, as is customary, should be sent to Bristol. That nobleman applied to the House of Lords by petition, and craved their good offices with the king for obtaining what was his due as a peer of the realm. His writ was sent him, but accompanied with a letter from the Lord Keeper Coventry, commanding him, in the king's name, to absent himself from Parliament. This letter Bristol conveyed to the Lords, and asked advice how to proceed in so delicate a situation. The king's prohibition was withdrawn, and Bristol took his seat. Provoked at these repeated instances of vigor, which the court denominated contumacy, Charles ordered his attorney general to enter an accusation of high treason against him. By way of recrimination, Bristol accused Buckingham of high treason. Both the Earl's defence of himself and accusation of the Duke remain, and, together with some original letters still extant, contain the fullest and most authentic account of all the negotiations with the House of Austria. From the whole, the great imprudence of the Duke evidently appears, and the sway of his ungovernable passions. But it would be difficult to collect thence any action which, in the eye of the law, could be deemed a crime, much less could subject him to the penalty of treason. The impeachment of the Commons was still less dangerous to the Duke, were it estimated by the standard of law and equity. The House, after having voted, upon some queries of Dr. Turner's, that common fame was a sufficient ground of accusation by the Commons, proceeded to frame regular articles against Buckingham. They accused him of having united many offices in his person, of having bought 2 of them, of neglecting to guard the seas, insomuch that many merchant ships had fallen into the hands of the enemy, of delivering ships to the French king in order to serve against the Huguenots, of being employed in the sale of honours and offices, of accepting extensive grants from the crown, of procuring many titles of honour for his kindred, and of administering physic to the late king without acquainting his physicians. All these articles appear, from comparing the accusation and reply, to be either frivolous or false, or both. The only charge which could be regarded as important, was, that he had extorted a sum of £10,000 from the East India Company, and that he had confiscated some goods belonging to French merchants, on pretence of their being the property of Spanish. The impeachment never came to a full determination. So that it is difficult for us to give a decisive opinion with regard to these articles, but it must be confessed that the Duke's answer in these particulars, as in all the rest, is so clear and satisfactory, that it is impossible to refuse our assent to it. His faults and blemishes were, in many respects, very great, but rapacity and avarice were vices with which he was entirely unacquainted. It is remarkable that the Commons, though so much at a loss to find articles of charge against Buckingham, never adopted Bristol's accusation, or impeached the Duke for his conduct in the Spanish treaty. The most blamable circumstance in his whole life. He had reason to believe the Spaniards sincere in their professions, yet, in order to gratify his private passions, he had hurried his master and his country into a war pernicious to the interests of both. But so rivet throughout the nation were the prejudices with regard to Spanish deceit and falsehood, that very few of the Commons seem as yet to have been convinced that they had been seduced by Buckingham's narrative, a certain proof that a discovery of this nature was not, as is imagined by several historians, the cause of so sudden and surprising a variation in the measures of the Parliament. While the Commons were thus warmly engaged against Buckingham, the king seemed desirous of embracing every opportunity by which he could express a contempt and disregard for them. No one was at that time sufficiently sensible of the great weight which the Commons bore in the balance of the Constitution. The history of England had never hitherto afforded one instance where any great movement or revolution had proceeded from the lower house. And as their rank, both considered in a body and as individuals, was but the second in the kingdom, nothing less than fatal experience could engage the English princes to pay a due regard to the inclinations of that formidable assembly. The Earl of Suffolk, Chancellor of the University of Cambridge, dying about this time, Buckingham, though lying under impeachment was yet, by means of court interest, chosen in his place. The Commons resented and loudly complained of this affront. And the more to enrage them, the king himself wrote a letter to the University, extolling the Duke, and giving them thanks for his election. The Lord Keeper, in the king's name, expressly commanded the House not to meddle with his minister and servant, Buckingham, and ordered them to finish, in a few days, the bill which they had begun for the subsidies, and to make some addition to them, otherwise they must not expect to sit any longer. And though these harsh commands were endeavoured to be explained and mollified, a few days after, by a speech of Buckingham's, they failed not to leave a disagreeable impression behind them. Besides a more stately style which Charles in general affected to this Parliament than to the last, he went so far, in a message, as to threaten the Commons that, if they did not furnish him with supplies, he should be obliged to try new councils. This language was sufficiently clear, yet lest any ambiguity should remain, Sir Dudley Carleton, Vice-Chamberlain, took care to explain it. "I pray you, consider," said he, "what these new councils are, or may be. I fear to declare those that I conceive. In all Christian kingdoms, you know that parliaments were in use anciently, by which those kingdoms were governed in a most flourishing manner. Until the monarchs began to know their own strength, and seeing the turbulent spirit of their parliaments, at length they, by little and little, began to stand on their prerogatives, and at last overthrew the parliaments, throughout Christendom. Except here only with us. Let us be careful then to preserve the king's good opinion of parliaments, which bringeth such happiness to this nation, and makes us envied of all others, while there is this sweetness between his majesty and the commons. Lest we lose the repute of a free people by our turbulency in parliament." These imprudent suggestions rather gave warning than struck terror. A precarious liberty, the commons thought, which was to be preserved by unlimited complaisance, was no liberty at all. And it was necessary, while yet in their power, to secure the constitution by such invincible barriers, that no king or minister should ever, for the future, dare to speak such a language to any parliament, or even entertain such a project against them. Two members of the House, Sir Dudley Digges and Sir John Eliot, who had been employed as managers of the impeachment against the Duke, were thrown into prison. The Commons immediately declared, that they would proceed no further upon business till they had satisfaction in their privileges. Charles alleged, as the reason of this measure, certain seditious expressions, which, he said, had, in their accusation of the Duke, dropped from these members. Upon inquiry, it appeared that no such expressions had been used. The members were released, and the king reaped no other benefit from this attempt than to exasperate the House still, and to show some degree of precipitancy and indiscretion. Moved by this example, the House of Peers were roused from their inactivity, and claimed liberty for the Earl of Arundel, who had been lately confined in the Tower. After many fruitless evasions, the king, though somewhat ungracefully, was at last obliged to comply. And in this incident it sufficiently appeared, that the Lords, how little soever inclined to popular courses, were not wanting in a just sense of their own dignity. The ill humour of the Commons, thus wantonly irritated by the court, and finding no gratification in the legal impeachment of Buckingham, sought other objects on which it might exert itself. The never-failing cry of popery here served them instead. They again claimed the execution of the penal laws against Catholics, and they presented to the king a list of persons entrusted with offices, most of them insignificant, who were either convicted or suspected recusants. In this particular they had, perhaps, some reason to blame the king's conduct. He had promised to the last House of Commons a redress of this religious grievance, but he was apt, in imitation of his father, to imagine that the Parliament, when they failed of supplying his necessities, had, on their part, freed him from the obligation of a strict performance. A new odium, likewise, by these representations, was attempted to be thrown upon Buckingham. His mother, who had great influence over him, was a professed Catholic. His wife was not free from suspicion, and the indulgence given to Catholics was of course supposed to proceed entirely from his credit and authority. So violent was the bigotry of the times, that it was thought a sufficient reason for disqualifying any one from holding an office, that his wife, or relations, or companions were Papists, though he himself were a conformist. It is remarkable, that persecution was here chiefly pushed on by laymen, and that the Church was willing to have granted more liberty than would be allowed by the Commons. The reconciling doctrines, likewise, of Montague failed not anew to meet with severe censures from that zealous assembly. The next attack made by the Commons, had it prevailed, would have proved decisive. They were preparing a remonstrance against the levying of tonnage and poundage without consent of Parliament. This article, together with the new impositions laid on merchandise by James, constituted near half of the crown revenues. And by depriving the king of these resources, they would have reduced him to total subjection and dependence. While they retained such a pledge, besides the supply already promised, they were sure that nothing could be refused them. Though, after canvassing the matter near 3/9, they found themselves utterly incapable of fixing any legal crime upon the Duke, they regarded him as an unable, and perhaps a dangerous minister. And they intended to present a petition, which would then have been equivalent to a command, for removing him from His Majesty's person in councils. The king was alarmed at the yoke which he saw prepared for him. Buckingham's sole guilt, he thought, was the being his friend and favourite. All the other complaints against him were mere pretences. A little before, he was the idol of the people. No new crime had since been discovered. After the most diligent inquiry, prompted by the greatest malice, the smallest appearance of guilt could not be fixed upon him. What idea, he asked, must all mankind entertain of his honour, should he sacrifice his innocent friend to pecuniary considerations? What further authority should he retain in the nation, were he capable, in the beginning of his reign, to give, in so signal an instance, such matter of triumph to his enemies, and discouragement to his adherents? Today the Commons pretend to wrest his minister from him, tomorrow they will attack some branch of his prerogative. By their remonstrances, and promises, and protestations, they had engaged the crown in a war. As soon as they saw a retreat impossible, without waiting for new incidents, without covering themselves with new pretenses, they immediately deserted him, and refused him all reasonable supply. It was evident, that they desired nothing so much as to see him plunged in inextricable difficulties, of which they intended to take advantage. To such deep perfidy, to such unbounded usurpations, it was necessary to oppose a proper firmness and resolution. All encroachments on supreme power could only be resisted successfully on the first attempt. The sovereign authority was, with some difficulty, reduced from its ancient and legal height, but when once pushed downwards, it soon became contemptible, and would easily, by the continuance of the same effort, now encouraged by success, be carried to the lowest extremity. Prompted by these plausible motives, Charles was determined immediately to dissolve the Parliament. When this resolution was known, the House of Peers, whose compliant behaviour entitled them to some authority with him, endeavoured to interpose. And they petitioned him, that he would allow the Parliament to sit some time longer. Not a moment longer, cried the king hastily, and he soon after ended the session by a dissolution. As this measure was foreseen, the Commons took care to finish and disperse their remonstrance, which they intended as a justification of their conduct to the people. The king likewise, on his part, published a declaration, in which he gave the reasons of his disagreement with the Parliament, and of their sudden dissolution, before they had time to conclude any one act. These papers furnished the partisans on both sides with ample matter of apology or of recrimination. But all impartial men judged, that the Commons, though they had not as yet violated any law, yet, by their unpliableness and independence, were insensibly changing, perhaps improving, the spirit and genius. While they preserved the form of the Constitution, and that the king was acting altogether without any plan. Running on in a road surrounded on all sides with the most dangerous precipices, and concerting no proper measures, either for submitting to the obstinacy of the Commons, or for subduing it. After a breach with the Parliament, which seemed so difficult to repair, the only rational counsel which Charles could pursue, was immediately to conclude a peace with Spain, and to render himself, as far as possible, independent of his people, who discovered so little inclination to support him, or rather who seemed to have formed a determined resolution to abridge his authority. Nothing could be more easy in the execution than this measure, nor more agreeable to his own and to national interest. But, besides the treaties and engagements which he had entered into with Holland and Denmark, the king's thoughts were at this time averse to pacific counsels. There are two circumstances in Charles's character, seemingly incompatible, which attended him during the whole course of his reign, and were in part the cause of his misfortunes. He was very steady, and even obstinate in his purpose. And he was easily governed, by reason of his facility, and of his deference to men much inferior to himself both in morals and understanding. His great ends he inflexibly maintained. But the means of attaining them he readily received from his ministers and favourites, though not always fortunate in his choice. The violent, impetuous Buckingham, inflamed with a desire of revenge for injuries which he himself had committed, and animated with a love of glory which he had not talents to merit, had at this time, notwithstanding his profuse licentious life, acquired an invincible ascendant over the virtuous and gentle temper of the king. The new councils, which Charles had mentioned to the Parliament, were now to be tried, in order to supply his necessities. Had he possessed any military force on which he could rely, it is not improbable, that he had at once taken off the mask, and governed without any regard to parliamentary privileges, so high an idea had he received of kingly prerogative, and so contemptible a notion of the rights of those popular assemblies, from which, he very naturally thought, he had met with such ill usage. But his army was new levied, ill paid, and worse disciplined, nowise superior to the militia, who were much more numerous, and who were in a great measure under the influence of the country gentlemen. It behoved him, therefore, to proceed cautiously, and to cover his enterprises under the pretence of ancient precedents, which, considering the great authority commonly enjoyed by his predecessors, could not be wanting to him. A commission was openly granted to compound with the Catholics, and agree for dispensing with the penal laws enacted against them. By this expedient, the king both filled his coffers, and gratified his inclination of giving indulgence to these religionists. But he could not have employed any branch of prerogative which would have been more disagreeable, or would have appeared more exceptionable to his Protestant subjects. From the nobility he desired assistance, from the city he required a loan of £100,000. The former contributed slowly, but the latter, covering themselves under many pretenses and excuses, gave him at last a flat refusal. In order to equip a fleet, a distribution, by order of council, was made to all the maritime towns, and each of them was required, with the assistance of the adjacent counties, to arm so many vessels as were appointed them. The city of London was rated at 20 ships. This is the first appearance, in Charles's reign, of ship money. A taxation which had once been imposed by Elizabeth, but which afterwards, when carried some steps further by Charles, created such violent discontents. Of some, loans were required, to others the way of benevolence was proposed, method supported by precedent, but always invidious, even in times more submissive and compliant. In the most absolute governments, such expedients would be regarded as irregular and unequal. These councils for supply were conducted with some moderation, till news arrived, that a great battle was fought between the King of Denmark and Count Tilly, the imperial general, in which the former was totally defeated. Money now more than ever, became necessary, in order to repair so great a breach in the alliance, and to support a prince who was so nearly allied to Charles, and who had been engaged in the war chiefly by the intrigues, solicitations, and promises of the English monarch. After some deliberation, an act of council was passed, importing, that as the urgency of affairs admitted not the way of Parliament, the most speedy, equal, and convenient method of supply was by a general loan from the subject, according as every man was assessed in the rolls of the last subsidy. That precise sum was required which each would have paid, had the vote of 4 subsidies passed into a law, but care was taken to inform the people, that the sums exacted were not to be called subsidies, but loans. Had any doubt remained, whether forced loans, however authorized by precedent, and even by statute, were a violation of liberty, and must, by necessary consequence, render all parliaments superfluous. This was the proper expedient for opening the eyes of the whole nation. The example of Henry VIII, who had once, in his arbitrary reign, practiced a like method of levying a regular supply, was generally deemed a very insufficient authority. The commissioners appointed to levy these loans, among other articles of secret instruction, were enjoined, if any shall refuse to lend, and shall make delays or excuses, and persist in his obstinacy, that they examine him upon oath, whether he has been dealt with to deny or refuse to lend, or make an excuse for not lending. Who has dealt with him, and what speeches or persuasions were used to that purpose. And that they also shall charge every such person, in his Majesty's name, upon his allegiance, not to disclose to any one what his answer was. So violent an inquisitorial power, so impracticable an attempt at secrecy, were the objects of indignation, and even, in some degree, of ridicule. That religious prejudices might support civil authority, sermons were preached by Sibthorpe and Manwaring, in favor of the general loan, and the court industriously spread them over the kingdom. Passive obedience was there recommended in its full extent, the whole authority of the state was represented as belonging to the king alone, and all limitations of law and a constitution were rejected as seditious and impious. So openly was this doctrine espoused by the court, that Archbishop Abbot, a popular and virtuous prelate, was, because he refused to license Sibthorpe's sermon, suspended from the exercise of his office, banished from London, and confined to one of his country seats. Abbot's principles of liberty, and his opposition to Buckingham, had always rendered him very ungracious at court, and had acquired him the character of a Puritan. For it is remarkable, that this party made the privileges of the nation as much a part of their religion, as the Church party did the prerogatives of the crown, and nothing tended further to recommend among the people, who always take opinions in the lump, the whole system and all the principles of the former sect. The king soon found by fatal experience, that this engine of religion, which with so little necessity was introduced into politics, falling under more fortunate management, was played with the most terrible success against him. While the king, instigated by anger and necessity, thus employed the whole extent of his prerogative, the spirit of the people was far from being subdued. Throughout England, many refused these loans. Some were even active in encouraging their neighbours to insist upon their common rights and privileges. By warrant of the council, these were thrown into prison. Most of them with patience submitted to confinement, or applied by petition to the king, who commonly released them. 5 gentlemen alone, Sir Thomas Darnell, Sir John Corbett, Sir Walter Earle, Sir John Heveningham, and Sir Edmund Hampden, had spirit enough, at their own hazard and expense, to defend the public liberties, and to demand releasement. Not as a favour from the court, but as their due, by the laws of their country. No particular cause was assigned of their commitment. The special command alone of the king and council was pleaded. And it was asserted, that, by law, this was not sufficient reason for refusing bail or releasement to the prisoners. This question was brought to a solemn trial, before the king's bench, and the whole kingdom was attentive to the issue of a cause which was of much greater consequence than the event of many battles. By the debates on this subject, it appeared, beyond controversy, to the nation, that their ancestors had been so jealous of personal liberty, as to secure it against arbitrary power in the crown, by 6 several statutes, and by an article of the Great Charter itself, the most sacred foundation of the laws and constitution. But the kings of England, who had not been able to prevent the enacting of these laws, had sufficient authority, when the tide of liberty was spent, to obstruct their regular execution. And they deemed it superfluous to attempt the formal repeal of statutes which they found so many expedients and pretenses to elude. Turbulent and seditious times frequently occurred, when the safety of the people absolutely required the confinement of factious leaders. And by the genius of the old constitution, the prince, of himself, was accustomed to assume every branch of prerogative which was found necessary for the preservation of public peace and of his own authority. Expediency, at other times, would cover itself under the appearance of necessity. And, in proportion as precedents multiplied, the will alone of the sovereign was sufficient to supply the place of expediency, of which he constituted himself the sole judge. In an age and nation where the power of a turbulent nobility prevailed, and where the king had no settled military force, the only means that could maintain public peace, was the exertion of such prompt and discretionary powers in the crown. And the public itself had become so sensible of the necessity, that those ancient laws in favor of personal liberty, while often violated, had never been challenged or revived during the course of near 3 centuries. Though rebellious subjects had frequently, in the open field, resisted the king's authority, no person had been found so bold, while confined and at mercy, as to set himself in opposition to regal power, and to claim the protection of the constitution against the will of the sovereign. It was not till this age, when the spirit of liberty was universally diffused, when the principles of government were nearly reduced to a system, when the tempers of men, more civilized, seemed less to require those violent exertions of prerogative, That these 5 gentlemen above mentioned, by a noble effort, ventured, in this national cause, to bring the question to a final determination. And the king was astonished to observe, that a power exercised by his predecessors almost without interruption, was found, upon trial, to be directly opposite to the clearest laws, and supported by few undoubted precedents in courts of judicature. These had scarcely in any instance refused bail upon commitments by special command of the king, because the persons committed had seldom or never dared to demand it, at least to insist on their demand. 1627. Sir Randolph Crewe, Chief Justice, had been displaced, as unfit for the purposes of the court. Sir Nicholas Hyde, esteemed more obsequious, had obtained that high office, yet the judges, by his direction, went no further than to remand the gentleman to prison, and refused the bail which was offered. Heath, the Attorney General, insisted that the court, in imitation of the judges in the 34th of Elizabeth, should enter a general judgment, that no bail could be granted upon a commitment by the king or council. But the judges wisely declined complying. The nation, they saw, was already to the last degree exasperated. In the present disposition of men's minds, universal complaints prevailed, as if the kingdom were reduced to slavery. And the most invidious prerogative of the crown, it was said, that of imprisoning the subject, is here openly, and solemnly, and in numerous instances, exercised for the most invidious purpose. In order to extort loans, or rather subsidies, without consent of Parliament. But this was not the only hardship of which the nation thought they had reason to complain. The army which had made the fruitless expedition to Cadiz, was dispersed throughout the kingdom, and money was levied upon the counties for the payment of their quarters. The soldiers were billeted upon private houses, contrary to custom, which required that, in all ordinary cases, they should be quartered in inns and public houses. Those who had refused or delayed the loan, were sure to be loaded with a great number of these dangerous and disorderly guests. Many too, of low condition, who had shown a refractory disposition, were pressed into the service, and enlisted in the fleet or army. Sir Peter Hayman, for the same reason, was dispatched on an errand to the Palatinate. Glanville, an eminent lawyer, had been obliged, during the former interval of Parliament, to accept of an office in the navy. The soldiers, ill-paid and undisciplined, committed many crimes and outrages, and much increased the public discontents. To prevent these disorders, martial law, so requisite to the support of discipline, was exercised upon the soldiers. By a contradiction which is natural when the people are exasperated, the outrages of the army were complained of. The remedy was thought still more intolerable. Though the expediency, if we are not rather to say the necessity, of martial law had formerly been deemed of itself a sufficient ground for establishing it, men, now become more jealous of liberty. And more refined reasoners in questions of government, regarded as illegal and arbitrary every exercise of authority which was not supported by express statute or uninterrupted precedent. It may safely be affirmed, that, except a few courtiers or ecclesiastics, all men were displeased with this high exertion of prerogative, and this new spirit of administration. Though ancient precedents were pleaded in favor of the king's measures, a considerable difference, upon comparison, was observed between the cases. Acts of power, however irregular, might casually, and at intervals, be exercised by a prince, for the sake of dispatch or expediency, and yet liberty still subsist in some tolerable degree under his administration. But where all these were reduced into a system, were exerted without interruption, were studiously sought for, in order to supply the place of laws, and subdue the refractory spirit of the nation, it was necessary to find some speedy remedy. Or finally to abandon all hopes of preserving the freedom of the Constitution. Nor did moderate men esteem the provocation which the king had received, though great, sufficient to warrant all these violent measures. The Commons as yet had nowise invaded his authority, they had only exercised, as best pleased them, their own privileges. Was he justifiable, because from one House of Parliament he had met with harsh and unkind treatment, to make, in revenge, an invasion on the rights and liberties of the whole nation? But great was at this time the surprise of all men, when Charles, baffled in every attempt against the Austrian dominions, embroiled with his own subjects. Unsupplied with any treasure but what he extorted by the most invidious and most dangerous measures. As if the half of Europe, now his enemy, were not sufficient for the exercise of military prowess. Wantonly attacked France, the other great kingdom in his neighborhood, and engaged at once in war against these two powers, whose interests were hitherto deemed so incompatible that they could never, it was thought, agree either in the same friendships or enmities. All authentic memoirs, both foreign and domestic, ascribe to Buckingham's counsels this war with France, and represent him as actuated by motives which would appear incredible, were we not acquainted with the violence and temerity of his character. The three great monarchies of Europe were at this time ruled by young princes, Philip, Louis, and Charles, who were nearly of the same age, and who had resigned the government of themselves, and of their kingdoms, to their creatures and ministers. Olivarez, Richelieu, and Buckingham. The people, whom the moderate temper or narrow genius of their princes would have allowed to remain forever in tranquillity, were strongly agitated by the emulation and jealousy of the ministers. Above all, the towering spirit of Richelieu, incapable of rest, promised an active age, and gave indications of great revolutions throughout all Europe. This man had no sooner, by suppleness and intrigue, gotten possession of the reins of government, than he formed at once three mighty projects. To subdue the turbulent spirits of the great, to reduce the rebellious Huguenots, and to curb the encroaching power of the House of Austria. Undaunted and implacable, prudent and active, he braved all the opposition of the French princes and nobles in the prosecution of his vengeance. He discovered and dissipated all their secret cabals and conspiracies. His sovereign himself he held in subjection, while he exalted the throne. The people, while they lost their liberties, acquired, by means of his administration, learning, order, discipline, and renown. That confused and inaccurate genius of government, of which France partook in common with other European kingdoms, he changed into a simple monarchy. At the very time when the incapacity of Buckingham encouraged the free spirit of the Commons to establish in England a regular system of liberty. However unequal the comparison between these ministers, Buckingham had entertained a mighty jealousy against Richelieu, a jealousy not founded on rivalship of power and politics, but of love and gallantry. Where the Duke was as much superior to the Cardinal, as he was inferior in every other particular. At the time when Charles married by proxy the Princess Henrietta, the Duke of Buckingham had been sent to France, in order to grace the nuptials, and conduct the new Queen into England. The eyes of the French court were directed by curiosity towards that man who had enjoyed the unlimited favor of two successive monarchs, and who, from a private station, had mounted, in the earliest youth, to the absolute government of three kingdoms. The beauty of his person, the gracefulness of his air, the splendor of his equipage, his fine taste in dress, festivals, and carousals, corresponded to the prepossessions entertained in his favor, the affability of his behavior. The gaiety of his manners, the magnificence of his expense, increased still further the general admiration which was paid him. All business being already concerted, the time was entirely spent in mirth and entertainments, and during those splendid scenes among that gay people, the Duke found himself in a situation where he was perfectly qualified to excel. But his great success at Paris proved as fatal as his former failure at Madrid. Encouraged by the smiles of the court, he dared to carry his ambitious addresses to the Queen herself. And he failed not to make impression on a heart not undisposed to the tender passions. That attachment at least of the mind, which appears so delicious, and is so dangerous, seems to have been encouraged by the princess. And the Duke presumed so far on her good graces, that, after his departure, he secretly returned upon some pretence, and, paying a visit to the Queen, was dismissed with a reproof which savored more of kindness than of anger. Information of this correspondence was soon carried to Richelieu. The vigilance of that minister was here further roused by jealousy. He, too, either from vanity or politics, had ventured to pay his addresses to the Queen. But a priest, past middle age, of a severe character, and occupied in the most extensive plans of ambition or vengeance, was but an unequal match, in that contest, for a young courtier, entirely disposed to gaiety and gallantry. The cardinal's disappointment strongly inclined him to counterwork the amorous projects of his rival. When the duke was making preparations for a new embassy to Paris, a message was sent him from Louis, that he must not think of such a journey. In a romantic passion he swore, that he would see the Queen, in spite of all the power of France, and, from that moment, he determined to engage England in a war with that kingdom. He first took advantage of some quarrels excited by the Queen of England's attendants, and he persuaded Charles to dismiss at once all her French servants, contrary to the articles of the marriage treaty. He encouraged the English ships of war and privateers to seize vessels belonging to French merchants, and these he forthwith condemned as prizes, by a sentence of the Court of Admiralty. But finding that all these injuries produced only remonstrances and embassies, or at most reprisals, on the part of France, he resolved to second the intrigues of the Duke of Soubise, and to undertake at once a military expedition against that kingdom. Soubise, who, with his brother, the Duke of Rohan, was the leader of the Huguenot faction, was at that time in London, and strongly solicited Charles to embrace the protection of these distressed religionists. He represented, that after the inhabitants of Rochelle had been repressed by the combined squadrons of England and Holland, after peace was concluded with the French king under Charles's mediation, the ambitious cardinal was still meditating the destruction of the Huguenots, that preparations were silently making in every province of France for the suppression of their religion. That forts were erected in order to bridle Rochelle, the most considerable bulwark of the Protestants. That the Reformed in France cast their eyes on Charles as the head of their faith, and considered him as a prince engaged by interest, as well as inclination, to support them. That so long as their party subsisted, Charles might rely on their attachment as much as on that of his own subjects. But if their liberties were once ravished from them, the power of France, freed from this impediment, would soon become formidable to England, and to all the neighboring nations. Though Charles probably bore but small favor to the Huguenots, who so much resembled the Puritans in discipline and worship, in religion and politics, he yet allowed himself to be gained by these arguments. Enforced by the solicitations of Buckingham, a fleet of 100 sail, and an army of 7,000 men, were fitted out for the invasion of France, and both of them entrusted to the command of the Duke, who was altogether unacquainted both with land and sea service. The fleet appeared before Rochelle, but so ill-concerted were Buckingham's measures, that the inhabitants of that city shut their gates and refused to admit allies of whose coming they were not previously informed. All his military operations showed equal incapacity and inexperience. Instead of attacking Oran, a fertile island, and defenseless, he bent his course to the Isle of Outrage, which was well garrisoned and fortified. Having landed his men, though with some loss, he followed not the blow, but allowed Toiras, the French governor, 5 days' respite, during which St. Martin was victualled and provided for a siege. He left behind him the small fort of Prie, which could at first have made no manner of resistance, though resolved to starve St. Martin. He guarded the sea negligently, and allowed provisions and ammunition to be thrown into it. Despairing to reduce it by famine, he attacked it without having made any breach, and rashly threw away the lives of the soldiers. Having found that a French army had stolen over in small divisions, and had landed at Prie, the fort which he had at first overlooked, he began to think of a retreat, but made it so unskilfully, that it was equivalent to a total rout. He was the last of the army that embarked, and he returned to England, having lost 2/3 of his land forces, totally discredited both as an admiral and a general, and bringing no praise with him, but the vulgar one of courage and personal bravery. The Duke of Rohan, who had taken arms as soon as Buckingham appeared upon the coast, discovered the dangerous spirit of the sect, without being able to do any mischief. The inhabitants of Rochelle, who had at last been induced to join the English, hastened the vengeance of their master, exhausted their provisions in supplying their allies, and were threatened with an immediate siege. Such were the fruits of Buckingham's expedition against France. Chapter 52. Charles I. 1628. There was reason to apprehend some disorder or insurrection from the discontents which prevailed among the people in England. Their liberties, they believed, were ravished from them, illegal taxes extorted. Their commerce, which had met with a severe check from the Spanish, was totally annihilated by the French war. Those military honors transmitted to them from their ancestors, had received a grievous stain by 2 unsuccessful and ill-conducted expeditions, scarce an illustrious family but mourned, from the last of them, the loss of a son or brother. Greater calamities were dreaded from the war with these powerful monarchies, concurring with the internal disorders under which the nation labored. And these ills were ascribed, not to the refractory disposition of the 2 former parliaments, to which they were partly owing, but solely to Charles's obstinacy in adhering to the counsels of Buckingham, a man nowise entitled by his birth, age, services, or merit, to that unlimited confidence reposed in him. To be sacrificed to the interest, policy, and ambition of the great, is so much the common lot of the people, that they may appear unreasonable who would pretend to complain of it, but to be the victim of the frivolous gallantry of a favourite, and of his boyish caprices, seemed the object of peculiar indignation. In this situation, it may be imagined the king and the duke dreaded, above all things, the assembling of a parliament. But so little foresight had they possessed in their enterprising schemes, that they found themselves under an absolute necessity of embracing that expedient. The money levied, or rather extorted, under colour of prerogative, had come in very slowly, and had left such ill humour in the nation, that it appeared dangerous to renew the experiment. The absolute necessity of supply, it was hoped, would engage the Commons to forget all past injuries, and, having experienced the ill effects of former obstinacy, they would probably assemble with a resolution of making some reasonable compliances. The more to soften them, it was concerted, by Sir Robert Cotton's advice, that Buckingham should be the first person that proposed in council the calling of a new parliament. Having laid in this stock of merit, he expected that all his former misdemeanors would be overlooked and forgiven, and that, instead of a tyrant and oppressor, he should be regarded as the first patriot in the nation. The views of the popular leaders were much more judicious and profound. When the Commons assembled, they appeared to be men of the same independent spirit with their predecessors, and possessed of such riches, that their property was computed to surpass 3 times that of the House of Peers. They were deputed by boroughs and counties, inflamed all of them by the late violations of liberty. Many of the members themselves had been cast into prison, and had suffered by the measures of the court. Yet, notwithstanding these circumstances, which might prompt them to embrace violent resolutions, they entered upon business with perfect temper and decorum. They considered that the king, disgusted at these popular assemblies, and little prepossessed in favour of their privileges, wanted but a fair pretence for breaking with them, and would seize the first opportunity offered by any incident, or any undutiful behaviour of the members. He fairly told them in his first speech, that, if they should not do their duties in contributing to the necessities of the state, he must, in discharge of his conscience, use those other means which God had put into his hands, in order to save that which the follies of some particular men may otherwise put in danger. Take not this for a threatening, added the king, for I scorn to threaten any but my equals, but as an admonition from him who, by nature and duty, has most care of your preservation and prosperity. The Lord Keeper, by the king's direction, subjoined, this way of parliamentary supplies as his majesty told you, he hath chosen, not as the only way, but as the fittest. Not because he is destitute of others, but because it is most agreeable to the goodness of his own most gracious disposition, and to the desire and weal of his people. If this be deferred, necessity and the sword of the enemy make way for the others. Remember his majesty's admonition. I say, remember it. From these avowed maxims, the Commons foresaw that, if the least handle were afforded, the king would immediately dissolve them, and would thenceforward deem himself justified for violating, in a manner still more open, all the ancient forms of the Constitution. No remedy could then be looked for but from insurrections and civil war, of which the issue would be extremely uncertain, and which must, in all events, prove calamitous to the nation. To correct the late disorders in the administration required some new laws, which would, no doubt, appear harsh to a prince so enamoured of his prerogative. And it was requisite to temper, by the decency and moderation of their debates, the rigour which must necessarily attend their determinations. Nothing can give us a higher idea of the capacity of those men who now guided the Commons, and of the great authority which they had acquired, than the forming and executing of so judicious and so difficult a plan of operations. The decency, however, which the popular leaders had prescribed to themselves, and recommended to others, hindered them not from making the loudest and most vigorous complaints against the grievances under which the nation had lately labored. Sir Francis Seymour said, "This is the great council of the kingdom, and here with certainty, if not here only, His Majesty may see, as in a true glass, the state of the kingdom. We are called hither by his writs, in order to give him faithful counsel, such as may stand with his honor, and this we must do without flattery. We are also sent hither by the people, in order to deliver their just grievances, and this we must do without fear. Let us not act like Cambyses' judges, who, when their approbation was demanded by the prince to some illegal measure, said, that, though there was a written law, the Persian kings might follow their own will and pleasure. This was base flattery, fitter for our reproof than our imitation, and as fear, so flattery, taketh away the judgment. For my part, I shall shun both, and speak my mind with as much duty as any man to his Majesty, without neglecting the public. But how can we express our affections while we retain our fears, or speak of giving, till we know whether we have anything to give? For if his Majesty may be persuaded to take what he will, what need we give? That this hath been done, appeareth by the billeting of soldiers, a thing nowise advantageous to the king's service, and a burden to the Commonwealth, by the imprisonment of gentlemen for refusing the loan, who, if they had done the contrary for fear, had been as blamable as the projector of that oppressive measure. To countenance these proceedings, hath it not been preached in the pulpit, or rather prated, that all we have is the king's by divine right? But when preachers forsake their own calling, and turn ignorant statesmen, we see how willing they are to exchange a good conscience for a bishopric. He, I must confess, is no good subject, who would not willingly and cheerfully lay down his life, when that sacrifice may promote the interests of his sovereign, and the good of the Commonwealth. But he is not a good subject, he is a slave, who will allow his goods to be taken from him against his will, and his liberty against the laws of the kingdom. By opposing these practices, we shall but tread in the steps of our forefathers, who still preferred the public before their private interest, nay, before their very lives. It will in us be a wrong done to ourselves, to our posterities, to our consciences, if we forego this claim and pretension. I read of a custom, said Sir Robert Phillips, among the old Romans, that once every year they held a solemn festival, in which their slaves had liberty, without exception, to speak what they pleased, in order to ease their afflicted minds. And, on the conclusion of the festival, the slaves severally returned to their former servitudes. This institution may, with some distinction, well set forth our present state and condition. After the revolution of some time, and the grievous sufferance of many violent oppressions, we have now at last, as those slaves, obtained, for a day, some liberty of speech, but shall not, I trust, be hereafter slaves, for we are born free. Yet what new illegal burdens our estates and persons have groaned under, my heart yearns to think of, my tongue falters to utter. The grievances by which we are oppressed, I draw under two heads. Acts of power against law, and the judgments of lawyers against our liberty. Having mentioned 3 illegal judgments passed within his memory. That by which the Scots, born after James's accession, were admitted to all the privileges of English subjects, that by which the new impositions had been warranted, and the late one, by which arbitrary imprisonments were authorized. He thus proceeded. I can live, though another, who has no right, be put to live along with me. Nay, I can live, though burdened with impositions beyond what at present I labor under, but to have my liberty, which is the soul of my life, ravished from me, to have my person pent up in a jail, without relief by law, and to be so adjudged, O improvident ancestors! O unwise forefathers! To be so curious in providing for the quiet possession of our lands, and the liberties of Parliament. And at the same time to neglect our personal liberty, and let us lie in prison, and that during pleasure, without redress or remedy. If this be law, why do we talk of liberties? Why trouble ourselves with disputes about a constitution, franchises, property of goods, and the like? What may any man call his own, if not the liberty of his person? I am weary of treading these ways. And therefore conclude to have a select committee, in order to frame a petition to His Majesty for redress of these grievances. And this petition, being read, examined, and approved, may be delivered to the King. Of whose gracious answer we have no cause to doubt, our desires being so reasonable, our intentions so loyal, and the manner so dutiful. Neither need we fear that this is the critical Parliament, as has been insinuated. Or that this is the way to distraction, but assure ourselves of a happy issue. Then shall the King, as he calls us his great counsel, find us his true counsel, and own us his good counsel. The same topics were enforced by Sir Thomas Wentworth. After mentioning projectors and ill ministers of state, these, said he, have introduced a privy council, ravishing at once the spheres of all ancient government, destroying all liberty, imprisoning us without bail or bond. They have taken from us, what shall I say? Indeed, what have they left us? By tearing up the roots of all property, they have taken from us every means of supplying the King, and of ingratiating ourselves by voluntary proofs of our duty and attachment towards him. To the making whole all these breaches I shall apply myself, and to all these diseases shall propound a remedy. By one and the same thing have the King and the people been hurt, and by the same must they be cured. We must vindicate, what? New things? No, our ancient, legal, and vital liberties, by reinforcing the laws enacted by our ancestors, by setting such a stamp upon them, that no licentious spirit shall dare henceforth to invade them. And shall we think this a way to break a parliament? No, our desires are modest and just. I speak both for the interest of king and people. If we enjoy not these rights, it will be impossible for us to relieve him. Let us never, therefore, doubt of a favorable reception from his goodness. These sentiments were unanimously embraced by the whole House. Even the court party pretended not to plead, in defense of the late measures, anything but the necessity to which the King had been reduced by the obstinacy of the two former parliaments. A vote, therefore, was passed, without opposition, against arbitrary imprisonments and forced loans. And the spirit of liberty having obtained some contentment by this exertion, the reiterated messages of the King, who pressed for supply, were attended to with more temper. 5 subsidies were voted him. With which, though much inferior to his wants, he declared himself well satisfied, and even tears of affection started in his eye when he was informed of this concession. The Duke's approbation too was mentioned by Secretary Coke. But the conjunction of a subject with the sovereign was ill received by the House. Though disgusted with the King, the jealousy which they felt for his honor was more sensible than that which his unbounded confidence in the Duke would allow even himself to entertain. The supply, though voted, was not as yet passed into a law. And the Commons resolved to employ the interval in providing some barriers to their rights and liberties so lately violated. They knew that their own vote, declaring the illegality of the former measures, had not, of itself, sufficient authority to secure the Constitution against future invasion. Some act to that purpose must receive the sanction of the whole legislature. And they appointed a committee to prepare the model of so important a law. By collecting into one effort all the dangerous and oppressive claims of his prerogative, Charles had exposed them to the hazard of one assault and had further, by presenting a nearer view of the consequences attending them, roused the independent genius of the Commons. Forced loans, benevolences, taxes without consent of Parliament, arbitrary imprisonments, the billeting of soldiers, martial law, these were the grievances complained of, and against these an eternal remedy was to be provided. The Commons pretended not, as they affirmed, to any unusual powers or privileges, they aimed only at securing those which had been transmitted them from their ancestors, and their law they resolved to call a petition of right, as implying that it contained a corroboration or explanation of the ancient constitution, not any infringement of royal prerogative, or acquisition of new liberties. While the committee was employed in framing the petition of right, the favourers of each party, both in Parliament and throughout the nation, were engaged in disputes about this bill, which, in all likelihood, was to form a memorable era in the English government. That the statutes, said the partisans of the Commons, which secure English liberty, are not become obsolete, appears hence, that the English have ever been free, and have ever been governed by law and a limited constitution. Privileges in particular, which are founded on the Great Charter, must always remain in force, because derived from a source of never-failing authority, regarded in all ages as the most sacred contract between king and people. Such attention was paid to this charter by our generous ancestors, that they got the confirmation of it reiterated 30 several times, and even secured it by a rule which, though vulgarly received, seems in the execution impracticable. They have established it as a maxim, that even a statute which should be enacted in contradiction to any article of that charter, cannot have force or validity. But with regard to that important article which secures personal liberty, so far from attempting at any time any legal infringement of it, they have corroborated it by 6 statutes, and put it out of all doubt and controversy. If in practice it has often been violated, abuses can never come in the place of rules, nor can any rights or legal powers be derived from injury and injustice. But the title of the subject to personal liberty not only is founded on ancient, and, therefore, the most sacred laws, it is confirmed by the whole analogy of the government and constitution. A free monarchy in which every individual is a slave, is a glaring contradiction, and it is requisite, where the laws assign privileges to the different orders of the state, that it likewise secure the independence of the members. If any difference could be made in this particular, it were better to abandon even life or property to the arbitrary will of the prince, nor would such immediate danger ensue, from that concession, to the laws and to the privileges of the people. To bereave of his life a man not condemned by any legal trial, is so egregious an exercise of tyranny, that it must at once shock the natural humanity of princes, and convey an alarm throughout the whole Commonwealth. To confiscate a man's fortune, besides its being a most atrocious act of violence, exposes the monarch so much to the imputation of avarice and rapacity, that it will seldom be attempted in any civilized government. But confinement, though a less striking, is no less severe a punishment, nor is there any spirit so erect and independent, as not to be broken by the long continuance of the silent and inglorious sufferings of a jail. The power of imprisonment, therefore, being the most natural and potent engine of arbitrary government, it is absolutely necessary to remove it from a government which is free and legal. The partisans of the court reasoned after a different manner. The true rule of government, said they, during any period, is that to which the people, from time immemorial, have been accustomed, and to which they naturally pay a prompt obedience. A practice which has ever struck their senses, and of which they have seen and heard innumerable precedents, has an authority with them much superior to that which attends maxims derived from antiquated statutes and mouldy records. In vain do the lawyers establish it as a principle, that a statute can never be abrogated by opposite custom, but requires to be expressly repealed by a contrary statute. While they pretend to inculcate an axiom peculiar to English jurisprudence, they violate the most established principles of human nature, and even by necessary consequence reason in contradiction to law itself, which they would represent as so sacred and inviolable. A law, to have any authority, must be derived from a legislature which has right. And whence do all legislatures derive their right, but from long custom and established practice? If a statute contrary to public good has at any time been rashly voted and assented to, either from the violence of faction or the inexperience of senates and princes, it cannot be more effectually abrogated by a train of contrary precedents, which prove, that by common consent it has been tacitly set aside, as inconvenient and impracticable. Such has been the case with all those statutes enacted during turbulent times, in order to limit royal prerogative, and cramp the sovereign in his protection of the public, and his execution of the laws. But above all branches of prerogative, that which is most necessary to be preserved, is the power of imprisonment. Faction and discontent, like diseases, frequently arise in every political body. And during these disorders, it is by the salutary exercise alone of this discretionary power, that rebellions and civil wars can be prevented. To circumscribe this power, is to destroy its nature; entirely to abrogate it, is impracticable. And the attempt itself must prove dangerous, if not pernicious to the public. The supreme magistrate, in critical and turbulent times, will never, agreeably either to prudence or duty, allow the state to perish, while there remains a remedy which, how irregular soever, it is still in his power to apply. And if, moved by a regard to public good, he employs any exercise of power condemned by recent and express statute, how greedily, in such dangerous times, will factious leaders seize this pretence of throwing on his government the imputation of tyranny and despotism. Were the alternative quite necessary, it were surely much better for human society to be deprived of liberty than to be destitute of government. Impartial reasoners will confess that this subject is not, on both sides, without its difficulties. Where a general and rigid law is enacted against arbitrary imprisonment, it would appear that government cannot, in times of sedition and faction, be conducted but by temporary suspensions of the law. And such an expedient was never thought of during the age of Charles. The meetings of Parliament were too precarious, and their determinations might be too dilatory, to serve in cases of urgent necessity. Nor was it then conceived, that the king did not possess of himself sufficient power for the security and protection of his people, or that the authority of these popular assemblies was ever to become so absolute, that the prince must always conform himself to it, and could never have any occasion to guard against their practices, as well as against those of his other subjects. Though the House of Lords was not insensible to the reasons urged in favour of the pretensions of the Commons, they deemed the arguments pleaded in favour of the Crown still more cogent and convincing. That assembly seems, during this whole period, to have acted, in the main, a reasonable and a moderate part. And if their bias inclined a little too much, as is natural, to the side of monarchy, they were far from entertaining any design of sacrificing to arbitrary will the liberties and privileges of the nation. Ashley, the king's sergeant, having asserted, in pleading before the peers, that the king must sometimes govern by acts of state as well as by law, this position gave such offence, that he was immediately committed to prison, and was not released but upon his recantation and submission. Being, however, afraid lest the Commons should go too far in their projected petition, the peers proposed a plan of one more moderate, which they recommended to the consideration of the other House. It consisted merely in a general declaration, that the Great Charter, and the 6 statutes conceived to be explanations of it, stand still in force, to all intents and purposes. That, in consequence of the Charter and the statutes, and by the tenor of the ancient customs and laws of the realm, every subject has a fundamental property in his goods, and a fundamental liberty of his person. That this property and liberty are as entire at present as during any former period of the English government. That in all common cases, the common law ought to be the standard of proceedings, and in case that, for the security of his Majesty's person, the general safety of his people, or the peaceable government of the kingdom, the king shall find just cause, for reasons of state, to imprison or restrain any man's person, he was petitioned graciously to declare that, within a convenient time, he shall and will express the cause of the commitment or restraint, either general or special, and, upon a cause so expressed, will leave the prisoner immediately to be tried according to the common law of the land. Archbishop Abbot was employed by the Lords to recommend, in a conference, this plan of a petition to the House of Commons. The prelate, as was no doubt foreseen, from his known principles, was not extremely urgent in his applications. And the lower house was fully convinced that the general declarations signified nothing, and that the latter clause left their liberties rather in a worse condition than before. They proceeded, therefore, with great zeal, in framing, the model of a petition which should contain expressions more precise, and more favourable to public freedom. The king could easily see the consequence of these proceedings. Though he had offered, at the beginning of the session, to give his consent to any law for the security of the rights and liberties of the people, he had not expected that such inroads would be made on his prerogative. In order, therefore, to divert the Commons from their intention, he sent a message, wherein he acknowledged past errors, and promised that hereafter there should be no just cause of complaint. And he added, that the affairs of the kingdom press him so, that he could not continue the session above a week or 2 longer, and if the House be not ready by that time to do what is fit for themselves, it shall be their own fault. On a subsequent occasion, he asked them, Why demand explanations, if you doubt not the performance of the statutes according to their true meaning? Explanations will hazard an encroachment upon the prerogative. And it may well be said, What need a new law to confirm an old, if you repose confidence in the declarations which His Majesty made to both houses? The truth is, the Great Charter and the old statutes were sufficiently clear in favor of personal liberty, but as all kings of England had ever, in cases of necessity or expediency, been accustomed at intervals to elude them. And as Charles, in a complication of instances, had lately violated them, the Commons judged it requisite to enact a new law, which might not be eluded or violated by any interpretation, construction, or contrary precedent. Nor was it sufficient, they thought, that the king promised to return into the way of his predecessors. His predecessors in all times had enjoyed too much discretionary power. And by his recent abuse of it, the whole world had reason to see the necessity of entirely retrenching it. The king still persevered in his endeavors to elude the petition. He sent a letter to the House of Lords, in which he went so far as to make a particular declaration, that neither he nor his privy council shall or will, at any time hereafter, commit or command to prison, or otherwise restrain any man for not lending money, or for any other cause which, in his conscience, he thought not to concern the public good, and the safety of king and people. And he further declared, that he never would be guilty of so base an action as to pretend any cause of whose truth he was not fully satisfied. But this promise, though enforced to the Commons by the recommendation of the Upper House, made no more impression than all the former messages. Among the other evasions of the king, we may reckon the proposal of the House of Peers, to subjoin to the intended petition of right the following clause: We humbly present this petition to your Majesty. Not only with a care of preserving our own liberties, but with due regard to leave entire that sovereign power with which your Majesty is entrusted for the protection, safety, and happiness of your people. Less penetration than was possessed by the leaders of the House of Commons, could easily discover how captious this clause was, and how much it was calculated to elude the whole force of the petition. These obstacles, therefore, being surmounted, the petition of right passed the Commons, and was sent to the Upper House. The Peers, who were probably well pleased in secret that all their solicitations had been eluded by the Commons, quickly passed the petition without any material alteration, and nothing but the royal assent was wanting to give it the force of a law. The king accordingly came to the House of Peers, sent for the Commons, and, being seated in his chair of state, the petition was read to him. Great was now the astonishment of all men, when, instead of the usual concise and clear form by which a bill is either confirmed or rejected, Charles said, in answer to the petition, The king willeth that right be done according to the laws and customs of the realm, and that the statutes be put into execution. That his subjects may have no cause to complain of any wrong or oppression, contrary to their just rights and liberties, to the preservation whereof he holds himself in conscience as much obliged as of his own prerogative. It is surprising that Charles, who had seen so many instances of the jealousy of the Commons, who had himself so much roused that jealousy by his frequent evasive messages during this session, could imagine that they would rest satisfied with an answer so vague and undeterminate. It was evident, that the unusual form alone of the answer must excite their attention, that the disappointment must inflame their anger. And that therefore it was necessary, as the petition seemed to bear hard on royal prerogative, to come early to some fixed resolution, either gracefully to comply with it, or courageously to reject it. It happened as might have been foreseen. The Commons returned in very ill humor. Usually, when in that disposition, their zeal for religion, and their enmity against the unfortunate Catholics, ran extremely high. But they had already, in the beginning of the session, presented their petition of religion and had received a satisfactory answer. Though they expected that the execution of the laws against Papists would, for the future, be no more exact and rigid than they had hitherto found it. To give vent to their present indignation, they fell with their utmost force on Dr. Manwaring. There is nothing which tends more to excuse, if not to justify, the extreme rigor of the Commons towards Charles, than his open encouragement and avowal of such general principles as were altogether incompatible with a limited government. Mainwaring had preached a sermon which the Commons found, upon inquiry, to be printed by special command of the king, and when this sermon was looked into, it contained doctrine subversive of all civil liberty. It taught, that, though property was commonly lodged in the subject, yet, whenever any exigency required supply, all property was transferred to the sovereign, that the consent of Parliament was not necessary for the imposition of taxes. And that the divine laws required compliance with every demand, how irregular soever, which the prince should make upon his subjects. For these doctrines the Commons impeached Mainwaring. The sentence pronounced upon him by the peers was, that he should be imprisoned during the pleasure of the House, be fined £1,000 to the king, make submission and acknowledgment of his offence, be suspended during 3 years. Be incapable of holding any ecclesiastical dignity or secular office, and that his book be called in and burnt. It may be worthy of notice, that no sooner was the session ended, than this man, so justly obnoxious to both houses, received a pardon, and was promoted to a living of considerable value. Some years after, he was raised to the see of St. Asaph. If the republican spirit of the Commons increased beyond all reasonable bounds, the monarchical spirit of the court, this latter, carried to so high a pitch, tended still further to augment the former. And thus extremes were everywhere affected, and the just medium was gradually deserted by all men. From Mainwaring, the House of Commons proceeded to censure the conduct of Buckingham, whose name hitherto they had cautiously forborne to mention. In vain did the king send them a message, in which he told them that the session was drawing near to a conclusion, and desired that they would not enter upon new business, nor cast any aspersions on his government and ministry. Though the court endeavoured to explain and soften this message by a subsequent message, as Charles was apt hastily to correct any hasty step which he had taken, it served rather to inflame than appease the Commons. As if the method of their proceedings had here been prescribed to them. It was foreseen that a great tempest was ready to burst on the Duke. And in order to divert it, the king thought proper, upon a joint application of the Lords and Commons, to endeavour giving them satisfaction with regard to the petition of right. He came, therefore, to the House of Peers, and pronouncing the usual form of words, "Let it be law," as is desired, gave full sanction and authority to the petition. The acclamations with which the House resounded, and the universal joy diffused over the nation, showed how much this petition had been the object of all men's vows and expectations. It may be affirmed, without any exaggeration, that the king's assent to the petition of right produced such a change in the government, as was almost equivalent to a revolution. And by circumscribing, in so many articles, the royal prerogative gave additional security to the liberties of the subject. Yet were the Commons far from being satisfied with this important concession. Their ill humour had been so much irritated by the king's frequent evasions and delays, that it could not be presently appeased by an assent which he allowed to be so reluctantly extorted from him. Perhaps, too, the popular leaders, implacable and artful, saw the opportunity favourable, and, turning against the king those very weapons with which he had furnished them, resolved to pursue the victory. The bill, however, for 5 subsidies, which had been formerly voted, immediately passed the House, because the granting of that supply was, in a manner, tacitly contracted for, upon the royal assent to the petition. And had faith been here violated, no further confidence could have subsisted between king and Parliament. Having made this concession, the Commons continued to carry their scrutiny into every part of government. In some particulars, their industry was laudable, in some, it may be liable to censure. A little after writs were issued for summoning this Parliament, a commission had been granted to Sir Thomas Coventry, Lord Keeper, the Earl of Marlborough, Treasurer, the Earl of Manchester, President of the Council, the Earl of Worcester, Privy Seal, the Duke of Buckingham, High Admiral, and all the considerable officers of the Crown. In the whole, 33. By this commission, which, from the number of persons named in it, could be no secret, the commissioners were empowered to meet, and to concert among themselves the methods of levying money by impositions, or otherwise. Where form and circumstance, as expressed in the commission, must be dispensed with, rather than the substance be lost or hazarded. In other words, this was a scheme for finding expedients which might raise the prerogative to the greatest height, and render parliaments entirely useless. The Commons applied for cancelling the commission, and were, no doubt, desirous that all the world should conclude the king's principles to be extremely arbitrary, and should observe what little regard he was disposed to pay to the liberties and privileges of his people. A commission had likewise been granted, and some money remitted, in order to raise 1,000 German horse, and transport them into England. These were supposed to be levied in order to support the projected impositions or excises. Though the number seems insufficient for such a purpose, the House took notice of this design in severe terms, and no measure, surely, could be projected more generally odious to the whole nation. It must, however, be confessed, that the king was so far right, that he had now at last fallen on the only effectual method for supporting his prerogative. But at the same time, he should have been sensible that, till provided with a sufficient military force, all his attempts in opposition to the rising spirit of the nation, must in the end prove wholly fruitless. And that the higher he screwed up the springs of government, while he had so little real power to retain them in that forced situation, with more fatal violence must they fly out, when any accident occurred to restore them to their natural action. The Commons next resumed their censure of Buckingham's conduct and behaviour, against whom they were implacable. They agreed to present a remonstrance to the king, in which they recapitulated all national grievances and misfortunes, and omitted no circumstance which could render the whole administration despicable and odious. The compositions with Catholics, they said, amounted to no less than a toleration, hateful to God, full of dishonour and disprofit to his Majesty, and of extreme scandal and grief to his good people. They took notice of the violations of liberty above mentioned, against which the petition of right seems to have provided a sufficient remedy. They mentioned the decay of trade, the unsuccessful expeditions to Cadiz and the Isle of Aureche, the encouragement given to Arminians, the commission for transporting German horse, that for levying illegal impositions. And all these grievances they ascribed solely to the ill conduct of the Duke of Buckingham. This remonstrance was, perhaps, not the less provoking to Charles, because, joined to the extreme acrimony of the subject, there were preserved in it, as in most of the remonstrances of that age, an affected civility and submission in the language. And as it was the first return which he met with for his late beneficial concessions, and for his sacrifices of prerogative, the greatest by far ever made by an English sovereign, nothing could be more the object of just and natural indignation. It was not without good grounds that the Commons were so fierce and assuming. Though they had already granted the king the supply of 5 subsidies, they still retained a pledge in their hands, which they thought ensured them success in all their applications. Tonnage and poundage had not yet been granted by Parliament. And the Commons had artfully, this session, concealed their intention of invading that branch of revenue, till the royal assent had been obtained to the petition of right, which they justly deemed of such importance. They then openly asserted, that the levying of tonnage and poundage without consent of Parliament, was a palpable violation of the ancient liberties of the people, and an open infringement of the petition of right, so lately granted. The king, in order to prevent the finishing and presenting this remonstrance, came suddenly to the Parliament, and ended this session by a prorogation. Being freed for some time from the embarrassment of this assembly, Charles began to look towards foreign wars, where all his efforts were equally unsuccessful as in his domestic government. The Earl of Denbigh, brother-in-law to Buckingham, was dispatched to the relief of Rochelle, now closely besieged by land, and threatened with a blockade by sea, but he returned without effecting anything. And having declined to attack the enemy's fleet, he brought on the English arms the imputation either of cowardice or ill conduct. In order to repair this dishonour, the Duke went to Portsmouth, where he had prepared a considerable fleet and army, on which all the subsidies given by Parliament had been expended. This supply had very much disappointed the king's expectations. The same mutinous spirit which prevailed in the House of Commons had diffused itself over the nation. And the commissioners appointed for making the assessments had connived at all frauds which might diminish the supply, and reduce the crown to still greater necessities. This national discontent, communicated to a desperate enthusiast, soon broke out in an event which may be considered as remarkable. There was one Felton, of a good family, but of an ardent, melancholic temper, who had served under the Duke in the station of lieutenant. His captain being killed in the retreat at the Isle of Outrage, Felton had applied for the company. And when disappointed, he threw up his commission, and retired in discontent from the army. While private resentment was boiling in his sullen, unsociable mind, he heard the nation resound with complaints against the Duke. And he met with the remonstrance of the Commons, in which his enemy was represented as the cause of every national grievance, and as the great enemy of the public. Religious fanaticism further inflamed these vindictive reflections. And he fancied that he should do heaven acceptable service, if at one blow he dispatched this dangerous foe to religion and to his country. Full of these dark views, he secretly arrived at Portsmouth at the same time with the Duke, and watched for an opportunity of effecting his bloody purpose. Buckingham had been engaged in conversation with Soubise and other French gentlemen. And a difference of sentiment having arisen, the dispute, though conducted with temper and decency, had produced some of those vehement gesticulations and lively exertions of voice, in which that nation, more than the English, are apt to indulge themselves. The conversation being finished, the Duke drew towards the door, and in that passage, turning himself to speak to Sir Thomas Fryer, a colonel in the army, he was on the sudden, over Sir Thomas's shoulder, struck upon the breast with a knife. Without uttering other words than, "The villain has killed me," in the same moment pulling out the knife, he breathed his last. No man had seen the blow, nor the person who gave it, but in the confusion every one made his own conjecture. And all agreed that the murder had been committed by the French gentleman whose angry tone of voice had been heard, while their words had not been understood by the bystanders. In the hurry of revenge, they had instantly been put to death, had they not been saved by some of more temper and judgment, who, though they had the same opinion of their guilt, thought proper to reserve them for a judicial trial and examination. Near the door there was found a hat, in the inside of which was sewed a paper, containing 4 or 5 lines of that remonstrance of the Commons which declared Buckingham an enemy to the kingdom. And under these lines was a short ejaculation, or attempt towards a prayer. It was easily concluded that this hat belonged to the assassin, but the difficulty still remained, who that person should be, for the writing discovered not the same. And whoever he was, it was natural to believe that he had already fled far enough not to be found without a hat. In this hurry, a man without a hat was seen walking very composedly before the door. One crying out, "Here is the fellow who killed the Duke," everybody ran to ask, "Which is he?" The man very sedately answered, "I am he." The more furious immediately rushed upon him with drawn swords, others, more deliberate, defended and protected him. He himself, with open arms, calmly and cheerfully exposed his breast to the swords of the most enraged. Being willing to fall a sudden sacrifice to their anger, rather than be reserved for that public justice which he knew must be executed upon him. He was now known to be that Felton who had served in the army. Being carried into a private room, it was thought proper so far to dissemble as to tell him, that Buckingham was only grievously wounded, but not without hopes of recovery. Felton smiled, and told them, that the Duke, he knew full well, had received a blow which had terminated all their hopes. When asked at whose instigation he had performed the horrid deed, he replied, that they needed not to trouble themselves in that inquiry, that no man living had credit enough with him to have disposed him to such an action. That he had not even entrusted his purpose to any one, that the resolution proceeded only from himself, and the impulse of his own conscience, and that his motives would appear, if his hat were found. For that, believing he should perish in the attempt, he had there taken care to explain them. When the king was informed of this assassination, he received the news in public with an unmoved and undisturbed countenance. And the courtiers, who studied his looks, concluded, that secretly he was not displeased to be rid of a minister so generally odious to the nation. But Charles's command of himself proceeded entirely from the gravity and composure of his temper. He was still as much as ever attached to his favourite, and during his whole life he retained an affection for Buckingham's friends, and a prejudice against his enemies. He urged, too, that Felton should be put to the question, in order to extort from him a discovery of his accomplices. But the judges declared, that though that practice had formerly been very usual, it was altogether illegal, so much reasoners, with regard to law, had they become from the jealous scruples of the House of Commons. Meanwhile the distress of Rochelle had risen to the utmost extremity. That vast genius of Richelieu, which made him form the greatest enterprises, led him to attempt their execution by means equally great and extraordinary. In order to deprive Rochelle of all succor, he had dared to project the throwing across the harbour a mole of a mile's extent in that boisterous ocean, and having executed his project, he now held the town closely blockaded on all sides. The inhabitants, though pressed with the greatest rigours of famine, still refused to submit, being supported, partly by the lectures of their zealous preachers, partly by the daily hopes of relief from England. After Buckingham's death, the command of the fleet and army was conferred on the Earl of Lindesey, who, arriving before Rochelle, made some attempts to break through the mole, and force his way into the harbour, but by the delays of the English, that work was now fully finished and fortified. And the Rochellers, finding their last hopes to fail them, were reduced to surrender at discretion, even in sight of the English admiral. Of 15,000 persons shut up in the city, 4,000 alone survived the fatigues and famine which they had undergone. This was the first necessary step towards the prosperity of France. Foreign enemies, as well as domestic factions, being deprived of this resource, that kingdom began now to shine forth in its full splendor. By a steady prosecution of wise plans, both of war and policy, it gradually gained an ascendant over the rival power of Spain, and every order of the state, and every sect, were reduced to pay submission to the lawful authority of the sovereign. The victory, however, over the Huguenots, was at first pushed by the French king with great moderation. A toleration was still continued to them, the only avowed and open toleration which at that time was granted in any European kingdom. 1629. The failure of an enterprise in which the English nation, from religious sympathy, so much interested themselves, could not but diminish the king's authority in the Parliament during the approaching session, but the Commons, when assembled, found many other causes of complaint. Buckingham's conduct and character with some had afforded a reason, with others a pretence, for discontent against public measures, but after his death there wanted not new reasons and new pretences for general dissatisfaction. Mainwaring's pardon and promotion were taken notice of. Sibthorpe and Cossins, two clergymen, who, for like reasons, were no less obnoxious to the Commons, had met with like favour from the king. Montague, who had been censured for moderation towards the Catholics, the greatest of crimes, had been created Bishop of Chichester. They found likewise, upon inquiry, that all the copies of the Petition of Right which were dispersed, had, by the King's orders, annexed to them the first answer, which had given so little satisfaction to the Commons. An expedient by which Charles endeavoured to persuade the people that he had nowise receded from his former claims and pretensions, particularly with regard to the levying of tonnage and poundage. Selden also complained in the House, that one Savage, contrary to the Petition of Right, had been punished with the loss of his ears, by a discretionary or arbitrary sentence of the Star Chamber, so apt were they, on their part, to stretch the petition into such consequences as might deprive the Crown of powers which, from immemorial custom, were supposed inherent in it. But the great article on which the House of Commons broke with the King, and which finally created in Charles a disgust to all parliaments, was their claim with regard to tonnage and poundage. On this occasion, therefore, it is necessary to give an account of the controversy. The duty of tonnage and poundage, in more ancient times, had been commonly a temporary grant of Parliament, but it had been conferred on Henry V. and all the succeeding princes, during life, in order to enable them to maintain a naval force for the defence of the kingdom. The necessity of levying this duty had been so apparent, that each king had ever claimed it from the moment of his accession. And the first Parliament of each reign had usually by vote conferred on the prince what they found him already in possession of. Agreeably to the inaccurate genius of the old constitution, this abuse, however considerable, had never been perceived nor remedied, though nothing could have been easier than for the Parliament to have prevented it. By granting this duty to each prince during his own life, and for a year after his demise to the successor, all inconveniencies had been obviated, and yet the duty had never for a moment been levied without proper authority. But contrivances of that nature were not thought of during those rude ages. And as so complicated and jealous a government as the English cannot subsist without many such refinements, it is easy to see how favourable every inaccuracy must formerly have proved to royal authority, which, on all emergencies, was obliged to supply, by discretionary power, the great deficiency of the laws. The Parliament did not grant the duty of tonnage and poundage to Henry VIII. Till the 6th of his reign, yet this prince, who had not then raised his power to its greatest height, continued during that whole time to levy the imposition. The Parliament, in their very grant, blamed the merchants who had neglected to make payment to the crown. And though one expression of that bill may seem ambiguous, they employ the plainest terms in calling tonnage and poundage the king's due, even before that duty was conferred on him by parliamentary authority. For reigns, and above a whole century, had since elapsed, and this revenue had still been levied before it was voted by Parliament, so long had the inaccuracy continued, without being remarked or corrected. During that short interval which passed between Charles's accession and his first Parliament, he had followed the example of his predecessors, and no fault was found with his conduct in this particular. But what was most remarkable in the proceedings of that House of Commons, and what proved beyond controversy that they had seriously formed a plan for reducing their prince to subjection, was that instead of granting this supply during the king's lifetime, as it had been enjoyed by all his immediate predecessors, they voted it only for a year. And, after that should be elapsed, reserved to themselves the power of renewing or refusing the same concession. But the House of Peers, who saw that this duty was now become more necessary than ever to supply the growing necessities of the crown, and who did not approve of this encroaching spirit in the Commons, rejected the bill. And the dissolution of that Parliament followed so soon after, that no attempt seems to have been made for obtaining tonnage and poundage in any other form. Charles, meanwhile, continued still to levy this duty by his own authority, and the nation was so accustomed to that exertion of royal power, that no scruple was at first entertained of submitting to it. But the succeeding Parliament excited doubts in every one. The Commons took there some steps towards declaring it illegal to levy tonnage and poundage without consent of Parliament. And they openly showed their intention of employing this engine, in order to extort from the Crown concessions of the most important nature. But Charles was not yet sufficiently tamed to compliance. And the abrupt dissolution of that Parliament, as above related, put an end, for the time, to their further pretensions. The following interval between the second and third Parliament, was distinguished by so many exertions of prerogative, that men had little leisure to attend to the affair of tonnage and poundage, where the abuse of power in the Crown might seem to be of a more disputable nature. But after the Commons, during the precedent session, had remedied all these grievances by means of their petition of right, which they deemed so necessary, they afterwards proceeded to take the matter into consideration. And they showed the same intention as formerly, of exacting, in return for the grant of this revenue, very large compliances on the part of the Crown. Their sudden profligation prevented them from bringing their pretensions to a full conclusion. When Charles opened this session, he had foreseen that the same controversy would arise. And he therefore took care very early, among many mild and reconciling expressions, to inform the Commons, that he had not taken these duties as appertaining to his hereditary prerogative, but that it ever was, and still is, his meaning to enjoy them as a gift of his people, and that, if he had hitherto levied tonnage and poundage he pretended to justify himself only by the necessity of so doing, not by any right which he assumed. This concession, which probably arose from the king's moderate temper, now freed from the impulse of Buckingham's violent counsels, might have satisfied the Commons, had they entertained no other view than that of ascertaining their own powers and privileges. But they carried their pretensions much higher. They insisted, as a necessary preliminary, that the king should once entirely desist from levying these duties. After which they were to take it into consideration, how far they would restore him to the possession of a revenue of which he had clearly divested himself. But, besides that this extreme rigor had never been exercised towards any of his predecessors, and many obvious inconveniencies must follow from the intermission of the customs, there were other reasons which deterred Charles from complying with so hard a condition. It was probable, that the Commons might renew their former project of making this revenue only temporary, and thereby reducing their prince to perpetual dependence. They certainly would cut off the new impositions which Mary and Elizabeth, but especially James, had levied, and which formed no despicable part of the public revenue, and they openly declared, that they had at present many important pretensions, chiefly with regard to religion. And if compliance were refused, no supply must be expected from the Commons. It is easy to see in what an inextricable labyrinth Charles was now involved. By his own concessions, by the general principles of the English government, and by the form of every bill which had granted this duty, tonnage and poundage was derived entirely from the free gift of the people, and, consequently, might be withdrawn at their pleasure. If unreasonable in their refusal, they still refused nothing but what was their own. If public necessity required this supply, it might be thought also to require the king's compliance with those conditions which were the price of obtaining it. Though the motive for granting it had been the enabling of the king to guard the seas, it did not follow, that because he guarded the seas, he was therefore entitled to this revenue without further formality, since the people had still reserved to themselves the right of judging how far that service merited such a supply. But Charles, notwithstanding his public declaration, was far from assenting to this conclusion in its full extent. The plain consequence, he saw, of all these rigors, and refinements, and inferences, was, that he, without any public necessity, and without any fault of his own, must of a sudden, even from his accession, become a magistrate of a very different nature from any of his predecessors, and must fall into a total dependence on subjects over whom former kings, especially those immediately preceding, had exercised an authority almost unlimited. Entangled in a chain of consequences which he could not easily break, he was inclined to go higher, and rather deny the first principle, than admit of conclusions which to him appeared so absurd and unreasonable. Agree to the ideas hitherto entertained both by natives and foreigners, the monarch he esteemed the essence and soul of the English government, and whatever other power pretended to annihilate or even abridge, the royal authority, must necessarily, he thought, either in its nature or exercise, be deemed no better than a usurpation. Willing to preserve the ancient harmony of the Constitution, he had ever intended to comply as far as he easily could, with the ancient forms of administration. But when these forms appeared to him, by the inveterate obstinacy of the Commons, to have no other tendency than to disturb that harmony, and to introduce a new constitution, he concluded that, in this violent situation, what was subordinate must necessarily yield to what was principal, and the privileges of the people, for a time, give place to royal prerogative. From the rank of a monarch, to be degraded into a slave of his insolent, ungrateful subjects, seemed of all indignities the greatest. And nothing, in his judgment, could exceed the humiliation attending such a state, but the meanness of tamely submitting to it, without making some efforts to preserve the authority transmitted to him by his predecessors. Though these were the king's reflections and resolutions before the Parliament assembled, he did not immediately break with them upon their delay in voting him this supply. He thought that he could better justify any strong measure which he might afterwards be obliged to take, if he allowed them to carry to the utmost extremities their attacks upon his government and prerogative. He contented himself, for the present, with soliciting the House by messages and speeches. But the Commons, instead of hearkening to his solicitations, proceeded to carry their scrutiny into his management of religion, which was the only grievance to which, in their opinion, they had not as yet, by their petition of right, applied a sufficient remedy. It was not possible that this century, so fertile in religious sects and disputes, could escape the controversy concerning fatalism and free will, which, being strongly interwoven both with philosophy and theology had, in all ages, thrown every school and every church into such inextricable doubt and perplexity. The first reformers in England, as in other European countries, had embraced the most rigid tenets of predestination and absolute decrees, and had composed upon that system all the articles of their religious creed. But these principles having met with opposition from Arminius and his sectaries, the controversy was soon brought into this island and began here to diffuse itself. The Arminians, finding more encouragement from the superstitious spirit of the Church than from the fanaticism of the Puritans, gradually incorporated themselves with the former. And some of that sect, by the indulgence of James and Charles, had attained the highest preferments in the hierarchy. But their success with the public had not been altogether answerable to that which they met with in the Church and the court. Throughout the nation, they still lay under the reproach of innovation and heresy. The Commons now levelled against them their formidable censures, and made them the objects of daily invective and declamation. Their protectors were stigmatized. Their tenets canvassed, their views represented as dangerous and pernicious. To impartial spectators surely, if any such had been at that time in England, it must have given great entertainment to see a popular assembly, inflamed with faction and enthusiasm, pretend to discuss questions to which the greatest philosophers, in the tranquillity of retreat, had never hitherto been able to find any satisfactory solution. Amidst that complication of disputes in which men were then involved, we may observe, that the appellation Puritan stood for three parties, which, though commonly united, were yet actuated by very different views and motives. There were the political Puritans, who maintained the highest principles of civil liberty, the Puritans in discipline, who were averse to the ceremonies and episcopal government of the Church. And the doctrinal Puritans, who rigidly defended the speculative system of the first reformers. In opposition to all these stood the court party, the hierarchy, and the Arminians. Only with this distinction, that the latter sect, being introduced a few years before, did not as yet comprehend all those who were favorable to the Church and to monarchy. But, as the controversies on every subject grew daily warmer, men united themselves more intimately with their friends, and separated themselves wider from their antagonists, and the distinction gradually became quite uniform and regular. This House of Commons, which, like all the preceding, during the reigns of James and Charles, and even of Elizabeth, was much governed by the puritanical party, thought that they could not better serve their cause than by branding and punishing the Arminian sect, which, introducing an innovation in the Church, were the least favored and least powerful of all their antagonists. From this measure, it was easily foreseen, that, besides gratifying the animosity of the doctrinal Puritans, both the Puritans in discipline and those in politics would reap considerable advantages. Laud, Neile, Montague, and other bishops, who were the chief supporters of episcopal government, and the most zealous partisans of the discipline and ceremonies of the Church, were all supposed to be tainted with Arminianism. The same men and their disciples were the strenuous preachers of passive obedience, and of entire submission to princes. And if these could once be censured, and be expelled the Church and court, it was concluded, that the hierarchy would receive a mortal blow, the ceremonies be less rigidly insisted on, and the king, deprived of his most faithful friends, be obliged to abate those high claims of prerogative on which at present he insisted. But Charles, besides a view of the political consequences which must result from a compliance with such pretensions, was strongly determined, from principles of piety and conscience, to oppose them. Neither the dissipation incident to youth, nor the pleasures attending a high fortune, had been able to prevent this virtuous prince from embracing the most sincere sentiments of religion, and that character, which in that religious age should have been of infinite advantage to him, proved in the end the chief cause of his ruin. Merely because the religion adopted by him was not of that precise mode and sect which began to prevail among his subjects. His piety, though remote from popery, had a tincture of superstition in it. And, being averse to the gloomy spirit of the Puritans, was represented by them as tending towards the abominations of Antichrist. Laud also had unfortunately acquired a great ascendant over him. And as all those prelates obnoxious to the Commons, were regarded as his chief friends and most favoured courtiers, he was resolved not to disarm and dishonour himself by abandoning them to the resentment of his enemies. Being totally unprovided with military force, and finding a refractory, independent spirit to prevail among the people, the most solid basis of his authority, he thought consisted in the support which he received from the hierarchy. In the debates of the Commons, which are transmitted to us, it is easy to discern so early some sparks of that enthusiastic fire which afterwards set the whole nation in combustion. One Rouse made use of an allusion which, though familiar, seems to have been borrowed from the writings of Lord Bacon. If a man meet a dog alone, said he, the dog is fearful, though ever so fierce by nature, but if the dog have his master with him, he will set upon that man from whom he fled before. This shows, that lower natures, being backed by higher, increase in courage and strength, and certainly man, being backed with omnipotency, is a kind of omnipotent creature. All things are possible to him that believes. And where all things are possible, there is a kind of omnipotency. Wherefore, let it be the unanimous consent and resolution of us all, to make a vow and covenant henceforth to hold fast our God and our religion. And then shall we henceforth expect with certainty happiness in this world. Oliver Cromwell, at that time a young man of no account in the nation, is mentioned in these debates, as complaining of one who, he was told, preached flat popery. It is amusing to observe the first words of this fanatical hypocrite correspond so exactly to his character. The inquiries and debates concerning tonnage and poundage went hand in hand with these theological or metaphysical controversies. The officers of the custom house were summoned before the Commons to give an account by what authority they had seized the goods of merchants who had refused to pay these duties. The barons of the exchequer were questioned concerning their decrees on that head. One of the sheriffs of London was committed to the Tower for his activity in supporting the officers of the custom house, the goods of Rawls, a merchant, and member of the House, being seized for his refusal to pay the duties. Complaints were made of this violence as if it were a breach of privilege. Charles supported his officers in all these measures. And the quarrel grew every day higher between him and the Commons. Mention was made in the House of impeaching Sir Richard Weston the Treasurer, and the King began to entertain thoughts of finishing the session by a dissolution. Sir John Eliot framed a remonstrance against levying tonnage and poundage without consent of Parliament, and offered it to the clerk to read. It was refused. He read it himself. The question being then called for, the Speaker, Sir John Finch, said, that he had a command from the King to adjourn, and to put no question, upon which he rose and left the chair. The whole House was in an uproar. The Speaker was pushed back into the chair, and forcibly held in it by Hollis and Valentine, till a short remonstrance was framed, and was passed by acclamation rather than by vote. Papists and Arminians were there declared capital enemies to the Commonwealth. Those who levied tonnage and poundage were branded with the same epithet. And even the merchant who should voluntarily pay these duties, were denominated betrayers of English liberty, and public enemies. The doom, being locked, the gentleman usher of the House of Lords, who was sent by the King, could not get admittance till this remonstrance was finished. By the King's order, he took the mace from the table, which ended their proceedings, and a few days after the Parliament was dissolved. The discontents of the nation ran high, on account of this violent rupture between the King and Parliament. These discontents Charles inflamed by his affectation of a severity which he had not power, nor probably inclination, to carry to extremities. Sir Miles Hobart, Sir Peter Hayman, Selden, Corryton, Long, Strode, were committed to prison on account of the last tumult in the House, which was called sedition. With great difficulty, and after several delays, they were released. And the law was generally supposed to be wrested in order to prolong their imprisonment. Sir John Eliot, Hollis, and Valentine, were summoned to their trial in the King's Bench, for seditious speeches and behaviour in Parliament. But refusing to answer before an inferior court for their conduct as members of a superior, they were condemned to be imprisoned during the King's pleasure, to find sureties for their good behaviour, and to be fined. The two former £1,000 apiece, the latter 500. This sentence, procured by the influence of the Crown, served only to show the King's disregard to the privileges of Parliament, and to acquire an immense stock of popularity to the sufferers who had so bravely, in opposition to arbitrary power, defended the liberties of their native country. The Commons of England, though an immense body, and possessed of the greater part of national property, were naturally somewhat defenceless, because of their personal equality, and their want of leaders, but the King's severity. If these prosecutions deserve the name, here pointed out leaders to them, whose resentment was inflamed, and whose courage was nowise daunted, by the hardships which they had undergone in so honourable a cause. So much did these prisoners glory in their sufferings, that, though they were promised liberty on that condition, they would not condescend even to present a petition to the king, expressing their sorrow for having offended him. They unanimously refused to find sureties for their good behavior, and disdained to accept of deliverance on such easy terms. Nay, Hollis was so industrious to continue his meritorious distress, that when one offered to bail him, he would not yield to the rule of court, and be himself bound with his friend. Even Long, who had actually found sureties in the Chief Justice's chamber, declared in court that his sureties should no longer continue. Yet because Sir John Eliot happened to die while in custody, a great clamour was raised against the administration, and he was universally regarded as a martyr to the liberties of England.